new era dominated by Beast Tamers, Shen Luo is widely regarded as a failure, with a successful contract rate of 0 with any beast. However, during a life-threatening crisis, he unexpectedly awakens an exclusive ability: the power to clearly perceive the hidden evolutionary paths of all beasts. During a mission, Shen Luo encounters the exceptionally talented Feng Huayang. With an innate affinity for beasts, Feng can command high-level magical creatures. Yet he finds himself intrigued by Shen Luo, who can predict the evolution of beasts. As the evolutionary seer meets the absolute controller, the two transition from mutual testing to fighting side by side. Shen Luo utilizes his ability to help Feng Huayang's beast break through barriers, while Feng Huayang clears away the external doubts surrounding Shen Luo. They gradually uncover that the secrets of the zero contracts and the origins of the beast era are intricately woven into the fabric of their intertwined fates. Chapter 1. The Waste of Zero Contracts. As the sharp sound of metal clashing erupted at the edge of the training ground, Shen Luo squatted outside the fence, gently brushing his fingertips against the head of a gray, curly-haired beast cub. This palm-sized creature, an F-level beast, was covered in tangled gray-brown fur, with remarkable black eyes that sparkled like grapes. It had just been disdainfully tossed back into the beast cage by a previous trainee and now huddled in a corner, trembling, its nose stained with dried tears, likely frightened by the earlier rough handling. Don't be afraid. Are you hurt? Shen Luo spoke softly, feeling the subtle tremors beneath the beast's fur. He refrained from touching the cub's claws, its only means of defense, which, while not capable of inflicting serious harm on humans, could leave shallow scratches when startled. The curly-haired beast cautiously lifted its head, sniffing the air as if trying to discern Shen Luo's presence. Moments later, it seemed to lower its guard, tentatively nudging Shen Luo's fingertip with its damp nose, the soft touch causing an involuntary smile to grace Shen Luo's lips. At that moment, a piercing voice of mockery cut through the air. "Oh, isn't this our master of zero contracts, Shen Luo? Wasting time with a worthless beast that no one wants?" Shen Luo paused, not turning around or responding. He had endured this taunt for nearly 3 years, transforming from an angry rebuttal upon entering school to a numb indifference, mastering the art of letting words flow in one ear and out the other. The speaker was Zhao Lei, a classmate, flanked by 2 lackeys, each cradling their own beasts. Zhao Lei held a pristine white lark beast, its wings edged with a faint golden glimmer, a sign of having just achieved a basic evolution. The other 2 had more common rock beasts, and flame-tailed foxes, both D-level beasts, significantly stronger than the neglected curly-haired creature in the corner. Zhao Lei strode to the fence, looking down at Shen Luo with barely concealed disdain. "Shen Luo, I truly don't understand why you come to the training ground every day when you can't even contract the most basic F-level beasts. Are you hoping that some beast will suddenly lose its senses and voluntarily sign a contract with you?" The lackeys immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Our Beast Tamer Academy isn't shelter. With your zero contract rate, you'll be expelled sooner or later. You might as well leave now to spare us the sight of you." Finally rising, Shen Luo dusted off his pants and calmly met Zhao Lei's gaze. "What I do here is none of your concern." "None of my concern?" Zhao Lei's voice suddenly rose, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "The resources of this training ground are for the gifted, not for you, the waste. Look at you. 3 years in school and still without a contracted beast. If it weren't for the teacher's leniency during the last simulation assessment, you'd have been held back long ago." This remark struck at the core of Shen Luo's deepest insecurities. He had not been idle. Upon entering school, he had eagerly attempted to contract beasts, from the gentle curly-haired creature to the lively lark beast, and even the somewhat challenging rock beast. He had tried nearly all the low-level beasts offered by the academy, yet each time the contract glyph glimmered in his palm, it would dissipate at the last moment, and the beast's initial affection would turn to wariness. The academy's report stated clearly, contract affinity is 0. No potential for beast contracts. These words felt like an invisible shackle, firmly fastening him to the label of failure. Clenching his fist, his nails nearly digging into his palm, he maintained a calm facade. "My matters are not your concern. I simply can't stand your pretentious demeanor," Zhao Lei exclaimed, suddenly reaching to shove Shen Luo's shoulder. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Prepared for this, Shen Luo sidestepped Zhao Lei's hand that he knew he couldn't overpower Zhao Lei. Although Zhao Lei's Lark Beast was merely at the initial evolution stage, it could still unleash a faint blade of wind. If a fight broke out, he would not fare well. Yet, he didn't want to continue retreating as he had in the past. Zhao Lei, if you have nothing better to do, focus on training your beast instead of causing trouble here. Shen Luo's voice turned frosty. And don't use the term waste to describe beasts. They've done nothing to provoke you, Dutto. Daring to retort? Zhao Lei paused, then smirked coldly. All right, Shen Luo, feeling bold? Since you're so protective of these beasts, how about we make a bet? Shen Luo frowned. What kind of bet? Quite simple. Zhao Lei pointed to the nearby beast cage area. See that iron spine wolf just delivered? A D-level beast known for its ferocity. It has already injured 2 people trying to contract it. If you can contract it by the end of today, I will publicly apologize in front of the whole class and even share half of the evolution liquid for my Lark Beast with you. But if you fail, you'll voluntarily withdraw from school. What do you say? Onlookers quickly gathered, whispers of intrigue filling the air. The Iron Spine Wolf? It's notoriously difficult to handle. Zhao Lei is clearly setting Shen Luo up for failure. Exactly. Shen Luo can't even contract an F-level curly-haired beast. How could he possibly manage a D-level Iron Spine Wolf? I think Zhao Lei wants to force Shen Luo to withdraw, especially since Shen Luo occupies a spot that many are waiting to fill. Following Zhao Lei's gesture, Shen Luo's gaze fell upon a massive iron cage at the far end of the beast area, where a wolf-like beast, covered in dark scales, prowled restlessly. Its back was ridged with metallic spines, and its crimson eyes radiated hostility, emitting low growls while deep claw marks marred the bars of its cage. That was the Iron Spine Wolf. Shen Luo's heart raced involuntarily. He knew contracting the Iron Spine Wolf was impossible. Even with a year's time, success was unlikely. This bet was nothing more than a blatant humiliation. Just as he prepared to refuse, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. His advisor, Teacher Li, Shen Luo, come to my office. Seizing the lifeline, he promptly said to Zhao Lei, I don't have time to gamble with you. The teacher is calling me. Without waiting for Zhao Lei's response, he turned and headed toward the office building, hearing Zhao Lei's frustrated curses and the sympathetic or mocking gazes of those around. He hurried to the office building and knocked on the door of the advisor's office. Come in. Pushing the door open, Shen Luo entered to find Teacher Li seated behind the desk, holding a document, a slight frown on his brow. Teacher Li was one of the few educators who treated him without bias and often looked out for him. But now, the gravity of his expression suggested something serious. Teacher Li, did you need to see me? Shen Luo asked cautiously. Teacher Li looked up, gesturing to the chair opposite him. Have a seat. Once seated, Teacher Li slid the document across the table toward him. Take a look at this. Shen Luo picked up the document, and the title boldly proclaimed Beast Master Academy. 3rd year practical training task allocation list. He quickly flipped through the pages until he found his name, which was accompanied by the assignment. Assist Feng Huayang in the resource exploration task in the Misty Forest. Task level. Beat out upon seeing the name Feng Huayang. Shen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. Feng Huayang. This name resonated throughout the Beast Master Academy and the entire Beast Mastery world. Being a year ahead of Shen Luo, he was recognized as a prodigy among prodigies. It was said that he possessed an innate affinity for beast mastery. Upon entering the academy, he had contracted a rare S-class beast, the Crimson Flame Phoenix, and within merely 2 years, he had nurtured the phoenix to maturity. Last year, he represented the academy in the National Beastmaster competition and emerged victorious. How could someone of such caliber possibly need the assistance of a zero contractor like him? Teacher Li, is there some mistake? Shen Luo found it hard to believe his eyes. How could Senior Feng Huayang's task require my assistance? Teacher Li sighed. There is no mistake. This has been arranged by the academy's higher-ups. Why? Shen Luo became even more perplexed. I don't even have a contracted beast. I can't be of any help and might even hinder Senior Feng. The academy has its considerations. Teacher Li paused before continuing. The Misty Forest has been quite unsettled lately. Reports suggest the emergence of several mutated high-level beasts. Although Feng Huayang is powerful, The resources needed for this task are spread out, and he may not be able to manage alone. The Academy has considered your familiarity with the terrain of the Misty Forest, given that you've accompanied the survey team there twice before. Thus, they arranged for you to assist him primarily in leading the way and recording resource locations, without requiring you to engage in combat. Shen Luo fell silent. He indeed had accompanied the survey team to the Misty Forest twice and was somewhat familiar with its geography. Yet, even so, being tasked to assist Feng Huayang still felt surreal. But will Senior Feng agree? Shen Luo couldn't help but ask. He's so capable. Surely he wouldn't want someone deemed useless accompanying him. You need not worry about that. Feng Huayang has already consented, Teacher Li replied. He will come to the academy tomorrow, and you two will meet to familiarize yourselves before setting off the following morning. Shen Luo wanted to say more, but Teacher Li waved his hand. Shen Luo, I understand your concerns, and I know these past few years have not been easy for you. However, this task presents a rare opportunity. Feng Huayang is an excellent learning opportunity. Working alongside him, you may glean much knowledge. Moreover, the rewards for this task are substantial. If you successfully complete it, you might earn enough points to exchange for a vial of primary evolution liquid. Although it may not aid you in contracting a beast, acquiring knowledge is always beneficial. Upon hearing primary evolution liquid, Shen Luo's heart stirred. He knew how precious it was. A single vial cost over 1,000 points, while he only had a pitiful few dozen points at present. If he could obtain the evolution liquid, perhaps it could assist that scruffy beast he encountered earlier. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded. All right, Teacher Li, I agree. That's good to hear. Teacher Li's expression softened. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, gather in the plaza at the academy entrance. Feng Huayang will be waiting for you there. Shen Luo stood up. Thank you. Teacher Li. As he exited the office, Shen Luo's emotions were rather complex. On one hand, he felt anxious about the task, unsure if he could perform well and whether Feng Huayang would look down upon him. On the other hand, a flicker of anticipation emerged, for embarking on a task with a prodigy like Feng Huayang was indeed a rare opportunity. Upon reaching the training grounds entrance, he spotted Zhao Lei and his minions still lingering there. The moment he saw Shen Luo, Zhao Lei immediately taunted, "Oh, Shen Luo, what did the teacher want with you? Trying to persuade you to drop out?" Shen Luo ignored him and walked straight towards the dormitory. He had no desire to engage with Zhao Lei. He needed to focus on preparing for tomorrow's meeting and the task ahead. Back in the dormitory, Shen Luo threw himself onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He recalled the iron spine wolf he had seen at the training ground, Zhao Lei's ridicule, and Feng Huayang's name, his thoughts in disarray. He turned over and fished out a small silver pendant from beneath his pillow. The pendant, shaped like a feather, was a gift from his parents upon his enrollment, said to bring good fortune. Yet 3 years had passed, and his luck seemed unchanged. "Mom, Dad, can I really excel in this task?" Shen Luo whispered, his fingertips grazing the pendant's cold surface. "Can I truly become a competent beast master?" No one answered him. Only the distant calls of beasts outside the window echoed in the stillness of the night. Strikingly clear, Shen Luo tightened his grip on the pendant, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, this task was his opportunity, and he could not afford to falter. Even without a contracted beast, even if he was labeled as useless by others, he would exert his utmost effort to fulfill his role. Perhaps things would turn out better than he anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he rose from his bed, opened his computer, and began researching information about the Misty Forest. He aimed to memorize every detail that might prove useful, ensuring his negligence would not cause trouble for Feng Huayang. The glow of the computer screen illuminated his face, and within his earnest expression lay a flicker of hope that he himself had yet to recognize. Unbeknownst to him, an adventure that would alter his fate awaited him quietly in the Misty Forest. His encounter with Feng Huayang would soon become a pivotal turning point in his life. As night deepened, the only sounds in the dormitory were the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard and the quiet flicker of hope igniting within the heart of the young man. Chapter 2. Crimson Flame and Azure Mist. As the morning light gently illuminated the spires of the Beast Taming Academy, Shen Luo stood in the square, his meticulously packed backpack slung over his shoulder. Within it resided compressed rations, emergency potions, and a meticulously crafted topographical map of the Azure Mist Forest. He had also annotated a resource manual late into the night, highlighting the growth areas of several rare herbs in vibrant colors, alongside potential activity times for low-tier beasts. He had arrived far too early. Only a few students were scattered across the square, engaging in morning exercises with their respective beasts on the grassy expanse. A blue-feathered bird soared overhead, its melodious call shattering the morning stillness. Shen Luo instinctively looked up, his gaze drawn to the grand statue of a beast master at the center of the square. The statue held a glowing contract rune in its hand. Surrounded by beasts resembling lions, eagles, and giant pythons, embodying the pinnacle all beast masters aspire to reach. Still admiring the statue? A crisp voice suddenly broke the silence from behind him. Shen Luo whipped around, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Standing against the light was a tall youth clad in the Academy's specially designed silver-gray combat uniform. A golden phoenix insignia pinned to his collar, an exclusive certification for S-level beast wielders. His hair was a soft golden brown, glistening in the sunlight, while his striking eyes, with their pale hue, held a calm sharpness as if they could effortlessly penetrate the essence of things. Perched upon his shoulder was a diminutive crimson flame phoenix, its plumage transitioning from a pure red at the tips to a dazzling gold-orange at the crown. When its wings unfurled, intricate patterns of flame danced among the feathers. And even in repose, the air around it felt warmer than elsewhere. The phoenix tilted its head, regarding Shen Luo with curiosity, gently pecking at its owner's collar. It was Feng Huayang, accompanied by his S-level beast, the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Shen Luo instinctively tightened his grip on the backpack strap, his fingers growing slightly cold. "Good morning, Senior Feng." Shen Luo. His greeting, rehearsed in his mind numerous times, emerged with a hint of unnoticeable tension. Feng Huayang's gaze lingered on Shen Luo's face for 2 seconds before shifting to the edge of the topographical map, peeking from his backpack. His tone was devoid of discernible emotion. "Have you prepared in advance?" "Yes." Shen Luo nodded eagerly, turning the backpack around and unzipping it to present a map. "I've accompanied the survey team into the Azure Mist Forest twice before, marking some terrains and resource points, as well as the types of beasts we might encounter. Please take a look and see if it might be of use." His hand trembled slightly as he offered the map, not from fear, but from excitement. This was his first close encounter with the legendary prodigy, and unlike others who often wore disdainful expressions upon meeting him, Feng Huayang had instead shown genuine interest in his preparations, which eased the tension within Shen Luo. Feng Huayang accepted the map, his fingertips gliding over the densely packed annotations. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passing through his light-colored eyes. The map not only marked the conventional routes and resource points, but also included a small note in the corner indicating that the bioluminescent grass in the Western Valley would emit a faint blue glow when a morning dew had yet to evaporate, aiding in the identification of submerged reefs downstream that necessitated detours. Such details were meticulously rendered, even featuring simple beast-tracking footprints beside perilous areas, indicating the frequent presence of iron-spine wolves, which required swift passage after dusk. Feng Huayang lifted his gaze toward Shen Luo, his tone imbued with genuine appreciation, deeming it more practical than the official documents provided by the Academy. This compliment caused Shen Luo's ears to flush with warmth. He quickly lowered his head, responding, "I merely attended to what was necessary. After all, this mission primarily relies on you, Senior. I can only concern myself with these minor details." The task was a shared endeavor, devoid of hierarchies. Feng Huayang returned the topographical map, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against Shen Luo's hand, causing both to pause momentarily. Shen Luo's hand was cool, while Feng Huayang's fingertip bore a hint of warmth, reminiscent of the temperature exuded by the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Feng Huayang retracted his hand first, gesturing to the Crimson Flame perched on his shoulder. "Its name is Crimson Flame. You need not fear it, for it is quite docile." No sooner had he spoken than Crimson Flame fluttered from Feng Huayang's shoulder, circling around Shen Luo. The golden-orange feathers grazed his wrist, leaving a trace of warmth. Shen Luo instinctively held his breath, observing this legendary S-class beast as it landed on his backpack, gently tapping the emergency medicine vial he had placed inside the night before, seemingly verifying something. It is inspecting your emergency supplies, Feng Huayang elucidated. Crimson Flame is sensitive to danger and will proactively confirm the safety equipment of those nearby. Only then did Shen Luo relax, tentatively extending his fingertip to lightly touch Crimson Flame's feathers. To his surprise, the feathers were not hot. Rather, they were soft as silk, exuding a warmth imbued with latent energy. Crimson Flame emitted a gentle chirp, nuzzling his fingertip as if expressing friendliness. It appears it has taken a liking to you, Feng Huayang remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, softening his otherwise cool demeanor. Crimson Flame rarely approaches strangers. You are the first. Shen Luo's heart raced anew, not from anxiety, but from an ineffable joy. Could it signify that he was not as inept as he believed, given that even an S-class beast was willing to befriend him? The two refrained from further conversation as Feng Huayang summoned the Academy-assigned hover vehicle. Its silver-gray body was sleek and elongated, featuring a specialized compartment atop for accommodating beasts. Upon Crimson Flame's entry, the interior instantly illuminated with a gentle, warm glow, clearly tailored to its needs. Shen Luo settled into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, when Feng Huayang handed him a silver wristband. This is a positioning communicator. Signal stability within the Qingyu forest is unreliable. This wristband can share our locations in real time and emit a distress signal in case of danger. He accepted the wristband and donned it. The cool metal fit snugly against his wrist, the screen immediately displaying their coordinates along with Crimson Flame's status. Both its health and energy levels were at full capacity, accompanied by a small icon of delight. Let us depart, Feng Huayang declared as he activated the hover vehicle, which gracefully ascended, heading towards the Qingyu forest. Through the car window, Shen Luo gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery outside, his initial apprehension gradually giving way to anticipation. He turned a glance at Feng Huayang in the driver's seat, who was intently focused on the road ahead. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the contours of his profile and accentuating his sharp jawline. Suddenly, Shen Luo recalled the information he had uncovered the previous night. Feng Huayang not only possessed an exceptional talent for beast mastery, but had also protected the entire town during a beast riot using only his Crimson Flame, earning him a reputation as an exceptionally responsible genius. Such an individual surely would not mind that he was a zero contract holder, would he? After approximately an hour of flight, the view ahead was abruptly obscured by a dense expanse of green. The forest was far more extensive than Shen Luo remembered, with towering ancient trees intertwining to form a colossal green canopy. Mist gently rose from the woodland, casting a faint bluish hue, the very essence of the name, Qingyu Forest. Feng Huayang lowered the hover car's altitude and landed in a clearing at the forest's edge. As soon as the door opened, a wave of moist air enveloped them, infused with the fragrance of foliage and a subtle hint of animal scent. The Crimson Flame soared from its compartment, alighting on Feng Huayang's shoulder, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Its golden-orange feathers slightly bristled. The forest periphery was relatively safe, but venturing deeper would encounter high-level beast activity. Shen Luo pulled out a terrain map, pointing to a small path on the west side. Let us proceed along this route. We should reach the first resource point in about half an hour. There, we will find 3 dew grass plants required for the task, nestled among the rocks by the stream. Feng Huayang nodded in agreement. I shall follow your lead. The two walked side by side into the forest, Shen Luo taking the lead, his footsteps light as he endeavored to remain silent. He was aware that the beasts in Qingyu Forest were predominantly sensitive to sound, especially in the morning when many diurnal creatures were foraging. Disturbing them could incite unnecessary trouble. Feng Huayang followed closely behind, with the Crimson Flame gliding just above them, occasionally emitting a brief call as if to signal their surroundings. Shen Luo sensed that with the presence of the Crimson Flame, the lower-tier beasts concealed in the underbrush dared not approach. And even the tension in the air seemed to dissipate. Be cautious of your footing. Shen Luo suddenly halted, pointing to the ground ahead. There are pits covered with dead leaves here, and beneath them lies loose gravel. Stepping in could lead to an ankle sprain. Feng Huayang followed his gaze and indeed spotted a slight gap in a leaf pile. He raised an eyebrow, surprised at Shen Luo's keen observation. He had only been attentive to the movements of the surrounding beasts and had overlooked the traps beneath their feet. "You are quite familiar with this environment," Feng Huayang remarked as he deftly navigated past the pit, offering Shen Luo a steadying hand. "What was your primary responsibility during your previous time with the survey team?" "Documenting resource locations and tracking beast activities," Shen Luo replied while continuing forward. "The instructors from the survey team mentioned that although I cannot form contracts with beasts, my perceptive abilities regarding the environment surpass those of others, making me suited for such auxiliary tasks." A hint of unnoticeable disappointment lingered in his words. Feng Huayang detected it, but chose not to probe further, instead shifting the conversation. "Are we nearing the stream?" Shen Luo paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing he had not mentioned it. How did Feng Huayang know? He lifted his gaze forward and indeed heard the faint sound of flowing water. "How did you know?" The crimson flame could detect the scent of moisture, and Feng Huayang pointed to the branches above, where shimmering blue feathers from a bird known to dwell only near streams were found. Shen Luo looked up and indeed spotted a lustrous blue feather perched upon the branch. He felt a surge of astonishment. Not only could Feng Huayang sense the movements of the beasts, but he could also discern their locations through such subtle clues. It was no wonder he was regarded as a genius beast master. After a few more minutes of walking, the landscape suddenly opened up before them. A crystal-clear stream lay ahead, its waters crashing against the rocks, producing a melodious sound. Among the crevices of the stones by the stream, several clusters of green plants glistening with dew, exactly the dewgrass they sought, were thriving. They had found it. Shen Luo hurried over, cautiously crouching down, and retrieved a specially designed digging tool from his backpack. The roots of the dewgrass were exceedingly delicate and required a soft shovel to excavate. Otherwise, the medicinal properties would be compromised. Feng Huayang stood by his side, while the crimson flame settled on a rock, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Shen Luo watched in focused silence, his fingers gently gripping the soft shovel, treating it as if it were a fragile treasure. Even his breath was held lightly, fearing to disturb the dewy leaves of grass. Just as the soft shovel made contact with the roots of the dewgrass, a peculiar light flashed before his eyes. This light resembled a semi-transparent panel that materialized out of thin air, lingering only for a fleeting second, displaying several lines of text. Beast name, none, non-beast. Plant resource, current status, mature, optimal harvest period, hidden attribute, roots contain trace amounts of fire element, which can be mixed with the powder of the crimson phoenix's feathers to enhance the efficacy of fire resistance potions. Harvest suggestion, retain 1/3 of the roots to promote secondary growth. Shen Luo blinked rapidly as the panel vanished. As if everything had been an illusion, he was taken aback. What had just happened? He had never encountered such a panel, let alone known about the hidden attributes of the dewgrass. Could it be an illusion born of his intense focus? What's wrong? Feng Huayang noticed his sudden stillness and inquired with curiosity. "Is there a problem?" Shen Luo snapped back to reality, his heart racing. He glanced at the shovel in his hand and then at the dewgrass, hesitating briefly before deciding to withhold the strange occurrence for fear that Feng Huayang would deem him peculiar if it were merely a figment of his imagination. "It's nothing. Just a bit nervous," he replied with a smile, resuming his excavation of the dewgrass. "By the way, Senior Feng, does your crimson phoenix ever use its feathers to concoct potions?" Feng Huayang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. Occasionally, the feathers shed during the phoenix's molting contained faint fire elements, enhancing the effects of fire-related potions. "Why do you ask?" Shen Luo's heart raced even faster. The information on the panel had indeed been real. He had truly seen the hidden attributes of the dewgrass. "Oh, it's nothing." He quickly lowered his head, concealing his excitement. "I just think the feathers of the crimson flame are quite special, so I asked casually." He hastened his digging, following the panel's advice to retain 1/3 of the roots. By the time he placed the excavated dugras into a specially designed preservation box, his palms were already slick with sweat. He was unaware of the sudden appearance of the panel, nor did he comprehend why only he could perceive it. However, a vague intuition suggested that it might be related to his unique contract-free constitution and could even be the key to altering his destiny. Be careful. Feng Huayang suddenly pulled him behind him. The fiery phoenix, Shen, unfurled its wings, the golden-orange flames flickering at the tips, emitting a sharp cry. Before Shen Luo could react, a deep growl resonated from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a wolf-like beast cloaked in dark scales emerging from the thicket, its spiny back glistening coldly, and its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them. It was an iron-spine wolf. Judging from its size and the sheen of its scales, it appeared even more formidable than the one in the Academy's training ground, at least of D-rank mid-tier. The iron-spine wolf must have been lured by the scent of the dewgrass. Feng Huayang's tone immediately turned icy as Shen soared to the forefront, flames coalescing into a protective shield before him. "Stand behind me and do not move." Shen Luo's heart raced to his throat. Although he had studied the iron-spine wolf in the materials, this was his first encounter with such a volatile creature at close quarters. He could sense the ferocity emanating from the beast, along with the drool dripping from its sharp fangs, sending chills down his spine. The iron-spine wolf regarded the flaming shield with a hint of trepidation, yet was unwilling to relinquish the dewgrass, pacing restlessly in place while emitting threatening growls. "Shen, test its defenses with a small fireball," Feng Huayang commanded softly, his tone calm as though conducting an experiment. Shen let out a cry and unleashed a fireball the size of a fist towards the iron-spine wolf. The fireball traveled swiftly, striking the wolf's shoulder before it could evade, sizzling as its scales burned and billowing black smoke. "Aru!" The iron-spine wolf howled in pain, thoroughly enraged. It lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed at Shen, moving so swiftly that it left afterimages. Shen Luo's heart leapt into his throat, and he instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, the anticipated impact did not follow. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shen nimbly evade the attack, shaking off several flaming feathers from its wings that shot towards the iron-spine wolf's eyes like sharp arrows. The iron-spine wolf was forced to halt, shielding its eyes with its paws, revealing a vulnerability in its chest. Now, a glint of sharpness flashed in Feng Huayang's eyes. Shen unleashed the fiery impact. Shen soared high, fully extending its wings, as golden-orange flames gathered before it into a pillar of light, crashing down upon the iron-spine wolf's chest. Boom! The flames collided with the iron-spine wolf, producing a thunderous sound, instantly heating the surrounding air. The wolf emitted a piercing wail, hurled backward by the flames. Crashing heavily against a tree, unable to rise again, only faint breaths escaping it. Shen landed on Feng Huayang's shoulder, the flames on its feathers gradually extinguishing. Though its breaths were slightly more rapid, that fiery impact had consumed considerable energy. "Are you all right?" Feng Huayang turned to Shen Luo, noticing his pale complexion, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. "Are you frightened?" Shen Luo nodded and then shook his head, saying, "I am fine. Thank you, Senior, and also to Qiyan." He glanced at the fallen iron-spine wolf, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. If it weren't for Feng Huayang and Qiyan, he might have met his demise here today. Feng Huayang produced a specially designed capture net and approached the iron-spine wolf. Confirming that it had lost the ability to resist, he ensnared it. Though this iron-spine wolf is injured, it possesses a commendable constitution. After we bring it back to the academy for the healers to tend to, it may serve as a practical subject for the lower grade students. As Shen Luo observed Feng Huayang's deft movements, he felt an even deeper admiration for him. Not only was he powerful, but he also considered such details after a battle. No wonder he earned everyone's respect. At that moment, Shen Luo's gaze inadvertently fell upon the iron-spine wolf, and before him flashed a translucent panel once more. Beast name: Iron-spine wolf. Current level: D-rank intermediate. Current status: severely injured, broken ribs. Nerve damage in the right forelimb. Hidden evolution path 1. Absorb fire element or evolve into molten spine wolf. must be completed before severe injury. Current probability 10. Hidden evolution path 2. Consume frost grass juice. Evolve into ice spine wolf. Must repair nerve damage first. Current probability 60. Treatment recommendation. Prioritize nerve damage repair. Using a potion containing wood element can expedite recovery. The panel vanished in an instant, and Shen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. This time, he was certain he had not imagined it. He could genuinely see the evolution paths and treatment recommendations for beasts. What kind of ability was this? Why had he never noticed it before? Could it be that it awakened suddenly after accepting the task yesterday? Countless questions swirled in his mind, momentarily rendering him speechless. Shen Luo? Feng Huayang noticed his unusual demeanor and approached him. What are you looking at? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Luo abruptly snapped back to reality, meeting Feng Huayang's concerned gaze, and hesitated over whether to disclose this matter to him. He understood the significance of this ability. If exposed, it could attract countless troubles. Yet, if he didn't tell Feng Huayang, he felt he would be concealing something, and the treatment recommendation for the Iron Spine Wolf might indeed assist Feng Huayang. After a few moments of internal conflict, Shen Luo ultimately decided to remain silent for the time being. He still did not fully comprehend the nature of this ability, nor was he certain if Feng Huayang would believe him. Revealing it recklessly seemed too perilous. It's nothing. Shen Luo forced a smile, gesturing towards the Iron Spine Wolf. I just feel a bit sorry for it. By the way, Senior Feng, do you know where I might find a potion containing wood element? I've heard that such potions are very beneficial for treating the nerve damage of beasts. Chapter 3. The secret of the evolution path. Upon hearing the mention of the wood element potion, Feng Huayang paused in his steps. He glanced down at the ailing Iron Spine Wolf, then raised his eyes to meet Shen Luo's, curiosity flickering in his light-colored irises. How do you know that the wood element potion can repair nerve damage? The treatment of neural injuries in beast taming is indeed a niche field, typically requiring the expertise of advanced therapists in conjunction with specialized elixirs. Moreover, the wood element elixirs demand an exceptionally high level of compatibility with the beasts. Unless one has dedicated extensive study to this area, few would possess such knowledge, let alone someone like Shen Luo, who lacks even a contracted beast. His heart raced, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the strap of his backpack. In his moment of panic, he had inadvertently revealed information from the panel, and now he could only muster the courage to cover for himself. I overheard a therapist mention while accompanying the research team that would element elixirs assist in the repair of soft tissues and nerves in beasts. So I made note of it. This explanation, while not entirely flawed, was far from flawless. Feng Huayang scrutinized him for a couple of seconds before refraining from further inquiry. Instead, he bent down to examine the injury of the Iron Spine Wolf, lightly touching the scales on its right foreleg. Indeed, its neural damage is quite severe. Conventional elixirs will be ineffective. However, deep within the Qingyu forest lies an oak grove, where the wood spirit mushrooms grow, capable of extracting natural wood elements that might serve as a substitute for the elixir. Shen Luo felt a tightening in his chest. The panel had only mentioned the wood element elixirs, not the wood spirit mushrooms. Uncertain of Feng Huayang's proposed method's viability and hesitant to speak further for fear of exposing more inconsistencies, he could only nod in agreement. So, shall we head to the oak grove? Let's complete our task first. Feng Huayang stowed the capture net into his storage space, and Qi Yin immediately flew over, nuzzling against his cheek as if to remind him not to delay their journey. They had only gathered 2 dewgrass specimens and needed one more. Additionally, the oak grove was deep within the forest, where the danger would double after dusk. They would have to wait until tomorrow to venture there. Shen Luo exhaled in relief, quickly retrieving the terrain map and pointing towards the upstream direction of the stream. There's another rocky slope ahead. The research team found dew grass there last time. We can search in that area. The two continued along the stream, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As Shen Luo walked ahead, his mind was consumed by the earlier panel display. The 2 evolution paths of the Iron Spine Wolf were vividly etched in his memory, particularly the names of the Molten Spine Wolf and the Frost Spine Wolf, igniting his curiosity if it were to evolve along that path. Could this ordinary D-grade beast transform into a more formidable entity? Be cautious, there's a vine ahead. Feng Huayang's voice suddenly broke his reverie, and Shen Luo realized he was nearly about to collide with a purple vine entangled around a tree trunk. The vines bore tiny sharp thorns, glistening with a faintly toxic sheen, a common sight in the Qingyu forest. Should one become ensnared, the thorns would inject paralyzing toxins. Shen Luo quickly stepped back, while Feng Huayang had already moved forward. Qi Yin took flight from his shoulder, and as its wings flapped, golden-orange flames rained down upon the vines. The toxic thorns recoiled instantly, emitting a hissing sound as they burned, soon reducing to a pile of charred ash. "Thank you, Senior." Shen Luo felt a bit embarrassed, having been lost in thought moments before. "No need for thanks." Feng Huayang's gaze fell on his face, his tone softer than before. "Are you still concerned about the iron spine wolf?" Shen Luo paused for a moment before nodding. "I am somewhat worried about its injuries. After all, it is also a life." This statement was not entirely a mere excuse. Upon witnessing the iron spine wolf lying on the ground, gasping for breath, a wave of compassion washed over him. Although the beast had attempted to attack them moments earlier, it acted out of sheer instinct for survival. The thought of being able to observe its evolutionary path stirred within Shen Luo a desire. Could assisting its evolution prove to be a profoundly meaningful endeavor? Feng Huayang seemed taken aback by his sentiments. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Initially, I assumed you would harbor fear towards the spirit beasts. Why is that?" Shen Luo retorted. "Many in the academy claim that your inability to form a covenant with the spirit beasts leads to a sense of aversion." Feng Huayang's voice was soft, yet the manner in which Shen Luo had dug for dew grass by the stream, along with his attitude towards the iron spine wolf, belied any notion of aversion. Shen Luo felt as though something within him had been gently stirred. Throughout his 3 years at the academy, others had only seen the label of 0 contracts attached to him, mocking him as a failure, yet no one had ever acknowledged his attitude towards the spirit beasts. Feng Huayang was the first and only one to do so. "I do not harbor aversion towards them." Shen Luo halted, gazing at a squirrel beast leaping on a nearby branch, his expression softening. "In truth, I genuinely admire spirit beasts. They are pure. As long as you treat them well, they will reciprocate your kindness. Just like the curly beast in the training grounds, if you gently stroke its head, it will nuzzle your hand with its nose." Regrettably, he lacked even the qualification to draw near them. Each time he attempted to form a covenant, the runes on his palm would dissipate, and the warmth in the beast's eyes would transform into wariness. The sensation of being so close, yet unable to touch, was more painful than the derision of others. Feng Huayang observed the despondence in his gaze, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort. Having possessed an exceptionally high affinity for spirit beasts since childhood, he had never experienced the yearning for something so close yet unattainable. He opened his mouth to utter words of comfort, but they seemed painfully inadequate in the face of Shen Luo's current state. Fortunately, the crimson flame phoenix broke the silence, suddenly soaring ahead and emitting a clear, melodic call as if beckoning them forward. It must have discovered the dewgrass. Feng Huayang took the lead, saying, "Let us proceed and locate the final specimen." Shen Luo, suppressing his emotions, swiftly followed suit. The two followed the crimson flame phoenix to a rocky slope, where they indeed spotted a dewgrass, glistening with droplets nestled among the crevices of the rocks. This specimen was larger than the previous two, with its leaves sparkling more brilliantly, evidently having absorbed a greater amount of celestial energy. "Found it." Shen Luo crouched down. Just as he took out his soft spade, a familiar panel flashed before him once more. Spirit beast name? None. Plant resource. Current status. Mature. Contains trace amounts of spiritual energy. Efficacy increased by 30. Hidden attribute. Leaf can be ground into powder when fused with the flames of the crimson flame phoenix. It can create a flame bait to attract fire attribute spirit beasts. Note: a nest of devouring spirit ants resides within the rock crevice. Use flames to drive them away during excavation, or risk having the roots gnawed upon, compromising the medicinal efficacy. Shen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. Devouring spirit ants. This particular species of ant is remarkably diminutive, its color almost indistinguishable from the surrounding rocks. Typically, it conceals itself within crevices, yet upon sensing the presence of any living creature or spiritual energy, it swarms forth, utilizing its sharp mandibles to gnaw at anything within reach. Previously, a member of an exploration team inadvertently fell victim to a spirit-biting ant bite, resulting in a wound that festered for several days before healing. Suddenly, Shen Luo grasped Feng Huayang's wrist with urgency, exclaiming, "Do not touch the rock crevice. There lies a nest of spirit-biting ants." Startled by this abrupt motion, Feng Huayang looked down at the cool, yet firm grip Shen Luo had on him, his fingers trembling slightly, revealing his genuine concern. Spirit-biting ants? Feng Huayang furrowed his brow, for he had not sensed any such presence. "How do you know?" Realizing his reaction had been overly animated, Shen Luo quickly released his grip and pointed toward the edge of the rock crevice. "Look here, there are fine ant tunnels, their color differing from the rock. A light brown hue. The nests of spirit-biting ants are always like this. Moreover, they are averse to fire. A mere application of flame to the rock surface can drive them away." Following his indication, Feng Huayang indeed observed several minute, light brown passages at the rock's edge, which he would have otherwise overlooked had Shen Luo not pointed them out. Doubt began to brew within him. Was Shen Luo's keen observation genuinely instinctual? Or did he harbor some other secret? Crimson flame, Feng Huayang commanded his companion, instructing the creature to gently scorch the rock surface. The crimson flame promptly complied, its wings agitating the air as a delicate flame flickered upon the rock. Soon, countless tiny black ants emerged from the crevice, frantically scurrying away. These were indeed the spirit-biting ants. A shift occurred in Feng Huayang's gaze as he regarded Shen Luo with newfound seriousness. "Have you encountered spirit-biting ants before?" "No," Shen Luo shook his head, striving to maintain a natural tone. "I heard it from the instructors of the exploration team. They mentioned that the nests of spirit-biting ants possess distinctive features, and we must exercise caution upon encountering them." While this explanation was plausible, Feng Huayang could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. He opted not to pursue the matter further, instead standing by as he observed Shen Luo meticulously excavate the dewgrass. Shen Luo moved with great care, each action precisely avoiding the ant tunnels, lest he disturb any remaining spirit-biting ants. Following the panel's guidance, he preserved 1/3 of the roots before placing the dewgrass into a preservation box. "All done. We have gathered 3 specimens of dewgrass," Shen Luo announced, rising and brushing off the dust from his hands, a hint of relief gracing his features. "Shall we return now?" "Indeed," Feng Huayang nodded, though his gaze lingered on a grand tree towering above them. "However, before we head back, let's take a look up there." Following his direction, Shen Luo beheld a plant entwined around the tree trunk, adorned with blossoms of vivid red, their shape reminiscent of flames, with golden edges glistening softly. "Is that the flame blossom?" Shen Luo gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. The legendary flower, said to enhance fire attribute beast mastery energy? He had encountered images of the flame blossom in his studies, yet had never laid eyes upon such a rare specimen. Known to thrive only in environments rich in fire elements, and requiring exceedingly specific conditions for growth, making it a rare find indeed. Indeed, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Feng Huayang's eyes as Shen Luo sensed the elemental fire, likely emanating from the flame flower. This blossom would aid in Shen Luo's development. Let's ascend and gather a few. The two climbed the rocky slope, with Shen Luo leading the way, swiftly arriving beneath a grand tree. The flame flowers flourished on the upper trunk, approximately 3 meters above the ground, their petals glistening warmly under the sun, and the air was imbued with a faint essence of fire element. "I shall retrieve them," Feng Huayang declared, gracefully leaping up to grasp a branch, his body agilely scaling the tree. His movements were light, devoid of any strain, and he soon reached the vicinity of the flame flowers. Just as he extended his hand to pluck the first flower, a panel flashed before Shen Luo's eyes. Beast name, none, plant resource. Fire attribute, current state, semi-mature, Requires 3 more days of absorbing fire elements to fully mature. Current efficacy 60. Hidden attribute. Upon full maturity, petals can be refined in a fire essence, enhancing the purity of Shen Luo's flames by 10. Warning. Below the flowers lies a nest of flame beetles, which feed on the flower's sap and will emit flames if disturbed. They must be dealt with first. Senior, be cautious. Shen Luo warned again, his tone more urgent than before. There's a nest of flame beetles beneath the flowers. They will spew flames. Feng Huayang's hand halted midair as he glanced down at the tree bark, where indeed a small opening was visible, its edges marked by faint scorch marks, a clear indication of the flame beetle's presence. His curiosity deepened. Shen Luo consistently pinpointed hidden dangers with uncanny accuracy, ones that both he and Shen Luo had failed to sense. This could not merely be attributed to listening to their instructor. Shen Luo, attack the opening, Feng Huayang commanded without descending. Shen Luo immediately soared upwards, unleashing a slender jet of flame that precisely struck the opening. Moments later, several red beetles scuttled out, their wings flapping as they emitted tiny flames, only to be instantaneously reduced to ashes by Shen Luo's fire. Once assured of their safety, Feng Huayang carefully plucked 3 flame flowers, placing them into a specially designed sealed bag before leaping down from the tree. "Thank you," he said, meeting Shen Luo's gaze with sincerity. "Had it not been for you, I might have fallen victim to the flame beetle's attack." "No need for thanks. I was merely fortunate to notice," Shen Luo replied, a flush creeping to his cheeks as he averted his gaze from Feng Huayang's penetrating eyes, aware that his excuse was becoming increasingly tenuous. Feng Huayang chose not to confront him directly. Instead, he suddenly inquired, "Shen Luo, do you harbor a secret?" Shen Luo's body stiffened, his heartbeat nearly halting. He raised his head to meet Feng Huayang's probing gaze, opening his mouth yet finding no words to respond. At that moment, Shen Luo emitted a sharp cry. Pressing closer against Feng Huayang's shoulder, eyes warily scanning the depths of the forest. Feng Huayang's expression shifted abruptly. "This is bad. A high-level beast approaches." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. The ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding trees swayed violently, sending countless birds flying into the air. It was the Earth Shatter Bear. Shen Luo's face drained of color in an instant. According to the records, the Earth Shatter Bear was a high-level C-rank beast, possessing immense strength capable of easily shattering rocks, and it had an exceedingly irritable temperament. Feng Huayang immediately pulled Shen Luo behind him. The crimson flame spread its wings, and a thick shield of golden-orange fire coalesced in front, raising the temperature of the air dramatically. "You should hide behind the rocks." Feng Huayang's voice was deep and resolute, carrying an unyielding certainty. "This is between me and the crimson flame." "No." Shen Luo grasped his arm, panic evident in his eyes. "The Earth Shatter Bear is too powerful. The crimson flame has already expended considerable energy. You cannot face it alone." In his mind, he had already seen the information about the Earth Shatter Bear, C-rank, with both life and energy levels nearly at maximum, and a talent for manipulating the earth, capable of using rocks as weapons. While the crimson flame's fire was effective against it, the lack of energy made it difficult to inflict fatal damage. "Listen to me." Feng Huayang attempted to push him away. "The Earth Shatter Bear has a vast attack range. It is dangerous for you to stay here." "I won't hide." Shen Luo's resolve was unwavering as he gazed into Feng Huayang's eyes, urgency lacing his tone. "I know how to deal with the Earth Shatter Bear. Its weakness lies in its abdomen, where the fur is thinnest, and it requires 3 seconds to charge its earth power. We can strike while it's charging." Feng Huayang was taken aback. The bear's weakness was exceedingly well concealed, not even clearly documented in the Academy's advanced materials. How could Shen Luo possibly know this? Furthermore, to be aware of its charging time was no mere coincidence. "How do you know all this?" Feng Huayang's gaze pierced into him. Realizing he could no longer keep this secret, Shen Luo took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental revelation. "Senior Feng, I can actually see the evolutionary paths and weaknesses of beasts." No sooner had he spoken than the rumbling from the depths of the forest grew closer, The massive figure of the Earth Shadow Bear emerged from the trees, its blood-red eyes fixed upon them, drool dripping from its jaws, clearly regarding them as prey. Feng Huayang had no time to pursue his questions further and had to suppress his doubts for the moment. "All right, I believe you," he said to Shen Luo. "I will have the crimson flame distract it with fire. You tell me when it begins to charge, and we will strike at its abdomen." Shen Luo nodded vigorously, his palms slick with sweat, yet his heart was resolute. This was the first time he was using his secret to assist another, and the first time he felt he was not a useless zero contractor. The Earth Shadow Bear let out another roar and charged toward them. Its massive paw struck the ground, sending countless fragments of rock hurtling their way. "Crimson Flame, fire barrier," Feng Huayang commanded immediately. The crimson flame emitted a fierce cry, and the fire barrier expanded instantaneously, shielding them from the incoming debris. However, the bear's strength was overwhelming. The barrier trembled under the impact, the flames visibly dimming. It is about to use its earth power. Shen Luo fixed his gaze intently on the movements of the earth split bear, noting the slight elevation of its forepaw as a yellowish glow began to coalesce in its palm. 2 seconds. 1 second. Now, Feng Huayang's eyes sharpened as he commanded Qi Yin, "Unleash a fiery assault on its abdomen." Qi Yin surged forth from behind the wall of flames, its wings ablaze, transforming into a golden beam that shot precisely towards the bear's midsection. A mournful howl escaped the earth-split bear as the flames struck its belly, igniting its fur in an instant. Writhing in agony, it rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing it. "Now's our chance, let us go." Feng Huayang grasped Shen Luo's hand firmly and turned to flee toward the forest's edge. Qi Yin trailed closely behind, occasionally glancing back to unleash flames, hindering the bear's pursuit. The two raced fervently until they burst from the forest's confines and into the hovering vehicle, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Shen Luo leaned back in his seat, panting heavily, the warmth of Feng Huayang's hand still lingering in his palm from their hurried escape. Feng Huayang activated the vehicle, casting a glance at Shen Luo, whose complexion had paled considerably. His tone softened significantly. "Thank you for your help back there." Shen Luo lifted his gaze to meet his, feeling a flush creep across his cheeks. "No need for thanks. I merely shared what I knew. Can you now divulge your secret to me?" Feng Huayang's voice was gentle, devoid of any coercion, yet imbued with an earnestness that was hard to resist. Observing him, along with Qi Yin, who was curiously regarding him as well, Shen Luo's internal hesitation began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began to reveal his secret regarding the ability to perceive the evolution paths and weaknesses of beast companions. Chapter 4. Trust and promise. The vehicle glided smoothly along the return route in the aerial highway, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, save for the occasional soft rustle of Qi Yin preening its feathers. Shen Luo clutched the hem of his clothing, his fingertips turning pale as he braced himself for the skepticism and possible alienation that might follow his revelation. After all, the ability to see evolution paths was exceedingly bizarre, far beyond ordinary comprehension. Feng Huayang remained silent, his light brown eyes fixed on the swiftly retreating clouds outside, as though processing this newfound information. Stealing a glance, Shen Luo's gaze met his, causing him to quickly avert his eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably once more. "So, when you first encountered the iron spine wolf by the stream, you already knew its evolution path and healing methods?" Feng Huayang's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. "Yes," Shen Luo replied softly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on his backpack. "I can see a translucent panel that displays information like the traps near the toxic spike vines, the locations of the devouring spirit ant nests, and the maturation time of the flame flowers." Fearing Feng Huayang's disbelief, he added, "I only discovered this ability after encountering the iron spine wolf during this mission. I had never experienced it before. I understand this sounds peculiar, but I assure you, it is the truth." Silence enveloped the cabin once more, Shen Luo's heartbeat accelerating as he consciously lightened his breath. He could sense that Feng Huayang's gaze was fixed upon him, and the probing look made him feel utterly uncomfortable, yet he dared not avert his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of uttering another explanation, Feng Huayang suddenly smiled. It was not a superficial smile, but one imbued with genuine warmth. The corners of his eyes crinkled slightly, and in his light brown irises there seemed to dance fragments of light. "I believe you." Shen Luo abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. You believe me? Why do you believe me?" Feng Huayang pointed to the crimson flame resting on his shoulder. "When confronting the Earth Shatterbear earlier, your insights regarding its weaknesses and the charging time were impeccably accurate. The fiery assault from the crimson flame indeed struck its vital points. Had you not known these details in advance, such precision would have been unattainable." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, regarding the spirit-eating ant and the flame beetle, your timing in alerting me was impeccable, and your details were even more precise than the Academy's records. Such occurrences cannot merely be attributed to luck. Only the panel you mentioned could elucidate them." Upon hearing these words, Shen Luo's tense form instantly relaxed, and his eyes unexpectedly began to well with tears. He had feared that his secret would be deemed an aberration, that he would be ostracized, yet he had not anticipated Feng Huayang's readiness to trust him so effortlessly. This trust warmed him more than any words of consolation could. "Thank you," he said, his voice slightly hoarse, hastily turning his face away to conceal the redness in his eyes from Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang chose not to press the matter further, simply retrieving a bottle of water from his storage space and handing it to him. "No need for thanks. In truth, your ability is quite formidable, even more valuable than my affinity for beast mastery." Shen Luo took the water, momentarily stunned. He had always perceived his ability as merely auxiliary, especially since he lacked a contracted beast. Even if he understood the evolutionary paths, he had no means to cultivate a beast of his own. "Have you not realized?" Feng Huayang regarded him earnestly. "Your ability not only reveals evolutionary paths, but also anticipates danger and discerns the hidden attributes of resources. For a beast master, such information can significantly reduce detours, even enabling the cultivation of powerful beasts that others might scarcely imagine." Shen Luo had never contemplated these aspects. He gazed at his hands, suddenly realizing that this secret, which had once confounded and frightened him, could indeed become his weapon, not for self-validation, but to assist those precious beasts he cared for, including Feng Huayang before him. "Yet I do not possess a contracted beast. Even if I understand the evolutionary paths, I cannot apply this knowledge," he replied, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Feng Huayang remained silent for a few moments before speaking. "If you are willing, we could collaborate." "Collaborate?" Shen Luo looked up at him, his eyes brimming with confusion. "Yes," Feng Huayang nodded, his gaze shifting to the crimson flame. "You would help me devise a plan for the crimson flame's evolutionary path, as well as cultivation strategies for any other beasts we might encounter. In return, I will assist you in finding a suitable contracted beast. Although your affinity for contracts is 0, perhaps through your abilities, we can discover a unique beast capable of transcending this limitation." This proposal was exceedingly tempting. Shen Luo could scarcely believe his ears. He gazed into Feng Huayang's sincere eyes, and then at the crimson flame's hopeful golden irises, and a corner of his heart suddenly illuminated. "Is it truly possible?" Shen Luo's voice quivered slightly as he expressed his concern, fearing that his inadequacy might hinder both you and Qi Yan's evolution. "It won't," Feng Huayang interjected, his tone resolute. "You have already assisted me considerably, whether it was dealing with the Rift Bear or the previous resource gathering. Moreover, Qi Yan is quite fond of you." In response to Feng Huayang's words, Qi Yan suddenly descended from his shoulder, landing upon Shen Luo's lap, gently nudging his palm with its head and emitting a soft coo. The warmth radiating from the creature filled Shen Luo's heart, dissipating all his doubts and anxieties. "All right," Shen Luo nodded emphatically, his eyes glimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. "I am willing to collaborate with you." Witnessing his excitement, a gentle smile graced Feng Huayang's lips once more. He retrieved a small silver box from his storage space and handed it to Shen Luo. "This is for you." Upon opening the box, Shen Luo discovered a meticulously crafted silver badge adorned with an outspread phoenix, reminiscent of the emblem on Feng Huayang's collar, albeit smaller in size. This is the member badge of the Phoenix Squad, Feng Huayang elucidated. I have established a team dedicated to the study of beast evolution, and currently, I am its sole member. From this day forth, you shall be the second member. With this badge, you will have unrestricted access to the Academy's advanced beast database and exclusive training facilities, which will aid you in understanding the pathways of beast evolution. As Shen Luo held the badge, his fingertips caressed the phoenix motif, his heart brimming with gratitude. He understood the rarity of the Phoenix Squad's member badge and how many would vie for such an honor. Feng Huayang's generous trust would forever remain etched in his memory. Thank you, Senior Feng, Shen Luo said, carefully placing the badge into his pocket as if it were a priceless treasure. You needn't call me senior any longer, Feng Huayang replied, his gaze softening. From now on, we are partners. You may simply call me by my name. All right, Feng Huayang, Shen Luo whispered his name, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yet he found it exceedingly endearing. The hover car soon arrived at the Academy's entrance. As they alighted, they encountered their advisor, Teacher Li, approaching them. You're back. Was the mission successful? Teacher Li inquired, his gaze settling on Shen Luo with a hint of concern. Shen Luo, are you injured? I'm fine, Teacher Li. Shen Luo hastily shook his head. The mission went very well. We collected 3 degrass plants and even found a flame flower. Wonderful. Teacher Li's face lit up with a gratifying smile before turning to Feng Huayang. Huayang, thank you for looking after Shen Luo. Not at all, Teacher Li. Shen Luo has been a tremendous help to me, Feng Huayang replied sincerely, devoid of any pretense. Teacher Li was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Feng Huayang. He glanced between Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. It seems you two have gotten along splendidly. By the way, Shen Luo, the Academy just notified us that the 3rd-year beast training assessment will take place next week. At the mention of the assessment, Shen Luo's expression instantly paled. He understood that the Beast Master training assessment required collaboration between the Beast Master and their contracted beast. Lacking a contracted beast himself, he had to rely on the leniency of his teachers to barely pass each evaluation. Feng Huayang noticed his unusual demeanor and spoke nonchalantly. Teacher Li, I would like to team up with Shen Luo for this assessment. Teacher Li was taken aback. You two together? But the assessment requires students from the same grade to form teams. I have already applied to the Academy, Feng Huayang explained, to participate in the 3rd-year assessment as a senior assistant, primarily responsible for safety assurance. Shen Luo has a strong perception of the environment, and our collaboration will enable us to complete the tasks more effectively. Teacher Li glanced at Feng Huayang and then at Shen Luo. After a few moments of hesitation, he nodded. Very well, since you have applied, I will assist you in reporting this. Shen Luo, make sure to perform well in this assessment, and do not let Huayang's kindness go to waste. I will, Teacher Li. Shen Luo quickly nodded, filled with gratitude. He knew that Feng Huayang was helping him. With Feng Huayang and Xian, he no longer had to worry about failing this assessment. After bidding farewell to Teacher Li, the two made their way toward the dormitory area. On the way, Shen Luo couldn't help but ask, Feng Huayang, why did you help me apply for the assessment team? I could manage the auxiliary work even without a contracted beast. Feng Huayang interrupted him, his tone earnest, however, with Xian and me. You can focus more on showcasing your abilities, such as identifying hidden resources in the tasks and anticipating potential dangers. This will also serve as an excellent opportunity for collaboration. Shen Luo looked at him, feeling warmth in his heart. He understood that Feng Huayang was considerate of his pride, avoiding a direct offer of help and instead framing it as a collaborative practice, making it easier for him to accept. By the way, let's visit the Academy's Advanced Beast Master Data Library tomorrow, Feng Huayang suddenly suggested. It contains many rare materials regarding beast evolution that might complement your panel information and help formulate a more precise evolution plan for Xian. Sure, Shen Luo immediately agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had long heard of the Advanced Beast Master Data Library at the Academy, which housed numerous precious materials that even ordinary beast masters could not access, but he had never been able to enter due to insufficient permissions. As they reached the base of the dormitory building and prepared to part ways, Feng Huayang suddenly called out to Shen Luo, "Shen Luo." Shen Luo turned back to look at him. Feng Huayang retrieved a small sachet from his storage space and handed it to him. This is made from the feather powder shed during Xian's molting. It can repel lower-tier exotic beasts. Keep it on you. It will ensure your safety when you go out tonight. Shen Luo accepted the sachet, feeling its warmth and the faint scent of flames. He gazed at Feng Huayang, deeply moved. "Thank you, Feng Huayang." "You're welcome." Feng Huayang smiled. "Tomorrow morning at 9, I will wait for you at the data library entrance." "All right. See you tomorrow." Shen Luo nodded vigorously and turned to rush into the dormitory building. Watching his figure disappear at the corridor's entrance, Feng Huayang then turned to leave. Xian flew up from his shoulder, circling above his head and emitting a curious chirp. "You find him special too, don't you?" Feng Huayang gently stroked Xian's head. His tone's soft, his abilities, as well as his character, are indeed remarkable. Perhaps he truly has the ability to alter the fate of the Zero Contractors. The crimson flame brushed against his palm, as if in agreement with his words. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Luo carefully hung the sachet gifted by Feng Huayang at the head of his bed, then took out the badge of the Phoenix Squad. Gazing at it for an extended period, he settled at his desk, opened his laptop, and began to research the materials he might need for the library visit the following day, determined to be thoroughly prepared and to honor Feng Huayang's trust. The glow of the computer screen illuminated his face, reflecting a serious expression filled with anticipation for the future. He understood that from this day forward, his life would no longer be that of a dismal Zero Contractor, but rather one imbued with new direction and trustworthy companions. On the following morning, Shen Luo rose early, donned a clean outfit, and deliberately wore the sachet gifted by Feng Huayang. He arrived 10 minutes ahead of schedule at the entrance of the Advanced Beast Master Library, only to discover that Feng Huayang was already waiting for him there. "Good morning, Feng Huayang." Shen Luo approached briskly, a smile gracing his face. "Morning," Feng Huayang replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "You're quite early." "I was worried about being late," Shen Luo admitted, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Feng Huayang chuckled, producing his access card and swiping it at the library's entrance. "Let us go in and take a look." The grand doors of the library creaked open, releasing a gentle waft of ink fragrance. The interior surpassed Shen Luo's expectations in size, with towering bookshelves neatly arranged, filled with an array of printed books and electronic resources. The soft lighting from the ceiling cast a serene and solemn atmosphere. The materials within were categorized into 4 distinct areas: basic beast master knowledge, advanced beast evolution, rare beast compendium, and special beast abilities research. As they walked, Feng Huayang explained, "Let us first explore the advanced beast evolution section to see if there are any materials regarding the evolution of phoenix-type beasts." Following closely behind, Shen Luo curiously surveyed the surrounding shelves. He noticed many unfamiliar titles, such as Ancient Beast Evolution Atlas, Elemental Beast Potential Development, and Mutation Beast Gene Research, all of which were beyond his reach in the ordinary library. Upon reaching the Advanced Beast Evolution section, Feng Huayang retrieved a hefty, beautifully bound book titled Comprehensive Analysis of Phoenix-Type Beast Evolution. He opened the book, revealing numerous colorful illustrations that meticulously documented the evolutionary stages and requirements for various phoenix beasts. "Look here," Feng Huayang pointed to a page stating that the ultimate evolutionary form of the Crimson Flame Phoenix is the 7-color Divine Phoenix, requiring the absorption of 7 distinct elemental essences and the completion of an evolution ritual in a specific environment. Shen Luo leaned closer, his eyes lighting up. "I saw the panel for the Crimson Flame yesterday. It also mentioned the evolutionary path to the 7-color Divine Phoenix, although it did not detail the types of elemental essences required. Furthermore, the panel indicated that the Crimson Flame currently lacks the water elemental essence. If we could locate resources containing pure water elements, we could initiate the next stage of evolution." Feng Huayang's expression instantly transformed with excitement. "Really? Then we should prioritize our search for water elemental resources." In the Academy's task repository, there exists a mission to collect ice spirit crystals from the ice crystal lake. These crystals are imbued with pure water elements, which may fulfill the needs of the Crimson Flame. How wonderful! An excited smile graced Shen Luo's face. When shall we embark on this quest? Perhaps after the assessments next week, suggested Feng Huayang, closing his book. Following the evaluations, there will be a week's respite, during which we can venture to the ice crystal lake. Excellent. Shen Luo nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with anticipation. He could sense that his collaboration with Feng Huayang was becoming increasingly seamless, and at last, his abilities were finding their rightful application. The two spent the entire morning in the data repository, perusing extensive information regarding beast evolution. Shen Luo meticulously cross-referenced the panel information with the contents of the documents, discovering numerous complementary details, even deducing some hidden conditions not explicitly mentioned on the panel. At noon, they departed the repository and made their way to the Academy's cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria was bustling with students, many of whom, upon spotting Feng Huayang, couldn't help but turn to steal glances at him, while others approached him for greetings, to which Feng Huayang responded courteously. "I didn't realize you were so popular around here," Shen Luo remarked softly. Feng Huayang chuckled. "It's merely due to the reputation of the Crimson Flame." They found a window-side table and ordered their preferred meals. During their meal, Shen Luo suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Feng Huayang, do you know what the assessment task is for next week?" "I have a general idea," Feng Huayang replied between bites. According to Teacher Li, the task involves collecting moonlight grass in the Academy's training forest and eliminating the toxic mist spiders that dwell there. The toxic mist spider is a D-class beast, known for its potent venom and tendency to congregate, which poses a bit of a challenge. Shen Luo's heart steadied at this information. He knew that moonlight grass only blooms at night and thrives in dark, damp environments, making it easily overlooked. As for the weakness of the toxic mist spiders, he might discern it through the panel, allowing him to assist Feng Huayang when the time comes. "Rest assured, with me by your side, we shall undoubtedly succeed in our assessment," Shen Luo declared with unwavering conviction as he gazed at Feng Huayang. The latter, unable to suppress a smile at Shen Luo's confidence, replied, "I believe in you." Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the two in a warm, gentle embrace. As Shen Luo beheld Feng Huayang's smiling visage, he felt an inexplicable sense that perhaps the destiny of the Zero Contractors would indeed be irrevocably transformed through this collaboration and the presence of this individual. Chapter 5. Unrest on the eve of the assessment. The nightfall in the training forest arrived earlier than usual, with leaden gray clouds pressing low, obscuring even the moonlight. Shen Luo crouched beneath an ancient oak, his fingertips gently brushing against the damp moss covering the ground. According to the records, the root system of the moonlight grass secretes a faintly blue viscous substance, which only permeates the surface when it is on the verge of blooming. When mixed with the moss, it emits a subtle glow. "Haven't you found anything yet?" Feng Huayang's voice called from behind, with the Crimson Flame perched on his shoulder, its golden-orange feathers radiating a warm light that barely illuminated a few meters around them. Shen Luo rose to his feet, shaking his head. Moments ago, he had spotted a suspicious slime in the Eastern Depression, but it lacked fluorescence, indicating that the blooming period had yet to arrive. He retrieved a specially designed fluorescence lamp from his backpack, switching it on. A soft lavender beam swept across the ground, revealing that the humidity of the moss and the soil's pH levels were indeed conducive to the growth of moonlight grass. With patience, they were bound to yield results. This was the evening prior to the assessment, and the two had intentionally arrived at the training forest to scout the area in advance. According to the assessment requirements, they needed to collect at least 3 mature moonlight grass specimens within 12 hours the following day, while simultaneously eliminating at least 10 toxic mist spiders. Although these creatures were merely D-class beasts, they excelled at weaving webs for ambush and could spray a paralyzing mist, posing a particular threat during the night. Especially for Shen Luo, who lacked a contracted beast. Feng Huayang approached his side, his gaze fixed upon the ground, illuminated by the fluorescence lamp. She had detected faint plant spiritual energy near the rocky outcrop to the west, Perhaps there lies moonlight grass. However, he hesitated, his tone now tinged with caution, noting that the spider silk surrounding the rocky pile was denser than in other areas, hinting at a possible nest of toxic mist spiders. Shen Luo's heart tightened, immediately recalling information he had encountered in earlier reports. Toxic mist spiders typically built their nests in areas abundant with prey, and the spiritual energy emitted by moonlight grass would naturally attract small insects, making it an easy target. He turned off the fluorescence lamp and took out a topographic map from his backpack, marking it under the dim glow of Shen. Let's first circumvent the rocky outcrop and head towards a stream to the north, where the humidity is higher, and previous expeditions have recorded the growth of moonlight grass. As they turned, a familiar translucent panel suddenly flashed before Shen Luo, but this time it bore a warning rather than information about plants or beasts. The text read, "Environmental alert. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the western region of the training forest from rocky outcrop to stream. Suspected traces of high-level beasts. Immediate evacuation recommended." Shen Luo's steps abruptly halted, his heart racing. High-level beasts? The training forest, designated as the Academy's assessment site, typically housed only C-class intermediate beasts, with dedicated instructors patrolling regularly. How could there suddenly be signs of high-level beasts? What is wrong? Feng Huayang noticed his unease and immediately halted. She too tensed, its golden-orange flames flickering at the tips of its feathers, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "We should leave here at once." Shen Luo's voice trembled slightly as he pointed towards the west. "I sense something amiss. There seems to be a peculiar energy disturbance, possibly indicating a high-level beast." He refrained from directly mentioning the panel's warning, fearing that Feng Huayang might deem him overly dramatic, thus opting to disguise his apprehension with intuition. Feng Huayang's expression turned grave. He recognized that Shen Luo's instincts were seldom unfounded. Previous warnings about the spirit-eating ants, fire beetles, and the weaknesses of the earth-rending bears had all been foreseen by him. He immediately gestured for Shen Luo to take cover behind him while commanding Shen, deploy a fire detection scan, with a range of 50 meters. With a cry, Shen flapped its wings, sending countless tiny flames soaring towards the west. Once these fiery particles come into contact with living beings or energy fluctuations, they emit varying hues of light. 4 low-tier Beast Tamers. The flames transform into a delicate crimson. 4 high-tier Beast Tamers. They shift to a profound azure. Moments latte. An intense, deep blue radiance suddenly illuminated the western horizon, followed by a low, thunderous roar. Despite the considerable distance, a subtle tremor coursed through the ground. It was the shadow leopard. Feng Huayang's pupils dilated in shock. This C-grade high-tier beast, adept in stealth and ambush, how could it possibly be here? Shen Luo was equally taken aback. He had encountered descriptions of the shadow leopard in his studies. This beast, enveloped in darkness, could blend seamlessly into the shadows. Its claws were laced with venom, and its speed was unparalleled. Only a team of highly skilled beast tamers could hope to contend with it. "We must flee." Feng Huayang urgently grasped Shen Luo's hand and darted towards the edge of the forest. Qian followed closely, occasionally unleashing flames that scorched the ground, leaving a trail of fire. This served as a warning signal for patrolling instructors and a temporary deterrent against the shadow leopard's pursuit. The two raced ahead, and Shen Luo felt the oppressive sensation behind them, as if a pair of icy eyes were fixated on their every move. He clutched Feng Huayang's hand tightly. The warmth of his palm provided a fleeting sense of calm, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Just ahead is the forest boundary. Feng Huayang's voice was tinged with urgency. He sensed the shadow leopard closing the distance with alarming speed. At that moment, a panel flashed before Shen Luo's eyes. Beast name, Shadow Leopard. Current level, C-grade high tier, current status. Injured old wound on left hind leg. Speed compromised, abnormal reason. Driven out by a higher tier beast, forced into lower tier territory for sustenance. Escape suggestion, run downstream along the creek, utilize the water flow to mask scent. The shadow leopard fears water. Run towards the creek. Shen Luo shouted without hesitation. The shadow leopard fears water. We can use the current to conceal our presence. Feng Huayang did not hesitate for a moment, immediately altering their course towards the creek. Though he was unaware of how Shen Luo knew the shadow leopard's aversion to water, past experiences compelled him to unconditionally trust Shen Luo's judgment. They plunged into the icy creek, the cold water quickly rising to their ankles. And Shen Luo sensed the oppressive pressure behind them significantly diminish. He glanced back to see a dark silhouette halted at the creek's edge, its crimson eyes fixated on them. Yet it dared not enter the water, only emitting an enraged growl. "We did it!" Shen Luo exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant. "Let us continue downstream until we are out of the training forest." Feng Huayang nodded, pulling Shen Luo along as they sprinted through the creek. She insert above, occasionally turning back to unleash flames at the shadow leopard, preventing it from advancing. After about 10 minutes of frantic running, they finally burst forth from the confines of the training forest, spotting the distant lights of the academy. The shadow leopard did not pursue any further, evidently wary of the water and the academy's patrolling forces. The two collapsed onto the grassy verge of the forest, panting heavily. Shen Luo's garments were thoroughly soaked by the stream, clinging to his body with a chilling sensation. Yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the anxiety and trepidation he had just experienced. "Thank you." Feng Huayang's voice was somewhat hoarse as he gazed at Shen Luo, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Were it not for you, we might have been overtaken by the shadow leopard." Shen Luo shook his head, still rattled. "I merely had good fortune and was aware of its vulnerabilities." He refrained from mentioning the panel. The situation had been too urgent for explanations, and he was uncertain how to articulate it now. Feng Huayang did not press further. Instead, he retrieved 2 dry coats from his storage space, handing one to Shen Luo. "Change into this. We mustn't let you catch a cold." He paused before adding, "What transpired earlier is peculiar. Shadow leopards should not inhabit the training forest, especially not an injured one. I suspect something may have occurred deeper within the forest." Shen Luo donned the coat, the warmth providing him with slight comfort. He recalled the mention of being expelled by higher-tier beast tamers on the panel, a wave of unease washing over him. Could there be beast tamers stronger than the shadow leopard in the depths of the forest? "It is quite possible." Feng Huayang replied gravely. "During tomorrow's assessment, we must exercise greater caution, avoiding the western region as much as possible. We should also alert the other students participating in the assessment to prioritize their safety." Shen Luo nodded, though worry gnawed at him. The assessment would involve many third-year students, most of whom possessed only D or C rank initial-tier beasts. Encountering a shadow leopard or an even stronger beast could yield dire consequences. "We should inform Teacher Li at once," Shen Luo proposed, rising to urge the academy to dispatch personnel to investigate the training forest. Otherwise, tomorrow's assessment would be perilous. Feng Huayang rose in agreement. "Very well. Let us head to the administration building to find Teacher Li." As they made their way towards the administration building, Shen Luo could not help but inquire, "Feng Huayang, do you think the shadow leopard we encountered earlier is connected to the fisher bear in the Qingyu forest?" He felt an unsettling correlation between the recent anomalous beast activities. Feng Huayang paused, then fell into contemplation. "Your suggestion raises a valid point. Though separated by a mountain, the Qingyu forest and the training forest are linked by subterranean rivers. Perhaps some underlying cause has expanded the range of high-tier beasts, resulting in these anomalies." This conjecture left them both in silence. If such was indeed the case, not only the training forest and Qingyu forest, but the entire vicinity of the academy could be in jeopardy. They soon arrived at the administration building and found Teacher Li, who was working late. Upon hearing their report, her expression turned serious. "Are you saying this is true? A shadow leopard has appeared in the training forest?" "It is indeed true, Teacher Li," Feng Huayang affirmed. "We even caught a glimpse of it, and it bore a wound on its left hind leg, likely inflicted by another beast." Teacher Li immediately picked up the phone, dialing the academy's security office. "Hello, is this the security office? Dispatch a patrol team to the western region of the training forest at once, and be vigilant for traces of the C-tier high-level shadow leopard. Additionally, notify all students scheduled for tomorrow's assessment that it is temporarily canceled until we ascertain the situation." After hanging up the phone, Teacher Li gazed at the two students, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was fortunate that you discovered the issue in advance. Otherwise, tomorrow's assessment could have led to unforeseen consequences. Shen Luo and Huayang exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief. Although the assessment had been cancelled, they had averted a potential danger. Teacher Li, we suspect that the anomalies in the training forest are related to the Misty Forest, Huayang remarked. Previously, we encountered a C-rank advanced rift bear in the Misty Forest, and it seems the territory of high-level beast tamers is expanding. It may be necessary to send someone to investigate the dark river between the two forests. Teacher Li nodded in agreement. I will report this situation to the higher-ups at the academy and request that they arrange a professional investigation team. You both must be tired. It will be wise to return and rest. I will keep you informed of any developments. Thank you, Teacher Li, the two replied before turning to leave the office building. As they walked back to the dormitory, the night deepened around them. Shen Luo looked at Huayang beside him and felt an unexpected sense of security. Without Huayang and Xian, he might not have escaped the pursuit of the shadow leopard today. With the assessment cancelled, have our preparations gone to waste? Shen Luo couldn't help but ask. Huayang chuckled softly. Not at all. At least we identified the danger in advance and learned the shadow leopard's weaknesses. We will be better equipped to handle similar situations in the future. He paused, then continued. Once the academy conducts a thorough investigation, the assessment will certainly be rescheduled, and we can prepare again at that time. Shen Luo nodded, feeling some of his disappointment dissipate. He recalled their original plan to collect ice spirit crystals at the Crystal Lake the following day and inquired, should we postpone our trip to Crystal Lake? There's no need. Huayang shook his head. The academy has merely canceled the assessment. Students are still permitted to venture outside. Moreover, Crystal Lake is on the opposite side of the academy, far from the training forest, so there should be no danger. We will proceed with our original plan and take this opportunity to help Xian gather water elemental essence. All right. Shen Luo readily agreed, his eyes rekindling with anticipation. He was eager to see whether Xian would evolve to the next stage after absorbing the ice spirit crystals, and what information his panel would reveal. As they reached the dormitory entrance and prepared to part ways, Huayang suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a small detection device from his storage space and handed it to Shen Luo. This is a beast energy detector. It can sense high-level beast energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. Take it with you and ensure your safety during your trip to Crystal Lake tomorrow. Shen Luo accepted the device, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Huayang. Don't mention it, Huayang smiled. I will meet you at the academy gate at 8 tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow. Shen Luo nodded vigorously before turning to dash into the dormitory. Once back at his room, Shen Luo carefully placed the detector into his backpack and took out the sachet that Huayang had gifted him, fastening it onto his person. He sat before his desk, reflecting on the day's experiences in the training forest. Though a lingering trepidation remained, a newfound confidence blossomed within him. He realized that his abilities could not only assist Feng Huayang and Xian, but also protect himself in perilous moments, solidifying his resolve to collaborate with Feng Huayang. He opened his computer and began to research information about the Ice Crystal Lake. The data revealed that the lake lay at the foot of the snow-capped mountains in the northwest of the academy, perpetually frozen, with a rare type of ice essence crystal flourishing at the bottom, rich in pure water elements. This resource was crucial for the evolution of both water and fire attribute beasts. However, numerous low-tier ice attribute beasts surrounded the lake, necessitating careful navigation. Shen Luo noted the salient points in his notebook and marked potential growth areas for the ice essence crystal on the terrain map. He understood that tomorrow's expedition to the Ice Crystal Lake was not solely to aid Qi Yan in gathering resources for evolution, but also a significant test of his abilities. He needed to demonstrate that he could not only anticipate danger, but also provide Feng Huayang with more precise and valuable information. As night deepened, he shut down his computer and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. He recalled the moment when Feng Huayang had pulled him along in a run and the sight of Qi Yan shielding them from above, filling his heart with warmth. He recognized that his life had irrevocably shifted due to this unexpected task and Feng Huayang's presence. Clutching the detector tightly, His gaze grew resolute. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, or the secrets concealed behind the anomalies of the training forest and the Qingyu forest, he would confront them alongside Feng Huayang and Qi Yan. They were partners, trusted allies. This trust would serve as their greatest strength in the face of adversity. Chapter 6. The Ice Essence and Shadows of Ice Crystal Lake. In the early morning, the chill of the snow-capped mountains enveloped fragments of ice, striking the windshield of the hover vehicle with a delicate rustling sound. Shen Luo peered out the window, the distant ice crystal lake resembling a frozen sapphire, its surface blanketed in a thick layer of ice. Sunlight cascaded upon it, refracting dazzling light, as if the very air carried the sharpness of ice crystals. They were merely 10 minutes from the lakeshore. Feng Huayang grasped the steering wheel, glancing at Shen Luo's slightly reddened nose, and adjusted the vehicle's internal temperature. The ice layer of the lake was 3 meters thick, and soon, Qi Yan would need to melt an opening to enable their descent for the ice essence crystals. Shen Luo nodded, retrieving the thermal gloves he had prepared from his backpack. The warmth from last night lingering in his fingertips, a hand warmer that Feng Huayang had insisted he take, fearing he might freeze in the 20-degree lower temperature at the foot of the snow mountains compared to the city. He observed Feng Huayang's focused profile as he drove. The light brown hair illuminated by the morning sun, taking on a soft golden hue, stirring a gentle warmth in his heart. The hover vehicle came to a halt on the lakeshore's vacant ground, and as they opened the doors, a biting cold wind rushed in, causing Shen Luo to shiver involuntarily. Qi Yan soared from Feng Huayang's shoulder, creating a warm barrier of golden-orange flames with a flap of its wings, instinctively flying to Shen Luo's side to shield him from the frigid gusts. It seemed that Qi Yan had taken a liking to him. Feng Huayang observed the scene before him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He seldom sought the company of anyone other than myself. Shen Luo gently caressed the soft feathers of Qi Yan, a warm sensation coursing through his fingertips, filling his heart with sweetness. Perhaps it was due to my frequent praises of its prowess. With a smile, Feng Huayang retrieved a specially crafted ice pick from his storage space. Let's find a location where the ice layer is thinner, allowing Qi Yan to melt a passage. The ice spirit crystals typically grow within the crevices of rocks at the lake's bottom and require diving to collect. The two walked along the lakeshore for about 10 minutes when Feng Huayang abruptly halted, pointing ahead at a section of the ice layer. Here seems suitable. I can hear the sound of flowing water beneath the ice, indicating proximity to the lake's bottom, which enhances our chances of locating the ice spirit crystals. Shen Luo crouched down and tapped on the ice layer, indeed hearing the faint sound of water flowing. Just as he was about to rise, a translucent panel flashed before him. Resource name: Ice Spirit Crystal. Current status: mature, contains high-purity water elements. Suitable for fire attribute beasts to absorb. Distribution location: 15 meters beneath the ice layer, eastern cluster of rocks at the lake's bottom. Marker point: 30 meters ahead. Ice layer thickness: 25 meters. Note: Icefin fish are active at the lake's bottom and will attack creatures approaching the crystals. Flames are needed to disperse them. Shen Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped Feng Huayang's arm. Feng Huayang, let's advance 30 meters. The ice layer there is thinner, and the ice spirit crystals lie just 15 meters beneath the rock cluster. Feng Huayang paused, gazing at him in confusion. How do you know this so precisely? Shen Luo hesitated momentarily before concocting an excuse. I came across information last night indicating that explorers mentioned ice spirit crystals generally grow near rock clusters with active water flow. The sound of water here seemed clearer, leading me to surmise that there might be some. Although this reasoning was not flawless, Feng Huayang did not press further, merely nodding in agreement. Very well, let us investigate. Upon reaching the location Shen Luo indicated, Feng Huayang commanded Qi Yan to soar above the ice layer, instructing Qi Yan, melt a passage with your flames, but be cautious with the temperature to avoid damaging the crystals below. Qi Yan let out a cry, its wings stirring as a gentle flame descended upon the ice layer. The ice melted instantaneously, emitting a sizzling sound, and soon a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter appeared. cold lake water surging forth from the opening. Feng Huayang produced a powerful flashlight and shone it into the hole, indeed revealing the eastern cluster of rocks at the lake's bottom, where faint blue glimmers illuminated the crevices. There lay the ice spirit crystals. They truly exist. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Huayang's eyes. Shen Luo, you are remarkable. Feeling a twinge of bashfulness, Shen Luo scratched his head, relieved that the panel's information was accurate. Otherwise, his ruse would have been unveiled. Feng Huayang retrieved a diving suit from his storage space and handed a set to Shen Luo. Put on the diving suit. We shall descend to collect them. The ice-fin fish are not highly aggressive, but they are numerous. Qi Yin will accompany us, using its flames for protection. Shen Luo accepted the diving suit and quickly donned it. The suit was remarkably warm, and he felt the chill dissipate immediately. The two equipped themselves with diving gear and sequentially leaped into the opening. The lake water was icy to the bone, and even clad in a diving suit, Shen Luo shivered. The crimson flames danced around him, forming a protective barrier in the water that shielded him from the biting cold and dispersed the circling ice-fin fish. Following the panel's guidance, the two soon arrived at a cluster of rocks at the lake's bottom. Nestled within the crevices were numerous pale blue ice crystals, their clarity reminiscent of exquisite sapphires, exuding a subtle aura of water elemental essence. Let us commence the collection, Feng Huayang declared, retrieving a specially designed tool and meticulously extracting a piece of ice crystal from the rock fissure. The moment the crystal was dislodged, it emitted a powerful surge of water elemental energy, causing the ice-fin fish nearby to become agitated and rush towards them. Crimson Flame, erect the fire barrier. Feng Huayang commanded immediately. With a fierce cry, the flames around Crimson Flame expanded, forming a golden shield that kept the ice-fin fish at bay. The fish collided with the barrier, instantly scorched by the flames, scattering in disarray. Shen Luo also picked up a collection tool, beginning to gather ice crystals. Following the panel's instructions, he selectively harvested only the mature crystals, leaving behind some immature ones, thus ensuring that Crimson Flame would have ample energy to absorb while allowing the ice crystals to continue their growth, preserving the local ecosystem. After approximately 20 minutes, the duo had amassed over 50 ice crystals, filling 2 specially designed storage boxes to the brim. That should suffice. Let us ascend, Feng Huayang said, glancing at the storage boxes as he addressed Shen Luo. Shen Luo nodded and followed Feng Huayang towards the cave's entrance. Just then, a warning flashed across his panel. Warning, shadow-skinned eel activity detected on the western side of the lake bottom. Level C intermediate, highly aggressive, target identified, approaching. A sudden tension gripped Shen Luo's heart, and he shouted to Feng Huayang, be cautious. A shadow-skinned eel is approaching from the west. Feng Huayang's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to the west. A dark silhouette darted through the water, rapidly closing in on them. It was indeed the shadow-skinned eel. Its body was jet black and elongated, armed with sharp teeth and glowing crimson eyes, a formidable adversary. Crimson Flame, unleash a flame attack. Feng Huayang ordered without hesitation. Crimson Flame pivoted and unleashed a torrent of golden fire toward the shadow-skinned eel. The flames spread through the water, creating a fiery sea that surged toward the eel. However, the creature was remarkably agile. It twisted its body, evading the fiery onslaught, and continued its advance towards the two. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Feng Huayang, mouth agape, aiming for his arm. Watch out, Shen Luo shouted, shoving Feng Huayang aside, barely escaping the eel's snapping jaws. Fortunately, Crimson Flame reacted swiftly, using its wings to block the assault, setting the shadow-skinned eel ablaze and eliciting a pained shriek from the creature. Feng Huayang steadied himself, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at Shen Luo. Are you unharmed? I'm fine, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head. The shadow-skinned eel is far too swift. We must leave this place at once. Feng Huayang nodded, commanding Crimson Flame, blaze a trail. Let us break free. Once more, Crimson Flame unleashed a torrent of fire, launching an attack against the shadow-skinned eel. This time, The shadow eel did not retreat, but charged forward into the flames, evidently enraged. Its body, scorched and smoking in the fire, showed no signs of backing down, as it unleashed a stream of black venom towards the two. "Quick dodge!" Feng Huayang exclaimed, pulling Shen Luo away from the venom's trajectory. The toxic liquid struck the rocks, instantly corroding a small hole, a testament to its potency. Seizing the opportunity during the shadow eel's attack, the two swiftly swam towards the cave's exit. Luo provided cover from behind, intermittently unleashing flames to thwart the shadow eel's pursuit. At last, they burst forth from the cave, climbing onto the icy surface. The shadow eel followed suit, but as it left the water, its movements became sluggish. "Luo, unleash a flame attack," Feng Huayang commanded from atop the ice. Luo soared into the air, and with a powerful flap of its wings, shot a golden pillar of fire at the shadow eel. The flames engulfed the creature upon impact, and it emitted a piercing shriek as its body gradually turned to ash in the blaze. Exhausted, the two collapsed onto the ice, gasping for breath. Shen Luo looked at Feng Huayang, his face awash with relief. "That was incredibly dangerous. I'm grateful for you and Luo." Feng Huayang smiled, patting his shoulder. "We are partners. It's only natural to help one another. Moreover, I must thank you as well. If you hadn't issued a warning in advance, we might have fallen victim to the shadow eel's attack." Shen Luo chuckled bashfully, remaining silent. He understood that their narrow escape was primarily due to the alert from the panel. Without it, he and Feng Huayang might have faced grave peril. After resting for a while and packing their belongings, they prepared to return to the academy. Sitting in the hover vehicle, Shen Luo gazed out at the rapidly retreating snowy mountains, yet his mind lingered on the recent encounter with the shadow eel. He couldn't shake the feeling that the abnormal beasts they had encountered recently were increasing in number, from the rift bear in the Qingyu forest to the shadow leopard in the training forest. And now the shadow eel, each exhibiting a higher level and greater aggression than usual. "Feng Huayang, have you noticed that the recent beasts seem somewhat unusual?" Shen Luo couldn't help but inquire. Feng Huayang paused for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, there is something amiss. The rift bear from the Qingyu forest, the shadow leopard from the training forest, and today's shadow eel, all of them have surpassed their normal activity levels, and their aggression is greater than what is recorded in the data. I suspect that environmental changes or some external influence may be at play." Shen Luo's heart sank as he recalled the anomalous energy fluctuations mentioned in the panel earlier. Could the emergence of these abnormal beasts be connected to that strange energy? "Should we report this to the academy?" Shen Luo asked. Feng Huayang nodded. "Yes, I will inform the academy upon our return. However, without sufficient evidence, they may not take it seriously. We need to continue observing and gather more clues." Shen Luo nodded in agreement, silently resolving to pay closer attention to the dynamics of the surrounding beasts and to utilize his abilities to uncover the reasons behind these anomalies. The hover vehicle soon arrived back at the academy. As they stepped out, they spotted their instructor, Mr. Li, waiting for them at the entrance. "You're back." Teacher Li approached them immediately upon seeing them, inquiring about the success of their journey to the ice crystal lake. "Was it smooth? Did you encounter any dangers?" "It went relatively well. We managed to collect numerous ice spirit crystals," Feng Huayang replied with a smile. "However, we did encounter a sea-level mid-tier shadow eel at the bottom of the lake, but fortunately, we evaded it in time." Teacher Li's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "A shadow eel? Isn't that creature typically found only in the deep sea? How could it possibly be in Ice Crystal Lake?" "We're not entirely certain." Feng Huayang shook his head. "Moreover, we recently encountered a rift bear in the Qingyu forest and a shadow leopard in the training forest. The activity range of these beasts has exceeded normal parameters. I suspect there may be some unusual circumstances affecting them." Teacher Li furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "This matter is not simple. I will report it to the higher-ups at the academy immediately so that they can organize personnel for an investigation. You two should also pay attention to your safety and avoid going out alone whenever possible." "Understood, Teacher Li," they replied in unison. After bidding farewell to Teacher Li, they made their way towards the dormitory area. Along the way, Feng Huayang suddenly halted and turned to Shen Luo. "Shen Luo, Let us visit the Academy's library tomorrow. It contains a wealth of information regarding ancient beasts and anomalous phenomena. Perhaps we can uncover some clues to explain the recent occurrences. Shen Luo's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I also wish to understand the cause behind these extraordinary appearances of the beasts. Feng Huayang smiled and continued. Additionally, we can take the opportunity to research the usage of ice spirit crystals to see how they can assist Qi Yin in advancing to the next stage of evolution. Yes. Shen Luo nodded vigorously, his heart filled with anticipation. He believed that as long as he worked alongside Feng Huayang, they would undoubtedly find answers to resolve these anomalies and aid Qi Yin in its evolution. Upon returning to the base of the dormitory, just as they prepared to part ways, Feng Huayang unexpectedly produced an ice spirit crystal from a storage space and handed it to Shen Luo. This is for you. Although you do not possess a contracted beast, the water element contained within the ice spirit crystal can nourish your body and will be beneficial to you. Shen Luo accepted the ice spirit crystal, feeling its coolness in his hand, yet it radiated a gentle energy that brought him comfort. Looking at Feng Huayang, he felt deeply touched. Thank you, Feng Huayang. There's no need for thanks, Feng Huayang replied with a smile. I will wait for you at the library entrance at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, see you tomorrow. Shen Luo nodded firmly and turned to dash into the dormitory. Once back in his room, Shen Luo carefully placed the ice spirit crystal on his desk and took out the samples he had collected earlier that day, examining them closely. He watched the flowing water element within the crystal and silently vowed to uncover the cause of the anomalies as swiftly as possible, safeguarding the Academy and those around him, while also aiding Feng Huayang and Qi Yin in achieving their goals. As night deepened, Shen Luo lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. He recalled the adventure at Ice Crystal Lake, the protection offered by Feng Huayang and Qi Yin, and the promises exchanged between them, his heart brimming with strength. He understood that the road ahead would be long, likely fraught with further dangers and challenges, but with Feng Huayang and Qi Yin by his side, he felt emboldened to face anything that lay ahead. He closed his eyes, silently anticipating tomorrow's visit to the library, yearning to uncover clues that could unravel the mystery, and to embark on a new adventure alongside Feng Huayang. Chapter 7. The prophecy and the symbiotic mark. In ancient texts, the morning light in the library always carries the unique scent of aged books. As Shen Luo pushed open the heavy wooden door, he spotted Feng Huayang seated by the window, delicately holding a gilded ancient tome between his fingertips. The crimson flame curled on his lap, its golden orange feathers bathed in the sunlight, transforming into a warm white hue. The ancient beast-keeping resource section was located on the 3rd floor. I had previously consulted the catalog and discovered several rare volumes concerning elemental imbalances and the anomalies of beast companions. When Feng Huayang looked up, his eyes still held a lingering focus. He gently placed the crimson flame onto the table, clearing a space for Shen Luo. Please take a seat. I just came across a peculiar entry that might pique your interest. Shen Luo settled beside him, his gaze falling upon the open ancient text. The yellowed pages were adorned with intricate patterns resembling some totem, while the accompanying ancient script required a translator to comprehend. When the essence of fire meets the spirit of water, shadows shall awaken from the depths. Only the symbiote can resolve the imbalance of heaven and earth. What is a symbiote? Shen Luo inquired, pointing at the line. His fingertip inadvertently brushed against Feng Huayang's hand, causing both to pause momentarily. He quickly withdrew his hand, a flush creeping to his ears. I have not encountered this term in any of the Academy's records. Feng Huayang's fingertip glided gently over the words symbiote, a flicker of contemplation crossing his light brown eyes. I suspect it pertains to the unique constitution of beast masters. Observe this annotation. Symbiotes bear no contract markings, yet can commune with the hearts of beasts and perceive the paths of evolution. Does it not seem to describe your abilities? Shen Luo's heart raced suddenly. The description within the ancient text resonated startlingly with his own circumstances. Could it be that his zero-contract constitution and evolution pathway were not mere coincidences? He instinctively touched the phoenix emblem tucked within his pocket, the cool metal grounding him slightly. But what are the essence of fire and the spirit of water. Are they related to the earth-rending bear and the shadow leopard we encountered? Perhaps they are. Feng Huayang turned the page to reveal illustrations of two beasts. One a phoenix enveloped in crimson flames, the other a colossal whale shrouded in ice crystals. Do these beasts not resemble the ultimate form of the crimson flame, the seven-colored phoenix, and the potential existence of the ice crystal whale from the ice crystal lake? The records state that the core energies of these two beasts are the essence of fire and the spirit of water. Shen Luo leaned in for a closer look, his heart pounding with increasing intensity. The phoenix depicted in the ancient text bore striking similarities to the feather patterns of the crimson flame, save for the addition of 6 luminous bands of varying colors, whereas the ice crystal whale was illustrated with a blue crystal embedded in its brow, identical to the ice crystal they had collected. If the essence of fire is the core energy of the crimson flame, then the spirit of water. Shen Luo suddenly recalled the twinkling ice crystals at the bottom of the ice crystal lake. Could they be remnants of the ice crystal whale? Yet, they had seen no trace of the whale in the lake. Just as Feng Huayang was about to speak, the crimson flame emitted an urgent cry, flapping its wings and brushing against Shen Luo's wrist. Before Shen Luo's eyes, a familiar interface suddenly flashed, presenting not merely a singular piece of information, but rather a vivid sequence of images. Scene alert. At the confluence of the misty green forest and the training forest dark river, there exists a fluctuation of advanced shadow energy, originating from the shadow crystal core. Related information. The shadow crystal core, upon absorbing elemental energy, gives rise to shadow beasts, such as the earth splitter bear, shadow leopard, and shadow eel, all derivatives thereof. Key hint. Ice soul crystals can temporarily suppress shadow energy, while the flames of crimson blaze can purify the core, albeit requiring a symbiotic mark to guide the energy. Symbiotic mark requires the fusion of core energies between the beast master and their beast, triggered solely by a symbiotic entity. As the interface vanished, Shen Luo still felt the chilling touch of the shadow crystal core lingering on his fingertips. He abruptly grasped Feng Huayang's arm, his tone urgent. I have discerned the source of the anomalous beasts. At the intersection of the misty green forest and the training forest dark river, there exists a shadow crystal core that is absorbing elemental energy to birth shadow beasts. Feng Huayang was taken aback by his sudden movement, but did not push him away. Instead, he tightened his grip on Shen Luo's cool hand. Do not rush. Speak slowly. What did you witness? It was only then that Shen Luo realized he had been holding too tightly and quickly released his grip, recounting the details from the interface, including the suppressive properties of the ice soul crystal, the purifying capabilities of the crimson blaze, and the enigmatic symbiotic mark. Feng Huayang lowered his gaze to the ancient tome on the table, his fingers swiftly flipping to the last page, where an odd illustration depicted a phoenix's flame interwoven with a human palm, a golden mark shimmering at the center. Look at this. Does it not pertain to the symbiotic mark you mentioned? Shen Luo leaned closer, his breath momentarily suspended. The illustration in the tome was an exact replica of the symbiotic mark he had just seen on the interface. He pointed to the small text at the edge of the illustration. It states that the mark must be awakened through the heart as a guide, and blood as a medium. Is it suggesting that our blood must merge with the core energy of crimson blaze? Feng Huayang's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. If this is indeed the sole method to purify the shadow crystal core, we must attempt it. Shen Luo's heart skipped a beat. He understood the perilous nature of this process. The fusion of core energies between a beast master and their beast could lead to chaotic energy surges, endangering their lives. Yet, thinking of the beasts ensnared by shadow energy and the potential threat to the faculty and students of the academy, he nodded. Very well, I am willing to try. Crimson Blaze seemed to comprehend their dialogue, gently nuzzling Shen Luo's palm, its golden orange feathers radiating a soft light, as if conveying a message of reassurance. They wasted no time. After tidying the ancient tome, they promptly made their way to the academy's beast energy laboratory. The laboratory was overseen by Professor Zhang, Feng Huayang's mentor. Upon hearing their report and plan, he furrowed his brow tightly. The symbiotic mark is a relic of ancient legend. Its feasibility has never been verified. Moreover, the energy intensity of the shadow crystal core remains unknown. Your reckless attempt could lead to... Professor Zhang, we are out of time, Feng Huayang interjected, his tone resolute. If we do not purify the shadow crystal core swiftly, the number of shadow beasts will only proliferate, and the entire academy will be at risk. Moreover, Shen Luo possesses the remarkable ability to perceive critical information, which may well be a divine opportunity bestowed upon us. Professor Zhang gazed at Feng Huayang and then at Shen Luo, pausing in silence for a few moments before retrieving a silver energy container from his drawer. Within this vessel lies an elemental stabilizer, designed to protect your meridians during the fusion of energies. I will monitor the data in real time from outside the laboratory, and should any anomalies arise, I will immediately terminate the experiment. The energy array at the center of the laboratory had been activated, with soft blue light patterns swirling across the floor, forming a colossal circular design. Feng Huayang instructed Qi Yin to stand at the center of the energy array, while he and Shen Luo positioned themselves on either side of the array's focal points. Shortly, I will guide Qi Yin to unleash its core flame energy. You must endeavor to perceive the flow of energy with your abilities, and subsequently, let a drop of your blood fall upon Qi Yin's feathers. Feng Huayang's gaze lingered on Shen Luo's face, tinged with concern. If you feel unwell, please inform me immediately. Shen Luo nodded, retrieving a small dagger from his pocket and gently slicing the tip of his finger. Vivid red blood fell onto Qi Yan's feathers, instantly absorbed by the flames, transforming into a crimson thread of light that soared towards the heart of the energy array. Feng Huayang promptly closed his eyes, directing Qi Yin to release its core energy. Golden-orange flames erupted from Qi Yin, intertwining with the red thread of light to form a radiant beam that shot upward into the energy array. Before Shen Luo, a panel flickered once more, this time with clear information. Symbiotic mark activation, blood fusion level 60, energy resonance level 40. Strengthen the connection of hearts required. Tip: envision your shared memories with Qi Yin and Feng Huayang, using trust as a guide to enhance resonance. Taking a deep breath, Shen Luo closed his eyes and began to reminisce about the experiences shared with Feng Huayang and Qi Yin, the camaraderie in the Qingyu forest, the mutual protection at the bottom of the ice crystal lake, and the tacit understanding exchanged in the library. These memories radiated warmth, flowing from his fingertips into the energy array. Suddenly, the beam of light within the energy array intensified as the red thread and golden-orange flames fully merged, forming a golden mark that hovered above the three of them. The shape of the mark resembled a phoenix, its wings entwined with a blue ribbon of light. Precisely the symbiotic mark chronicled in ancient texts. Resonance reached 100. Mark activation successful. Professor Zhang's voice resonated from outside the laboratory, filled with excitement. Energy data is stable. No anomalies detected. Feng Huayang opened his eyes, beholding the symbiotic mark above with astonishment. He turned to Shen Luo, only to find his complexion somewhat pale, though a smile graced his lips. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Shen Luo replied, shaking his head, the warmth of energy still lingering in his fingertips, albeit feeling slightly fatigued. Qi Yin flew to Shen Luo's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek and emitting a gentle coo, seemingly conveying its concern. At that moment, the laboratory alarm blared suddenly, red warning lights flashing upon the walls. Professor Zhang's voice grew urgent. "This is bad. At the confluence of the Qingyu forest and the training forest, shadow energy has surged unexpectedly, resulting in a multitude of shadow beasts." Feng Huayang and Shen Luo exchanged grave glances, each reflecting the weight of the situation in their eyes. They understood that the endeavor to purify the shadow crystal core must commence immediately. "Professor Zhang, we must proceed to the confluence of the Dark River at once," Feng Huayang exclaimed, grasping the energy container and addressing Shen Luo. "Can you endure this?" Shen Luo nodded, firmly clutching the dagger in his hand. "I can." The two, accompanied by Xian, swiftly departed the laboratory, dashing towards the direction of the verdant mist forest. Along the way, Feng Huayang handed the energy container to Shen Luo. Hold on to this stabilizer. You may need it when we purify the crystal core. Shen Luo accepted the container, resolute determination swelling within him. He recognized that this mission was perilous beyond any previous undertaking, yet with Feng Huayang and Xian by his side, he felt emboldened to confront any challenge. Soon, they reached the edge of the verdant mist forest, where in the distance, a layer of black mist enveloped the air above the confluence of the dark river, within which the silhouettes of shadow beasts could be discerned. The shadow crystal core must reside at the heart of that mist. Feng Huayang halted, issuing a command to Xian. Xian, unleash a flame barrier to shield our approach. With a cry, Xian took flight, its wings stirring a golden-orange flame that encircled the two, warding off the encroaching black mist. They advanced towards the center of the mist, encountering numerous shadow beasts along the way. The previously seen earthbreaker bears, shadow leopards, and several unfamiliar shadow creatures. Their aggression was markedly heightened, and the density of the black mist surrounding them was more profound. These beasts were under the control of the shadow crystal core. Observing the scene before him, Shen Luo felt a pang of sympathy. We must purify the core swiftly, or they will completely lose their reason. Feng Huayang nodded in agreement, commanding Xian. Xian, utilize a flame surge to carve a path to the crystal core. Xian immediately soared ahead, a beam of golden flame shooting toward the center of the mist. The flames pierced through the black fog, instantly dispersing the surrounding shadow beasts and clearing a passage. They hastened through the opening, soon arriving at the heart of the mist. There, embedded in the riverbed, lay a black crystal, its surface shimmering with an eerie glow. This was the shadow crystal core. That it. Shen Luo pointed at the core, his voice brimming with excitement. Let us commence the purification now. Feng Huayang nodded, directing Xian to hover above the crystal core while he stood beside Shen Luo, grasping his hand. Soon, I will guide Xian to release the flame energy. You will use your ability to sense the energy flow of the crystal core, and then inject the stabilizer into the core to activate the purification power of the symbiotic mark. Shen Luo took a deep breath and nodded. He could feel the warmth of Feng Huayang's palm, and his anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by resolve and trust. Xian began to emit flame energy, enveloping the shadow crystal core in golden-orange flames, attempting to dispel the shadow energy within. Shen Luo closed his eyes, employing his abilities to sense the energy flow of the core, quickly locating the core of the shadow energy. I found it. Shen Luo opened his eyes, addressing Feng Huayang. At the center of the core, there exists a stream of black energy. If we inject the stabilizer there, we can activate the purification power of the symbiotic mark. Feng Huayang nodded, guiding the crimson flame to amplify its fiery energy output, while he encouraged Shen Luo, saying, Go ahead, I shall protect you. Shen Luo cautiously approached the shadow crystal core, holding the energy container with care. He could sense the potent shadow energy emanating from the core, nearly overwhelming him, yet he did not falter. Instead, he resolutely injected the element stabilizer into the heart of the core. As soon as the stabilizer permeated the crystal, the black mist enveloping its surface began to dissipate, replaced by a radiant golden light. The golden radiance intertwined with the flames of the crimson flame, forming an enormous symbiotic mark that enveloped the entire confluence of the dark river. This mark unleashed a formidable purifying force that spread towards the surrounding shadow beasts. Enveloped by this purifying power, the shadow beasts gradually shed their black mist, reverting to their original forms, their gazes becoming clear once more. We succeeded, Shen Luo exclaimed with excitement as he beheld the scene before him. Feng Huayang approached his side, grasping his hand with a look of satisfaction gracing his face. We have triumphed. The crimson flame soared to their shoulders, emitting a joyful chirp, its golden-orange feathers shimmering with brilliant light under the sun. At that moment, a panel flashed before Shen Luo, displaying a message. Symbiotic mark activated, shadow crystal core purified. Imbalance of elemental forces resolved. Congratulations, symbiote Shen Luo. Your bond with Feng Huayang and the Crimson Flame has become a force to protect this land. As the panel vanished, a wave of warmth and emotion filled Shen Luo's heart. He glanced at Feng Huayang beside him, then at the crimson flame perched on his shoulder, suddenly realizing that he was no longer the solitary zero contractor, but had acquired true companions and family. Feng Huayang. Shen Luo raised his gaze to meet Feng Huayang's eyes, his tone serious. Thank you, and to the crimson flame as well. Without you, I might have never discovered my own worth. A flicker of tenderness crossed Feng Huayang's eyes as he gently ruffled Shen Luo's hair. You have always held value. Your abilities, your kindness, and your courage are all unique. Moreover, we are partners, are we not? Shen Luo nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his adventures with Feng Huayang and the Crimson Flame, with more challenges and difficulties awaiting them in the future. However, he believed that as long as the three fought side by side, nothing could stand in their way. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the misty forests above, casting a warm glow upon the land that had just regained its tranquility. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood shoulder to shoulder at the riverbank, the crimson flame joyfully chirping on their shoulders. The trio's silhouettes against the sunset painted a heartwarming and beautiful picture. Chapter 8. Bonds after symbiosis and new crisis signals. The evening breeze by the riverbank carried a hint of moisture, causing the wisps of hair at Shen Luo's temples to flutter gently. He gazed at the fading golden patterns on the river's surface, the warmth of the symbiotic mark's activation lingering at his fingertips. It was a wondrous connection, as if his heartbeat intertwined with the breaths of Feng Huayang and the crimson flame, making the elemental energies flowing through the air palpably clear. Once the symbiotic mark is activated, you can perceive the state of the crimson flame with greater clarity, can you not? Feng Huayang's voice came from beside him as he bent down to examine the purified shadow crystal core. The once pitch-black crystal now radiated a soft, luminescent white. During the purification, I sense your energy resonating with the flames of the crimson flame, exhibiting a remarkable synergy compared to before. Shen Luo instinctively nodded, his gaze falling upon the crimson flame perched on his shoulder. In the next moment, a panel automatically emerged before him, displaying not only the fundamental information of the crimson flame, but also an additional section indicating the current value of the symbiotic bond, 85. A line of small text followed. When the bond value reaches its maximum, the symbiotic skill flame guard can be unlocked. Shen Luo softly uttered the term bond value, gently brushing his fingertips against the feathers of the crimson flame. The numerical value on the panel immediately flickered, increasing to 86. He looked up in delight at Feng Huayang. Look, Feng Huayang, my panel now shows an increase in the symbiotic bond value, and it even rose when I touched the crimson flame. Feng Huayang straightened up and leaned closer for a better look. Although he could not see the panel, he could infer from Shen Luo's sparkling eyes what had transpired. He reached out to touch the wings of the crimson flame, and indeed, he witnessed Shen Luo's eyes brighten further as the bond value surged to 88. It seems that our interaction as a trio can enhance the bond value. A faint smile graced Feng Huayang's lips, the warm glow of the setting sun reflecting in his eyes. Once the bond value is maximized, we may unlock unexpected abilities. The crimson flame appeared to comprehend their conversation, nuzzling against Shen Luo's palm and then Feng Huayang's fingertips. Tiny particles of light danced upon the golden-orange feathers, as if expressing its joy. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Shen Luo felt a subtle sweetness blossom within him, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing with warmth. When Feng Huayang had leaned in closer, he could distinctly scent the faint aroma of cedar emanating from him, mingling with the comforting fragrance of the crimson flame's feathers. We must return. Professor Zhang is awaiting our report. Feng Huayang carefully stored the purified shadow crystal core into a specially designed sealed box. Furthermore, the Academy should have received the signal indicating the restoration of the Dark River's energy, necessitating our explanation of the situation. Shen Luo nodded and accompanied Feng Huayang as they walked toward the forest's edge. Along the way, he could not help but inquire, Feng Huayang, do you think there might be other companions of that shadow crystal core? After all, so many shadow beasts appeared earlier. It seems unlikely that this is the only crystal core. I share your concerns regarding this matter. Feng Huayang's expression grew somber. Professor Zhang previously mentioned that there were records of shadow tides in ancient times, which were triggered by the simultaneous awakening of multiple shadow crystal cores, resulting in numerous beasts mutating. What we purified this time may only be one among many. Shen Luo's heart tightened instantly. If there are indeed other shadow crystal cores, the safety of the academy and the surrounding areas remains at risk. He instinctively reached for the energy detector in his pocket, suddenly recalling that the panel had issued warnings prior to each danger. Perhaps this device could help locate the other crystal cores in advance. It seems my panel has the capability to alert us to danger. Shen Luo halted his steps, earnestly gazing at Feng Huayang. Previously, when they encountered the shadow leopard and the shadow eel, their panels had preemptively indicated the locations and weaknesses. If they proactively ventured into areas with anomalous energy, it was conceivable that the panels could detect signals from other shadow crystal cores. Feng Huayang's eyes brightened at this revelation. It was indeed a feasible strategy. Shen Luo's panel resembled a natural danger detector, more precise and timely than the instruments at the academy. He patted Shen Luo's shoulder, his tone laced with approval. This is an excellent idea. After we report to the academy, we shall consult a map of energy anomalies and investigate systematically. By the time the two returned to the academy, dusk had already settled. Professor Zhang and teacher Li had been waiting at the entrance of the office building, and upon seeing their return, they immediately approached them. How'd it go? Were you successful in purifying the shadow crystal core? Professor Zhang inquired, his tone tinged with eagerness. His gaze fixed on the seal box in Feng Huayang's hands. Indeed, Feng Huayang replied, opening the seal box to reveal a shadow crystal core radiating a pearl-scent glow. Moreover, we have activated the symbiotic mark, resulting in new developments in Shen Luo's abilities. He can now perceive a greater array of energy signals. Teacher Li looked at Shen Luo in astonishment. The symbiotic mark? The one documented in ancient texts? I can't believe it was truly activated. Shen Luo, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? I am well, Teacher Li, Shen Luo smiled. Furthermore, my panel has acquired symbiotic bond values, allowing me to perceive the state of the crimson flame more clearly and even issue warnings of impending danger. A flicker of excitement flashed in Professor Zhang's eyes. This is nothing short of a significant breakthrough. With the symbiotic mark and Shen Luo's abilities, our chances of combating the shadow crystal cores have greatly improved. By the way, did you detect any other anomalous energy signals near the Dark River? Feng Huayang shook his head. Not at the moment, but we suspect that other shadow crystal cores may exist. We plan to investigate the energy anomaly zones surrounding the academy next, utilizing Shen Luo's panel for early warnings. That plan is viable, Professor Zhang nodded, retrieving a map from his pocket and handing it to them. This is the academy's latest distribution map of energy anomalies. The areas marked in red require focused investigation. However, do exercise caution. Most of these regions are inhabited by high-level spirit beasts, so it is advisable to carry additional emergency equipment. Shen Luo accepted the map, which indicated 5 red dots located deep within the Qingyu Forest. The northwest side of the practical training forest, the center of the ice crystal lake, the snow mountain range, and the black marsh wetlands. These locations were previously seldom traversed, characterized by complex terrain and numerous unknown dangers. We will be careful, Feng Huayang said as he tucked the map away. Tomorrow, we will first investigate the depths of the Qingyu Forest. It is the closest to the academy and a place we have previously visited, making it more familiar. Professor Zhang nodded again and produced 2 specially designed energy wristbands from his storage space. These are symbiotic energy amplifiers. They can enhance energy output when you activate the symbiotic mark and can also emit a distress signal in case of danger. Wear them and contact us whenever necessary. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang took the wristbands and donned them on their wrists. The wristband snugly embraced his skin, emanating a subtle coolness, while the screen displayed the energy levels and coordinates of the 2 individuals, along with the status information of Xian. Thank you, Professor Zhang, they both said in unison. After bidding farewell to Professor Zhang and Teacher Li, They proceeded towards the dormitory area. Along the way, Shen Luo gazed at the energy wristband on his wrist, his heart brimming with gratitude. He never anticipated that the academy would support them to such an extent, even going so far as to create this amplifier. Due to your abilities and the symbiotic mark, you are currently pivotal in combating the Shadow Crystal Core, Feng Huayang remarked, turning to look at him with warmth in his eyes. Moreover, the academy believes in our capabilities. Otherwise, they would not permit us to investigate such perilous regions. Shen Luo lowered his head, unable to suppress a smile. He recalled how, upon entering the academy, everyone mocked him for being a zero contract holder, doubting his potential to become a competent beast master. Yet now, not only did he have partners like Feng Huayang and Xian, but he also earned the academy's recognition. This transformation felt immensely precious to him. As they reached the foot of the dormitory building and prepared to part ways, Feng Huayang suddenly called out to Shen Luo, "Shen Luo, wait a moment." Shen Luo turned back to him. Feng Huayang retrieved a thermos from his storage space and handed it to Shen Luo. "This is the energy porridge I made this morning, infused with Xian's feather powder. It can replenish energy and ward off the cold. Tomorrow, as we venture into the depths of the Qingyu forest, we may encounter low-temperature conditions. So take this and eat it when you feel hungry." Shen Luo accepted the thermos, feeling its warmth, and was instantly filled with a sense of comfort. He looked at Feng Huayang, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Feng Huayang, how could you be so kind?" Feng Huayang was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, ruffling Shen Luo's hair. "We are partners, are we not? Besides, you've helped me so much recently. This small gesture is nothing." Shen Luo's ears turned crimson, and he quickly lowered his head, murmuring, "Then, I shall head back first. Shall we meet at the academy gate at 8 tomorrow morning?" "All right," Feng Huayang nodded, watching him dash into the dormitory building before he turned to leave. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Luo carefully placed the thermos on his desk and retrieved a map, meticulously studying the route to the depths of the Qingyu forest for the following day. He opened his computer to research the terrain and the distribution of beasts in that area, discovering a misty swamp deep within the forest, inhabited not only by venomous swamp snakes, but also by misty concealment beasts, posing a significant danger. "I must be cautious tomorrow," Shen Luo whispered to himself, organizing the information he had gathered and saving it on his phone for easy access the next day. After double-checking his emergency gear in his backpack to ensure nothing was forgotten, he sat at his desk and opened the thermos. The aroma of the energy porridge wafted through the air, intertwined with a faint hint of flame. Shen Luo scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The warm porridge slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the chill from his body, and he could feel a gentle energy flowing within him, invigorating his spirit. Delicious. Shen Luo couldn't help but smile, feeling a warm glow within. He could vividly imagine Feng Huayang waking early to prepare the porridge, earnest yet gentle, a charming contrast to his usual composed demeanor as a brilliant beast master. After finishing the porridge, Shen Luo completed his evening routine and lay on his bed. Yet sleep eluded him entirely. He recalled the scene from today when the symbiotic mark was activated, remembering the warmth of Feng Huayang's hand in his grasp, the joyful cries of Xian perched on his shoulder, his heart brimming with sweetness and anticipation. He understood that the inspection task scheduled for tomorrow would be perilous. Yet with Feng Huayang and Xian by his side, he felt emboldened to confront anything that lay ahead. Moreover, he sensed that as the bond of their symbiosis deepened, the nature of his relationship with Feng Huayang would inevitably undergo some remarkable transformations. Shen Luo closed his eyes, silently yearning for the adventure that awaited him on the morrow. Eager to discover the remaining shadow crystal cores and to safeguard the cherished land alongside Feng Huayang and Xian. As night deepened, the dormitory fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional calls of the beasts outside, which resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. With thoughts of tomorrow filling his mind, Shen Luo gradually drifted into slumber, dreaming of standing beneath the golden symbiotic mark with Feng Huayang and Xian, resolutely stepping toward a sunlit future. Chapter 9. The probe and heartbeat of the foggy marsh deep within the azure mist forest. The fog was several times denser than at its periphery. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting indistinct patches of light upon the slick ground, merging with the decaying leaves into a rich, dark mud. Shen Luo tread cautiously upon the branches Feng Huayang had laid out for him, the damp, earthy scent mingling with a faint, elusive sweetness, the signature aroma of the fog-hidden beasts emanating their paralyzing mists. He was mindful of his footing, aware that the undercurrents of the marsh could drag one down. Feng Huayang forged the path ahead, with Shen circling low above his shoulder, golden-orange flames searing through the surrounding fog, clearing a distinct route for the two of them. According to the map, they were approaching the central area of the foggy marsh, where the energy signal was strongest. Shen Luo nodded, his gaze fixed on the marsh ahead, shrouded in fog. Just as he intended to caution Feng Huayang about the fog-hidden beasts, a semi-transparent panel flashed before him. Beast name: Fog-hidden beast 3. C-class intermediate. Current status: lurking, releasing paralyzing mist, awaiting prey to enter the trap. Hidden locations: 5 meters in the left reed thicket, 3 meters behind in the muddy pit. Behind the decayed wood at the center of the marsh ahead. Vulnerability: afraid of bright light. Flames can disperse its mist barrier. Core hidden beneath the white fur in its abdomen. Symbiotic bond hint: attacking in conjunction with Feng Huayang and Shen can enhance the bond value by 5. Feng Huayang: be cautious. Shen Luo swiftly grasped Feng Huayang's wrist, pulling him to the side. There's a fog-hidden beast in the reed thicket 5 meters to the left, along with 2 more behind in the muddy pit and the decayed wood directly ahead. They are releasing paralyzing mist. As Feng Huayang steadied himself, he heard a subtle rustling from the reed thicket. Without hesitation, he commanded Shen, flame ray, attack the reed thicket to the left. Be mindful of the flame's intensity. Do not ignite the entire marsh. With a cry, Shen flapped its wings, unleashing 3 slender golden flame rays towards the reed thicket. The flames pierced through the mist, igniting several reeds in an instant, and a white figure sprang forth from within. It was indeed the fog-hidden beast. It was entirely snow white, cloaked in a fine layer of downy fur, its eyes glimmering with a pale blue light, surrounded by a white, paralyzing mist. Indeed, an ambush was at hand. Feng Huayang's gaze sharpened, and he retrieved a specially crafted bright crossbow from his storage space, aiming it at the muddy swamp to his right. Shen Luo, keep your eyes fixed on the dead tree ahead. Once the mist beast reveals itself, inform me of its movements. Understood, Shen Luo replied, his focus unwavering on the gnarled wood, his palms slightly perspiring. He sensed something stirring beneath the swamp's surface, its movements accelerating. The mist beast was poised to strike. The mist beast is emerging from the right. Its claws have breached the swamp's surface, ready to pounce to your right. Shen Luo shouted urgently. Feng Huayang reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting around and aiming the bright crossbow at the swamp's surface, pulling the trigger. A beam of intense light erupted forth, instantly illuminating the entire swamp. The mist beast, startled by the brilliance, emitted a shrill cry as it leapt from the mire, lunging towards Feng Huayang. Crimson flame, fire barrier. Feng Huayang commanded once more. Crimson flame surged forward, flames expanding around it to form a golden barrier. The mist beast collided with the shield, seared by the flames. Its fur ignited, writhing in agony as it desperately tried to extinguish the fire consuming it. At that moment, a commotion erupted from behind the dead tree, as a third mist beast sprang forth, its paralyzing mist thickening, charging directly at Shen Luo. Shen Luo, be careful, Feng Huayang shouted, attempting to turn and assist, but was ensnared by the nearby mist beast. Shen Luo's heart raced, instinctively retreating, yet inadvertently stepping into empty air, teetering towards the swamp. In this critical moment, a golden figure dashed forth, pulling him back from the edge of the mire. It was Crimson Flame. It shielded him from the mist beast's assault, its flames scorching the creature's body. The mist beast let out a pained cry, attempting to flee, but was struck by Feng Huayang's bright crossbow, hitting its core position, the white fur on its abdomen. The mist beast collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. The remaining two mist beasts, witnessing their companions' defeat, dared not linger. Retreating into the depths of the swamp, Shen Luo sank to the ground, breathing heavily, his palms slick with cold sweat. He gazed at Crimson Flame, gratitude filling his eyes. Crimson Flame, thank you. I was fortunate to have you just now. Crimson Flame nuzzled his palm, emitting a gentle sound, as if to say there was no need for thanks. Feng Huayang approached, crouching beside him, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Did the paralyzing mist touch you? I'm fine, just a bit startled, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head. As he looked at Feng Huayang, he suddenly noticed a scratch on his arm, blood seeping from it. Feng Huayang, you're injured. Feng Huayang paused, glancing down at his arm. I was grazed by the mist beast's claws, but it's nothing serious. How can you say it's nothing? Shen Luo exclaimed, promptly retrieving emergency potion and bandages from his backpack, carefully tending to Feng Huayang's wound. The claws of the mist beast might be venomous. It was imperative to disinfect and bandage the injury swiftly. His movements were gentle, as if he feared to cause any discomfort to Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang gazed at his focused profile, the sunlight filtering through the mist and caressing the tips of his hair, casting a soft golden glow. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, akin to something quietly beginning to blossom, warm and tender. All done, it's bandaged now. Shen Luo secured the bandage around Feng Huayang, and as he raised his gaze, their eyes inadvertently met, causing both to pause momentarily. Shen Luo's ears flushed crimson, and he quickly lowered his head. Too shy to meet his gaze again, he resolved to be more cautious in the future to avoid further injuries. Yes, I will, Feng Huayang replied, his voice softer than usual, imbued with a hint of subtle warmth. Thank you for your earlier warning. Without it, we might have faced a greater peril. Shen Luo felt a sweet sensation in his heart as he lifted his head to look at Feng Huayang, suddenly recalling the symbiotic bond prompt from the interface. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Feng Huayang, did you notice anything unusual during our recent collaboration? For instance, did the flow of energy seem smoother? Feng Huayang paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, I sense that. When the crimson flame shielded you, I could distinctly feel its energy fluctuations and even anticipate its movements, as though our consciousnesses were intertwined. In an instant, a panel materialized before Shen Luo, revealing that their symbiotic bond value had surged from 88 to 93. Accompanied by a note, bond value increased, unlocking partial symbiotic perception abilities, enabling initial sharing of consciousness fragments. That is fantastic, Shen Luo exclaimed excitedly. Our symbiotic bond value has risen. We can now begin to share consciousness fragments. This means our cooperation will become even more harmonious, enhancing our confidence against the shadow crystal core. Observing Shen Luo's exuberance, Feng Huayang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this is splendid news. Let us rest a while to replenish our energy before proceeding to the heart of the marsh, where the anomalous energy signal likely originates from another shadow crystal core. All right, Shen Luo nodded, retrieving the thermal container Feng Huayang had given him from his backpack. Upon opening it, he found the energy porridge still warm. He scooped a spoonful and offered it to Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang, you should have some too, to restore your energy. Feng Huayang did not decline. He accepted the spoon and took a mouthful. The warm porridge slid into his stomach, imbued with a faint fiery essence and a hint of Shen Luo's warmth, filling him with a sense of comfort. The two of them sat on a stone at the edge of the marsh, consuming the energy porridge while discussing their forthcoming plans. Shen Luo shared the terrain of the misty marsh center and potential beast encounters he had researched, and Feng Huayang devised a comprehensive response strategy based on this information. After resting for approximately 20 minutes, they packed their belongings and resumed their journey towards the marsh's center. This time, Shen Luo walked alongside Feng Huayang. No longer as cautious as before, he could distinctly feel the energy fluctuations of Feng Huayang and the Crimson Flame, as if they were shielding him, instilling a profound sense of security. As they ventured deeper into the marsh, the mist thickened and the shadow energy in the air intensified. Shen Luo's panel continually displayed warning messages, indicating the presence of low-level shadow beasts nearby, all of which they effortlessly overcame. We are nearing the center of a marsh. He remarked. Feng Huayang halted his steps, pointing toward the area shrouded in black mist ahead. Look there, the black mist is formed by shadow energy, and within it lies another shadow crystal core. Shen Luo followed his gaze, observing a massive black rock at the center of the swamp, enveloped in thick black fog, where shadows of shadow beasts could be faintly seen moving within. How shall we approach? Shen Luo inquired, sensing that the shadow energy within the black mist was far stronger than the previously purified crystal core, and that the shadow beasts within were of a higher level. Feng Huayang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. First, let Qi Yin release a flame barrier to fend off the encroaching shadow energy. Then we can gradually approach the black rock. Shen Luo, you are in charge of monitoring the location of the crystal core and the movements of the surrounding shadow beasts on your panel. If any danger arises, inform me immediately. Understood. Shen Luo nodded, focusing his attention on the panel to monitor their surroundings. Qi Yin unleashed a golden flame barrier, enveloping the two of them within its protective embrace. Feng Huayang led the way toward the black rock, with Shen Luo closely following behind. The shadow beasts within the black mist detected their approach and lunged toward them, but were thwarted by Qi Yan's flame barrier, unable to draw near. As they inched closer to the black rock, Shen Luo's panel suddenly displayed a warning message. Warning: Shadow Crystal Core energy intensity extremely high. A B-rank initial stage Shadow Lord is present, proficient in manipulating shadow energy. Its core is located in the red crystal at its head. Recommended response: activate the symbiotic mark and utilize Qi Yan's flames combined with the energy of the ice crystal to jointly attack the Shadow Lord's core. Symbiotic bond prompt. Activating the symbiotic mark with Feng Huayang will unlock the temporary symbiotic skill flame and ice fusion, increasing bond value to 98. Feng Huayang, be cautious. There is a B-rank initial stage Shadow Lord behind the black rock, its core situated in the red crystal at its head. We need to activate the symbiotic mark and jointly assault its core using Qi Yan's flames and the ice crystal's energy. Shen Luo shouted urgently. Feng Huayang's expression became grave in an instant. A B-rank initial stage Shadow Lord? It is stronger than any shadow beast we have encountered before. Shen Luo, can you confirm the location of its core? Indeed, my panel indicates that its core is located in the red crystal at its head. A strike there will temporarily weaken its energy, Shen Luo asserted resolutely. Feng Huayang took a deep breath and addressed Shen Luo and Qi Yin. All right. We shall now activate the symbiotic mark and prepare for the flame and ice fusion. Shen Luo, you will guide the energy of the ice crystal while I control Qi Yan's flames. We will strike the Shadow Lord's core simultaneously. Understood. Shen Luo nodded, retrieving a piece of ice crystal from his backpack and holding it tightly. Feng Huayang closed his eyes, beginning to channel the energy of Qi Yan's flames. Instantly, the flames surrounding Qi Yan surged, intertwining the golden flames with the blue energy of the ice crystal in Shen Luo's hand, forming a column of light. A harmonious blend of gold and blue, hovering above them. The symbiotic mark, flame and ice fusion, prepare. Feng Huayang let out a loud cry, opening his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on the Shadow Lord lurking behind the black rock. The Shadow Lord, sensing the imminent danger, unleashed a deafening roar as it charged forth from its concealment. Its form was entirely shrouded in darkness, colossal in size, with a crimson crystal embedded in its head and thick, ominous black mist swirling around it, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Attack! Feng Huayang shouted. At that moment, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang both exerted their strength. Golden and azure beams of light racing towards the Shadow Lord's head. The beams pierced through the black mist, striking the crimson crystal with precision. A mournful howl erupted from the Shadow Lord as a fissure appeared in the crystal, causing the surrounding black mist to dissipate significantly. We did it! Shen Luo exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Yet, Feng Huayang remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Shadow Lord was merely temporarily weakened, not utterly defeated. He urged Shen Luo. Shen Luo, let us continue our assault. While it is vulnerable, we must obliterate its core. Understood? Shen Luo nodded, gripping the ice crystal tightly once more, bracing for a second strike. In that instant, the Shadow Lord suddenly surged forth, its black mist thickening once more as it lunged towards the two with blinding speed. Be careful. Feng Huayang instinctively shoved Shen Luo aside, only to be struck by the Shadow Lord's claws, crashing heavily to the ground. Feng Huayang, Shen Luo shouted, his eyes filled with urgency. Feng Huayang struggled to rise, but found his legs wounded by the Shadow Lord's claws, rendering him immobile. As he gazed at the approaching Shadow Lord, a flicker of despair crossed his mind. Were they to perish here today? In this dire moment, Shen Luo erupted with newfound determination. He seized the ice crystal and hurled it towards the Shadow Lord's head, simultaneously shouting, "Flame of the Crimson Inferno, unleash your full might and strike at the Shadow Lord's core." The Inferno, sensing Shen Luo's resolve, erupted into a towering blaze, racing towards the Shadow Lord's head. As its wings flapped, a golden pillar of flame surged towards the crimson crystal. The ice crystal landed precisely atop the crystal, colliding with the golden flame simultaneously. With a resounding crack, the crimson crystal shattered completely, eliciting a piercing wail from the Shadow Lord as its body thudded heavily to the ground, lifeless. Shen Luo rushed to Feng Huayang's side, supporting him with concern etched across his face. "Feng Huayang, how are you? Are you all right?" Feng Huayang looked at him, a faint, weary smile gracing his lips. "I'm fine, just a scratch on my leg. A moment of rest will suffice." "Shen Luo, we succeeded." Shen Luo nodded, tears welling his eyes as he gazed at Feng Huayang's injured leg, overwhelmed with guilt. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so slow to react, you and T have been hurt." "Foolish boy, do not blame yourself." Feng Huayang gently ruffled his hair. "Our triumph over the Shadow Lord is as much your achievement as mine. Moreover, our bond should have reached its fullest potential now. Wouldn't you agree?" Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly opened the panel to discover that the symbiotic bond value had reached 100. Following this, a line of small text appeared. Symbiotic bond value is maxed out, unlocking the permanent symbiotic skill Flame Guardian, allowing shared life energy with Feng Huayang and Xian, significantly enhancing combat prowess. "Feng Huayang, our symbiotic bond value is at its maximum. We've unlocked the permanent symbiotic skill Flame Guardian," Shen Luo exclaimed with excitement. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Feng Huayang's eyes. "That's wonderful. This means we will be able to cooperate more effectively in facing other shadow crystals." The two supported each other as they approached the black rock. The dark mist that had enveloped the rock had dissipated, revealing a shadow crystal within. Larger than the one they had purified previously, its surface a deep black, shimmering with an eerie glow. "Let's purify it now," Shen Luo said. Feng Huayang nodded and activated the symbiotic mark, while Xian unleashed golden flames that enveloped the shadow crystal. Shen Luo infused the crystal with the energy of the ice spirit crystal, commencing the purification of the shadow energy. The golden flames intertwined with the blue energy, causing the black mist on the crystal's surface to gradually vanish, revealing a faint luminescent white. After approximately 10 minutes, the shadow crystal was completely purified, transforming into a translucent white crystal. "We did it." Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged glances, each reflecting joy and contentment in the other's eyes. Just then, a panel suddenly popped up in front of Shen Luo, displaying a line of text. "Congratulations, symbiote Shen Luo. You have successfully purified the second shadow crystal, unlocking a unique title for your symbiotic partner. Note, there are 3 shadow crystals remaining, located in the northwest of the training forest, the center of the ice crystal lake, in the Snow Mountain Range. With the shadow crystal in the Snow Mountain Range possessing the strongest energy, proceed with caution." Shen Luo gazed at the information on the panel, his heart brimming with excitement. He understood that this was merely a fragment of their adventure, with many more challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet, with Feng Huayang and Xian by his side, he felt emboldened to face whatever lay ahead. Feng Huayang placed a hand on Shen Luo's shoulder, gazing at the distant sunset, and softly said, "Shen Luo, thank you. Without you, I might have never activated the symbiotic mark or purified these shadow crystals." Shen Luo looked at Feng Huayang, warmth radiating from his eyes. "Feng Huayang, there is no need for thanks. We are partners, are we not? Besides, I am truly happy to embark on this adventure with you." In that moment, Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat as he met Shen Luo's gentle gaze. Suddenly realizing that his feelings for Shen Luo had transcended mere partnership, he had developed affection for this brave, kind-hearted, albeit slightly bewildered, zero contractee. The remaining rays of the sunset bathed the two in a warm golden light. Xian chirped joyfully beside them, as if bestowing blessings upon them. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang looked into each other's eyes, filled with love and anticipation, understanding that their unique story was only just beginning. Chapter 10. Confession and the Pact of Symbiosis beneath the sunset as they completed the purification of the second shadow crystal. The sunset had already painted the sky of the misty forest in hues of orange and red. Shen Luo supported Feng Huayang as he sat upon the rock, his fingertips gently pressing against the bandages on Feng Huayang's leg. The wound, sustained while evading the Shadow Lord's attack, was considerably deeper than the scratches on his arm. Despite having applied a hemostatic agent, meticulous care was still required. Do not exert too much pressure. It doesn't hurt anymore. Feng Huayang observed the top profile of Shen Luo and could not resist reaching out to tousle his hair. The golden light of the sunset cascaded upon Shen Luo's eyelashes, casting delicate shadows that softened the usual brilliance of his eyes. "Yet when you hurled the ice crystal just now, your hand was cut. Why did you not mention it?" Shen Luo paused, only then realizing he had a small wound on his palm. In his earlier tension, he had failed to notice it, and now, as the wind brushed against him, it throbbed faintly. He instinctively attempted to hide his hand behind him, but Feng Huayang grasped it firmly. "Do not move." From his storage bag, Feng Huayang retrieved a small vial of healing ointment and meticulously applied it to Shen Luo's injury. His fingertips were gentle, the cool touch of the ointment causing Shen Luo's palm to instantly warm, and his ears flushed with heat. The proximity between them allowed Shen Luo to vividly perceive the scent of cedar emanating from Feng Huayang, mingled with the warm aroma of crimson flame feathers and the fragrance of grass under the sunset. The crimson flame sat obediently between them, its golden-orange feathers occasionally brushing against Shen Luo's wrist and then Feng Huayang's knee, as if silently encouraging their bond. "Actually, when the Shadow Lord lunged at us, I was quite frightened," Shen Luo suddenly murmured, his gaze resting on the back of his hand that was being held. "I was afraid something would happen to you. I feared we might never return." Feng Huayang hesitated momentarily, the soft brown of his eyes reflecting the sunlight, radiating warmth that could drown one. He did not release Shen Luo's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly. "I felt the same when I saw you rush forward to throw the ice crystal. My heart nearly stopped." He paused again, lowering his voice, which carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. "Shen Luo, from a moment you warned me about the soul-eating ants in the misty forest to activating the symbiotic mark and then battling the Shadow Lord together, I have come to realize that I have grown accustomed to having you by my side." Shen Luo's heart raced unexpectedly, like a rabbit frantically thumping within his chest. He lifted his gaze, meeting Feng Huayang's earnest eyes, which were devoid of their usual calmness and the sharpness encountered in danger, filled instead with pure tenderness and a touch of apprehension. "I once believed that the mission of a beast master was solely to protect their beasts and safeguard this land." Feng Huayang's fingertips softly caressed Shen Luo's hand, his tone exceptionally sincere. "However, after meeting you, I have come to understand that fighting alongside someone significant is far more meaningful than standing strong alone. Shen Luo, would you be willing to become my most important person?" These words struck Shen Luo like a thunderclap, leaving his mind buzzing. He gazed into the expectant eyes of Feng Huayang, then glanced at the crimson flame, which tilted its head to observe them. Suddenly, his eyes grew warm with unshed tears. From the ridicule of being a zero contractor upon entering school to the warmth experienced after meeting Feng Huayang, and through countless adventures shared, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, this person had become the brightest light in his life. Shen Luo, his voice trembled yet remained unwavering. I am willing. Feng Huayang, I too wish to stand alongside you, safeguarding the crimson flame and cherishing all that we hold dear. In an instant, a brilliant light ignited in Feng Huayang's eyes, compelling him to gently embrace Shen Luo. The fading rays of the setting sun enveloped them, casting a warm halo around their figures. Leaning against Feng Huayang's chest, Shen Luo could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, synchronizing with his own, instilling a profound sense of security. The crimson flame joyfully chirped, alighting upon their shoulders. Nuzzling its head against their cheeks, its golden-orange feathers shimmering with flecks of light as if bestowing blessings upon them. There's something I must give you. Feng Huayang released Shen Luo and removed a silver necklace from around his neck. The pendant was a delicate phoenix totem, identical to the phoenix emblem nestled in Shen Luo's pocket. This necklace signified the core members of the Phoenix Squad, a bond shared solely between us. When adorned, it not only allows us to sense each other's whereabouts, but also activates a doubled symbiotic energy in times of peril. Shen Luo accepted the necklace, his fingertips grazing the pendant, the cool metal seemingly retaining Feng Huayang's warmth. He lifted his gaze to meet Feng Huayang's, eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Feng Huayang. Silly girl, what is there to thank? Feng Huayang chuckled, fastening the necklace around her neck. From this moment on, we shall be each other's support. No matter the dangers we face, we shall confront them together. Shen Luo nodded vigorously, grasping Feng Huayang's hand. Their fingers entwined tightly, silently pledging their symbiotic bond. At that moment, a translucent panel suddenly flickered before Shen Luo's eyes, revealing information that sparked his interest. Symbiotic relationship confirmed. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang have officially established a symbiotic partnership, unlocking the exclusive symbiotic skill. Heart Flame Resonance. Heart Flame Resonance allows the complete fusion of energies between the two and the Crimson Flame, unleashing attacks that surpass their current level and exerting absolute restraint over shadow energy. Current task update. 3 shadow crystal cores remain, northwest side of the training forest. Center of the Ice Crystal Lake, Snow Mountain Range. Purification must be completed within 1 month to prevent a resurgence of shadow energy. Note: the Shadow Crystal Core in the Snow Mountain Range possesses the strongest energy and is guarded by the Shadow Sovereign, necessitating ample energy supplies and a strategic battle plan. Shen Luo promptly relayed the information from the panel to Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. A month's time indeed feels rather tight, especially with the Shadow Sovereign in the Snow Mountain Range. Ancient texts suggest that this Beast Master is at least of A rank, far stronger than the Shadow Lord we previously encountered. Then we must hasten to devise a plan. Shen Luo straightened. Speaking earnestly, we should first head to the northwest side of the training forest and the center of the Ice Crystal Lake to purify those 2 weaker shadow crystal cores, accumulating sufficient energy and experience before challenging the Shadow Sovereign in the Snow Mountain Range. Feng Huayang nodded, his eyes filled with approval. You are absolutely right. Furthermore, we must consult the Academy's Advanced Beast Mastering Database to gather information regarding the Shadow Sovereign, understanding its weaknesses and combat strategies. Additionally, as Professor Zhang previously mentioned, we ought to prepare ample elemental stabilizers and symbiotic energy amplifiers, just in case. The two engaged in a further discussion of their specific plans until the sun had completely set and the night began to envelop the surroundings. They gathered their belongings, preparing to return to the academy. As Feng Huayang's leg remained somewhat inconvenient, Shen Luo carefully supported him, taking slow, measured steps. Qi Yin forged a path ahead, the golden orange flames of his wings illuminating the way with warmth and brightness. By the way, tomorrow we should first visit the Academy's infirmary to have a thorough examination of your leg by the doctor, Shen Luo reminded as they walked. And your arm, though it is already bandaged, still requires regular dressing changes. We must not be negligent. All right? I will heed your advice, Feng Huayang replied with a smile. His eyes filled with affection. But you must also take care of yourself. Don't solely focus on my well-being and neglect your own injuries. Shen Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as he nodded in agreement. Together, they supported each other, gradually making their way out of the Qingyu forest, accompanied by Qi Yin. The forest was particularly serene under the night sky, with only the sounds of insects and their footsteps intertwining. Yet they felt no fear, for they knew they had each other and their companions, rendering them invulnerable to dread. Upon returning to the academy, it was already deep into the night. They chose not to disturb Professor Zhang and Teacher Li, and instead headed directly to the dormitory area. Feng Huayang's dormitory was adjacent to Shen Luo's. After assisting him back to his room and preparing his bed, Shen Luo reiterated a few precautions before preparing to depart. Shen Luo, wait a moment, Feng Huayang called out, retrieving a small hand warmer from his storage bag and handing it to her. The temperature drops at night. Take this to keep warm. He added, tomorrow morning, I will wait for you downstairs in your dormitory, and we shall go to the infirmary together. Shen Luo accepted the warm hand warmer, its comforting warmth bringing a gentle glow to her heart. She gazed at Feng Huayang, her eyes brimming with tenderness. All right, see you tomorrow. Make sure to rest early and don't overexert yourself. Yes, see you tomorrow, Feng Huayang replied with a smile, watching as Shen Luo departed. Once back in her own dormitory, Shen Luo lay on her bed but found no trace of sleepiness. She caressed the phoenix necklace around her neck and glanced at the hand warmer in her palm, unable to suppress a smile. Everything that had transpired today felt like a beautiful dream, yet it was undeniably real. Not only had she found a comrade to fight alongside, but she had also discovered someone she held dear, attaining her own happiness. She recalled the tasks displayed on her panel, as well as the Shadow Lord of the Snow Mountain Range. Although she understood that the challenges ahead would be formidable, she felt no fear. For she knew she was not alone in this battle. She had Feng Huayang, Qi Yin, and the unwavering support of the academy. As long as they worked together, there were no obstacles they could not overcome. Shen Luo closed her eyes, silently anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. She believed that as long as she was with Feng Huayang, no matter what dangers they encountered, they could turn peril into safety and ultimately purify all the shadow crystals, safeguarding the land they cherished. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the dormitory. Shen Luo, filled with hope for the future, gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she stood alongside Feng Huayang and Qi Yin beneath the golden sign of symbiosis, resolutely walking toward a sunlit future. Behind them lay a serene land, a home they protected with love and courage. Chapter 11. The warmth of the medical room and preparations for the snowy mountains as the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the dormitory curtains. It cast a slender beam of light upon the floor. When Shen Luo awoke, his fingertips still clutched the hand warmer gifted by Feng Huayang the previous evening. Its soothing warmth evoked memories of confessions under the setting sun, causing his ears to flush involuntarily. He touched the phoenix necklace around his neck, the coolness of the pendant contrasting wonderfully with the warmth over his heart, as if to remind him that everything from yesterday was not merely a dream. The punctual sound of knocking echoed through the room, prompting Shen Luo to leap from his bed and hasten to open the door. Outside stood Feng Huayang, clad in a pristine white coat. The fiery red creature perched upon his shoulder, tilting its head curiously at him, its golden-orange feathers glimmering softly in the morning light. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Feng Huayang's gaze fell upon the necklace at Shen Luo's neck, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The necklace suits you beautifully. Good morning. Yes, I slept quite well. How about you? Is your leg feeling any discomfort? Shen Luo replied, his voice slightly trembling as he stepped aside to allow him entry. It's fine now. After applying the ointment, it feels much better. Feng Huayang entered, his eyes scanning the organized documents on the desk, which contained information on the shadow crystals they had sorted the previous day, alongside a cloth-wrapped ice crystal. It seems you were also busy last night, contemplating preparations for the battle. Indeed, the Shadow Lord of the Snowy Mountains is extraordinarily powerful. We must be well prepared in advance. Shen Luo scratched his head, turning to retrieve his backpack. Shall we head to the medical room now? First, let's have breakfast. The medical room doesn't open until 8. Feng Huayang naturally took the backpack from Shen Luo's hands, assisting him in putting it on. I know a breakfast spot where their energy porridge is even tastier than mine. I'll take you there. A sweet warmth filled Shen Luo's heart as he nodded and fell in step beside him. The two walked side by side through the tranquil campus, occasionally encountering early rising students who looked their way with curiosity, yet none dared to intrude. The fiery creature soared above them, occasionally diving down to gently brush against Shen Luo's hair with its wings, drawing forth a light chuckle from him. The breakfast shop was nestled in a small alley on the eastern side of the campus. Though modest in size, it radiated a cozy warmth. The proprietors, a middle-aged couple, greeted Feng Huayang with enthusiasm upon his arrival. "Huayang, is that you? The usual, 2 portions of energy porridge with eggs?" "Yes. And please add a serving of roasted sweet potatoes." "Thank you, Auntie." Feng Huayang replied with a smile, guiding Shen Luo to a window-side table. This shop's energy porridge includes spirit rice, which can replenish elemental energy, beneficial for recovery. Shen Luo gazed at the steaming bowl of energy porridge on the table, his heart brimming with warmth. He took a spoonful and savored it. The warmth slid into his stomach, imbued with a subtle rice fragrance and a hint of sweetness. Indeed, far superior to ordinary energy porridge. "Take your time. No one is going to snatch it away from you." Feng Huayang chuckled at Shen Luo's voracious appetite, offering him an egg from his own bowl. "Eat more, for after our checkup at the medical room, we still need to visit the archives to research the Shadow Lord. It will be quite exhausting, right?" Shen Luo nodded, eating while pulling out his phone to review the documents he had organized the previous night. "Oh, Feng Huayang, while researching, I discovered that the elevation of the snowy mountains is quite high, with extremely low temperatures and thin air. Ordinary cold-resistant clothing may not suffice. We need to prepare specially designed, cold-resistant energy suits. I have already requested Professor Zhang's assistance, and I will receive it this afternoon." Feng Huayang sipped his porridge, his tone relaxed. "Additionally, I have prepared oxygen energy bottles that can provide ample oxygen in areas with thin air, alleviating any concerns about hypoxia." Shen Luo gazed at him in astonishment. "You have everything ready?" "Naturally, I cannot allow my little fool to worry." Feng Huayang chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately. Shen Luo's ears flushed crimson as he lowered his head, feigning concentration on his porridge, while his heart raced like a caged rabbit. After breakfast, the two made their way to the academy's medical room. The doctor, a kind elderly lady, frowned upon seeing Feng Huayang's wound. "What happened? This injury is quite deep. Why didn't you come in sooner? If you had waited any longer, it could have led to an elemental virus infection." "I apologize, doctor. I was busy purifying the shadow crystal core yesterday and couldn't make it," Feng Huayang replied sheepishly, scratching his head. The doctor sighed, retrieving a special healing agent and bandages, and carefully tended to his wound. "Fortunately, you arrived in time. Although the wound is deep, it is not infected. With my healing agent, it will heal in 3 days. By the way, young student, come here and let me have a look. I notice you have an injury on your palm." Shen Luo hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. The doctor took out a magnifying glass to examine the wound closely, then scanned it with a diagnostic device. Smiling as she said, "It's nothing serious, just a minor scratch. A bit of ointment will have you right as rain in a day. However, you young people must be mindful of your safety. Don't let your adventurous spirit overshadow your well-being." "Thank you, doctor. We'll be careful," Shen Luo nodded, filled with gratitude. After the examination, the two left the medical room and headed towards the Advanced Beast Control Archive. Along the way, Shen Luo couldn't help but ask, "Feng Huayang, how did you know Professor Zhang would help us apply for the cold-resistant energy suits?" "Because Professor Zhang is also quite concerned about the shadow crystal core. He knows the dangers of the Snow Mountain range and will surely support us." Feng Huayang replied with a smile, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to Shen Luo. "This is the advanced access card for the archive. With it, we can consult all materials regarding the Shadow Lord, including records from ancient times." Shen Luo accepted the card, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that Feng Huayang's efforts were all aimed at providing him with reassurance and security. Looking at the person beside him, he suddenly felt that meeting Feng Huayang was the greatest fortune of his life. Upon arriving at the Advanced Beast Control Archive, they swiped the access card and smoothly entered the core area of the archive. The bookshelves here towered higher than in the ordinary areas, filled with thick ancient tomes and precious materials. Feng Huayang guided Shen Luo to the section on ancient beasts and shadow creatures, beginning their search for information on the Shadow Lord. Eureka! Shen Luo suddenly exclaimed, pulling a hefty tome from the shelf. The cover of the ancient text read Comprehensive Guide to Shadow Creatures, its pages yellowed yet remarkably well preserved. He opened the ancient tome, which meticulously recorded the forms, abilities, and weaknesses of various shadow creatures, including an introduction to the Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord, an A-class high-tier shadow entity, colossal in size, entirely enveloped in darkness, with 3 crimson eyes upon its head, capable of unleashing formidable shadow energy, and proficient in manipulating shadow tendrils and shadow storms. Weakness, fearful of light and holy elements. Its core resides within a black crystal at its chest, which can only be utterly destroyed using weapons or energies infused with light elements. Moreover, the Shadow Lord possesses a fatal vulnerability during the full moon, when its shadow energy significantly diminishes, making it the optimal time to strike. Shen Luo, brimming with excitement, handed the tome to Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang, look, the Shadow Lord is afraid of light and holy elements, and its energy wanes during the full moon. We can wait for the full moon night to challenge it in the snowy mountain range. Feng Huayang took the tome and read it intently, her eyes alight with joy. Wonderful. This increases our chances against the Shadow Lord greatly. By the way, Professor Zhang previously mentioned that the Academy's armory has a sword of light, which contains powerful light elements. We can apply to borrow it. Really? That is splendid. Shen Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With the sword of light and our symbiotic skill, Heart Flame Resonance, we shall undoubtedly obliterate the Shadow Lord's core. Feng Huayang smiled and grasped his hand. Yes, we can certainly achieve it. However, before that, we must first purify the shadow crystal cores in the northwestern section of the training forest and the heart of the ice crystal lake to accumulate sufficient energy and experience. All right, Shen Luo nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. He glanced at Feng Huayang beside him, then at the fiery creature on his shoulder, and suddenly felt that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, as long as the 3 of them were together, no challenge was insurmountable. The 2 spent the entire morning in the archives, poring over all materials related to the Shadow Lord and the snowy mountain range, formulating a detailed battle plan. At noon, they received a message from Professor Zhang, stating that the cold resistance energy suits and oxygen energy bottles were ready for pickup that afternoon. Let's have lunch first, and then we will collect the cold resistance suits in the afternoon. Feng Huayang tucked the tome away, taking Shen Luo's hand. After lunch, we must also apply to borrow the Sword of Light from the armory, aiming to complete all preparations today. Yes. Shen Luo nodded, tightly gripping Feng Huayang's hand. The 2 walked out of the archives side by side, sunlight bathing them in warmth and brightness. The fiery creature above them chirped joyfully, as if cheering them on. Shen Luo looked at Feng Huayang, his heart filled with happiness and resolve. He understood that the challenges ahead would be arduous. But as long as he had Feng Huayang and the fiery creature by his side, he had the courage to confront anything. He believed they would purify all the shadow crystal cores, protect the land they cherished, and create a beautiful future belonging to them. Chapter 12. Ice and Fire in the Training Forest. The initial encounter with the ice elemental partner on the afternoon of the day, they were to collect the cold resistance energy suits. Delicate snowflakes danced through the sky. Shen Luo cradled a neatly folded silver energy suit, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from the fabric as his fingertips brushed against it. This suit was crafted from the unique ice silk of snow-capped mountains, interwoven with fiery elemental fibers. It was designed to withstand temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees and could automatically activate its protective layer upon encountering shadow energy. The armory had already been informed. The Sword of Light would only be available for application by tomorrow morning. Feng Huayang placed an oxygen energy canister into the shared storage bag, while Qi Yin, obediently perched on his shoulder, occasionally brushed his golden-orange feathers against his chin. Since the afternoon is still young, shall we scout the northwestern side of the training forest? We can ascertain the location of the shadow crystal core in advance and purify it directly tomorrow, saving us some time. As Shen Luo nodded, the phoenix necklace around his neck swayed gently. He recalled the warning that had popped up on the panel last night. An anomaly of ice energy exists in the northwestern training forest, suspected activity of ice-type beasts. Caution is advised regarding cold and ice spike traps. He quickly added, the panel indicated the presence of ice-type beasts, and there may be ice spike traps. We must take the ice pick and detector. Feng Huayang retrieved a silver-gray ice pick from the storage bag, its handle adorned with intricate flame patterns. I prepared this long ago. It can channel the flame energy of Qi Yin, allowing it to melt ice spikes upon contact. As he spoke, he handed the pick to Shen Luo, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other as palms. Both paused momentarily, then quickly averted their gazes, their ears flushing with a subtle hue. When the hover vehicle halted at the entrance to the northwestern side of the training forest, the snowflakes had transformed into light flurries. Shen Luo donned the cold-resistant energy suit, and as he zipped it up to his chest, Feng Huayang reached out to adjust the collar's fluff. Don't zip it too tightly, otherwise you won't be able to breathe. The collar of the energy suit contained a temperature-regulating chip that would automatically warm when it sensed cold. I understand, Shen Luo replied obediently, following Feng Huayang into the forest. As soon as they stepped into the wooded area, the temperature plummeted several degrees. A thin layer of ice coated the ground, crunching underfoot. Qi Yin soared from Feng Huayang's shoulder, its flames enveloping them in a warm glow, dispelling the biting chill. This way, Shen Luo directed, his gaze fixed on the panel before him, which clearly marked the location of the shadow crystal core, northwestern training forest at the base of the icebound gorge. 10 meters beneath the ice. Next to it was a note. Ice spike beasts are active nearby, classified as sea-level high-tier, adept at creating ice spike traps, with their core located in the blue crystal on their backs. Just as he intended to caution Feng Huayang about the ice spike beasts, a sudden disturbance erupted beneath his feet. The ice crust on the ground shattered instantly, sharp ice spikes thrusting upward from the fissures, aimed directly at their shins. Be careful. Feng Huayang reacted swiftly, pulling Shen Luo behind him while commanding Qi Yin. Qi Yin, flame ray, melt the ice spikes. The golden-orange flame ray shot forth, instantly striking the ice spikes, which melted into a puddle of water upon impact. Shen Luo, still shaken, stared at the fissures in the ground as a new alert appeared on the panel. The ice spike beast is located behind the ice column 10 meters to the left front, preparing for second attack. Behind the ice column 10 meters to the left front. Shen Luo immediately shouted, raising the ice pick in his hand, infusing it with a flicker of fiery energy sensed from the symbiotic mark. The tip of the pick glowed crimson as he swung it towards the ice pillar, the red flames spreading across the ground, melting the ice surrounding the column. Suddenly, a snow-white figure darted out from behind the ice pillar, a beast resembling a wolf, entirely encased in transparent ice armor, adorned with a blue crystal on its back. It was the ice spike beast. It emitted a piercing howl, its icy armor shimmering with a blue light as countless tiny ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the two. Crimson flame barrier. Feng Huayang commanded again, simultaneously retrieving an energy gun from his storage pouch, aiming it at the blue crystal on the ice spike beast's back. Shen Luo, restrain its movements. I will target its core. Understood. Shen Luo nodded, gripping the ice pick as he charged towards the ice spike beast. He deliberately slowed his pace, drawing the creature's attention. As anticipated, the ice spike beast turned and lunged at him, launching its ice spikes once more. Now, Shen Luo sidestepped the projectiles, shouting to Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang pulled the trigger of the energy gun, releasing a golden energy beam that struck the blue crystal on the ice spike beast's back with precision. Awu! The ice spike beast let out a pained howl as a crack appeared in the blue crystal, its icy armor instantly losing its luster. It staggered backward, attempting to flee, but was ensnared by the flames of the crimson flame, unable to move. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out, "Stop! Do not harm it!" Shen Luo and Feng Huayang turned simultaneously to see a girl clad in a blue cold-resistant outfit emerge from the woods, wielding an ice-blue staff. Her hair was a soft lavender, and her eyes sparkled like a crystalline lake. She rushed to the ice spike beast's side, positioning herself protectively in front of it, eyeing Shen Luo and Feng Huayang with caution. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my ice spike beast? Are you its beast master?" Feng Huayang sheathed his energy gun, adopting a calm tone. "We are students from the academy, here to seek the shadow crystal core. Your ice spike beast attacked us. We were merely acting in self-defense." The girl hesitated, glancing down at her injured ice spike beast, then at the scattered ice spikes and scorched ground, a hint of remorse crossing her face. "I apologize. I should have kept a better eye on it. The energy here has been peculiar lately, causing the ice spike beast to become quite irritable. It may have been provoked by the fiery energy emanating from you." "We are aware." Shen Luo stepped forward, gesturing towards the frozen canyon. At the base of the canyon lies a shadow crystal core, releasing shadow energy that affects the surrounding beasts. "We have come to purify the core. Once purified, the ice spike beast will no longer be agitated." The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? My name is Ling Shui, a fourth-year student majoring in ice beast mastery. I have been observing the unusual behavior of the ice spike beast here for the past few days, thinking it was due to environmental changes, not realizing it was the shadow crystal core's influence. I am Shen Luo, and this is Feng Huayang," he introduced, pointing to his companion and then to the crimson flame perched on his shoulder. "Since you are familiar with this environment, would you like to join us in purifying the shadow crystal core? The more hands we have, the stronger our efforts." Ling Shui immediately nodded. "All right. My ice crystal beast excels at breaking ice and can assist you in shattering the ice layer at the bottom of the canyon. Furthermore, my staff can unleash ice energy, temporarily suppressing the shadow energy and granting you time for purification." Feng Huayang glanced at Ling Shui and her ice crystal beast, then nodded. "We appreciate your help. However, the shadow energy at the canyon's base may be formidable, so you and your beast must prioritize safety and avoid getting too close to the core. Rest assured." Ling Shui patted her chest and turned to her ice crystal beast. "Xiaobai, we're going to assist in purifying the shadow core, so be obedient and refrain from throwing any tantrums." The ice crystal beast seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling her palm and emitting a gentle sound. The four of them, along with the beast, proceeded toward the frozen canyon. As they walked, Ling Shui began to explain the surroundings to Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. The frozen canyon is the deepest gorge located in the northwest of the training forest, perpetually shrouded in ice, with extremely low temperatures and seldom any beast activity. Recently, the ice energy in the vicinity has surged, and numerous low-tier ice shadow beasts have appeared. I suspect this is all due to the shadow core." Shen Luo nodded, observing the panel before him, which displayed the conditions at the canyon's base. Frozen canyon base, ice thickness, 5 meters, shadow core located 10 meters beneath the ice layer, surrounded by 3 C-grade mid-tier ice shadow beasts. Core situated at the black crystal in the abdomen. Ahead lies the frozen canyon. Ling Shui pointed to the entrance. "The ice layer at the bottom is quite slippery, and there are many fissures. We must tread carefully. Xiaobai, lead the way and use your ice energy to freeze the fissures." The ice crystal beast nodded and ventured into the canyon first. Its icy armor gleamed with a blue light as it directed streams of ice energy towards the fissures in the ground, freezing them and creating a safe passage. The four followed the ice crystal beast into the canyon, where the temperature was significantly lower and their breath turned into white mist. Shen Luo's thermal energy suit automatically heated up, providing him with a semblance of warmth. Just ahead, Ling Shui pointed to the central ice layer at the bottom of the canyon, where the shadow energy was most potent. The shadow core should be just below. Shen Luo's panel confirmed the core's location. He informed Feng Huayang and Ling Shui. The core lies 10 meters beneath the ice layer, surrounded by 3 ice shadow beasts. Ling Shui, please direct your ice crystal beast to break the ice while Feng Huayang and I handle the shadow beasts and purify the core. Understood. Ling Shui nodded and instructed her ice crystal beast. Xiaobai, use all your strength to break the ice. The ice crystal beast let out a howl. Its icy armor radiating a brilliant blue light. It lunged toward the ice layer, and the blue crystal on its back released a massive surge of ice energy, creating a substantial crack upon impact. With renewed vigor, the crack widened until finally, the thick ice layer shattered completely, revealing the dark water below. The shadow beasts are emerging. Feng Huayang suddenly shouted. 3 shadowy ice beasts shot forth from the water, their slender bodies resembling serpents, with black crystals embedded in their abdomens, precisely as depicted on the panel. Shuo, unleash a fiery assault. Feng Huayang commanded, addressing Ling Shui. Ling Shui, wield your staff and unleash your ice energy to temporarily ensnare them. Understood. Ling Shui nodded, raising her staff to release waves of ice energy towards the shadow beasts. The moment the ice energy struck the shadow beasts, a layer of ice encased them, momentarily trapping them. Following swiftly was the fiery assault of Shen. The golden flames collided with the ice shell, causing it to melt instantly. The flames then searing the bodies of the shadow beasts. They emitted anguished howls, desperate to flee, yet were intercepted by Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. Shen Luo grasped the ice-breaking pickaxe, infusing it with fiery energy as he swung it towards the abdomen of one shadow beast. The tip of the pickaxe shattered the black crystal upon impact, causing the shadow beast to collapse, convulsing a few times before falling still. Feng Huayang also vanquished one shadow beast, leaving only a final one remaining. Ling Shui's ice ridge beast lunged forward, its sharp ice claws gripping the shadow beast body. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui unleashed ice energy to freeze the head of the shadow beast, while Feng Huayang struck the black crystal in its abdomen with an energy gun. In no time, the 3 shadow beasts were dispatched. Shen Luo approached the breach in the ice layer, gazing down at the inky water beneath, and informed Feng Huayang. The crystal core lies 10 meters below. We must dive to purify it. Feng Huayang nodded, retrieving a diving suit from his storage bag. I shall descend with you. Ling Shui, you and the ice ridge beast remain above to support us. Keep a vigilant watch for any anomalies and alert us immediately. Of course. You can count on me, Ling Shui affirmed, gripping her staff tightly. After donning their diving suits and equipment, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang sequentially leapt into the water. The temperature beneath the surface was frigid, even clad in diving gear. The biting cold was palpable. Shen swam alongside them, its flames forming a warm glow that dispelled some of the chill while illuminating the surrounding waters. Following the panel's guidance, the duo swiftly located the shadow crystal core nestled within a crevice 10 meters underwater. It was entirely black, glimmering with an eerie radiance, surrounded by a dense aura of shadow energy. Let us commence the purification, Feng Huayang instructed Shen Luo, simultaneously activating the symbiotic seal. Golden-orange flames surged from him, intertwining with Shen Luo's energy to form a golden beam directed at the shadow crystal core. Shen Luo also activated his symbiotic seal, channeling the energy of the ice crystal into the beam. The golden beam entwined with the blue ice energy, coalescing into a golden-blue column that enveloped the shadow crystal core. The shadow energy on the core's surface began to dissipate, gradually revealing a soft, pearl-scent glow. After approximately 10 minutes, the shadow crystal core was completely purified, transforming into a lustrous white crystal. We succeeded, Shen Luo exclaimed to Feng Huayang, his excitement palpable. Feng Huayang nodded, a look of gratification spreading across his face. The two gathered their diving equipment and swam towards the surface. Upon resurfacing, Ling Shui hurriedly approached, inquiring, "How did it go? Was the purification successful?" "It was indeed successful," Shen Luo affirmed, producing the purified shadow crystal core. "Look, it has transformed into a pearl-scent hue, and the surrounding shadow energy has vanished." Ling Shui gazed at the crystal core, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Splendid. With this, Xiaobai shall no longer be irritable, and the surrounding beasts will return to their normal state. The ice ridge beast nuzzled against Ling Shue's palm, emitting a gentle sound as though expressing its delight. As the quartet and their beast departed from the icy canyon, the snowfall ceased. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting a warm golden hue upon the forest, bestowing a layer of warmth upon the frigid ground. Thank you all for today, Ling Shue said, glancing at Shen Luo and Feng Huayang with a smile. Had it not been for you, I would still be uncertain of when I could discover the cause of the ice ridge beast anomaly. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. We are equally grateful to you, Shen Luo replied with a smile. Without your and the ice ridge beast's help in breaking the ice, we would not have been able to purify the crystal core so swiftly. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Indeed, Ling Shuen nodded, and after exchanging contact information, she departed with the ice ridge beast. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang watched as Ling Shue's silhouette faded into the forest, sharing a knowing smile. Feng Huayang gently grasped Shen Luo's hand, saying, "Let us return. We have to collect the Sword of Light from the armory tomorrow and prepare to purify the next shadow crystal core at the heart of the ice crystal lake." Yes. Shen Luo nodded, tightly holding Feng Huayang's hand. The two walked side by side out of the forest, with the fiery bird above them chirping joyfully, while the setting sun bathed them in its warm afterglow, creating a comforting halo around them. As Shen Luo looked at Feng Huayang beside him, his heart brimmed with happiness and resolve. He understood that with Ling Shue's addition, their team had gained another source of strength. Although the challenges ahead remained daunting, he believed that as long as they united their efforts, they could purify all the shadow crystal cores and protect the land they cherished. Chapter 13. The underflow of the heart of the ice crystal lake. The Sword of Light reveals its might in the early morning. The ice crystal lake was shrouded in a thin mist, sunlight piercing through the fog and illuminating the icy surface with scattered reflections. Shen Luo stood at the lake's edge, his fingertips lightly brushing the cuff of his cold-resistant energy suit. The Sword of Light, which he had collected the previous day, hung diagonally behind him in its silver-white sheath, adorned with flowing luminous runes. Even wrapped in his cloak, he could faintly sense the warm energy emanating from the sword. The Sword of Light requires the user's mental energy to activate it. Try concentrating and see if you can awaken the light elements within the sword, Feng Huayang advised, standing beside him with a depth detection map of the ice crystal lake in hand. The fiery bird perched on his shoulder, its golden-orange feathers occasionally brushing against his chin. According to the data, the shadow crystal core lay 30 meters beneath the ice layer at the heart of the lake, where a dark river passage might conceal unknown shadow creatures. Shen Luo nodded, closing his eyes and focusing his mental energy on the Sword of Light behind him. In the next moment, he felt a warm energy surge from the hilt into his body, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his palm. He opened his eyes, grasped the hilt, and slowly drew forth the long sword. Its blade glistened with a pearly sheen, entwined with faint golden patterns, and he could even see tiny luminous particles dancing at the tip. "I did it!" Shen Luo, filled with delight, brandished his long sword, leaving a trail of faint golden light in the air, as the surrounding mist appeared to dissipate slightly. The sword power was formidable, seemingly capable of effortlessly cleaving through the shadow energy. Feng Huayang observed the gleam in his eyes and smiled gently. "Be cautious. Do not become overly excited. While the Sword of Light counters shadow beings, it requires synergy with our life energy to unleash its full potential." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 energy detectors from his storage pouch, handing one to Shen Luo. This device can sense shadow energy fluctuations within 100 meters. The situation beneath the lake is intricate. We must remain vigilant at all times. The two donned their diving suits, and Feng Huayang instructed Xian to first hover above the lake's surface, watching for any disturbances. Shen Luo grasped the Sword of Light and followed Feng Huayang to the ice layer at the heart of the lake, which was nearly 2 meters thicker than that at the shore its surface adorned with a thin layer of frost that crackled underfoot. Shen, melt the ice. Feng Huayang commanded softly. Golden-orange flames surged from Shen's wings, striking the center of the ice layer and instantaneously melting a hole approximately 2 meters in diameter, through which the frigid lake water surged forth. Shen Luo peered into the opening, where the water appeared pitch black, with only faint shadow energy fluctuations discernible below. Activating the energy detector, a red energy trajectory appeared on the screen, indicating the location of a shadow crystal at a depth of 30 meters. Let us descend. Feng Huayang leaped into the opening, with Shen Luo closely following. The icy waters enveloped them instantly, but the cold-resistant energy suit promptly activated its insulation function, swiftly dispelling the chill. She encircled above the opening, occasionally releasing a flame to illuminate the underwater surroundings, guiding their path. As they descended to a depth of 10 meters, the water suddenly grew murky, with a cascade of ice crystal fragments raining down from above. Shen Luo's energy detector emitted urgent beeps, displaying 3 red dots rapidly approaching from different directions. Shadow beings are approaching. Shen Luo tightened his grip on the Sword of Light, channeling his mental energy. The light patterns on the blade intensified, the faint golden radiance spreading through the water, illuminating the area around them. 3 shadow creatures, resembling sharks, surged toward them. Their bodies entirely black, teeth glistening ominously, and their abdomens embedded with dark crystals. Shadow ice sharks birth from shadow energy. Shen, initiate a flame attack. Feng Huayang shouted underwater, simultaneously activating the symbiotic mark. Golden-orange flames erupted from him, intertwining with the light energy surrounding Shen Luo to form a barrier of golden and white hues before them. Shen's flames descended from the opening, striking the back of one shadow ice shark. It emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing in the flames before dissipating into a cloud of black mist. The remaining 2 shadow ice sharks, undeterred, became even more ferocious, charging towards the 2. Aim for their abdominal crystals with the Sword of Light. Feng Huayang commanded, maintaining the fiery distraction against the shadow ice sharks while urging Shen Luo. Shen Luo nodded, gripping the Sword of Light, and thrust it towards the abdomen of a shadowy ice shark. The luminous energy of the blade clashed with that of the shadowy creature, emitting a sizzling sound. The ice shark let out a pained shriek as the black crystal at its abdomen shattered, its form dissolving into a cloud of black mist. The last remaining shadowy ice shark, witnessing the demise of its companion, turned to flee. Feng Huayang swiftly unleashed a fiery chain, ensnaring the creature and pulling it back. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo swung his sword, cleaving through the crystal of the ice shark's abdomen and obliterating it completely. With the shadowy ice sharks vanquished, the duo continued their descent. At a depth of 20 meters, a narrow, dark river passage unveiled itself, its entrance entwined with dense shadow energy, where flickers of black light indicated the presence of the shadow crystal core within. Be cautious. There may be more formidable shadow creatures within the passage, Feng Huayang cautioned, simultaneously conjuring a barrier of flames at the entrance to thwart the encroaching shadow energy. Shen Luo, brandishing the Sword of Light, bravely stepped into the passage. The interior was more spacious than anticipated, with thick layers of ice blanketing the walls, adorned with myriad tiny ice spirit crystals that emitted a soft blue glow. As they ventured deeper, the shadow energy intensified, and the alarm of the energy detector grew increasingly urgent. Suddenly, the ice layers on either side of the passage fractured simultaneously, and countless black tendrils emerged from the fissures, writhing towards them. These were the shadow tendrils, offspring of the Shadow Lord. Quick evade! Feng Huayang shouted, shoving Shen Luo aside as he unleashed flames, scorching the approaching tendrils. The tendrils recoiled with a hissing sound, but soon more emerged from the ice. Launching an assault on the pair, Shen Luo wielded the Sword of Light, severing the encroaching shadow tendrils. The radiant energy purified them upon contact, dispersing them into black mist. However, the sheer number of tendrils soon enveloped them, making escape nearly impossible. This won't suffice, We must locate the shadow crystal core swiftly, Shen Luo bellowed, activating the symbiotic skill, Heartfire Resonance. The golden-orange flames intertwined with a pale golden light energy, forming a colossal beam that surged deeper into the passage. The beam penetrated the shadow energy, illuminating the depths of the passage where a massive shadow crystal core was embedded in the rock wall. Surrounded by countless shadow tendrils, the source of all shadow creatures. We found it, Feng Huayang shouted, unleashing all his fiery energy to restrain the surrounding tendrils. Shen Luo, take this chance to strike the core of the crystal with your sword of light. Nodding, Shen Luo charged towards the shadow crystal core, dodging the assaulting tendrils. With a leap, he plunged the sword of light into the heart of the crystal. The radiant energy erupted instantaneously, radiating through the core, causing the surrounding shadow energy to dissipate rapidly. The shadow tendrils, stripped of their power, fell to the ground, transforming into a plume of black mist. The black haze enveloping the surface of the shadow crystal gradually dissipated, revealing a faint pearl scent glow. Approximately 10 minutes later, the shadow crystal core was completely purified, transforming into a luminous white crystal radiating gentle energy. Success. Shen Luo withdrew the sword of light, gazing at the purified crystal core with a smile of satisfaction adorning his face. Feng Huayang approached him, wiping the droplets of water from his face, and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. The sword of light is indeed formidable. With it, we are more assured in confronting the shadow monarch of the Snow Mountain Range." Shen Luo's ears flushed slightly as he sheathed the sword of light and replied to Feng Huayang, "We should head back now. Lingxiu is waiting for us by the lake." The two returned along the dark river passage, and upon resurfacing at the lake, they spotted Lingxiu and the ice crystal beast anxiously awaiting their return. As soon as she saw them safe, Lingxiu rushed over. "How did it go? Was the purification successful? Did you encounter any dangers?" "It was successful. We faced a few shadow ice sharks and shadow tentacles, but we dealt with them," Shen Luo replied with a smile, presenting the purified shadow crystal core to Lingxiu. "Look, the core has turned a pearl scent white." Lingxiu's face lit up with joy as she gazed at the crystal core. "That's wonderful. Now, only the final shadow crystal core in the Snow Mountain Range remains. When shall we set off for the mountains?" "We shall wait for the night of the full moon," Feng Huayang responded. According to ancient texts, the energy of the shadow monarch significantly diminishes on that night, making it the prime moment to strike. With just a week until the full moon, we still have time to prepare. Lingxiu nodded eagerly. "Great. I will train the ice crystal beast thoroughly this week to enhance its combat capabilities. If you need any supplies, do not hesitate to let me know. I can assist." "Thank you, Lingxiu," Shen Luo said with a smile. "With your help and that of the ice crystal beast, we are more confident in overcoming the shadow monarch." The four companions and one beast tidied their belongings and prepared to return to the academy. On the journey, Shen Luo glanced at Feng Huayang beside him, then at Lingxiu and the ice crystal beast, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that the battle in the Snow Mountain Range would be arduous. Yet he believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could defeat the shadow monarch, purify the final shadow crystal core, and safeguard the land they cherished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the ice crystal lake, bestowing a warm golden sheen upon its surface. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang walked side by side in the lead, with Lingxiu and the ice crystal beast following closely behind. Their silhouettes stretched long in the sunset, creating a tender yet resolute tableau. Chapter 14. A moment of preparation for the Snow Mountain battle. Unexpected clues from ancient texts with 5 days remaining until the full moon. The training grounds behind the academy were alive with the flickering of golden flames and soft blue ice shards. Shen Luo gripped the sword of light, particles of luminous energy cascading from the blade's tip with each swing, striking precisely at the shadowed target crafted from ice energy by Lingxiu. This training apparatus mimicked the energy fluctuations of the shadow monarch and was coated with a layer of black film simulating shadow energy. "Excellent. The coverage of the light energy has indeed expanded," Feng Huayang observed from the side, holding an energy meter. The The screen displayed the energy intensity of Shen Luo's every attack. Let us try again. This time, attempt to infuse symbiotic energy into the sword's body and see if we can trigger the advanced effect of the heart flame resonance. Shen Luo nodded, inhaling deeply. He closed his eyes, summoning the symbiotic energy within him, a warmth intertwined with Feng Huayang and Qi Yin, allowing it to flow through his arm to the sword's hilt. Simultaneously, he concentrated his mental energy to awaken the runes of the Sword of Light, causing the pristine blade to suddenly shimmer with intertwining patterns of gold and white. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he swung the sword towards a shadow target. A beam of light, half a meter wide, shot forth from the tip of the sword, and upon striking the bullseye, the black membrane swiftly melted away as if confronted by the blazing sun, leaving a precise incision in the icy target. It worked. Ling Xue's voice rang out from nearby, where she was directing the Ice Spikes beast to practice its ice barrier. Unable to contain her excitement at the sight, she clapped her hands. If this technique were used against the Shadow Lord, it would surely breach its defenses. Qi Yin flitted joyfully from Feng Huayang's shoulder, circling Shen Luo and chirping merrily, its golden orange feathers brushing against his cheek as if to commend him. Shen Luo smiled and affectionately patted Qi Yin's head. Just as he was about to speak, his terminal in his pocket vibrated, signaling a message from Professor Zhang, summoning them immediately to the ancient texts research room. Could it be a new clue regarding the Shadow Lord? Feng Huayang stowed away the detection device, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. The trio and their beast hastened toward the research room, and along the way, Shen Luo couldn't help but speculate. Professor Zhang had previously mentioned organizing ancient beast-controlling literature. Perhaps he had discovered a more effective method to counter the Shadow Lord. As they pushed open the door to the research room, a rich scent of ink enveloped them. Professor Zhang stood before a massive desk, cradling a yellowed, thread-bound ancient text, the archaic characters on the pages requiring a projection translator for clarity. Spotting their entrance, Professor Zhang waved them over. Come quickly. Look at this passage that describes the Shadow Lord, born from chaotic shadows, its core transformed from the essence of shadows. Only the dual brilliance of the sun and moon can thoroughly purify it. The dual brilliance of the sun and moon? Shen Luo leaned closer, scrutinizing the projected text. Did it refer to the energies of the sun and moon? Professor Zhang shook his head and turned to the next page of the ancient text, revealing an illustration. On the left stood a warrior wielding a sword of light, while on the right, a mage commanded ice energy. Behind each of them floated totems of the sun and moon, and in the center, the shadowy monster was enveloped in a blend of golden white and icy blue energy. Here, the sun represents the element of light, while the moon signifies the ice element. The dual brilliance requires the simultaneous infusion of light and ice energy into the core of the Shadow Lord to dismantle its shadow essence completely. Ling Xue's eyes sparkled with realization as she instinctively patted the Ice Spikes beast. So, it means I need to coordinate with Shen Luo? My ice energy represents the moonlight, while Shen Luo's light energy represents the sunlight. Exactly, Professor Zhang affirmed, pointing to the annotations beneath the illustration. Moreover, the annotations mentioned that the dual brilliance resonance requires a specific formation. The light energy must restrain from the front, while the ice energy freezes the shadow tendrils surrounding the core from the side. Both energies must be injected into the core simultaneously, with no deviation exceeding 3 seconds. Otherwise, not only will purification fail, but it will also provoke a backlash from the shadow energy. Feng Huayang furrowed his brow, mentally organizing the battle plan. Previously, we planned for Qi Yin to use a flame barrier to fend off the Shadow Lord's attacks, while I would restrain with the energy gun. Now, we need to adjust our formation. Ling Xue, you and the Ice Spikes beast must position yourselves closer to Shen Luo to ensure the ice energy can keep pace. He gazed at Shen Luo and Ling Xue, instructing them that in the coming days, they must focus on training for the dual brilliance resonance, familiarizing themselves with each other's energy rhythms. Both Shen Luo and Ling Xue nodded in agreement. Shen Luo, looking at the sword of light in his hand, suddenly recalled the previous notification that had appeared on his interface. The attributes of light and ice energy possess potential resonance. Achieving a synchronization rate of 80 will unlock the Sun Moon Guardian buff, enhancing team defense by 20. Indeed, my interface indicated that if Ling Shui and I reached an energy synchronization rate of 80, we could also unlock a defensive buff, thereby reducing the risk of injury for everyone. That is splendid, Professor Zhang exclaimed, retrieving 2 silver energy bracelets from his drawer. These are energy synchronizers. They can display your energy synchronization rates in real time and assist in adjusting your energy rhythms during training. Wearing these will make your training far more efficient. Shen Luo and Ling Shui accepted the bracelets and fastened them around their wrists. The bracelets conformed snugly to their skin, and the screen immediately displayed a synchronization rate of 35. Ling Shui attempted to release a wisp of ice energy, while Shen Luo simultaneously unleashed his light energy. The synchronization rate on the screen instantaneously jumped to 42, accompanied by a gentle alert. Energy rhythm deviates significantly. Please adjust the release speed. It seems we need further practice. Shen Luo remarked with a smile, yet his heart brimmed with confidence. With a clear objective and supportive tools at hand, diligent training would surely lead them to achieve an 80 synchronization rate. After departing from the ancient texts research room, the trio headed directly to the training ground to commence their dual brilliance resonance practice. Shen Luo positioned himself on the left, wielding the Sword of Light. Its tip aimed at the shadow target. Ling Shui stood on the right, her staff pointed at the bullseye. The ice-spike beast beside her poised to unleash its icy projectiles. Feng Huayang, holding a timer, stood nearby to direct. Prepare. 3, 2, 1, release. Golden white light energy and ice blue energy shot forth simultaneously, yet diverged a meter before reaching the target. The light energy arrived half a second early, while the ice energy lagged behind by half a second, resulting in no resonance, only leaving 2 distinct marks on the target. The synchronization rate displayed on the bracelet read 48, and the alert chimed again. Ice energy release too slow. Please quicken the rhythm. I apologize, I was a bit nervous, and my energy release was delayed, Ling Shui admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shen Luo shook his head, smiling reassuringly. It's all right, let's try again. This time, there's no need to rush. Follow my rhythm. I will count to 3, and we will release together. The second training commenced, with Shen Luo softly counting 1, 2, 3. The golden white and ice blue energies erupted simultaneously, this time precisely striking the same bullseye, the black membrane dissolving in an instant as the target was enveloped by both energies. The synchronization rate on the bracelet soared to 55, and the alert transformed into a soothing green. Synchronization rate improved. Rhythm deviation narrowed to 0. 5 seconds. Progress. Feng Huayang cheered, applauding, while Shuo chirped joyously beside them. In the following days, Shen Luo and Ling Shui nearly lived in the training ground. From initial synchronization rate of 35, by the evening of the 4th day, they finally reached 80. When the golden white and ice blue energies struck the bullseye again, they intertwined to form a dual-colored light shield, creating a transparent protective membrane around the target. The wristband screen displayed a synchronization rate of 80, along with the words Unlock the Day and Night Guardian buff. The air surrounding the training ground seemed to grow gentler. Success! Ling Shui, filled with excitement, embraced the ice crystal beast, which joyfully rubbed its face against hers. Shen Luo gazed at the notification on his wristband, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He turned to look at Feng Huayang, their eyes meeting in a tender gaze that made his ears involuntarily flush. He hastily averted his gaze. Feng Huayang approached, handing him a bottle of energy drink. You've worked hard. Your progress has been remarkable these past few days. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon, so rest well tonight and recharge your energy. He turned to Ling Shui, saying, Ling Shui, you and the Ice Crystal Beast should also get some rest. We'll set off at dawn, aiming to reach the Shadow Lord's lair in the Snow Mountain Range before sunrise. All right, Ling Shui nodded, taking the Ice Crystal Beast's hand. I'll head back to prepare my things. See you tomorrow. After Ling Shui departed, only Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Xian remained in the training ground. The sunset's afterglow enveloped them, casting a warm halo around the two. Feng Huayang looked at Shen Luo and suddenly reached out, gently brushing away the dust from the tips of his hair. Tomorrow's battle will be perilous, but I will always be by your side. Shen Luo's heart raced at that moment. He lifted his gaze to meet Feng Huayang's eyes, which were filled with tenderness and determination, reminiscent of a lake under the evening sun, drawing one in. I know, he whispered, with you and Xian by my side, I fear nothing. Xian seemed to sense the atmosphere between them and obediently crouched nearby, its golden-orange feathers glistening softly in the sunset. The two stood side by side on the training ground, watching the sun gradually descend, their hearts filled with anticipation and resolve. Tomorrow, they would face their most challenging battle, but with unity, they would surely triumph over the Shadow Lord and purify the final Shadow Crystal Core. Chapter 15. The decisive battle on the night of the full moon. The fall of the Shadow Lord at 3 in the morning on the snow mountain. The biting cold wind carried ice particles that sliced against their faces like daggers. Shen Luo tightened the collar of his cold-resistant energy suit, feeling a faint warmth from the phoenix necklace around his neck, harmonizing with the comforting heat emanating from the sword of light behind him. Feng Huayang walked alongside him, holding a night vision device and occasionally glancing back to check on his condition. Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast followed behind, the icy energy radiating from the beast, leaving a soft blue trail in the snow, illuminating their path ahead. We are just 1 kilometer from the Shadow Lord's lair, Feng Huayang announced, stopping to pull up the map of the snow mountain. According to ancient texts, the lair was located within an ice cave at the mountain's peak, teeming with shadow tendrils. We need to clear the outer perimeter of shadow creatures before entering the lair. Shen Luo activated the energy detector, and the screen filled with dense red dots, all low-level beasts controlled by shadow energy. The panel indicated that there were over a dozen shadow snow wolves at the periphery, classified as high-level C, adept at group attacks, with their cores located in their eyes. Gripping the sword of light, its tip shimmering with a faint golden glow, he proposed, we could divide our roles. Feng Huayang and I will handle the frontal assault, while Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast will immobilize them using ice energy. Ling Shui nodded, raising her staff. Xiao Bai, prepare to unleash the ice crystal trap. I will freeze their movement range, and you all can take the opportunity to attack their cores. The ice spike beast emitted a low growl, its icy energy surging around it, causing the snow on the ground to gradually crystallize into sharp ice spikes. The 4 individuals and the beast cautiously approached the perimeter of the nest. Indeed, a dozen pitch-black shadow snow wolves sprang forth from the snow, their eyes glowing red as they lunged toward the group. Now, shouted Ling Shui, waving her staff, and the ice spikes erupted from the ground, ensnaring the shadow snow wolves in their midst. Crimson Flame, unleash a fire attack, commanded Feng Huayang, as golden-orange flames erupted from the crimson flame wings, striking one of the shadow snow wolves in the eye. The wolf let out a wretched howl, its body dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Shen Luo, wielding the sword of light, charged at another shadow snow wolf, the blade piercing precisely into its eye, the light energy bursting forth and thoroughly purifying its shadowy essence. In less than 10 minutes, all the shadow snow wolves surrounding them had been vanquished. The group pressed onward, soon arriving at the entrance of an ice cave, shrouded in dense black mist, from which ominous roars echoed, sending shivers down their spines. This was the lair of the Shadow Monarch. Feng Huayang retrieved an energy detector, revealing a massive red dot on the screen, indicating an energy intensity even greater than anticipated. Everyone, be cautious, he warned, glancing at Shen Luo and Ling Shui. Remember the formation of the dual radiance resonance. Shen Luo, draw its attention from the front. Ling Shui, move to the side. Once I and the Crimson Flame have restrained its shadowy tendrils, you both will channel your energy simultaneously. Both Shen Luo and Ling Shui nodded in agreement. Shen Luo took a deep breath, gripping the sword of light, and stepped into the ice cave first. The temperature within the cave was frigid, with thick layers of ice covering the floor and walls, embedded with numerous black crystals formed from shadow energy. A thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the cave, and a colossal shadow emerged from a mist. It was a beast resembling a lion, entirely black, with 3 red eyes adorning its head and its back covered in tough black scales, countless shadowy tendrils coiling around its limbs. This was the Shadow Monarch. Upon noticing the group, the 3 eyes of the Shadow Monarch ignited with red light, and numerous shadow tendrils surged toward them. Crimson flame, create a fire barrier, Feng Huayang shouted, as golden orange flames swiftly formed a shield to block the tendrils' assault. The ice spike beast also released its icy energy, freezing some of the shadow tendrils and granting the group a moment to breathe. Shen Luo, prepare for the frontal engagement, Feng Huayang yelled, simultaneously firing his energy gun at the Shadow Monarch's eyes. Shen Luo nodded, gripping the Sword of Light as he charged toward the Shadow Monarch, dodging the incoming tendrils. He leaped into the air, plunging the Sword of Light into the creature's shoulder. Light energy erupted forth, and the Shadow Monarch let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently. Ling Shui now, Feng Huayang bellowed. Ling Shui swiftly circled to the side of the Shadow Monarch, raising her staff as icy energy coalesced before her into a massive ice spear, aimed at the black crystal embedded in the creature's chest. At the same moment, Shen Luo withdrew the Sword of Light, aiming once more at the black crystal. Dual radiance resonance. They both cried out in unison. The radiant golden energy intertwined with the icy blue power simultaneously struck the dark crystal embedded in the chest of the Shadow Lord, merging into a dual-hued beam of light that enveloped the crystal. The Shadow Lord emitted a piercing roar, thrashing violently as countless shadowy tendrils flailed desperately, seeking to break free from the beam's grasp. Hold on, Feng Huayang shouted, urging Xian to amplify the flame energy output while relentlessly targeting the Shadow Lord's eyes with an energy gun to divert its attention. The ice spike beast unleashed its full icy power, freezing the Shadow Lord's limbs and rendering it immobile. Cracks began to appear on the black crystal within the beam, dark energy seeping through the fissures, only to be instantly purified by the dual energies. After approximately 5 minutes, the black crystal shattered completely, and the Shadow Lord let out a final roar, its form dissolving into a cloud of black mist, gradually dissipating into the air. We did it! Shen Luo exclaimed with exhilaration, dropping the Sword of Light to the ground. He gazed at the empty ice cave before him, tears streaming down his face. They had finally triumphed over the Shadow Lord and purified the last dark crystal core. Feng Huayang approached him, gently embracing him. You've worked hard. We succeeded. Ling Shui and the ice spike beast also came over, Ling Shui's face alight with joy. That's wonderful. We won't have to worry about the threat of dark energy anymore. Xian chirped merrily above them, its golden-orange feathers shimmering brilliantly. Outside the ice cave, a full moon slowly descended, golden sunlight streaming through the entrance, bathing them in warmth and light. The 4 companions and 1 beast emerged from the ice cave, gazing at the snow-capped mountains as the sunrise cast golden rays upon the snow, transforming it into a glistening gold. The distant sea of clouds roiled, as if celebrating their victory. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang's shoulder, drinking in the beautiful scenery, his heart brimming with happiness and resolve. He knew that while this battle had concluded, their adventures were far from over. More challenges awaited them in the future, but as long as they worked together, no obstacle was insurmountable. He believed that with Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, Xian, and the ice spike beast by his side, they would surely protect this cherished land and create a bright future of their own. Chapter 16. The aftermath of battle and a new prologue as the golden rays of the sunrise penetrated the clouds of the snow-capped mountains. Shen Luo rested against Feng Huayang's shoulder, watching the distant sea of clouds swell into golden waves. He held the Sword of Light in his hand, the runes on its blade still radiating a faint warmth, as if celebrating their victory. The ice spike beast curled at Ling Shui's feet, occasionally nudging her hand with its nose, while the golden-orange sunlight danced upon its transparent icy armor, refracting into myriad sparkling flecks. It's time to descend the mountain. Professor Zhang and the others are surely awaiting our news. Feng Huayang gently tousled Shen Luo's hair, his fingers brushing against the phoenix necklace at his neck. The cool metal contrasting intriguingly with his warm skin. Your cold-resistant energy suit zipper is undone. Be cautious not to catch a chill. As Shen Luo bent down to zip it up, a faint blush still lingered on his ears. Moments ago, within the icy cavern, Feng Huayang cradled him, and he could distinctly hear the rhythmic thump of the other's heart, gradually syncing with his own. This sense of security was more grounding than any warm garment. "Understand," he whispered in response, deliberately slowing his movements to savor this rare tranquility a while longer. The descent was significantly easier than the ascent. With the absence of dark energy's interference, the snowy mountains revealed their wildlife. A few snow-white rabbits darted from the snow, curiously observing them, while birds flitted overhead, chirping melodiously as if celebrating their triumphant return. Ling Shui walked along, capturing the scenic beauty with her phone, occasionally posing with the ice beast, her laughter ringing clear in the crisp mountain air. "By the way, once we return, should we indulge in the energy porridge at that breakfast spot?" Shen Luo suddenly interjected, reminiscing about the quaint little eatery Feng Huayang had taken him to. "I also wish to try their roasted sweet potatoes. They were sold out the last time we visited." Feng Huayang nodded with a smile. "Sure. After we report back to Professor Zhang, we shall go." "Ling Shui, would you care to join us?" he added. Ling Shui promptly agreed, "Of course. I've heard so much about their famed energy porridge, but never had the chance to taste it." The four of them, along with their beast, descended the mountain amidst laughter and chatter, and the hover vehicle awaited them at the base. Settling into the vehicle, Shen Luo leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating, snowy landscape. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. From being a mere zero contractor to now having comrades to fight alongside and someone he cherished. This journey, fraught with peril, had yielded an abundance of warmth and growth. Upon their return to the academy, Professor Zhang and Li stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their safe arrival. "Wonderful," Professor Zhang exclaimed, approaching Feng Huayang with an enthusiastic handshake. "You have succeeded. The Shadow Monarch has been vanquished, and the final Shadow Crystal core purified. The academy and surrounding areas are at last safe." Professor Li added with a smile, "I've already shared this splendid news with the entire faculty and student body. Everyone is cheering for you. There will be a celebration banquet tonight, and your attendance is essential." Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged glances, both reflecting joy in their eyes. Ling Shui, holding the ice beast, animatedly recounted the battle to Professors Zhang and Li, with the ice beast contributing gentle sounds as if to affirm its merit. The celebration banquet unfolded in the grand hall of the academy, adorned festively with ribbons and balloons, where faculty and students donned celebratory attire, their faces aglow with delight. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui occupied the main table, surrounded by well-wishers. "Shen Luo, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a zero contractor like you could triumph over the Shadow Monarch alongside Feng Huayang?" remarked a classmate who had once mocked Shen Luo, now sincerely offering an apology. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have ridiculed you. I apologize." Shen Luo smiled and shook his head. "No need to dwell on the past. We are all part of this academy now, and we must protect it together." The classmate nodded, moved, before turning to join the jubilant throng. Shen Luo gazed at the lively scene before him, his heart brimming with warmth. He realized that he was no longer the isolated zero contractor, but had truly integrated into this family. During the celebration feast, Professor Zhang ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Students, esteemed faculty, today we gather in joyous unity to celebrate Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui for their triumphant defeat of the Shadow Monarch and the purification of the final Shadow Core. Through their courage and wisdom, they have safeguarded the academy and its surrounding areas, serving as paragons for us all." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Shen Luo, along with Feng Huayang and Ling Shui, rose to bow in gratitude. Professor Zhang continued, "Moreover, I have another piece of splendid news to share. According to ancient texts, with the purification of the shadow core, the elemental energies of our world will gradually restore balance. In the future, we shall witness the emergence of more rare beast companions, and the Academy will organize additional exploration activities, granting everyone the opportunity to engage with a broader world. Once again, the hall resonated with fervent applause as students excitedly discussed upcoming exploration plans. Shen Luo turned to Feng Huayang, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng Huayang, let's embark on more adventures together in the future, shall we? Feng Huayang clasped his hand gently, replying, yes, no matter where we go, I shall always be by your side. Ling Shui chimed in with a smile, and don't forget us. You must take me and Xiao Bai along for every adventure. The ice crystal beast emitted a gentle sound, as if to echo Ling Shui's sentiments. After the celebration feast concluded, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang walked side by side along the campus path. The night enveloped the campus in serene quietude, with only the streetlights casting a soft glow that elongated their shadows. Leaning against Feng Huayang's shoulder, Shen Luo whispered, thank you, Feng Huayang. Without you, I may have never recognized my own worth, nor achieved what I have today. Feng Huayang halted, turning to embrace Shen Luo tenderly. Silly child, there is no need for thanks. Your worth has never required validation from others. Your kindness, bravery, and wisdom are your most treasured assets. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Tears welled in Shen Luo's eyes as he held Feng Huayang tightly, savoring the warmth of his embrace. The crimson flame circled above them, its golden-orange feathers shimmering softly, as if bestowing blessings upon them. The moonlight bathed the campus, casting a gentle halo over everything. Shen Luo understood that although the battle concerning the Shadow Core had concluded, his adventures with Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, the Crimson Flame, and the Ice Crystal Beast were merely beginning. The future held countless unknowns and challenges awaiting them, but as long as they united in purpose, no obstacle would be insurmountable. He lifted his gaze to meet Feng Huayang's gentle eyes and softly declared, Feng Huayang, let us strive together to create a beautiful future that belongs to us. Shall we? Feng Huayang smiled and nodded, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. Yes, let us work hard together. In the moonlight, their figures nestled closely together, while the crimson flame joyfully chirped above them, and the distant stars twinkled brightly, illuminating their path ahead. This marks not merely an end, but rather the dawn of a new beginning, a new chapter brimming with hope and adventure that belongs to them. Chapter 17. The Anomaly of Elemental Revival and the Mysterious Crystal Ruins on the third morning following the celebratory banquet. Shen Luo was stirred from his slumber by the insistent chime of his terminal. A notification flashed on the screen. An announcement from the Academy indicated that abnormal elemental energy fluctuations had been detected at the edge of the Qingyu Forest, suspected to be caused by the revival of elements triggering the migration of beast companions. Volunteers were needed for exploration. As he sat up, he noticed a message from Feng Huayang. Are you awake? Professor Zhang has summoned us to the ancient text research room, where he has news regarding the elemental revival. Shen Luo hastily completed his morning routine, seizing the Sword of Light before rushing outside. Upon exiting his dormitory, he spotted Feng Huayang leaning against a hovercar. With the crimson flame perched on his shoulder, its golden-orange feathers glimmering warmly in the morning light. Hurry, get in. Ling Shui is already waiting for us in the research room. Feng Huayang opened the car door and, with a gentle gesture, adjusted Shen Luo's slightly askew collar. The warmth of his fingertips causing Shen Luo's ears to flush slightly. Inside the ancient texts research room, Professor Zhang was frowning at the map displayed on the projection screen. The screen indicated the area of energy fluctuations at the edge of the Qingyu Forest, marked by several blinking red dots representing the unusually gathered beast companions. Ling Shui stood nearby, holding the energy monitoring report for the ice crust beast. Upon their entrance, she waved enthusiastically. You're here? Professor Zhang mentioned that the recent elemental energy fluctuations are quite peculiar. They contain not only natural elements, but also an unknown ancient energy. Professor Zhang turned to them, pointing at a triangular region on the screen. according to the data returned by the detectors. At the center of this area lies an unknown crystal ruin, from which the energy fluctuations emanate. Strangely, the migrating beasts are encircling the ruin, yet none dare to approach, as if they are either fearful of something or guarding it. Suddenly, Shen Luo's terminal vibrated, and a panel automatically popped up. Unknown ancient energy detected, potentially linked to the ancient crystal civilization. An elemental core may exist within the crystal ruin. Proceed with caution to avoid triggering the ruin's mechanisms. Professor Zhang, he said, his tone laced with caution. My panel alerts that the ruin is connected to the ancient crystal civilization, and it may contain the elemental core along with mechanisms. Feng Huayang's expression sharpened as he picked up a detector from the table. Records of the crystal civilization are sparse in ancient texts, but they were reputed to excel in manipulating elemental energy. The mechanisms within the ruins are likely elemental in nature. For this exploration, we must equip ourselves with sufficient elemental protective gear. Ling Shui, you and the Ice Crust Beast will handle ice-based defenses, while Shen Luo and I will be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, with a crimson flame ready to unleash a fiery barrier. Ling Shui nodded and retrieved an ice-blue energy shield from her storage pouch. This is the Ice Crust shield I upgraded yesterday. It can withstand most elemental attacks. Little White is also ready. Its ice energy can temporarily freeze the mechanism triggers. Half an hour later, the hover car carrying the trio and their beast companion came to a halt at the edge of the King Yu forest. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, a palpable vitality pervaded the air, invigorating their senses. The gentle breeze carried the fragrant essence of verdant foliage, embodying the wood element. The sunlight caressed their skin with a soothing warmth, reminiscent of the fire element. Dewdrops on the ground refracted faint glimmers, symbolizing the water element. Even the soil beneath their feet seemed to pulsate gently, resonating with the earth element. The detector indicated that the energy fluctuations were intensifying. Feng Huayang gazed at the screen of the detector, where the values steadily ascended. Ahead lay the beast congregation zone. We must tread carefully to avoid startling them. The trio and their beast advanced cautiously along the forest's edge, soon encountering a gathering of creatures. Swift wind element antelopes, a wood element giant python capable of manipulating vines, and a rugged earth element wild boar clad in rocky armor. They all gazed intently in one direction, their expressions vigilant yet devoid of aggression. What could they be observing? Ling Shui inquired softly, following the gaze of the beasts. In the depths of the forest clearing stood a relic made of transparent crystal, its surface intricately etched with complex patterns akin to elemental runes. Sunlight filtered through the crystal, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, yet an invisible barrier surrounded it, deterring the beasts from approaching. Shen Luo's panel displayed a prompt. The crystal relic barrier is composed of 4 elemental energies. Simultaneous infusion of the corresponding elemental energies is required to unlock it. Within the barrier lie 3 layers of mechanisms, corresponding to the fire, water, ice, and wood elements. To dismantle the barrier, we must inject the energies of fire, water, ice, and wood simultaneously. He pointed to the 4 corners of the crystal relic, each featuring an elemental injection point. We need to position ourselves accordingly and release the corresponding elemental energies at once. Feng Huayang nodded. Assigning roles. I will handle the fire element, stationed at the eastern injection point. Shen Luo, you will manage the wood element from the western side, as your radiant energy can temporarily mimic the vitality of wood. Ling Shui, you and the Ice Spike Beast will oversee the ice and water elements, stationed at the northern and southern points, respectively. On the count of 3, we will infuse our energies together, ensuring we regulate the intensity to avoid exceeding the barrier's capacity. Each member proceeded to their designated injection point. Shen Luo inhaled deeply, channeling his radiant energy while envisioning the imagery of flourishing flora. The radiant energy gradually took on a faint green hue, aligning closer to the wood element's fluctuations. Ready? 3, 2, 1, infuse. Feng Huayang's voice rang out. Golden orange flames, fire. Ice blue energy, ice. Pale blue water energy, water. And light green radiant energy, would converge simultaneously at the injection points of the crystal relic. The intricate patterns on the crystal's surface ignited instantaneously, the multicolored brilliance intensifying as the surrounding invisible barrier gradually became transparent and ultimately vanished. "We succeeded," Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement, eager to advance, but was halted by Feng Huayang. "Wait, the panel alerts that there are mechanisms within the barrier. We must proceed with caution. Qian, you should enter first to investigate." Qian let out a cry and soared into the crystal relic. Upon entering the interior, walls of flame suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring Qi Yin in their midst. Fire element mechanisms. Feng Huayang promptly unleashed his flame energy, resonating with that of the firewalls, which extinguished in an instant. It appears that the mechanisms must be dismantled using the corresponding elemental energies. He gazed upon the passage within the ruins, where water, ice, and wooden mechanisms presumably awaited. "Let us proceed with caution and collaborate to unravel the enigmas ahead," he suggested. The trio, accompanied by a beast, ventured carefully into the relic. The crystalline walls flanking the passage were adorned with an array of elemental runes, while the ground sporadically revealed minute indentations, hinting at trigger points for hidden traps. After traversing approximately 50 meters, a curtain of water suddenly obstructed their path, interspersed with sharp icicles that hurtled towards them. "Lingxiu, it's your turn," Shen Luo called out. Without hesitation, Lingxiu unleashed her icy energy, freezing the icicles within the water veil. Concurrently, she channeled her water energy, creating a resonance with the curtain. Gradually, the water mist diminished, ultimately vanishing to unveil the passage beyond. The subsequent wooden mechanism presented itself as a tangle of vines that aggressively attacked any nearby creatures. Shen Luo summoned light energy to mimic the vitality of the wood element. The vines, sensing the familiar energy fluctuations, ceased their onslaught and slowly receded to either side, granting them passage. After navigating through 3 layers of mechanisms, they arrived at the core of the ruins. Before them stood an altar constructed from 4 elemental crystals. At its center, a fist-sized, multicolored crystal hovered, the elemental core indicated by the interface. The crystal radiated a gentle luminescence, and the surrounding elemental energy pulsated with heightened vitality, revealing tiny elemental particles dancing in the air. "Is this the elemental core?" Lingxiu inquired softly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It appears so beautiful, as if it harbors immense energy." Shen Luo's interface presented a new notification. The elemental core is the energy source of the crystal civilization, capable of stabilizing elemental energy fluctuations and promoting beast evolution. However, excessive contact may trigger an energy surge, necessitating a specialized container for storage. It cannot be touched directly. A special container is required, he promptly reminded them. Feng Huayang retrieved a silver container from his storage bag. "This is the elemental storage device prepared in advance by Professor Zhang." He approached the altar with utmost care, aligning the container with the elemental core. The moment the container opened, a formidable suction drew the elemental core gently within. The brilliance of the crystal's surface gradually waned, settling into tranquility. Just as the elemental core was secured, the entire crystalline ruin began to tremble violently. The patterns on the crystal walls dimmed, and fissures appeared on the ground. "This is bad. The ruins are collapsing. We must flee," Feng Huayang exclaimed, seizing Shen Luo's hand as they dashed towards the exit. Lingxiu and the ice beast followed closely, with Xian leading the way as they hastened through the previous passage. Upon escaping the crystalline ruins, a thunderous roar echoed behind them as the entire structure succumbed to collapse, disintegrating into a heap of crystal fragments, with dust swirling through the air. Shen Luo turned back to observe the fallen ruins, his heart heavy with emotion. "I never anticipated that the remnants of the ancient crystal civilization would vanish in such a manner." Feng Huayang tightened his grip on Shen Luo's hand and softly remarked, "At least we have located the elemental core, which will stabilize the elemental fluctuations of the Qingyu forest, averting chaos from the migration of the beasts. Moreover, This discovery attests to the existence of many unknown secrets within the process of elemental resurgence. There are still countless mysteries awaiting our exploration in the future. Ling Shui nodded, gazing at the detector in her hand. The device indicated that the elemental energy fluctuations in the vicinity had returned to normal, and the beast horde began to disperse. Their mission this time could be deemed a resounding success. The trio, along with their beast, tidied up their belongings in preparation to return to the academy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm and radiant glow upon them. Shen Luo glanced at Feng Huayang by his side, then turned to look at Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast, his heart brimming with resolve. The revival of elemental energies heralded not only opportunities, but also myriad challenges and uncertainties. Yet, he believed that as long as they worked together, no obstacle was insurmountable. The journey ahead was long, with countless secrets awaiting their discovery and more adventures to experience. However, Shen Luo knew that with Feng Huayang by his side, and partners like Ling Shui and the Ice Crystal Beast, he possessed the courage to face all that lay ahead and to explore this vibrant world brimming with elemental vitality. Chapter 18. The Secret of the Elemental Core. On the afternoon, they handed over the elemental core to Professor Zhang. The projection screen in the ancient text research room was awash with flickering data streams. The silver storage device was placed atop a specially designed energy detector, within which the elemental core radiated a gentle, prismatic glow. Through the transparent casing, one could observe tiny elemental particles continuously swirling around the core, occasionally coalescing into leaf-like shapes, wood, transforming into droplet forms, water, and at other times morphing into flickering flames, fire. Remarkable, Professor Zhang exclaimed, his eyes glued to the data emanating from the detector, his tone filled with wonder. This core not only stabilizes elemental energy, but can also autonomously transform elemental forms. Preliminary analysis indicates that it harbors energy equivalent to 100 high-tier energy crystals, and it is slowly absorbing natural energy from the air. Truly an inexhaustible source of power. Shen Luo leaned closer to the detector, gently touching the exterior of the storage device with his fingertip. Suddenly, the panel popped open, revealing a message: Elemental Core, the heart of crystal civilization, containing the essence of the four fundamental elements, capable of guiding the holder into corresponding elemental realms. The passage to the wood elemental realm is currently activated. One must reach the ancient wood altar in the misty green forest within 3 days to unlock it. Professor Zhang, my panel indicates that the core can guide us into the elemental realm, and the passage to the wood elemental realm has been activated, Shen Luo exclaimed, pointing to the map of the ancient wood altar that appeared on the panel, located deep within the misty green forest, with a time constraint for activation. Feng Huayang's expression sharpened as he picked up the map of the misty green forest and circled the location of the ancient wood altar. The ancient wood altar is referenced in the ancient texts as the sacred site of wood elemental beasts from the primordial era, later forgotten due to imbalances in elemental energy. If we can enter the wood elemental realm, we may uncover further clues about the crystal civilization and acquire the source energy of the wood element, which would greatly aid us in facing future unknown dangers. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, sparkled with anticipation. Then let us set off tomorrow. My ice crystal beast is currently attempting to break through to B-rank. If it can absorb some wood elemental energy within the realm, it may expedite its breakthrough. The life energy of the wood element would significantly enhance the physical constitution of ice-type beasts. Professor Zhang nodded and retrieved 3 green energy bracelets from his drawer. These are elemental sensory bracelets. They can display your energy status within the secret realm and emit a distress signal in times of danger. Additionally, I have secured advanced defensive equipment from the Academy, including a toxin-repelling cloak effective against wood-type poisons and self-healing wristbands, which we shall receive by tomorrow morning. The following dawn, the trio and their beast embarked once more toward the misty green forest, their backpacks laden with equipment. Unlike their previous journey, the air was now saturated with a rich wood energy. The wild grass along the roadside towered a full half-foot higher than usual, and the leaves on the branches gleamed with a vibrant green hue. Even the fallen leaves on the ground seemed to exude a faint vitality. The energy from the elemental core was indeed influencing the surrounding environment. Feng Huayang observed the steadily rising wood energy readings on the detector, indicating that they were approaching the ancient wood altar. Everyone, stay vigilant and avoid triggering any hidden traps, he cautioned. At this moment, Shen Luo's panel displayed real-time navigation, with a green arrow pointing directly ahead toward a clearing shrouded in vines. As they navigated through the dense foliage, an altar constructed from massive ancient trees gradually came into view. The base of the altar was crafted from a single block of millennium-old wood, intricately carved with complex wood-type runes. At the center stood a 3-meter-tall wooden pillar, entwined with glowing green vines. The tip of the vines perfectly aligned with the location of the secret realm passage indicated on the panel. "This is the place," Shen Luo declared, producing a silver storage device and placing it into the groove before the wooden pillar. The moment the device made contact, it automatically opened, and the elemental core slowly ascended, hovering above the pillar. A spectrum of colors resonated with the green vines, illuminating the runes one by one, culminating in a brilliant green beam shooting skyward. As the light dissipated, a semi-transparent green door appeared before them, revealing a dense forest beyond. The air was thick with the fragrance of wood energy, and the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard. "This is the entrance to the wood-type secret realm," exclaimed Ling Shui, as the ice crystal beast approached the door, curiously nudging it with its nose and emitting a gentle sound. Feng Huayang stepped through the door first, with Shen Luo and Ling Shui close behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, a wave of vibrant life energy enveloped them. The trees within the secret realm towered several times taller than those outside, their trunks so robust that it would take several people to encircle them. The layered leaves obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams to filter through and dance upon ground. The ground was adorned with an array of colorful wildflowers, and occasionally, small creatures of vivid green would spring from the underbrush, gazing at them with curiosity. "The wood energy here is incredibly potent." Shen Luo inhaled deeply, feeling the symbiotic energy within him resonate with the surrounding wood energy. The phoenix necklace around his neck began to emit a faint green glow. His panel indicated that at the center of the secret realm stood the tree of wood origin, which they needed to reach in order to harness the source energy of wood and unlock further secrets of the elemental core. The trio and their beast continued along the path within the secret realm. On the journey, we encountered numerous gentle wood-type spirit beasts, including the luminous glowgrass spirit, which emitted a healing radiance, the vine serpent, adept at manipulating vines, and the crystal tree, capable of bearing energy fruits. Lingxiu occasionally paused to gather rare herbs unique to the secret realm, while the ice crystal beast assisted diligently, carefully shielding the herbs with its icy energy to prevent damage from passing creatures. As we ventured deeper into the secret realm, a massive vine suddenly obstructed our path. This vine was several times thicker than those we had previously encountered, its surface adorned with sharp barbs, and entwined with black toxins that exuded a noxious odor. This was the poison thorn vine, recorded in ancient texts as a guardian beast of the wood realm, known for its aggressive nature and paralyzing toxins. Feng Huayang brandished an energy gun, his gaze alert. Lingxiu, instruct the ice crystal beast to unleash an ice barrier to contain the spread of toxins. Shen Luo, see if your light energy can purify the poison. I will coordinate with Xian to attack the core of the vine. Lingxiu promptly nodded, directing the ice crystal beast to conjure a cerulean barrier, effectively isolating the surrounding toxins. Shen Luo gripped the sword of light, channeling luminous energy into it. The blade glimmered with a pale golden hue as he swung it towards the poisoned thorn vine. A beam of light sliced through the air, striking the vine and causing the black toxin to dissolve rapidly, leaving the vine somewhat wilted. "I found it. The core of the vine resides within the central main vine," Feng Huayang exclaimed, simultaneously commanding Xian, unleash a flame ray to target the core of the main vine. A golden-orange flame ray surged forth, striking a green crystal at the center of the main vine, the very heart of the poisoned thorn vine. The vine emitted a piercing shriek, and a crack appeared in the green crystal, causing the surrounding vines to wither rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo swung his sword once more, completely purifying the residual toxins. And the poison thorn vine ultimately crumbled into a heap of dry branches scattered upon the ground. Success! Ling Xiu cheered, and the ice crystal beast joyfully nudged Shen Luo's palm with its nose. As we passed through the withered poison thorn vine, an expansive clearing came into view. In the center of this clearing stood a towering tree, its trunk so robust that it would require a dozen individuals to encircle. The leaves on its branches shimmered with emerald light, and the crown of the tree spread wide like a colossal umbrella, shading the entire sky. At the center of the trunk lay a fist-sized green crystal emanating a gentle glow. This was the core of the wood origin tree. "This is the wood origin tree," Shen Luo exclaimed with excitement as he hurried to its base. He retrieved a silver storage device, and the elemental core floated out from the container, hovering beside the core of the origin tree. The two cores resonated with one another, their green and prismatic lights intertwining to form a magnificent beam of light that enveloped the entire clearing. Within the light, a multitude of information suddenly appeared on Shen Luo's panel. Wood origin energy acquired. Elemental core unlocks wood-type abilities, capable of restoring damaged natural environments and healing injured wood-type spirit beasts. Secret realm task updated. Locate the other 3 elemental realms, fire, water, ice, to gather all 4 origin energies and unveil the ultimate secret of the crystal civilization. Wonderful! Not only have we acquired the wood origin energy, but we have also discovered the existence of the other 3 elemental realms. Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement as the ice prism beast approached the source tree, absorbing the primal energy from the air. Its icy armor shimmered with a subtle green luminescence, suggesting a transformation was underway. Feng Huayang moved beside Shen Luo, gently grasping his hand. "Next, we shall seek the realms of fire, water, and ice. By uniting the 4 elemental energies, we may unravel the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the crystal civilization and restore the elemental energies of this world to a state of perfect equilibrium." Shen Luo nodded, lifting his gaze to the canopy of the source tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and warming his face with a bright glow. He understood that their exploration of the wood elemental realm was merely a prelude. Many more realms awaited their discovery, and countless secrets yearned to be unveiled. Yet, with Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, Qi Yin, and the ice prism beast by his side, he felt emboldened to confront any challenge and explore this vibrant and wondrous world. Chapter 19. The Trial of the Fire Elemental Realm. The will test of Alava upon returning to the Academy from the Wood Elemental Realm. The elemental core was temporarily secured within the protective energy shield of the ancient tome research room. Each time Shen Luo approached, the core emitted a faint red glow, signaling that the passageway to the fire elemental realm had been activated at the lava volcano in the snowy mountains, necessitating their arrival within a week. Furthermore, entry into the realm required passing the trial of the flame will. The trial of the flame will? Professor Zhang scoured the ancient texts and finally unearthed relevant records in a tattered volume titled The Chronicles of Elemental Realms. It stated that the guardian of the fire elemental realm would conjure illusions to test the will of the entrants. Only those who could remain steadfast in their true selves amidst the illusions, unyielding to the temptations of desire, would be granted the primal energy of fire. Ling Shui, cradling the ice prism beast, expressed her concerns. "My ice energy inherently counters flames. If we enter a lava environment, Xiao Bai's abilities might be suppressed." Before she could finish her thought, the ice prism beast nuzzled her palm, emanating a soft blue glow. To her astonishment, delicate red patterns appeared on its icy armor, seemingly adapting to the fiery energy. It seemed that the ice prism beast had undergone an evolution after absorbing the primal energy in the wood elemental realm. Feng Huayang observed the ice prism beast transformation with delight. The red markings should enable it to maintain energy stability in a fiery environment. And perhaps it could even learn the skill of ice and fire fusion. On the eve of their departure to the lava volcano, The Academy equipped the trio with the latest anti-lava suits. The outer layer was crafted from fire-resistant materials capable of withstanding temperatures of 1,000 degrees, while the inner layer was embedded with cooling chips to maintain a comfortable body temperature even near lava. Shen Luo also took the opportunity to upgrade the Sword of Light at the armory, adorning the blade with a layer of flame runes to inflict fire elemental damage upon striking. On the morning of the third day, the hovercraft halted near the lava volcano in the snowy mountains. In the distance, the volcano belched plumes of thick black smoke, the air heavy with the scent of sulfur, and the ground's rocks glowed red from the intense heat of the lava. Shen Luo activated the panel, and the red arrow on the screen pointed directly to a massive obsidian stone. The entrance to the fire elemental realm lay there. They were warned to tread cautiously near the volcano, as the ground might suddenly give way. Feng Huayang produced a pair of specially designed non-slip boots, distributing them to Shen Luo and Ling Shui. Qi Yin, you shall lead the way. Your fiery essence can sense the flow of magma, preventing us from misstepping. With a shrill cry, Qi Yin soared towards the volcano's mouth, its golden-orange flames resonating with the fire elements in the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The trio followed closely behind, cautiously treading upon the glowing rocks, each step taken with utmost care as the stones beneath their feet occasionally emitted cracking sounds, as if on the verge of shattering. Upon reaching the obsidian at the heart of the volcano, Shen Luo retrieved a silver storage device. The elemental core emerged from the container, floating above the obsidian, its kaleidoscopic brilliance responding to the fiery runes etched upon the stone surface. One by one, the runes illuminated, forming a column of red light that enveloped the obsidian. As the light dissipated, a circular gateway emerged, revealing a tumultuous flow of lava behind it. Yet no heat escaped. This was the entrance to the fire elemental secret realm. Step inside, and remember, no matter the illusions you encounter, remain true to your heart. Feng Huayang grasped Shen Luo's hand tightly, her gaze filled with unwavering resolve. One after another, the trio and their beast stepped through the portal. The moment they crossed the threshold, the environment abruptly transformed. The tumultuous lava was replaced by the Academy's training grounds. What is happening? Do we not enter the fire elemental secret realm? Ling Shui questioned, bewildered by her surroundings, while the ice crystal beast scanned the area warily, emanating a blue glow. Suddenly, a notification appeared on Shen Luo's panel. Trial of Flame will commences. Current illusion, realm of desire, must see through the illusion and remain true to oneself, or be trapped in the illusion forever. Be cautious, this is an illusion, he promptly warned, tightening his grip on the Sword of Light, its tip radiating a soft, golden glow. No matter what you see, do not trust it easily. As his words echoed, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the training ground. It was Shen Luo's parents. Xiao Luo, come home with us. Being a beast master is too dangerous. Let us not do it anymore, shall we? His mother's voice trembled with emotion, while his father nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Luo, return with us, and we shall live in peace. Tears welled in Shen Luo's eyes. He indeed missed his parents and had often contemplated whether abandoning the path of a beast master would reunite him with his family. But he quickly regained his composure. His parents had perished in an accident during his childhood. This must be an illusion. You are not my parents, he declared, raising the Sword of Light, its brilliance illuminating the illusion. My parents are no longer here. I will not be ensnared by my longing. The moment his declaration resounded, his parents vanished, and the training ground began to warp. In the next instant, Shen Luo found himself before an icy cavern on a snow-capped mountain, where the Shadow Lord was lunging at Feng Huayang, who stood frozen in place, as if immobilized. Feng Huayang, Shen Luo shouted as he dashed forward. Yet no matter how he ran, he could not close the distance. Give up. You cannot save him. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. If you choose to remain in this illusion, you can forever be with Feng Huayang, free from danger. A flicker of uncertainty stirred within Shen Luo's heart. Yet he swiftly recalled Feng Huayang's words. Regardless of the difficulties we encounter, we must face them together. He tightened his grip on the sword of light, channeling all his mental energy. I shall not yield. Feng Huayang is immensely powerful. He shall not be easily vanquished. This is but an illusion, and I shall shatter it. A pale golden radiance erupted from the sword's tip, illuminating the entire illusion. The scene before him twisted once more, ultimately dissipating entirely. Shen Luo found himself standing on a plain of molten lava, with Feng Huayang and Ling Shui beside him, appearing as though they had just emerged from the illusion. "Are you all right?" Feng Huayang immediately approached, steadying Shen Luo's shoulder, concern etched in his gaze. "I saw you ensnared by shadowy tendrils within the illusion. I nearly lost my composure." Ling Shui nodded, her complexion somewhat pale. "My illusion involved the ice crystal beast being controlled by shadow energy, attacking me. Fortunately, Xiaobai awakened me in reality using ice energy." The ice crystal beast nuzzled against Ling Shui's palm, emitting a gentle sound, its crimson patterns becoming more pronounced. Traversing the molten plain, they soon encountered a castle forged of flames, the heart of the fire elemental secret realm. Before the castle's grand entrance stood a lion entirely ablaze. Its mane resembled burning flames, its eyes the color of molten lava. None other than the guardian of the fire elemental secret realm, the Flame Lion King. "You have passed the trial of the flame will and are thus qualified to obtain the primordial energy of fire," the Flame Lion King proclaimed, its voice deep and resonant like flowing lava. "However, to enter the castle, you must overcome my challenge and defeat me." "No problem." Feng Huayang immediately summoned the Crimson Flame, its golden-orange flames harmonizing with those of the Flame Lion King. "Shen Luo, you shall assist with the Sword of Light, while Ling Shui, you and the Ice Crystal Beast will handle defense, ensuring we are shielded from the Flame Lion King's magma attacks." The battle was imminent. The Flame Lion King launched the first assault, unleashing a torrent of scalding magma toward the trio. Ling Shui swiftly directed the Ice Crystal Beast to deploy an icy barrier, successfully blocking the magma's onslaught. Simultaneously, Feng Huayang and the Crimson Flame released their fiery energies, two golden-orange fire beams darting toward the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King adeptly evaded the attack, leaping toward Shen Luo. In response, Shen Luo raised the Sword of Light, infusing it with the energy of fire elemental runes. The sword's tip shimmered with interwoven gold and red light as he swung it toward the Flame Lion King, releasing a light blade that struck the lion's shoulder. The Flame Lion King roared, its flames intensifying. It spewed magma once more, this time laced with fiery shards, aimed at Ling Shui and the Ice Crystal Beast. The Ice Crystal Beast promptly unleashed its ice energy, freezing the magma, but was struck by the fiery shards, resulting in a crack appearing on its icy armor. "Xiaobai!" Ling Shui cried out, unleashing all her ice energy toward the Flame Lion King. The ice energy struck the lion's abdomen, momentarily halting its movements. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Huayang commanded the Crimson Flame to unleash a massive wave of fire, hitting the Flame Lion King's head. Shen Luo took advantage of the moment, leaping forth to drive the Sword of Light into the Flame Lion King's chest, precisely at its core. The radiant energy of light and the elemental force of fire erupted simultaneously. The Flame Lion let out a final roar, its body gradually transforming into a conflagration, merging with the surrounding flames. The castle gates creaked open, revealing a colossal pillar of flame, atop which floated a crimson crystal embodying the essence of fire elemental energy. Shen Luo retrieved a silver receptacle, and the elemental core soared forth, resonating harmoniously with the red crystal. The crimson gem seamlessly blended into the core, infusing its multicolored brilliance with a striking red hue. "We have succeeded. We have obtained the essence of fire elemental energy," Shen Luo exclaimed with fervor. While Feng Huayang and Ling Shui approached, their faces alight with joy. The red patterns on the ice spike beast glowed, and it emitted a low growl directed at the pillar of flame, seemingly drawing in the residual fire elemental energy. On its icy armor, the intertwining red patterns and blue surface formed a mesmerizing tableau of ice and fire. As they departed from the fire elemental realm, The magma at the volcano's mouth had calmed considerably. Shen Luo gazed at the elemental core in his hand, brimming with anticipation. Having acquired both the essence of wood and fire elements, the next endeavor would be to seek out the realms of water and ice elements. He was confident that, with their united efforts, they would gather the 4 elemental essences and unveil the ultimate secrets of the crystal civilization, thereby rendering the world a more splendid place. Chapter 20. The ripples of the water elemental realm guardianship and legacy in the deep sea. On the night the essence of fire elemental energy merged with the core, a new notification appeared on Shen Luo's panel. The passage to the water elemental realm has been activated. Coordinates: East Sea Coral Trench. You must enter within 5 days using the deep sea exploration capsule. The guardian beast of the realm is the tidal Leviathan, and you must pass the tidal resonance trial to obtain the essence of energy. The Coral Trench? That lay in the deep sea region, where ordinary diving equipment could not withstand the immense pressure. Professor Zhang studied the trench map displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed. However, the Academy had recently developed a deep-sea exploration capsule capable of descending to depths of 10,000 meters, which would prove useful. He turned and retrieved 3 blue rings from his drawer. These were deep-sea breathing rings that could convert seawater into oxygen and withstand the frigid temperatures of the deep. Wear these. Even if the exploration capsule encounters a malfunction, you will be able to operate underwater temporarily. Ling Shui, cradling the evolved ice spike beast, was filled with anticipation. Little Bai can now harness both ice and fire energies. It may prove invaluable in the deep sea. Its ice energy can freeze the surrounding water, creating temporary shields, while its fire energy can dispel the dark creatures lurking in the depths. On the eve of their departure for the East Sea, the trio made a special trip to the armory to upgrade their gear. Feng Huayang's energy gun was equipped with a water pressure adaptation module, enabling it to fire normally in the depths. Shen Luo's Sword of Light was enhanced with water rune inscriptions, allowing it to unleash a force of water with each strike. Ling Shui's staff was adorned with deep-sea crystals, enabling her ice energy to disperse further in the ocean. On the morning 2 days later, the deep-sea exploration capsule glided steadily into the waters of the East Sea. Through the observation window, Shen Luo beheld the azure waters teeming with an array of marine life, vividly colored tropical fish, majestic sea turtles, and swaying seaweed. Sunlight refracted through the water, casting fragmented light spots that rendered the scene akin to a fluid painting. In 10 minutes, they would reach the entrance of the coral trench. Feng Huayang gazed intently at the navigation screen of the probe, noting the data transmitted by the detector indicating a plethora of coral reefs at the trench's entrance. Where low-tier aquatic shadow creatures might be concealed, caution was imperative. As the probe entered the coral trench, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. The trench was too deep for sunlight to penetrate, leaving only the probe's illumination to light the path ahead. The shapes of the coral reefs varied. Some resembled branching trees, while others appeared like blossoming flowers, all shimmering with a strange blue glow under the artificial light. "Be careful, something is approaching," Ling Shui suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the right of the observation window. A school of pitch-black fish was swimming towards the probe, their teeth sharp as blades, and their eyes glimmering with a crimson glow. It was the aquatic shadow creatures known as shadow piranhas. Qi Yin, prepare to unleash the flame energy. Feng Huayang swiftly maneuvered the probe to evade the fish's assault. Shen Luo, attack with the water pattern rune of the Sword of Light. The force of the water could disperse them. Shen Luo nodded, gripping the Sword of Light and channeling his mental energy. The water pattern rune on the blade illuminated, and he swung the sword towards the observation window, unleashing a stream of blue water that pierced through the probe's energy shield, striking the shadow piranhas. The force of the water scattered the school, and Qi Yin seized the moment to unleash a golden flame, incinerating several of the foremost shadow piranhas into ashes. "All done," Ling Shui cheered, as the ice crystal beast emitted a joyful cry, surrounding the probe with a transparent ice shell formed from its ice energy, effectively preventing other shadow creatures from approaching. The probe continued its descent, and after approximately half an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the coral trench. The water pressure had reached the probe's limits, and the observation window was covered in intricate water patterns. At that moment, the probe's radar suddenly blared an alarm, and a massive green light appeared on the screen, rapidly approaching the probe. "It's the tidal giant whale." A prompt appeared on Shen Luo's panel. Tidal giant whale, A-class water elemental beast, approximately 50 meters long, capable of controlling tides and waves. Guardian of the water element's secret realm, gentle in nature but will attack intruders. It bore no malice. It seemed to be guiding them to the entrance of a secret realm. Indeed, the tidal giant whale swam alongside the probe, emitting a deep call before turning toward a massive coral reef at the trench's bottom. Feng Huayang immediately directed the probe to follow, and upon reaching the reef, they discovered a circular entrance at its center, glowing with a soft blue light. This was the passage to the water element's secret realm. "We must exit the probe and follow the tidal giant whale inside." Feng Huayang opened the probe's hatch and donned a deep-sea breathing ring, reminding everyone to maintain stable energy levels, as the deep-sea pressure could affect their movements. The three companions and their beast stepped out of the probe, immediately enveloped by a warm current. At the entrance to the water element's secret realm, an invisible barrier separated them from the oppressive pressure and cold of the outside waters. The tidal leviathan led the way, and as they passed through the barrier, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. No longer the pitch-black depths of the ocean, but a radiant underwater realm. Here, the seawater shimmered with a soft azure glow, bioluminescent seaweeds floated upon the surface, and magnificent shells encrusted with resplendent pearls adorned the landscape. In the distance, an underwater palace crafted from crystalline structures emerged. This was the realm of water elementals. Shen Luo marveled, reaching out to touch the surrounding water, feeling the vibrant energy of the aquatic realm pulsating at his fingertips. A notification appeared on his panel. Core area of the water elemental realm, tidal temple. The essence of energy resides in the heart of tides at the center of the temple, accessible only through the tidal resonance trial with the tidal leviathan. The tidal leviathan led the trio to the front of the tidal temple and emitted a resonant call. The grand doors of the temple slowly opened, revealing a path paved with pearls, flanked by towering columns inscribed with water runes. At the center of the temple, a blue crystal floated above a high platform, surrounded by flowing water patterns, the heart of tides. The tidal resonance trial requires you to harmonize with my tidal energy to comprehend the embrace and power of water. The voice of the tidal leviathan echoed within the temple. Water nurtures all life, yet possesses the capacity to obliterate everything. Only those who truly respect and accept water can earn the recognition of the heart of tides. With that, the tidal leviathan released a blue wave of tidal energy that enveloped the three. Shen Luo closed his eyes, feeling the tidal energy coursing through him, gentle as a stream, tumultuous as a tsunami, and tranquil as a lake. He recalled his childhood by the river, the nourishing rain after a storm, and the ocean quietly safeguarding marine life. Suddenly, he grasped the essence of water. It does not discriminate against what it carries. Whether clear streams or murky waters, it embraces all. Feng Huayang, too, felt the tidal energy resonate within him, recalling the fiery embrace of molten lava at the volcanic peak. The passionate nature of fire elemental energy contrasted with the gentle essence of water. He came to understand water's power, unassuming yet capable of transforming everything through subtle influence, capable of eroding stone and converging to form oceans that can breach formidable dams. Ling Shui held her ice crystal beast, sensing the resonance between the tidal energy and her ice elemental energy. Ice is but another form of water, and water is the essence of ice. Though they appear contradictory, they can transform into one another. She remembered the evolution of her ice crystal beast from a mere ice elemental beast to one that could wield both ice and fire energies. Suddenly understanding water's adaptability, it changes form according to its environment, ready to meet different challenges. As the three comprehended the nature of water, the tidal energy softened, resonating with their internal energies. The heart of tides illuminated, releasing a beam of blue light that enveloped them. Shen Luo's panel displayed, Tidal Resonance Trial Passed. The primordial energy of the water element has been unlocked. New water-based abilities added to elemental core, control of water flow, purification of wastewater, and nourishment of arid lands. The tidal Leviathan gazed at the trio, nodding in satisfaction. You have passed the trial, and the heart of tides is now yours. May you wield the power of the water element wisely, safeguarding the balance of this world. Shen Luo retrieved a silver storage device, from which the elemental core gracefully emerged. Resonating with the heart of tides, the azure primordial energy gradually fused into the elemental core, adding a clear blue hue to its prismatic radiance. As they departed from the water elemental secret realm, the tidal Leviathan escorted the trio to the entrance of the coral abyss. While the exploration pod sailed beyond the eastern seas, Shen Luo leaned against the viewing window, gazing at the cerulean waters outside. Filled with reflections on having acquired the primordial energies of wood, fire, and water, leaving only the final ice element to be obtained. He was confident that upon discovering the ice elemental secret realm and gathering all 4 elemental energies, they would unravel the ultimate secrets of the crystal civilization, paving the way for a brighter world. Feng Huayang approached Shen Luo, gently clasping his hand. Do not rush. The clues to the ice elemental secret realm will soon emerge. Let us first return to the academy to rest, and we shall set forth once we are prepared. Shen Luo nodded, resting his head on Feng Huayang's shoulder. Watching the sun gradually descend outside the window, Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast leaned nearby. The creature's eyes gleaming with satisfaction after absorbing a significant amount of water energy in the realm, achieving a more balanced state of its dual ice and fire energies. The scenery of the deep sea is truly magnificent. We must return to witness it again when the opportunity arises, Ling Shui remarked, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Indeed, next time we can bring Professor Zhang along, allowing him to experience the beauty of the water elemental secret realm, Shen Luo replied with a smile, his heart filled with hope for the future. The exploration pod glided towards the academy in the twilight, leaving a long trail on the water surface, as if painting a warm comma to their journey, for they knew that their adventure was far from over. Chapter 21. The Call of the Ice Elemental Secret Realm. The ancient guardian beneath the polar glaciers on the 3rd day after returning to the academy from the eastern sea. While organizing his equipment, Shen Luo was suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura emanating from the elemental core. The exterior of the silver storage device crystallized with a thin layer of ice, and a panel automatically popped up with a notification. The passage to the ice elemental secret realm has been activated. Coordinates: Antarctic Eternal Glacier. You must reach the sacred palace of the ice plains within 7 days. The guardian beast of the secret realm is the ice plains behemoth, and one must pass dual trials of extreme cold resistance and ice crystal deciphering to obtain the primordial energy of ice. The Antarctic Eternal Glacier? Its temperatures can plummet to minus 80 degrees Celsius, and even the most advanced cold-resistant gear can barely sustain activity. Professor Zhang observed the glacier map on the projection screen, his finger pausing at the marked location of the sacred palace of the ice plains. Ancient texts record that the sacred palace is a place of worship for the ancient ice element beasts, protected by a barrier of eternal ice, which only dissipates briefly during the polar night. Tomorrow marks the onset of the Antarctic polar night. If they miss this opportunity, they would have to wait another 6 months. Ling Shui, cradling the evolved ice crystal beast, was filled with excitement. Xiaobai can now harness both ice and fire energies. The extreme cold environment will not hinder it. Rather, it will enhance its ice energy. Its icy armor can absorb the surrounding chill and convert it into offensive energy, perhaps even aiding us in deciphering the ice crystal trial. Before their departure, the Academy equipped the trio with upgraded cold-resistant gear. The newly added thermal lining maintained their body temperature at a steady 36 degrees. The frost mask prevented exhaled warmth from condensing into ice, and the ice claw boots ensured a firm grip on the slick ice surface. Shen Luo also sent the Sword of Light for further modification, where the newly inscribed ice spirit runes would freeze the surrounding chill upon attack, generating an icy blade shockwave. 2 days later, the polar transport aircraft landed at the edge of the eternal glacier in Antarctica. As they stepped out of the cabin, a biting cold wind, laden with ice particles, rushed towards them. Even clad in cold-resistant gear, they could still feel the penetrating chill. In the distance, the glacier glimmered with a ghostly blue hue under the last rays of sunlight before the polar night descended, resembling a frozen ocean. The detection device indicated that the glacier sanctuary lay deep within the ice, still 50 kilometers away. Feng Huayang activated the polar navigator. The blue arrow on the screen pointed straight towards the heart of the glacier. Qian, as you fly ahead, be mindful of controlling your flame energy. We must not attract the wild beasts of the ice field, as the ice spire bears and snowline serpents here possess formidable aggression. At Qian's call, the gold and orange flames enveloping him diminished considerably, leaving only a soft glow to illuminate their path ahead. The trio trudged through the thick snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps, while the ice spire beast leaped alongside Ling Shui, occasionally scratching the snow to mark their route. Upon reaching the glacier's core, the surrounding light faded completely, signaling the onset of the polar night. Only the auroras above shimmered with intertwining greens and purples, illuminating the scene ahead. A grand sanctuary made entirely of colossal ice crystals stood at the heart of the glacier, its apex piercing the clouds. Surrounded by a translucent ice barrier, precisely the eternal ice barrier described in ancient texts. The glacier sanctuary has arrived, Shen Luo exclaimed with excitement, just as he attempted to approach. A powerful chill repelled him. The barrier, although seemingly transparent, emanated a coldness capable of freezing one's soul. His interface displayed a prompt. The eternal ice barrier requires the infusion of dual elemental energy, ice and fire, to temporarily dissipate. The ice spire beast's dual elemental energy can act as the key to trigger the barrier's dissolution mechanism. Xiaobai, it's your time to shine. Ling Shui gently stroked the ice spire beast's head, which promptly leaped before the barrier, radiating a blend of red and blue light. Both ice and fire energies were released simultaneously, forming a two-colored beam that struck the barrier. At that moment, a crack appeared, widening until the barrier completely dissolved. The trio and their beast entered the glacier sanctuary, where the sight within left them in awe. The walls and floor were composed of pure ice crystals, embedded with countless tiny ice-blue light points, resembling stars in the night sky. In the center stood a colossal ice sculpture depicting a massive ice elemental beast, the guardian of the ice elemental secret realm, the glacier giant. Welcome to the glacier sanctuary, brave challengers. The ice sculpture suddenly emitted a deep sound, and its crystalline body gradually came to life. To obtain the primordial energy of ice elements, 2 trials must be undertaken. The first is the trial of extreme cold endurance, requiring you to remain in a frigid prison at a temperature of -100 degrees for 1 hour without relying on the strength of equipment to fend off the cold. The second is the ice crystal decryption trial, necessitating the deciphering of the ice runes on the walls of the hall to locate the hidden source of ice elemental energy. Feng Huayang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Shen Luo and Ling Shui. The extreme cold endurance trial will be quite challenging for us, but Xiaobai can unleash dual energies of ice and fire, which may help us maintain our body temperature. The ice crystal decryption trial will likely require Shen Luo's panel hints in conjunction with Ling Shui's ice elemental energy. Ling Shui nodded and commanded the ice ridge beast to release a dual-colored energy barrier. Xiaobai's energy barrier can temporarily withstand the extreme cold. We can stay within the barrier while attempting to acclimate ourselves to the chill. The ice primordial beast opened its mouth and exhaled a wave of cold air, forming a prison of ice within the hall. The 3 individuals and 1 beast entered the icy confinement, and as the door closed behind them, the temperature plummeted to -100 degrees. Even with the protection of the energy barrier, a bone-chilling cold could still be felt. Shen Luo's teeth began to chatter. But at that moment, the symbiotic energy within him activated automatically, resonating with Feng Huayang's energy to create a faint layer of warm light. Ling Shui released her ice elemental energy, counteracting the surrounding cold and diminishing its assault on their bodies. The Ice Ridge Beast's dual energy barrier enveloped the three, maintaining the temperature within. An hour later, the ice prison dissipated on its own. Although their faces were pale, they had successfully passed the first trial. The Ice Primordial Beast nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the wall of the hall. Next is the Ice Crystal Decryption Trial. The ice runes on the wall will change every 10 minutes. You must activate the correct runes using ice elemental energy before they change. Once all the correct runes are activated, the primordial energy of ice elements will be revealed. Shen Luo's panel immediately displayed a prompt. The ice crystal runes correspond to ancient ice script. The correct rune combination consists of the 4 characters: ice, snow, frost, and crystal, which must be activated in order. "I know the correct rune combination," he exclaimed, pointing to the runes on the wall. From left to right, activate the 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 11th runes in order. Ling Shui promptly raised her staff and released her ice elemental energy, activating the correct runes one by one. With each activation, the runes emitted a shimmering ice blue light. When the last rune was activated, all the runes illuminated simultaneously, creating a column of ice blue light within the hall. At the top of this column floated a crystalline orb of ice blue hue, the very source of ice elemental energy. "Congratulations on passing both trials," the Ice Primordial Beast roared. "The primordial energy of ice elements is now yours. May you wield the energies of the 4 elements wisely and safeguard the balance of this world." Shen Luo took out a silver storage device, and the elemental core flew from the container, resonating with the primordial energy of ice elements. The icy blue energy gradually melded into the elemental core, and the core's vibrant hues finally coalesced into a complete spectrum of red, fire, green, wood, blue water, and icy blue, ice. These 4 glows intertwined, radiating a gentle yet potent energy. As they departed the ice-field sanctuary, the polar night had already reached its midpoint. The trio, accompanied by a beast, treaded upon the snow, advancing towards the transport vessel. The ice crystal beast frolicked joyously in the snow, its dual-element energy of ice and fire becoming increasingly stable. The crimson flame circled above, its golden-orange flames harmonizing with the auroras in the sky, creating a scene as enchanting as a dreamlike painting. "At last, we have gathered the 4 elemental energies," Shen Luo exclaimed, tightly gripping the silver storage device in his hand. "Next, we shall unveil the ultimate secrets of the crystal civilization." Feng Huayang nodded with a smile, gently clasping Shen Luo's hand. "Indeed, we shall soon uncover the reasons behind the disappearance of the crystal civilization and restore the elemental energies of this world to their most balanced state." Ling Shui chimed in joyfully. "Once we unravel the mystery, we must embark on further adventures to explore other corners of this world." Their silhouettes gradually receded under the illumination of the auroras, their laughter echoing across the silent glaciers, as if heralding the joyous overture to the impending grand revelation. Chapter 22. The Resonance of the 4 Elements Uniting. The ultimate revelation of the crystal civilization on the night of collecting the 4 elemental energies. The lights in the Academy's ancient text research room burned throughout the night. The silver storage device was positioned at the center of a circular elemental resonance array, with the 4 elemental energies flowing gently around the core. The red flames danced, green vines entwined, blue waters surged, and icy blue crystals sparkled, intertwining to form a vibrant pillar of light that illuminated the entire research room. Professor Zhang, wearing specially designed energy goggles, fixed his gaze on the data streams of the resonance array. The energy fluctuations have stabilized at 98, which is a little more guiding energy infused. We can trigger the ultimate information of the crystal civilization. He looked towards Shen Luo. Your panel can resonate strongest with the elemental core. The guiding energy must be infused by you. Focus your mind and visualize awakening the memories of the civilization. Shen Luo took a deep breath and approached the resonance array. He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the surface of the storage device, instantly feeling a surge of powerful energy flowing through him. This was the strength born from the fusion of the 4 elemental energies, warm yet vibrant, cool yet resilient. He closed his eyes, sketching the contours of the crystal relics in his mind, silently chanting the awakening of memories. In the next moment, the elemental core erupted with blinding light, the vibrant pillars shooting towards the ceiling, projecting a hazy image on the research room's projection wall. In the visuals, people adorned in crystal garments were skillfully wielding elemental energies. They nurtured plants with wood energy, forged tools with fire energy, irrigated lands with water energy, and regulated climates with ice energy, depicting a scene of prosperity and harmony throughout the world. Is this the zenith of the crystal civilization? Ling Shui couldn't help but marvel. While the ice crystal beast curiously nudged the projection wall with its nose, fascinated by the crystal structures depicted. Suddenly, the image shifted. A massive black rift appeared in the sky, and countless shadowy creatures surged forth from the fissure, ravenously devouring elemental energy. The people of the crystal civilization fought valiantly against the encroaching shadow energy, yet they could not stave off its relentless advance. The land became desolate, flora withered. The seas turned murky, glaciers melted, and the entire world slowly succumbed to the darkness. The demise of the crystal civilization was, in truth, a consequence of this shadow invasion. Feng Huayang clenched his fists, his gaze heavy with gravity. They had not merely vanished, but had sacrificed themselves to safeguard the world. In the final image, an elder of the crystal civilization fused the 4 elemental energies into a core, sealing it within the crystal ruins, leaving behind an ancient inscription. When the shadow strikes again, the 4 elements will reunite. The inheritor shall awaken the wisdom of civilization, using the power of balance to protect the world. This is not an end, but a new beginning. As the inscription faded, a complete world map emerged on the projection wall, marked by several red dots. These indicated the points of elemental imbalance. Professor Zhang exclaimed with excitement. According to the information from the crystal civilization, the elemental energy at these locations is severely disrupted. If not rectified promptly, it will soon trigger another eruption of shadow energy. Shen Luo's panel automatically displayed detailed information. Currently, there are 12 elemental imbalance points scattered across the globe. Each must be repaired sequentially using the 4 elemental energies from the core. Upon completion, the elemental energy of the world will be restored to balance, completely eliminating the possibility of a shadow energy eruption. We must set out swiftly to mend these imbalance points, he declared, his eyes fixed on Feng Huayang and Ling Shui with unwavering resolve. With each passing day, the risk of a shadow eruption escalated. Feng Huayang nodded, immediately commencing the planning. We will operate in 3 groups. Qi Yin and I will repair 4 imbalance points in Europe and Africa. Shen Luo, you will address 5 in Asia and Oceania. Ling Shui, you and the Ice Crystal Beast will tackle 3 in the Americas. Each imbalance point will be equipped with a portable elemental repair device. Simply insert the elemental core into the apparatus, and it will automatically release restorative energy. Should danger arise, contact us immediately via the terminal. Ling Shui, cradling the Ice Crystal Beast, affirmed resolutely, do not worry. Xiaobai can now harness both ice and fire energies, and will be able to confront any shadow creatures we encounter. We will repair the imbalance points swiftly and regroup at the academy. On the following morning, the 3 bid farewell at the academy gates. As Shen Luo watched Feng Huayang and Ling Shui's hover vehicle recede into the distance, he tightened his grip on the elemental core. He understood that this mission was not merely about restoring elemental balance, but also about inheriting the legacy of the crystal civilization and safeguarding the equilibrium of this world. Shen Luo's first destination was the imbalance point on the Lust Plateau in Asia, where the land had become severely desertified due to a lack of wood and water energies. Violent winds whipped up clouds of yellow sand, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. He retrieved the portable repair device, inserted the elemental core, and pressed the activation button. In an instant, green wood energy and blue water energy surged forth from the device, merging with the parched earth. A miraculous scene unfolded as withered grass seeds began to sprout anew. The desiccated soil became moist, and the yellow sand was gradually cloaked in vibrant greenery. Shen Luo's panel indicated repair of the Lus Plateau imbalance point complete. Elemental energy balance restored to 95. In the subsequent fortnight, Shen Luo meticulously restored 5 points of imbalance across Asia and Oceania. At the Tibetan Plateau imbalance point, he fortified the melting glaciers with the energy of ice. At the Pacific Island imbalance point, he purified the murky waters using the energy of water. At the Southeast Asian rainforest imbalance point, he revitalized the withered trees with the energy of wood. At the Siberian imbalance point, he warmed the frozen land with the energy of fire. And at the Japanese archipelago imbalance point, he rectified the elemental chaos induced by earthquakes with the harmonious energy of the 4 elements. Upon completing the last point of imbalance, his terminal suddenly received a message from Feng Huayang.With, announcing that they too had fulfilled their respective tasks and were en route back to the academy. On the day of their return, Shen Luo stood before the elemental resonance array, placing the restored elemental core within it. The core erupted once more in a dazzling display of multicolored light, revealing a new message on the projection wall. The world's elemental energy balance has been restored to 100. Shadow energy is entirely sealed. The mission of the crystal civilization has been accomplished. The inheritors shall usher in a new era. Professor Zhang and Teacher Li approached Shen Luo, their faces radiating with pride. You have succeeded. Not only have you safeguarded the world, but you have also inherited the wisdom of the crystal civilization. You are true heroes. Feng Huayang and Ling Shui joined them, and the 4 of them, along with one beast, stood before the resonance array, gazing at the kaleidoscopic light, their hearts brimming with emotion. Shen Luo understood that this was not an end, but a new beginning. They had not only fulfilled the mission of the crystal civilization, but had also ushered in new hope for the world. In the future, they would continue to explore the mysteries of this realm, wielding the power of the 4 elements to maintain balance, confronting unknown challenges with courage and wisdom. For they knew that as long as they worked together, no difficulty was insurmountable, and no world was beyond their protection. Moonlight streamed through the laboratory window, casting a gentle glow upon the 4 individuals and one beast. The vibrant hues of elemental light intertwined with the moonlight, forming a beautiful halo. This marked the beginning of their new era. Chapter 23. Prologue to a New Era, the Invitation of the Elemental Academy and the Call of the Unknown, as news of the restoration of all elemental imbalance points spread throughout the world. The Academy Square was filled with jubilant students and faculty. Shen Luo stood upon the podium, observing the crowd below, waving colorful flags, while he held the Elemental Guardian Medal awarded by the Academy. This medal, adorned with crystals representing the 4 elements, refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight, complementing the phoenix necklace around his neck. Next, an extraordinary announcement was to be made. Professor Zhang ascended the stage with a microphone, his gaze sweeping over Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui. The International Elemental Academy has decided to host a global Beastmaster Summit in 3 months, inviting you 3 as representatives to share your experiences in restoring the elemental imbalance points, as well as to participate in the founding ceremony of the Elemental Guardian Alliance. A wave of even more fervent applause erupted from the audience, and Ling Shui excitedly grasped Shen Luo's arm. The Global Beastmaster Summit. I've only seen it in textbooks before. I can't believe we get to attend as representatives. The ice crystal beast danced joyfully at her feet, its icy and fiery patterns shimmering with excitement. Feng Huayang looked at Shen Luo, his eyes filled with tenderness. This is our honor, as well as a new responsibility. After the summit concluded, we could still visit the International Elements Academy's library to explore further materials concerning the crystal civilization, which housed numerous ancient tomes even the Academy did not possess. Shen Luo nodded, his fingertips gently caressing the crystal on his medal. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on his panel. Unknown elemental signal detected from the mist marsh, containing ancient life energy, suspected to be related to the life branch of the crystal civilization. Investigation is advised. Professor Zhang, my panel indicates an unknown elemental signal from the mist marsh. potentially linked to the life branch of the crystal civilization, he said immediately, a hint of caution in his voice. We wish to investigate the mist marsh before attending the summit. Professor Zhang furrowed his brow and brought up a map of the mist marsh. Since the elemental imbalance was rectified, the environment has undergone significant changes. The previously murky marsh waters have become crystal clear, and many ancient plants have sprouted. However, the mist there can interfere with detectors, and numerous unknown water and wood-type beasts inhabit the area. You must bring adequate protective gear. He retrieved 3 green sachets from his drawer. These are mist-repellent sachets. They can disperse the surrounding mist and prevent bites from marsh insects. 3 days later, the hover vehicle carrying 3 individuals and 1 beast halted at the edge of the mist marsh. As they disembarked, they were enveloped by a rich aura of life. The aquatic plants in the marsh glimmered with a vibrant green light, and luminous duckweed floated on the water's surface, making even breathing feel exceptionally smooth. Shen Luo opened the mist-repellent sachet, and a faint herbal fragrance dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing a narrow path leading deeper into the marsh. The detector indicated that the unknown signal was located on the life island at the center of the marsh. Feng Huayang gazed at the detector screen, noting that the path to the life island was fraught with numerous marsh whirlpools. Falling into one would mean being consumed by the marsh waters. We must have Xian scout ahead, he declared. Xian let out a cry and flew into the depths of the marsh. Its golden-orange flames illuminated the path ahead, and upon encountering a whirlpool, it released a fiery beam to temporarily freeze the vortex. The 3 carefully advanced over the frozen whirlpools, while the ice crystal beast leaped beside Ling Shui, reinforcing the frozen ground with its ice energy. Upon reaching the marsh's center, a small island composed of vines and crystals emerged before them. The island was adorned with towering trees, their branches entwined with glowing vines, which bore clusters of red fruits, the very source of the unknown signal. This must be the life island, Shen Luo exclaimed, hastening toward the island. As soon as he set foot on the island, the surrounding vines suddenly stirred to life, coiling towards the trio. It was the wood-type beast, the Vine Guardian. Its vines bore sharp barbs and secreted toxins capable of paralyzing nerves. Ling Shui, freeze the vines with ice energy. Feng Huayang shouted, simultaneously commanding Xian, unleash a flame attack to incinerate the toxins. Ling Shui promptly raised her staff, unleashing ice energy that froze the advancing vines. Xian followed suit, releasing golden flames that incinerated the toxins on the vines. Shen Luo gripped the Sword of Light, channeling with energy as he struck toward the core of the Vine Guardian, which was nestled within the roots, a green crystal hidden amongst the vines. With a resounding crack, the green crystal was shattered, and the Vine Guardian instantly lost its power, transforming into a heap of withered vines. Having dealt with the Guardian, the trio made their way to the center of the small island, where they beheld a colossal tree of life, its trunk adorned with a vibrant blue crystal. This crystal housed a rich essence of life, serving as the core of the life branch of the crystal civilization. This life core possessed the remarkable ability to heal all ailments and revive withered plants. A prompt appeared on Shen Luo's interface, stating, the life core was created by the crystal civilization to restore the ecological environment. Current energy levels are ample and can be utilized to mend damaged natural habitats. He carefully extracted the life core from the trunk and placed it into a specially designed container. With this core, we could expedite the restoration of ecosystems across the globe. As they departed from Life Island, the sun had already set. The 3 companions sat in their hover vehicle, gazing at the darkening sky outside, their hearts filled with reflections. Ling Shui, cradling the ice primal beast, exclaimed, the exploration of the misty marsh was incredibly worthwhile. Not only did we discover the life core, but we also learned about the life branch of the crystal civilization. I must share this with other beast masters at the summit. Feng Huayang nodded, observing the life core in Shen Luo's hands. The energy of the life core is formidable. We can use it to restore the ecological forest behind the academy, where many trees have withered due to previous shadow energy erosion. Shen Luo smiled, responding, indeed. Tomorrow we shall go about restoring the ecological forest and preparing materials for the summit. By the way, do you think the International Element Academy's library might contain information on other branches of the Crystal Civilization? Perhaps the technological or artistic branches? Perhaps it does. Ling Shui replied eagerly. I've always been fascinated by the art of the Crystal Civilization. I truly wish to see their paintings and sculptures. The hover vehicle glided through the night toward the academy, the stars outside twinkling brightly, illuminating their path ahead. Shen Luo gazed at the life core in his hands. Brimming with anticipation, he knew that the exploration of the Misty Marsh was merely the dawn of a new era, with countless secrets awaiting their discovery and numerous missions yet to be fulfilled. Regardless of the challenges they might encounter, he felt no fear. For he had companions like Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, the Crimson Flame, and the Ice Primal Beast fighting alongside him, armed with the courage and determination to protect their world. He believed that as long as they worked together, they could forge an even more splendid and balanced world, ensuring that the wisdom and spirit of the Crystal Civilization would endure through the ages. Chapter 24. The rebirth of the ecological forest. The undercurrents before the summit. In the early morning at the Academy's rear mountain, the mist had yet to dissipate, and the withered trees stood askew in the earth, their exposed roots resembling the gnarled fingers of an elderly person, starkly contrasting with the vibrant campus in the distance. Shen Luo held the container containing the life core at the edge of the forest, feeling the warm energy emanating from the core through his fingertips. A prompt appeared on his interface. The compatibility of a life core with the withered vegetation is 92. When infusing energy, it must be combined with the essence of wood, which can accelerate the rebirth of the vegetation. I and the Crimson Flame are responsible for utilizing fire energy to clear away the dead branches, ensuring that the new sprouts can thrive without obstruction. Feng Huayang grasped a specially crafted flamethrower, with crimson flames swirling upon his shoulder, the golden-orange fire already preheated. Lingxiu, instruct the ice crystalline beast to utilize its ice energy to moisten the soil and soften the hardened ground, facilitating the infiltration of life energy. Lingxiu nodded, gently patting the back of the ice crystalline beast. Understanding its cue, the beast moved to the center of the forest, emanating a soft blue aura. A fine mist of ice radiated from its body, settling upon the cracked earth. As the icy mist encountered heat, it melted into droplets, seeping into the soil, gradually transforming the once compact ground into a looser texture. Meanwhile, the crimson flames hovered low, releasing a gentle blaze that incinerated withered tree trunks and weeds into ashes, clearing obstacles while turning into natural fertilizer. Shen Luo took a deep breath, opened a container, and cradled the life core in his palms. He summoned the wood-based primal energy from the elemental core, his fingertips glowing with a soft green luminescence as he slowly infused it into the life core. In the next moment, the life core erupted with a dazzling green light, countless strands of emerald energy surging forth like vines, entwining around the withered trees and penetrating deep into the soil. A miracle unfolded before their eyes. From the previously cracked earth, tender green shoots broke through, growing to ankle height in mere minutes. Fresh branches sprouted from the desiccated trunks, quickly adorned with tender new leaves. Even the exposed roots were entwined with lush green vines, adorned with delicate white blossoms. Lingxiu couldn't help but squat down, gently touching the newly sprouted grass. The soft sensation at her fingertips brought a warmth to her eyes. Is this the power of the life core? It is truly wondrous. Feng Huayang approached Shen Luo, observing the beads of sweat on his forehead, and handed him a bottle of energy drink. Do not overexert yourself. The release of life energy must be gradual. His gaze shifted to the edge of the forest, where the energy strands seemed to encounter an obstruction, causing the newly sprouted grass to grow exceptionally slowly, with some leaves even showing signs of yellowing. Following his gaze, Shen Luo noticed a warning on his panel, detected trace amounts of shadow residual energy, inhibiting life energy absorption, purification with light energy required. It was a residual shadow energy that had not been adequately cleared. He tightened his grip on the sword of light, infusing it with radiant energy. the blade tip shimmering with a pale golden light as he swung a beam of light towards the yellowing grass shoots. Upon contact, the yellowed leaves instantly regained their vibrant green hue, and the surrounding energy strands became more vibrant. Shen Luo sighed in relief, intending to continue purifying other areas, when suddenly his terminal vibrated with an urgent message from Professor Zhang. Return to the ancient text research room immediately. The International Element Academy has issued a warning regarding unidentified forces operating near the summit venue, suspected of searching for fragments of the Crystal Civilization's relics. The trio and their beast promptly gathered their gear and hurried back to the research room. Professor Zhang was intently scrutinizing the surveillance footage on the projection screen, where several cloaked figures lingered near the International Element Academy's library, wielding specialized detectors, seemingly in search of something. According to intelligence from the Academy, these individuals belonged to an organization known as the Shadow Sect. Professor Zhang's tone was particularly grave as he explained their ideology of transforming the world using shadow energy. Believing that the balanced principles of the Crystal Civilization were constraints, and they had been relentlessly seeking fragments of the crystal relics, attempting to disrupt elemental harmony. Ling Shui gripped her staff tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Have they forgotten the calamity wrought by shadow energy? The last Shadow Sovereign nearly annihilated the Snow Mountain, and now they dare to disrupt the summit. The Ice Prism Beast, sensing her turmoil, emanated a radiant blend of red and blue hues, bracing itself for battle. Feng Huayang furrowed his brow, marking critical areas on the map indicating the summit's venue. The summit is a month away. We must prepare in advance. Firstly, we need to bolster the protection of the elemental core and life core to prevent being targeted by the Shadow Sect. Secondly, we should collaborate with the International Elemental Academy to investigate the remnants of shadow energy surrounding the summit site and uncover their hiding places. Suddenly, Shen Luo recalled their previous encounter in the Misty Marsh. Could the Shadow Sect also be searching for other branches of the Crystal Civilization? Perhaps the technological or artistic branches. After all, those branches might harbor potent energies that could serve as valuable tools for them. Professor Zhang nodded, retrieving ancient texts that detailed the branches of the Crystal Civilization. According to these records, the technological branch excels in crafting elemental weaponry, while the artistic branch manipulates elemental energy through melodies. Indeed, remnants of these two branches could be exploited by the Shadow Sect. The International Elemental Academy has already dispatched a team to investigate known relic sites. But we require your assistance. Your heightened sensitivity to elemental energy allows you to detect the energy fluctuations of the relic fragments more swiftly. In the ensuing fortnight, the trio split into two teams. Feng Huayang and Qi Yin journeyed to the Nordic Crystal Workshop ruins to investigate the fragments of the technological branch, while Shen Luo and Ling Shui ventured to the South American Melody Canyon ruins in search of clues related to the artistic branch. Upon their arrival at Melody Canyon, they found themselves amidst the local rainy season. The canyon's rocky walls were etched with peculiar symbols resembling musical notes and elemental runes. Ling Shui utilized her ice energy to clear the moss from the walls, causing the symbols to emit a soft blue glow, accompanied by a soothing melody resonating from the rock face, while the surrounding water energy began to ripple in response. Is this the elemental melody of the artistic branch? Shen Luo's panel displayed a notification. The elemental melody can soothe raging elemental energy and suppress shadow energy. The current relic fragment is concealed within the melody crystal at the canyon's base. The two descended along the rock face and soon discovered a translucent crystal at the canyon's bottom, imbued with rich melodic energy. Indeed, a fragment of the artistic branch's relic. Just as Shen Luo reached for the fragment, several shadowy figures suddenly darted from the trees flanking the canyon. They were members of the Shadow Sect. Armed with energy guns, they unleashed black shadow beams towards the duo. Ling Shui, be careful. Shen Luo swiftly raised his sword of light, conjuring a luminous barrier to deflect the shadow beams. Ling Shui commanded the Ice Prism Beast to release ice shards, striking one assailant's detector, rendering it inoperative. Hand over the crystal fragment, roared the lead figure clad in black, launching another shadow beam. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo summoned the wood energy from the elemental core, causing vines to sprout from the ground and ensnare the black-clad assailant's ankles. Meanwhile, Ling Shui unleashed a dual-element attack, hitting another assailant's energy gun, which instantly froze before melting into scrap metal. The figure clad in black, sensing the impending danger, swiftly released a cloud of dark smoke, vanishing into the depths of the canyon. Shen Luo picked up a shard of crystal from the ground, discovering that it bore an inscription of musical notations. The panel indicated by fusing the shard with the elemental core, one can unlock elemental melody skills, thereby enhancing the suppression of shadow energy. Upon their return to the academy, Feng Huayang also brought back a fragment from the technological branch, a crystal capable of augmenting the power of elemental weapons. Professor Zhang placed both shards within the elemental resonance array, merging them with the elemental core and the life core. Instantly, the four entities erupted in a dazzling display of colorful brilliance, casting a new message upon the projection wall. The four branches of the crystal civilization have been assembled, unlocking the elemental guardian array, which will form a protective barrier at the summit venue, safeguarding against the incursion of shadow energy. With only 3 days remaining until the summit, the trio stood on the academy's rooftop, gazing at the distant sunset. Shen Luo clenched the elemental core in his hand, his heart brimming with resolve. Regardless of the Shadow Sect's schemes, we shall protect the summit and maintain the balance of this world. Feng Huayang grasped his hand, her eyes filled with trust. Together we shall confront this challenge and thwart their ambitions. Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast approached, their figures intertwined under the sunset, resembling an indomitable fortress poised for the impending trials. Chapter 25. Guardians of the Global Summit Assault of the Shadow Sect on the day of the International Beastmaster Summit. The plaza of the International Elemental Academy was teeming with beast masters from around the globe. At the center stood a grand circular stage, surrounded by totems representing the four elemental forces: flames of fire, vines of wood, waves of water, and crystals of ice. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the totems, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stood to the left of the stage, adorned in specially designed elemental attire, their elemental guardian medals prominently displayed. The elemental guardian array had been activated, enveloping the entire academy grounds. Feng Huayang glanced at the energy detector on his wrist, where a faint green icon of a protective barrier appeared on the screen. Should any shadow energy approach, the array would automatically trigger an alarm and release the four elemental energies to dispel the threat. Shen Luo nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd in the plaza. His panel was monitoring the surrounding energy fluctuations in real time, but he sensed an underlying unease, as if danger lurked in the shadows. The Shadow Sect might not launch a direct assault. They could disguise themselves as attendees, seeking to sabotage the event. He whispered to Feng Huayang and Ling Shui, "We must patrol separately and keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals." Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, adopted a vigilant expression. "I will patrol near the library. It houses many ancient texts of the crystal civilization and is a key protection zone. You two should secure the area around the stage to ensure the summit proceeds smoothly." Shortly after their separation, a wave of cheers erupted in the plaza as the president of the International Elemental Academy ascended the stage, declaring the official commencement of the summit. As the president grasped the microphone to recount the history of the crystal civilization, a commotion suddenly arose from the eastern side of the plaza. A plume of black smoke ascended from the crowd, accompanied by a piercing alarm. A crack appeared in the protective barrier of the elemental guardian array. It was the Shadow Sect. Shen Luo immediately grasped the Sword of Light and sprinted towards the direction from which the smoke was rising. Before him stood several figures cloaked in black, relentlessly assaulting the protective barrier with specialized energy cannons. Cracks began to form and widen on the barrier, with shadow energy seeping through, threatening to engulf the surrounding beast masters. "Crimson Flame, Flame Barrier," Feng Huayang shouted, as the crimson flame erupted from his shoulder, coalescing into a golden-orange shield that thwarted the advance of the shadow energy. The other beast masters quickly responded, summoning their own beasts and unleashing elemental energies to aid in mending the barrier. Ling Shui and her Ice Spire beast soon arrived, the latter releasing a dual elemental attack of ice and fire that froze the spreading shadow energy. Ling Shui raised her staff, channeling ice energy to repair the fissures in the barrier. The barrier's energy is depleting rapidly. We must locate the source of the energy cannons and destroy it. Shen Luo's panel displayed a prompt. The source of the energy cannons is located in the bell tower on the west side of the academy, controlled by 3 shadow cultists, guarded by shadow beasts. The energy cannons are in the bell tower. He dashed towards it, with Feng Huayang and Ling Shui hot on his heels. Inside the bell tower, the 3 shadow cultists were frantically manipulating the energy cannon, aiming it at the cracks in the protective barrier, continuously unleashing shadow energy. Surrounding them were several massive shadow wolves, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Luo and his companions, they lunged forward. Ling Shui, you and Xiao Bai handle the shadow wolves, Feng Huayang commanded, simultaneously instructing Qi Yin, unleash a fiery assault to disrupt the cannon's operation. Ling Shui nodded, directing her Ice Spire beast to set ice traps that immobilized the shadow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Spire beast pounced, striking at the core of the shadow wolves with its sharp, icy claws, swiftly dispatching several of them. Qi Yan's fiery assault struck the cannon circuitry, causing a malfunction. The shadow energy emanating from the cannon became unstable. Seizing this moment, Shen Luo charged forward, gripping the Sword of Light, infusing it with primal energy of all 4 elements, and unleashed a radiant blade of multicolored light towards the cannon. Upon impact, the cannon erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending the 3 shadow cultists flying from the blast wave. With the threat of the energy cannon neutralized, the trio hastily returned to the square. By this time, the cracks in the protective barrier had been repaired, and the remaining members of the shadow cult had been subdued by the surrounding beast masters. The dean stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, his voice resolute. The shadow cult's assault has failed, proving that the power of elemental balance is invincible. Now, let us continue the summit and collaboratively explore the future of safeguarding our world. The square erupted in enthusiastic applause once more, as Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stood on the stage, receiving the respect of beast masters from around the globe. Shen Luo gazed out at the crowd, his heart filled with emotion. It was precisely because everyone believed in the significance of elemental balance that they could unite in the face of crisis, resisting the encroachment of shadow energy. In the latter half of the summit, the trio shared their insights on restoring elemental balance and combating the shadow cult, also demonstrating the powers of the elemental core and the life core, as they infused the essence of life into the flower bead at the heart of the square. The withered blossoms instantaneously bloomed, and vibrant green vines entwined around the flower bead, eliciting waves of astonishment from the audience. After the summit concluded, the dean privately met with Shen Luo and his companions, expressing, "You have not only safeguarded this summit, but have also set an exemplary standard for beastmasters worldwide. The International Elemental Academy has resolved to appoint you as global element guardians, tasked with coordinating the elemental balance across nations and continuing the exploration of the secrets of crystalline civilization." Receiving the appointment certificate from the dean, Shen Luo felt a profound sense of responsibility. We shall not fail in our mission. We will protect the balance of this world and ensure that the wisdom of crystalline civilization endures eternally. As they departed from the International Elemental Academy, the sun had already set. The trio sat in their hovering vehicle, gazing at the darkening sky outside, when Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement, "I never imagined we would become global element guardians. We will have the opportunity to travel to more places and assist more people." Feng Huayang nodded, turning his gaze toward Shen Luo. "Next, we must continue searching for other relics of crystalline civilization and completely eradicate the remnants of shadow energy. Perhaps we might even discover branches of crystalline technology, enabling us to forge more powerful elemental weapons to better combat the shadow cult." Shen Luo responded with a smile, "Absolutely. Wherever we go together." By the way, my panel indicates that a technological relic from crystalline civilization has been detected in the Sahara Oasis in Africa. We can investigate there next. As the hovering vehicle glided through the night toward the academy, the stars outside twinkled with a brilliant light, seemingly illuminating their path ahead. Shen Luo understood that becoming global element guardians was merely a new beginning, with greater challenges and missions yet to await them. However, as long as they remained united, no obstacle could be insurmountable and no world beyond their protection. Clutching the elemental core in his hand, he felt the 4 elemental energies contained within, resolved to continue upholding the principles of balance of crystalline civilization, safeguarding this world with courage and wisdom, ensuring that every corner brimmed with vitality and hope. Chapter 26. The Technological Relics of the Sahara Oasis. The Shadow Cult's new conspiracy a week after receiving the appointment as Global Element Guardians. Shen Luo's panel once again displayed a critical notification. High-intensity technological energy fluctuations detected in the Sahara Oasis, Africa, highly matching the elemental mechanical characteristics of crystalline civilization's technological branches. The entrance to the relic is concealed beneath the quicksand temple at the center of the oasis. Caution is advised against premature intervention by the Shadow Cult. The Sahara Oasis? Just half a year ago, it was a desolate wasteland, revived solely by the water elemental energy of the core. Feng Huayang scrutinized the satellite map projected on the screen, lightly tapping the marked location of the quicksand temple. According to intelligence from the International Elemental Academy, unidentified vehicles had recently been observed in the vicinity of the oasis, likely a vanguard of the Shadow Cult. We must equip ourselves adequately this time. Not only will we explore the relic, but we must also prevent them from seizing the core of the technological branch. Ling Shui was busy inspecting the newly upgraded ice and fire energy armor for her ice crystal beast when she immediately looked up upon hearing this. Xiao Bai's armor can withstand moderate intensity shadow attacks and can unleash ice and fire pulses to disrupt the enemy's energy devices. I have also prepared quicksand-resistant boots, which allow one to maintain balance on soft sandy terrain and avoid falling into quicksand traps. Prior to our departure, Professor Zhang entrusted Shen Luo with ancient fragments from the branch of technology, which recorded that the elemental machinery of the crystal civilization could transform elemental energy into mechanical power. The most vital component, the elemental engine, could not only drive large equipment, but also amplify the energy output of Beast Tamers. However, should it fall into the hands of the Shadow Cult, they would likely repurpose it into a weapon that disrupts balance. 3 days later, the desert-adapted hovercraft carrying 3 individuals and 1 beast entered the Sahara Oasis. Contrary to expectations, this was no longer a desolate expanse. Clear waters now encircled the oasis, with lush poplar trees lining the shores and flocks of birds frolicking on the water surface. It was hard to fathom that just 6 months prior, this had been a barren wasteland. The detectors indicated that technological energy fluctuations were located beneath the quicksand temple. Shen Luo rolled down the window, and a warm breeze enveloped them, carrying the humid scent of the lake. However, the sand around the temple was quite unstable, posing a risk of quicksand, necessitating a walk. The 3 donned their quicksand-resistant boots, with the ice spike beast leading the way. Its ice energy could freeze temporary footholds in the sand, preventing anyone from sinking into quicksand. After approximately half an hour of walking, a temple constructed of pale yellow stones emerged before them. The entrance was adorned with intricate mechanical patterns, featuring a recessed circular groove at its center, evidently the keyhole to the relic's entrance. The shape of this groove perfectly matched the base of the elemental core, exclaimed Ling Shui. Shen Luo immediately retrieved a silver storage device and inserted the elemental core into the groove. Instantly, the mechanical patterns illuminated with a soft blue glow, and the temple doors slowly swung open, revealing a staircase leading underground. As they descended the staircase, the surrounding walls automatically illuminated with a gentle blue light, illuminating the passage ahead. Flanking the corridor were numerous metallic remnants, resembling parts of some machinery, their surface patterns mirroring those on the temple doors. Clearly artifacts of the crystal civilization. Caution, there are energy reactions ahead. Feng Huayang suddenly halted, as the detector's screen displayed 3 red points of light rapidly approaching them. In the next moment, the metallic remnants along the corridor began to stir, assembling into 3 half-mechanical, half-shadow creatures. Their bodies were composed of silver metal, while their limbs were intertwined with dark shadow energy, the very shadow mechanical beasts modified by the shadow cult. "It's the shadow cult," Shen Luo exclaimed. "They have gotten here before us." Gripping the sword of light, he infused it with the 4 elemental energies. "Ling Shui, you and Xiao Bai handle the mechanical beast on the left, while Feng Huayang and I will confront the 2 on the right." The battle was imminent. The shadow mechanical beast on the left launched the first attack, extending its metallic claws towards Ling Shui. The ice spike beast immediately released ice energy, encasing the mechanical beast's claws in ice, while simultaneously unleashing fire energy, scorching the shadow energy enveloping it. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui raised her staff and shot forth an ice spike, striking the mechanical beast's core, causing it to collapse into a heap of scrap metal. Meanwhile, the 2 mechanical beasts on the right directed their shadow energy towards Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang commanded the Crimson Flame to unleash a fiery barrier, effectively thwarting the assault of shadow energy, while simultaneously utilizing an energy gun to target the joints of the mechanical beasts, disrupting their movements. Shen Luo then leapt into action, plunging the sword of light into the core of one mechanical beast, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light energy that thoroughly purified the shadow energy enveloping it. After vanquishing the 3 shadow mechanical beasts, the distant sound of hurried footsteps echoed from deeper within the passage. A group of individuals clad in black cloaks was seen hoisting a massive metallic box, fleeing towards another corridor. The box emanated a potent technological energy, evidently housing an elemental engine. "No escape." Shen Luo immediately pursued them, with Feng Huayang and Ling Shui closely trailing behind. Upon realizing they were being chased, the fleeing shadow cultists quickly released a thick cloud of black smoke in an attempt to obscure their pursuers' vision. However, Shen Luo was well prepared, activating a mist-dispelling sachet that promptly dissipated the smoke with a subtle herbal fragrance. "Crimson Flame, flame chains," Feng Huayang shouted. The Crimson Flame conjured several golden flame chains that ensnared the ankles of the shadow cultists, causing them to tumble to the ground. The metallic box fell, its lid flinging open to reveal the elemental engine within, a metal sphere the size of a soccer ball, adorned with runes representing the 4 elemental forces, radiating a soft azure glow. Seeing the dire situation, the leading shadow cultists suddenly produced a black crystal from within their cloak and hurled it towards the elemental engine, exclaiming, "Even if I cannot possess it, I shall not allow you to succeed." The black crystal exploded mid-air, unleashing a torrent of shadow energy that surged towards the elemental engine. "This is bad. They intend to corrupt the elemental engine." Shen Luo swiftly released light energy, forming a protective barrier to block the encroaching shadow energy. Feng Huayang and Ling Shui simultaneously channeled elemental energy to assist in purifying the shadow energy. After several minutes of concerted effort, the shadow energy was ultimately eradicated, leaving the elemental engine unscathed. After securing the elemental engine in a specially designed container, the trio continued their exploration of the ruins. At the end of the passage lay a vast laboratory filled with numerous intact elemental machines, including self-irrigating mechanical arms, water purification filters, and devices for detecting elemental energy. The murals adorning the walls meticulously documented the manufacturing processes of these elemental machines, providing invaluable insights for the advancement of contemporary technology. "These elemental machines are truly remarkable," Ling Shui exclaimed, gazing at the murals with excitement. "If we could apply this technology in reality, we could expedite the restoration of ecosystems worldwide and enhance the combat capabilities of beast masters." As they departed the ruins, the sun dipped low in the west. The 3 of them sat in a hovering vehicle, observing the gradually dimming oasis outside the window. Feng Huayang suddenly remarked, "The shadow cult has clearly come prepared." They must have had prior knowledge of the location of the technological ruins. Perhaps they have individuals capable of sensing elemental energy or possess more advanced detection equipment. Shen Luo nodded, his expression grave. Regardless, we must urgently bolster the protection of other crystal ruins and investigate the movements of the shadow cult. My panel indicates that the next ruin may be located in the Amazon rainforest of South America. We need to set off without delay. The hovering vehicle sped through the night towards the airport, the stars outside twinkling with luminous brilliance. Shen Luo tightly grasped the elemental engine container, his heart brimming with resolve. Although the sinister machinations of the Shadow Sect have been thwarted time and again, their threat loomed large. In the future, they were not only to explore more crystalline relics, but also to utterly dismantle the Shadow Sect's nefarious plans, safeguarding the equilibrium of this world. He believed that as long as he had companions like Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, Qi Yin, and the Ice Crystal Beast by his side, no challenge was insurmountable. They would continue to inherit the wisdom of the crystal civilization, harnessing the power of elemental balance to forge a brighter future. Chapter 27. The Artistic Secrets of the Amazon Rainforest, the Guardian Power of Melodic Energy upon returning to the Academy from the Sahara Oasis. The elemental engine was meticulously placed in a custom display cabinet within the ancient text research room. As Shen Luo brought the elemental core close to the engine, a resonance occurred, causing the 4 elemental runes on the engine's surface to illuminate, projecting a holographic image. In the image, artists of the crystal civilization manipulated elements through melody, entwining vines with rhythm and allowing springs to flow in sync with the tempo. The image culminated in a depiction of a melodic temple deep within the Amazon rainforest. With an inscription in ancient script, the soul of art lies in melody, capable of dispelling the shadow's disturbance. This must be the pivotal clue to the artistic branch of the crystal civilization. Professor Zhang pointed at the temple in the image, noting that the Echo Valley region of the Amazon rainforest had long been steeped in legends of a singing forest, likely the very location of the melodic temple. However, it was perpetually shrouded in dense mist and inhabited by numerous wild beasts. Caution was imperative. Ling Shui, cradling the Ice Crystal Beast, was filled with anticipation. I've longed to witness the manipulation of elements through melody. Perhaps Xiao Bai's ice and fire energy can resonate with the melody and unlock new abilities. The Ice Crystal Beast seemed to understand her words, nuzzling her palm, its body radiating a soft red and blue glow. Before their departure, the trio had prepared special headphones capable of capturing ultra-high frequency melodic signals, which could be transformed into visual waveforms. Shen Luo also briefly fused the Sword of Light with the elemental engine, inscribing melody runes upon the blade, enabling it to unleash sonic shockwaves capable of breaching barriers formed by shadow energy. 3 days later, the hovering vehicle carrying the trio soared above the Amazon rainforest. Through the windows, they beheld the lush canopy resembling a verdant ocean, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows upon the ground. As the vehicle approached the Echo Valley, a soothing melody suddenly emanated from the headphones, not from the outside, but spontaneously rising from the depths of the rainforest, akin to a symphony played by countless leaves and flowing waters. The melodic energy was right below. Shen Luo switched off the vehicle's engine, opting for low-altitude gliding. Upon landing, the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing a path adorned with petals leading deeper into the rainforest. The vines along the path swayed gently to the melody, and occasionally, luminous butterflies flitted by, leaving trails of color in their wake. This place is truly enchanting. Ling Shui could not resist removing her headphones, immersing herself in the natural melody, feeling her energy resonate with the rhythm. Even Xiao Bai became more animated. The Ice Crystal Beast leaped joyfully along the path, each landing causing delicate, note-shaped ice crystals to emerge from the ground, only to dissolve into the air moments later. After walking along the petal path for approximately half an hour, a temple constructed from crystal and vines emerged before them, precisely resembling the melodic sanctuary depicted in the vision. At the apex of the temple rested a colossal crystal clock, its surface adorned with an array of musical runes. As the gentle breeze caressed it, the clock emitted a clear, resonant chime, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding symphony of nature. Just as Shen Luo was about to step into the temple, a warning panel abruptly appeared. Weak residual shadow energy detected. Concealed within the vine thicket on the left side of the temple, suspected surveillance device left by the shadow sect. He turned his gaze to the left, and indeed spotted a cluster of vines that were darker in hue than their surroundings, with remnants of black patterns lingering on the leaves. Ling Shui, freeze that cluster of vines with your ice energy, Shen Luo whispered. Ling Shui immediately commanded the ice spike beast to unleash ice spikes, striking the thicket with precision. In an instant, as the ice spread, a faint sizzling sound was heard, and black smoke billowed from the vines as a small shadow detector was encased in ice, its screen still displaying remnants of data transmission. It appeared that the shadow sect had indeed been here, but they had yet to discover the means to access the core of the temple. Feng Huayang furrowed his brow, examining the remnants of the detector. The device's signal pointed toward the periphery of the rainforest. They might still be lurking nearby, and we must hasten our pace. The trio ventured into the temple, discovering that the interior walls were adorned with musical runes. At the center of the temple, a raised platform held a floating crystal flute, its body inlaid with elemental crystals from the 4 elemental branches, representing the core of the art's melodic essence. As Shen Luo approached, the flute began to emit a melody autonomously, resonating with the phoenix necklace around his neck, causing the gem to emit a soft glow. This is the heart of melody. Shen Luo carefully grasped the flute, and, as his fingertips brushed against its surface, a stream of information flooded into his mind. The heart of melody can manipulate natural harmonies, releasing elemental dirges capable of purifying mid to low intensity shadow energy and soothing ferocious beasts. He attempted to play the flute, and a soothing melody filled the air. Instantly, the runes around them illuminated, and tender green sprouts emerged from the ground. Even the dust in the air danced along with the melody. Ling Shui couldn't help but applaud. It's so beautiful. Moreover, this melody enhances my ice energy. As she spoke, she released an ice spike, which astonishingly bore tiny musical notes, producing a crisp sound upon striking the ground. Just as the trio prepared to leave the temple, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Through the crack of the door, they could see a dozen figures clad in black cloaks approaching the temple, armed with energy guns. And a leader carried a massive sonic disruptor, clearly a contingent from the Shadow Sect. They intend to destroy the heart of melody with that sonic disruptor. Feng Huayang immediately devised a plan. Shen Luo, you will use the heart of melody to play the elemental dirge and purify their shadow energy. Ling Shui, you and Xiao Ba will use ice and fire energy to thwart their assault. I and Qi Yin will aim to destroy the sonic disruptor. Shen Luo nodded, seizing the crystal flute and commencing the dirge. The moment the melody resonated, the actions of the shadow cultists outside noticeably slowed, their shadow energy beginning to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui commanded the ice spike beast to unleash an ice fire pulse, striking several cultists' energy guns, causing them to freeze instantly. Feng Huayang and Qi Yin charged towards the sonic disruptor. Qi Yin unleashed fiery chains that ensnared the cultist carrying the device, while Feng Huayang seized the opportunity to strike the core of the disruptor with his energy gun. The device erupted with a thunderous explosion, scattering debris across the ground. With the disruptor rendered useless, the formation of the shadow cult fell into disarray. Shen Luo intensified his playing, the melody of the requiem becoming ever more fervent. As the surrounding vines suddenly stirred to life, wrapping around the ankles of the cultists. Ling Shui and the Ice Crystal Beast released a dual elemental assault of ice and fire, subduing the remaining cultists. After dealing with the remnants of the shadow cult, the trio settled on the steps before the temple, listening to the harmonious sounds of nature surrounding them. Ling Shui gazed at the heart of melody in Shen Luo's hand and remarked with a smile, "With this, we shall be far more assured in our dealings with shadow energy." Moreover, It will surely aid in pacifying rampaging beasts and restoring the ecological environment. Shen Luo nodded, placing the Heart of Melody into a specially crafted box. According to the information transmitted by the Heart of Melody, there are several small melodic relics hidden within the Amazon rainforest, each containing various melodic instruments. We should explore these relics first, gather more melodic energy, and then return to the academy. Feng Huayang, observing the distant sunset, added, "Furthermore, we must inform the International Elemental Academy of the Shadow Cult's stronghold in the rainforest, so they can send personnel to eliminate it thoroughly, preventing any further ambitions towards other relics." The three companions and one beast readied their equipment and departed along the petal-strewn path away from the temple. The lingering rays of the sunset filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them, intertwining with the surrounding melodic energy to create an enchanting halo. Shen Luo understood that the discovery of the artistic branch was merely a step deeper into the exploration of the crystal civilization. Many more secrets awaited their unveiling, and numerous challenges loomed ahead. Yet, as long as he had companions by his side and a steadfast resolve to protect the world, he would not falter. For every stride they took was a testament to their efforts in preserving the balance and beauty of this realm. Chapter 28. Exploration of the melodic relics in the rainforest, the remnants of the Shadow Cult, after resting for a night in the Temple of Melody, Shen Luo's panel. In response to the energy fluctuations from the Heart of Melody, marked the locations of three small melodic relics: the Stream Lyre Cave, the ancient tree drum formation, and the stone circle flute platform, arranged in a triangular formation around Echo Valley. The morning rainforest was cloaked in a moist mist, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon the ground. The trio and their beasts set off towards the first relic, the Stream Lyre Cave, following the route indicated by the panel. According to the feedback from the Heart of Melody, the Stream Lyre Cave housed a water pattern lyre, capable of manipulating water flow to form defensive barriers, as well as purifying contaminated water sources. As they walked, Shen Luo explained, the Heart of Melody emanating a gentle blue light that resonated with the surrounding water energy. He cautioned, there may be native water-type beasts in the stream near the cave, so we must tread carefully to avoid disturbing them. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, occasionally brushed aside the obstructing vines with her hand and inquired, "Can Xiao Bai's ice and fire energy resonate with the water energy? Perhaps we could collaborate to unleash an even stronger defensive skill." As soon as the words fell, the ice crystal beast abruptly halted, directing a low growl towards the thicket ahead. From within the foliage came a faint sound of flowing water, followed by the emergence of several entirely transparent crystal shrimps. Their shells shimmered with a pale blue light, resembling delicate crystals embedded within. These were the water element native spirit beasts known as crystal shrimps, characterized by their gentle nature, posing no threat to humans. Feng Huayang consulted his spirit beast compendium, noting that they typically inhabit pure energy streams, indicating that they were indeed approaching the Stream Lyre Cave. Indeed, as they circled around the thicket, a clear brook unveiled itself before them, culminating in a naturally formed cavern. The walls of the cave were adorned with hollow stone tubes, through which water flowed, producing a melodious tinkling sound akin to the strains of a natural instrument. Upon entering the cavern, Shen Luo discovered a stone platform at its center, upon which rested an ancient lyre crafted from crystal, emanating a soft blue glow. The strings, formed from condensed water, constituted the water pattern lyre. Cautiously, he lifted the water pattern lyre. As his fingertips brushed the strings, they resonated with a melody. The crystal shrimps in the brook swam to the shore, encircling him as if in rapt attention to the music. Shen Luo experimented with plucking the strings, eliciting a soothing melody, and suddenly, the water from the brook surged upward, forming a transparent water curtain that enveloped the entire cavern. It was truly wondrous. This barrier not only resisted external assaults, but also automatically purified the impurities in the air. Ling Shui excitedly reached out to touch the water curtain, which rippled gently but did not shatter. The ice crystal beast approached the curtain as well, unleashing a blast of ice energy, instantly freezing the curtain into a solid wall of ice, which then melted back into flowing water, restoring the curtain's form. After departing the Streamlier Cave, the trio set their course towards the second relic, the ancient tree drum array, nestled within a millennia-old forest. The ancient tree drum array consisted of 12 colossal ancient trees arranged in a circular formation, each tree trunk adorned with a drum crafted from beast hide, the surfaces of which bore various musical notations. As Shen Luo approached, the drum spontaneously resonated, producing a deep and powerful sound that caused leaves to rain down from the surrounding trees. It was the earth drum. According to ancient texts, the drum beats could awaken the subterranean earth energy and intimidate ferocious spirit beasts. Feng Huayang examined the symbols on the drum surface, realizing that a specific rhythm must be struck to activate the full power of the drum array. Shen Luo, use your heart of harmony to sense the rhythm. We shall coordinate our strikes. Shen Luo nodded, placing the heart of harmony in his palm, closing his eyes to attune to the energy fluctuations of the drum array. Soon, he discerned the concealed rhythm within the drum beats and softly instructed, "Let us begin with the first ancient tree, following the rhythm of dong dong chong dong, striking in sequence." Feng Huayang and Ling Shui sprang into action. Feng Huayang struck the drum surface with the butt of his energy gun, while Ling Shui commanded the ice crystal beast to gently tap with its icy claws, with Shen Luo guiding the rhythm using the heart of harmony. When the last drum was struck, the array erupted with a surge of potent earth energy, causing the ground to tremble violently. Subsequently, 12 columns of earthy yellow light ascended from the roots of the ancient trees, coalescing into a massive earth shield at the center of the drum array. This shield could withstand high-intensity physical and elemental attacks, impervious even to the energy cannons of the Shadow Sect. Shen Luo gazed at the notification on the panel, his excitement palpable. In the evening, the trio finally arrived at the third relic site, the stone circle flute platform. This remarkable site was composed of 36 colossal stone pillars, each inscribed with distinct flute scores. At the center stood a circular stone dais, upon which lay a long flute carved from rock, known as the stone pattern flute. The body of the flute was adorned with intricate earth element runes, capable of manipulating stone for both offense and defense. Shen Luo picked up the stone pattern flute and played a stirring melody. Suddenly, the stone pillars began to move, forming a stone wall that shielded the surrounding vines and weeds. Then, he played a soothing tune, and the stone wall gradually lowered, causing the rocks on the ground to writhe and morph into small stone figurines, as if guarding the stone circle flute platform. Just as the trio prepared to collect the stone pattern flute and depart, Feng Huayang's detector emitted an alarm, indicating a faint wave of shadow energy detected 3 kilometers west of the platform, suspected to be remnants of the Shadow Sect. Are they still in the rainforest? Shen Luo furrowed his brow, gripping his sword of light tightly. We must investigate. We cannot allow them to pose a threat in the rainforest. The trio proceeded towards the direction of the shadow energy, soon discovering a concealed camp within a cave. Several figures clad in black cloaks were gathering their equipment, with boxes filled with shadow energy crystals strewn across the ground. Clearly, they were remnants of the Shadow Sect, having escaped previous battles and now preparing to leave the rainforest. Crimson Flame, ignite! Feng Huayang shouted, and the crimson flame leaped from his shoulder, unleashing a golden fire that struck the shadow energy crystals in the camp. The crystals exploded instantaneously, releasing a torrent of shadow energy. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo charged forward, purifying the shadow energy with his sword of light, while Ling Shui and the Ice Spike Beast unleashed a dual attack of ice and fire, subduing the remaining shadow cultists. Speak. How many of you remain in the rainforest? What are your schemes? Shen Luo pressed down on a shadow cultist's shoulder, his tone stern. The cultist trembled as he stammered, and no one else is here. We were only responsible for collecting the shadow energy crystals from the rainforest, preparing to return to headquarters. The headquarters located in the shadow ice plains of the Arctic. Having obtained this crucial information, the trio entrusted the shadow cultists to the members of the International Element Academy, who arrived shortly thereafter, before returning to the Harmony Temple. The rainforest was particularly tranquil at night, accompanied solely by the sounds of insects and flowing water. Shen Luo sat on the steps before the temple, contemplating the water-patterned zither, the stone-patterned flute, and the heart of harmony in his hands. Filled with reflections, this expedition in the rainforest not only uncovered the relics of the artistic branch, but also revealed the location of the Shadow Sect as headquarters, a double victory. Feng Huayang settled beside him, handing over a bottle of energy drink. Next, we must inform the International Element Academy of the Shadow Sect's headquarters location so they could devise a plan to eradicate the threat completely. Furthermore, we need to fuse the collected musical instruments with the elemental cores to unlock even greater power. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, leaned against her companions. Once we have dealt with the Shadow Sect, we can venture forth to explore more crystalline ruins. Perhaps we may uncover other branches of the crystal civilization, such as those pertaining to medicine or agriculture, thereby making this world a better place. The silhouettes of the three companions and their beast huddled closely under the moonlight, surrounded by the gentle radiance of melodic energy illuminating their path ahead. Shen Luo understood that, despite their numerous achievements, challenges still lay ahead. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he had his companions by his side and the resolve to safeguard the world, no obstacle was insurmountable. They would continue to uphold the wisdom of the crystal civilization, wielding the power of elemental balance to protect every corner of this world. Chapter 29. Coordinates of the Shadow Ice Field on the day the remnants of the Shadow Sect were to be handed over to the International Elemental Academy. The Global Elemental Guardian Alliance convened an emergency online meeting. On the projection screen, a satellite map of the Arctic Shadow Ice Field was magnified, marked with several red dots. Based on the confessions of the captives and the tracking of probes, these indicated the strongholds of the Shadow Sect, with a central shadow fortress serving as their headquarters. The temperature of the Shadow Ice Field could plummet to a chilling -90 degrees, perpetually swept by shadow storms, rendering ordinary equipment incapable of approaching. The voice of the president of the International Elemental Academy resonated through the microphone, grave in tone. To complicate matters further, a shadow energy barrier surrounds the fortress, capable of absorbing all elemental energy that approaches. Our previous reconnaissance teams could not even breach the outer perimeter of the barrier. Shen Luo gazed at the barrier data on the screen, his fingertips lightly brushing the panel of the Heart of Melody. When a prompt suddenly emerged, the elemental lullaby of the Heart of Melody can interfere with shadow energy frequencies, combined with the 4 elemental energies of the elemental core. A temporary breach can be opened in the barrier. The elemental engine can power the icebreaker war chariot, withstanding the impact of the shadow storms. "We have a way to breach the barrier," he exclaimed. The Heart of Melody could disrupt shadow energy, the elemental core could open a gap, and with the elemental engine-powered chariot, they could certainly penetrate the fortress's interior. Feng Huayang nodded, pulling up a pre-prepared battle plan. "I propose we divide into 3 teams. The first team, led by Shen Luo, will carry the Heart of Melody and the elemental core, tasked with breaching the energy barrier. The second team, led by myself, will operate the icebreaker war chariot to eliminate the shadow strongholds along the way. And the third team, led by Ling Shui, will utilize the ice crystal beast's ice and fire energy to establish a defensive perimeter around the fortress to prevent the Shadow Sect's escape." Ling Shui, holding her ice crystal beast, met their gazes with determination. Xiaobai recently unlocked the ice and fire barrier skill, capable of maintaining stability in sub-zero conditions and purifying shadow energy within the area, ensuring the defensive perimeter remains unbreached. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the Elemental Alliance promptly initiated their preparations for battle. Elemental Beast Tamers from various nations rallied to respond, dispatching elite forces for support. The Equipment Department, acting upon the suggestions of the trio, worked through the night to modify the Icebreaker War Chariot, reinforcing its body with 4 elemental protective panels and equipping its roof with an energy cannon powered by the elemental engine, capable of firing projectiles infused with the 4 elemental energies, highly effective against shadow energy. 3 days hence, A convoy of 50 icebreaker vehicles traversed the Arctic ice sheet with measured grace. Within the foremost vehicle, Shen Luo clutched the heart of melody. Gazing through the window at the distant shadowy ice fields shrouded in a black tempest, snowflakes imbued with shadow energy drifted through the air, landing on the vehicle's surface with a crackling sound. "We are 10 kilometers from the Shadow Fortress. Prepare to activate elemental protection," came the voice of Feng Huayang through the communicator. Without hesitation, Shen Luo began to play the elemental lullaby, the melody resonating through the vehicle's loudspeakers, causing the surrounding shadow snowflakes to momentarily freeze before transforming into ordinary ice crystals that fell to the ground. At the same time, the elemental core was embedded into the energy slot of the vehicle, and the 4 elemental energies spread along the protective shield, enveloping the vehicle in a vibrant, multicolored barrier. The convoy pressed onward, swiftly arriving at the front of the shadow energy barrier. The barrier loomed like a black fortress wall, its surface rippling with dark energy waves, seeking to absorb the convoy's elemental energy. "Shen Luo, prepare to breach," shouted Feng Huayang. Shen Luo intensified his playing, the lullaby's melody crescendoing, while he unleashed the full energy of the elemental core. A radiant beam of multicolored light shot forth from the vehicle's roof, striking the barrier and creating a 3-meter-wide gap, rapidly purifying the shadow energy in its vicinity. "The convoy follows. Break through the barrier," commanded Feng Huayang. As the 50 icebreaker vehicles sequentially passed through the opening and entered the periphery of the Shadow Fortress. Upon entering the fortress's domain, they were met with a horde of shadow beasts charging towards the convoy. Massive shadow ice bears, swift shadow snow wolves, and shadow ice serpents capable of spewing shadow energy. "Third squad, establish a defensive perimeter," came the voice of Ling Shui. 20 vehicles rapidly dispersed, while the ice spire beasts and other ice-type familiars unleashed their ice energy, forming a colossal ice wall around the convoy, effectively blocking the shadow beasts from advancing. Concurrently, the ice spire beasts conjured an ice fire barrier, intertwining red and blue light to purify the encroaching shadow energy. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang led the first and second squads in a charge towards the Shadow Fortress. The energy cannons, powered by elemental engines, fired continuously, unleashing projectiles of 4 elemental energies into the throngs of shadow beasts. Each explosion purified vast swaths of shadow energy, reducing the shadow beasts to ashes. Shen Luo persisted in playing the lullaby, a melody that not only disrupted shadow energy, but also amplified his comrades' elemental energy output, enhancing the ferocity of their attacks. After an hour of intense combat, the convoy finally reached the entrance of the Shadow Fortress. The grand entrance, crafted from black stone, was intricately engraved with shadow runes, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within as shadow cultists unleashed a barrage of shadow energy firearms at the convoy. "Energy cannons, prepare. Target the entrance," Feng Huayang commanded, and 10 energy cannons fired simultaneously. The multicolored projectiles struck the door, causing the runes to dim and the great door to collapse with a resounding crash. The convoy surged into the depths of the fortress, only to discover a vast laboratory filled with countless glass jars containing familiars altered by shadow energy. Screens lining the walls displayed the shadow cult's nefarious plans. They intended to transform the world's familiars with shadow energy, thereby controlling them to disrupt elemental balance and establish a world dominated by shadow energy. "This is outrageous. They actually conducted experiments on the summoned beasts," Ling Shui exclaimed with indignation, as the ice prismatic beast immediately unleashed its icy and fiery energy, shattering the surrounding glass jars and liberating the trapped summoned beasts within. Meanwhile, Shen Luo played a soothing requiem, the melody permeating the ears of the modified summoned beasts, gradually dimming the crimson light in their eyes and restoring their original consciousness. Just then, a loud crash resonated from the central control room of the fortress. The leader of the Shadow Sect was attempting to initiate the final destruction protocol, intending to detonate the shadow energy core within the fortress and perish alongside the convoy. "Shen Luo, You must stop the leader, Ling Shui, and I will handle the evacuation of the summoned beasts." Feng Huayang shouted. Shen Luo immediately sprinted towards the control room, encountering Shadow Sect disciples along the way who attempted to impede his progress, but he subdued them one by one with the Sword of Light. Upon entering the control room, he saw the Shadow leader frantically pressing buttons on the console, the countdown for the energy core dwindling to a mere minute. "Stop!" Shen Luo bellowed, raising the Sword of Light and infusing it with the energies of the four elements and the resonance of melody. A fusion of light, sound, and elemental forces surged forth, striking the console, and in that instant, the countdown halted, the indicator light of the energy core returning to normal. The Shadow leader, realizing his plan had failed, attempted to unleash a shadow energy attack on Shen Luo, but was struck down by a timely shot from Feng Huayang's energy cannon, losing consciousness instantly. As the last modified summoned beast was evacuated from the fortress, Shen Luo and his companions stood atop the fortress, gazing at the dissipating shadow storm in the distance. The sun rose over the horizon, golden rays cascading over the icy plains, transforming the black ice into shimmering gold. Cheers erupted from the communicator. The Elemental Alliance had utterly dismantled the Shadow Sect, and the shadow energy of the Shadow Ice Plains was being rapidly purified, allowing the Arctic ecosystem to gradually restore its balance. "We did it!" Ling Shui exclaimed, embracing the ice prismatic beast, tears of joy streaming down her face. Feng Huayang approached Shen Luo and gently clasped his hand. "Indeed, we have succeeded. The threat of the Shadow Sect has finally been eradicated, and this world need no longer fear the onslaught of shadow energy." Shen Luo gazed at the elemental core and the heart of melody in his hands, his heart brimming with emotion. From his initial status as a zero contract holder to now being a global elemental guardian ambassador, he had endured countless challenges and gained invaluable friendships and love along the way. He understood that although the Shadow Sect had been vanquished, the mission to protect the world was far from over. In the future, they must continue to explore the secrets of the crystal civilization, restore more ecological environments, and make this world a better place. Under the rising sun, the silhouettes of the three companions and one beast stretched long, their gazes fixed on the horizon, where a hopeful future awaited, an era of elemental balance belonging to them and all summoned beast masters. Chapter 30, Prologue to a New Era. The legacy of crystal civilization and the promise of the future as the smoke of the Shadow Ice Plains dissipated. The Global Elemental Guardian Alliance held a grand celebration at the International Elemental Academy. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stood on the podium, receiving the World Guardian Medal bestowed by the Academy's president. The medal, a fusion of shards from the four elemental crystals and the heart of melody, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights, complementing the phoenix necklace around Shen Luo's neck. The demise of the Shadow Sect not only safeguarded the elemental equilibrium of the world, but also unveiled the profound wisdom of the crystal civilization. The voice of the dean resonated throughout the venue, revealing insights derived from Mr. Shen Luo's unlocking of information from the elemental core. The legacy of the crystal civilization encompassed not only elemental technology, but also the philosophy of symbiosis, humanity coexisting with beast companions and the elements harmonizing with nature. This is the essence of protecting the world. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Shen Luo glanced at Feng Huayang beside him and then at Ling Shui, who cradled the ice crystal beast. He was suddenly reminded of their first encounter at the academy, when he was ridiculed as a zero contractor. While Feng Huayang was revered as a genius and Ling Shui was a vivacious ice element beastmaster, no one could have anticipated that they would become steadfast allies in the guardianship of the world. After the celebration banquet, the trio returned to the ancient texts research room, where Professor Zhang was lost in thought, staring at the holographic imagery of the crystal civilization projected on the screen. The image depicted a crystal elder placing the four elemental cores alongside the life core, the heart of harmony, and the elemental engine, forming a complete legacy array. In the center of the array, a line of text materialized. The inheritor must possess a heart of balance to illuminate the path to the future. This represented the ultimate inheritance of the crystal civilization. Professor Zhang exclaimed with excitement that by placing all the cores and apparatus they had collected into the legacy array, the entirety of the wisdom of the crystal civilization could be unlocked, encompassing technologies in medicine, agriculture, ecological restoration, and even the ability to predict future elemental fluctuations, thus preemptively mitigating risks of imbalance. Following the guidance from the imagery, Shen Luo meticulously placed the elemental core, life core, heart of harmony, elemental engine, and the crystal fragments gathered from various ruins into the legacy array. When the final shard was embedded into the array, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and countless streams of data surged forth, forming a virtual compendium of civilization upon the projection screen. Look, this is the ecological restoration technology of the crystal civilization, Ling Shui exclaimed, pointing to the method displayed on the screen for accelerating plant growth. By utilizing wood energy in conjunction with the life core, arid deserts could transform into lush oases within a year, while also purifying polluted oceans. Feng Huayang fixated on the page, detailing the technology of beast symbiosis. This innovation could enhance the energy resonance between humans and their beast companions, even allowing beasts to evolve new abilities in critical moments, akin to how Xiaobai evolved from a pure ice type to a dual ice and fire type. Shen Luo's gaze fell upon the elemental prediction system. This system could analyze global elemental fluctuations to foresee potential imbalance points and devise tailored elemental balance strategies for different regions. With this technology, we shall no longer be passive responders to crises, he declared with excitement, gently tapping the screen, which instantly generated a comprehensive global ecological restoration plan, meticulously detailing the timeline and strategies needed for each region. In the ensuing month, the trio tirelessly endeavored to disseminate the technologies of the crystal civilization across the globe. In the Sahara of Africa, they employed wood energy and the life core to coax verdant grass from the desert. In the Pacific Island nations, they harnessed water energy and the elemental engine to purify seawater and restore coral reefs. And in the Arctic, they utilized ice energy and the heart of harmony to soothe beast companions affected by shadow energy, thereby restoring glacial ecosystems. As the first coral reef blossomed anew in the Pacific, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang perched upon the observation deck of their hovering vehicle, gazing at the vibrant tropical fish below. Suddenly, Feng Huayang clasped Shen Luo's hand, producing a ring crafted from shards of crystal, engraved with runes representing the 4 elemental forces, fashioned from the remnants of elemental cores. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang's voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering conviction. From our battles against the Lord of Shadows in the icy caves of the snowy mountains, to our explorations of the melodic ruins in the Amazon rainforest, and our destruction of the cult's headquarters in the shadowy ice fields, I have longed to confess that I do not wish to merely be your partner. I aspire to be the one who walks alongside you for the entirety of your life. Will you be with me? Shen Luo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he met Feng Huayang's earnest gaze, his fingers brushing against the phoenix necklace adorning his neck, a gift from Feng Huayang on the occasion of his first successful summoning of symbiotic energy. I will, he murmured softly, extending his hand for Feng Huayang to place the ring upon his 4th finger. In the distance, Ling Shui, cradling the Ice Ridge beast, waved with a smile. Hey, you two, don't get too lost in your romance. Professor Zhang just sent word that a new elemental fluctuation has been detected in the Amazon rainforest of South America. It may be the agricultural remnants of the crystal civilization. We are set to depart tomorrow. Exchanging a knowing smile, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang tightened their grip on one another's hands. The hovering vehicle soared toward the academy, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, as stars began to twinkle outside the window, seemingly blessing their union. Shen Luo understood that this was not an end, but rather a new beginning. The wisdom of the crystal civilization needed to be preserved, the balance of the world required guardianship, and the adventures of himself, Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, and the Ice Ridge beast lay ahead, an extensive journey still to unfold. Yet he felt no fear, for he knew that as long as he was surrounded by these companions, with a resolute determination to protect the world, they could face any challenge that lay ahead together. They would harness the wisdom of the crystal civilization and the power of elemental balance to enhance the world, infusing every corner with vitality and hope. This was their promise, a commitment to a new era. Chapter 31. The Agricultural Secrets of the Amazon. The Path of Symbiotic Ideals, as Shen Luo and Feng Huayang busied themselves with organizing the medical technology records of the crystal civilization. A message from Professor Zhang emerged on the screen, clear and succinct. Special wood-type energy fluctuations detected in the Green Valley Basin of the Amazon rainforest, matching the characteristics of the agricultural branch of the crystal civilization. Suspected remnants of symbiotic farmland exist within the basin. Immediate investigation is required. Symbiotic farmland? Feng Huayang set aside the documents, pulling up the satellite imagery of the Green Valley Basin. Ancient texts had mentioned that the agricultural technologies of the crystal civilization allowed for the coexistence of plants with differing elemental attributes, and could accelerate their growth through the energy of summoned beasts, enhancing yield without disrupting the ecosystem. If this technology could be uncovered, it could alleviate food shortages in many regions. Ling Shui entered, carrying the Ice Ridge beast that had just feasted on energy fruits, her eyes lighting up as she heard the discussion. Xiaobai's ice and fire energy might just be the key. Previously, in the melodic ruins, its energy resonated with the plants. Perhaps this time, it can activate the symbiotic mechanisms of the farmland. The Ice Ridge beast seemed to comprehend, gently nudging its head against Ling Shui's palm. A faint green glow emanating from its body, a new reaction born from the absorption of wood energy. Prior to their departure, the trio had meticulously prepared a plant communication device, capable of transforming the growth signals of flora into visual data, while also facilitating an energy connection between beasts and plants. Shen Luo briefly fused the elemental core with the life core, creating a symbiotic badge said to stabilize the energy balance of diverse elemental plants, thereby preventing any repulsive reactions during symbiosis. 2 days later, the hovercraft descended at the edge of the Green Valley Basin. Unlike other regions of the rainforest, the vegetation here exhibited a peculiar layered growth pattern. The lower tier consisted of nitrogen-fixing leguminous plants. The middle layer featured climbing vines bearing fruits, and the upper tier was dominated by towering fruit trees. The roots of different plants intertwined within the soil, yet there were no signs of nutrient competition. Rather, it appeared as if they were mutually transferring energy. This must be the embryonic form of a symbiotic farmland. Shen Luo activated the plant communication device, and the screen immediately displayed the energy flow trajectories of the plants. Red for fire elements, blue for water elements, and green for wood elements, all circulating amongst the flora, forming a perfect energy closed loop. My panel indicated that the core agricultural secrets of the ruins were concealed within the symbiotic tower at the center of the basin, and could only be unlocked using the symbiotic energy of the beasts. The three proceeded along a narrow path between the plants, which seemed to come alive, willingly parting to create a passage. Occasionally encountering steep slopes that required climbing, the vines would automatically entwine to form steps. When faced with streams, floating lotus leaves would instantly sprout on the water's surface, creating natural bridges. Ling Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "This is like a forest from a fairy tale." The crystal civilization truly understands how to coexist with nature. Upon reaching the basin's center, a towering structure made of plant roots and crystal emerged before them. The symbiotic tower. Colorful vines spiraled around the tower, with each leaf corresponding to a specific elemental attribute. At the pinnacle, a crystal orb continuously absorbed elemental energy from the air, distributing it to the surrounding farmland. To unlock the tower's entrance, a resonance of 3 different elemental beast energies was required. Shen Luo gazed at the indentations on the tower's door. Fiery blazes fire, little white's ice, and the native wood elemental beast of this place. Just as the words left his lips, the surrounding grass rustled, and a vibrant green leaf spirit bird, adorned with leaf-like wings, swooped down. Perching on Shen Luo's shoulder and chirping animatedly, seemingly offering assistance. Feng Huayang immediately instructed Fiery Blaze to release its fire elemental energy, while Ling Shui directed the Ice Ridge Beast to unleash its ice elemental energy. Shen Luo gently stroked the feathers of a leaf spirit bird, guiding it to emit with elemental energy. As the three energies flowed simultaneously into the indentations, the tower's door slowly creaked open, a wave of rich life energy washing over them. The walls within the tower were etched with intricate diagrams of agricultural techniques, detailing every step from seed cultivation to harvest storage, each marked with comprehensive methods for utilizing elemental energy. At the tower's summit, a book crafted from plant fibers floated within a crystal tray. Indeed, the agricultural secrets. Shen Luo gingerly lifted the ancient tome, and the pages turned of their own accord, revealing a holographic image. The inhabitants of the crystal civilization tended to their fields alongside their beast companions. Fire attribute beasts gently expelled pests with their warm flames. Water attribute beasts irrigated with precise streams, and would attribute beasts promoted plant growth with their energy. This harmonious interaction between humans and beasts, plants and nature, epitomized a perfect symbiotic relationship. It dawned on Shen Luo that the essence of the agricultural branch was not merely technical expertise, but the philosophy of coexistence. Previously, they had solely focused on utilizing elemental energy to transform the environment, neglecting the intricate collaboration with nature and their beast companions. As the trio immersed themselves in the tome's wisdom, the plant communication device suddenly emitted an alarm, displaying that the symbiotic plants at the basin's edge were experiencing energy disturbances, seemingly affected by external interference. What is happening? Feng Huayang immediately activated the detector, revealing several faint mechanical energy fluctuations on the screen. Human equipment. It was likely that a nearby research team had inadvertently entered the energy field. The three hastily made their way toward the source of the fluctuations, and indeed, they discovered a research team at the basin's edge, collecting samples of the symbiotic plants. Their portable energy collector had unintentionally disrupted the plant's energy flow, causing the surrounding vines to wither. "Quick, shut off the collector," Shen Luo shouted as he rushed forward. The energy of these plants was interconnected. Once disturbed, the entire symbiotic system could collapse. The team leader promptly turned off the device, his face etched with guilt as he gazed at the withering vines. "I apologize. We had no idea these plants were so special. We only intended to collect samples for research and did not anticipate causing harm." Shen Luo refrained from blaming them. Instead, he produced the symbiosis emblem and placed it beside the wilting vines. The emblem radiated gentle energy, harmonizing with the wood energy of the leaf spirit bird, and the vines gradually regained their verdant hue. "In truth, your research direction is correct," Shen Luo remarked with a smile. "But the agricultural techniques of the crystal civilization teach us that studying nature should not be solely about extraction. We must also learn to coexist. For instance, using the energy of our beasts to assist plant growth rather than forcibly collecting with machinery." He shared the fundamental symbiotic methods from the agricultural tome with the research team, teaching them how to establish connections with plants using simple elemental energy. The team leader expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. This knowledge will greatly aid our ecological agricultural research. We will certainly adhere to the philosophy of coexistence from now on and will no longer disrupt the natural environment." As they departed from the Green Valley Basin, the sun had already begun its descent. The leaf spirit bird circled above them a few times before reluctantly returning to the jungle. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, exclaimed excitedly, "Not only did we find the agricultural tome, but we also imparted the philosophy of coexistence to the research team. We have truly put the wisdom of the crystal civilization into practice." Feng Huayang nodded, glancing at the crystal ring on Shen Luo's ring finger. "Next, we can promote the agricultural techniques from the tome worldwide, such as establishing symbiotic farmlands in arid regions of Africa, utilizing the energy of our beasts to improve the soil, allowing the people there to solve food issues without harming the ecosystem." Shen Luo smiled as he clasped Feng Huayang's hand. "Indeed. However, before that, We must return to the academy to organize the contents of the agricultural secret tome and then collaborate with Professor Zhang to devise a promotional plan. By the way, my panel indicates that the next relic may be located in the Alps of Europe, specifically linked to the medical branch of the crystal civilization, where we might discover remedies for perplexing ailments. The hover car glided through the night towards the academy, with the stars outside twinkling brightly. Shen Luo gazed at the agricultural secret tome in his hands, filled with reflections on how the crystal civilization bequeathed not merely technology, but also a profound gentleness and respect for the world. In the future, they would carry forth this wisdom, continuing on the path of safeguarding the world, spreading the philosophy of symbiosis to every corner, ensuring harmony between humanity and nature, as well as between beast and man. This is the true essence of a new era. Chapter 32. The Medical Sanctuary of the Alps, the Legacy of Healing Light after finalizing the promotional plan for the Agricultural Secret Tome. Shen Luo's panel emitted another crucial directive. High-frequency life energy fluctuations detected in the ice crystal canyon of the European Alps, highly consistent with the healing crystal characteristics of the medical branch of the crystal civilization. The Relic S Medical Sanctuary lies hidden deep within the glacial caves of the canyon, requiring the life core to activate the healing energy. The medical branch, Professor Zhang, holding the remnants of ancient texts, paced excitedly in the laboratory. The records mentioned that the medical technology of the crystal civilization could repair damaged cells through elemental energy and even cure beasts and humans afflicted by shadow energy. The residual effects suffered by numerous beast masters during their confrontations with the shadow cult might very well be remedied by the healing crystals. Ling Shui was examining the wear on the ice crystal beast's ice fire armor when she immediately looked up upon hearing this. Xiaobai was scorched by shadow energy in the shadow ice field. Though the surface has healed, it occasionally experiences energy disturbances. If we can find the healing crystals, perhaps a complete cure is within reach. The ice crystal beast seemed to understand, gently nudging Ling Shui's wrist with its head, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Before setting off, the three had upgraded their equipment. Shen Luo embedded the life core into a specially designed healing bracelet, capable of real-time monitoring of surrounding life energy fluctuations. Feng Huayang equipped his energy gun with a gentle mode to prevent accidental harm to the delicate crystal structures within the caves. Ling Shui prepared a fog generator to create temporary illumination in the glacier while safeguarding the healing crystals from high temperatures. 3 days later, the hover car carrying the trio arrived at the Alps. From a distance, the ice crystal canyon resembled an artistic masterpiece sculpted from ice and snow, with the glaciers on either side shimmering in soft blue hues under the sunlight. Deep within the canyon, mist swirled, and the entrance to the cave could be vaguely discerned. Shen Luo activated the healing bracelet, and the screen immediately displayed a strong life energy signal, pointing directly into the cave. The cave's temperature could plummet to -50 degrees, and the ground was covered in ice, so everyone needed to be cautious of their footing. Feng Huayang distributed ice claw boots to the others, while Qiyin flew ahead at a low altitude, using gentle flames to melt the ice spikes obstructing their path. The ice crystal beast followed closely beside Ling Shui, occasionally releasing a faint blue mist to form a slippery layer of ice crystals on the ground. Upon entering the cavern, the three individuals were utterly astonished by the surrounding spectacle. Countless minuscule crystals embedded in the cave walls absorbed external light, transforming it into a gentle azure glow that illuminated the entire grotto. A thin layer of a healing spring flowed across the ground, exuding a soft green luminescence and emanating a rich vitality. Even a mere proximity to it allowed one to feel the fatigue within their bodies dissipating rapidly. Ahead lay the sacred healing altar. Shen Luo pointed towards the platform at the end of the cave. In the center of the platform stood an altar constructed of crystal, upon which floated a fist-sized light green crystal, the healing crystal. Surrounding the crystal were 3 ice sculptures representing a healer wielding a staff, an attendant carrying medicinal herbs, and a guardian beast, clearly embodying the image of the medical team from the crystal civilization. As Shen Luo approached the altar, the healing crystal suddenly emitted a beam of green light, resonating with the healing bracelet in his hand. A message appeared on the bracelet screen. The healing crystal requires the fusion of 3 types of energy to activate the life energy, life core, purification energy, sword of light, and balancing energy, elemental core. Once activated, it can release a universal healing wave, repairing all life damage within a 10-kilometer radius. I shall infuse the life energy. Shen Luo pressed the healing bracelet against the healing crystal, allowing the energy from the life core to flow through the bracelet into the crystal, causing its brilliance to intensify. Feng Huayang then grasped the sword of light, infusing it with purification energy. As the pale golden light emanating from the sword tip intertwined with the green glow of the crystal, Ling Shui produced the elemental core and gently infused it with balancing energy, forming a resplendent rainbow halo around the crystal with the 3 energies. As the final trace of energy was infused, the healing crystal erupted in a dazzling brilliance, sending a pale green wave of light radiating from the altar throughout the cavern. Shen Luo could distinctly feel the subtle injuries within him, caused by prolonged use of elemental energy, swiftly mending. The ice ridge beast beside Ling Shui comfortably closed its eyes, the lingering traces of shadow energy vanishing in an instant, while the ice and fire energies became more stable. Even the crimson flames on Feng Huayang's shoulder grew more vibrant, the fluctuations of fiery energy calming. Remarkable! Xiao Bai's energy disorder has been completely resolved, Ling Shui exclaimed, embracing the ice ridge beast as tears streamed down her cheeks. Feng Huayang also smiled, noting that the lingering old wounds from the shadow ice plains were now entirely absent. With the healing crystal, we will be able to provide timely aid to beast tamers and their beasts afflicted by shadow energy in the future. Just as the trio basked in the joy of healing, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cavern. A team clad in white uniforms entered, led by an individual holding a recording device. Upon seeing Shen Luo and his companions, they promptly approached and greeted them. "Hello, we are from the International Beast Healing Association. We received a signal of energy fluctuations and came to investigate. We are global elemental guardians, exploring the medical relics of the crystal civilization," Shen Luo explained with a smile. This healing crystal can release healing waves to repair life damage, particularly effective in treating injuries caused by shadow energy. We intend to promote this technology to medical stations worldwide. The leader of the medical association's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly proposed a collaboration. How splendid! Our association has numerous patients afflicted by shadow energy. And if we could harness the healing power of crystals, we could save many more lives. We could provide medical equipment and personnel to assist you in establishing a global healing network. Shen Luo and his companions readily agreed. In the ensuing days, they, alongside the medical association, established the first elemental healing station in the Crystal Canyon, transmitting the energy of healing crystals through a specialized apparatus to medical stations worldwide. Simultaneously, they deciphered the elemental therapeutic techniques of crystal civilization from the murals of the healing sanctuary, which revealed that by manipulating various elemental energies, targeted treatments for diverse ailments could be administered. For instance, fire energy could enhance blood circulation, water energy could alleviate inflammation, and wood energy could accelerate wound healing. As they departed from the Alps, Shen Luo stood at the entrance of Crystal Canyon, casting a glance back at the distant healing sanctuary. The radiance of the healing crystals illuminated the cavern, casting a soft green glow upon the snow, as if safeguarding this pristine land. Feng Huayang approached him, gently clasping his hand. Next, we can explore the final branch of crystal civilization, the astronomical branch. According to ancient texts, this branch can predict the influence of celestial phenomena on elemental energy and uncover sources of elemental energy in the cosmos. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, chimed in, the astronomical branch. It sounds so cool. Perhaps we might even glimpse the star maps left by the crystal civilization, learning more about the origins of this world. The hovercraft glided toward the academy in the glow of the setting sun, the snow-capped mountains receding in the distance. Shen Luo gazed at the healing bracelet in his hand. his heart brimming with warmth. The medical branch of crystal civilization not only bestowed the power of healing, but also imparted the understanding that safeguarding the world requires not only combating darkness, but also spreading light and hope. In the future, they would carry this strength as they continued to explore uncharted territories, disseminating the wisdom and goodwill of crystal civilization to every corner of the globe. Chapter 33. Astronomical ruins beneath the starry sky, guided by celestial phenomena toward the future upon returning to the Academy from the Alps. The technology of universal healing waves from healing crystals was swiftly disseminated across the globe. Within a week, the International Beast Master Medical Association announced that over 3,000 Beast Masters and their companions, previously troubled by shadow energy, had completely recovered. Remarkably, several rare beasts on the brink of death were revitalized under the nurturing energy of healing. Just as everyone reveled in their joy, Shen Luo's panel abruptly detected a faint signal from the cosmos. Upon analysis by the elemental core, the signal pointed to the astronomical observatory ruins in the Atacama Desert of South America, the very heart of the crystal civilization's astronomical branch. The panel simultaneously displayed a notification. The astronomical branch masters the science of celestial phenomena, capable of predicting elemental energy cycles through the stars and locating elemental star cores in the universe, thereby providing Earth with a sustainable source of elemental energy. The Atacama Desert, one of the driest regions on the planet, is virtually devoid of cloud cover, making it an ideal location for stargazing. Professor Zhang retrieved ancient records from the observatory, revealing that the astronomers of the crystal civilization had established an extensive observation network there, adjusting the utilization of elemental energies in response to celestial changes to prevent imbalance. Sadly, the observatory was gradually forgotten as geological movements buried it under shifting sands. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, gazed longingly. I have yet to gaze at the stars in the desert. I've heard that the night sky of Atacama is exceptionally bright, allowing one to clearly see the Milky Way. Perhaps the ice and fire energy of Xiao Bai could resonate with the celestial phenomena, unlocking new skills related to the night sky. The ice crystal beast seemed to understand, letting out a soft cry directed at the sky outside, its body shimmering with faint starry patterns. A transformation born from absorbing healing energy. Before their departure, the trio prepared a celestial analysis device capable of real-time capture of astronomical data and comparison with the star maps of the crystal civilization. Shen Luo also fused the elemental core with the heart of harmony to create the resonance flute, reputed to awaken the observational equipment of the astronomical relics through specific melodies. Feng Huayang upgraded the flame navigator for Xian, ensuring they would not lose their way in the desert. 3 days later, their hovercraft descended at the edge of the Atacama Desert. Contrary to expectations, this was not a barren wasteland. Under the influence of the elemental core's hydric energy, drought-resistant plants flourished at the desert's periphery, and clusters of sand foxes could occasionally be seen darting past. Shen Luo activated the celestial analysis device, which immediately displayed the precise location of the observatory, nestled within the heart of the Sky Valley at the desert center. The sand in the valley contained crystalline particles that reflected starlight, making the entire area glitter at night. Feng Huayang pointed toward the distant dune. Noting that daytime temperatures could soar to 50 degrees, they needed to locate the entrance to the ruins quickly to avoid heat stroke. The trio donned sand-resistant suits, with Xian flying ahead, marking the route in the sand with flames. The ice crystal beast leaped alongside Ling Shui, occasionally releasing icy mist to cool everyone down. After approximately 2 hours of travel, a fissure suddenly appeared in the dune ahead, emanating a soft blue glow, the entrance to the astronomical relics. Upon stepping through the fissure, the temperature dropped instantly. Glowing crystals were embedded in the walls of the passage, capable of absorbing external heat and converting it into illumination. At the end of the passage lay a vast observation chamber, at the center of which stood a celestial instrument crafted from crystal. The top of the instrument was connected to a crystal conduit leading downwards, evidently designed to capture starlight. This is the observational equipment of the crystal civilization, Shen Luo exclaimed, eagerly approaching the celestial instrument. He placed the resonance flute into the instrument's groove and began to play a soothing melody. The moment the melody resonated, the celestial instrument illuminated, and countless beams of starlight surged through the crystal conduit, projecting a complete star map onto the dome of the observation chamber. The map delineated the positions of thousands of celestial bodies, with several marked as elemental star cores. Look, those marked celestial bodies are the locations of the elemental star cores. Feng Huayang pointed to a blue planet on the map. According to the celestial instruments data, the hydric star core energy on that planet is equivalent to 10 times the existing hydric energy on Earth. If we could harness this energy, it would completely resolve the issue of water scarcity. Ling Shui gazed intently at the celestial chart depicting the astrological cycle. The astrolabe could forecast the fluctuations of elemental energy. For instance, in 3 months, Jupiter would traverse near Earth, greatly enhancing wood elemental energy, making it an opportune moment to promote symbiotic agriculture globally. 6 months hence, Mars would unleash potent fire elemental energy, which we could harness to restore the ecosystems of volcanic regions. As the trio delved into their studies of the celestial map, the astrolabe suddenly emitted a series of alarms. The screen displayed a small asteroid carrying a substantial amount of shadow energy, hurtling towards Earth. Expected to arrive in a month's time. It was a shadow energy asteroid. Shen Luo's panel revealed detailed data, indicating a high concentration of shadow energy within the asteroid. Should it collide with Earth, it would trigger a worldwide elemental imbalance and potentially awaken dormant shadow energy. We must thwart it. Feng Huayang promptly retrieved a communicator to contact the International Element Alliance. According to the astrolabe's data, the asteroid would pass within 100,000 kilometers of Earth, where we could establish an elemental interception net, utilizing the 4 elemental energies to purify the shadow energy of the asteroid and alter its trajectory. The International Element Alliance swiftly devised an interception plan, led by Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui. 30 elite beast masters would pilot starships equipped with elemental engines, setting up the interception net along the asteroid's path. Simultaneously, elemental healing stations worldwide would release healing energy to support the interception net. As they departed the astronomical relic, night had fallen. The 3 sat atop a sand dune, gazing at the starry sky. Shen Luo produced the stellar resonance flute, playing a stirring melody, causing the surrounding crystal particles to illuminate, transforming the entire valley into a sea of stars. Ling Shui, cradling her ice crystal beast, exclaimed with excitement, "I never imagined that the astronomical branch could not only predict celestial phenomena, but also help us proactively identify crises. Once we resolve the asteroid dilemma, we must thoroughly study the astrolabe to discover more elemental star cores." Feng Huayang nodded, taking Shen Luo's hand. In the coming month, we must diligently prepare for the interception plan. Though this mission is fraught with peril, I am confident that united, we shall prevail. Moreover, with the astrolabe's guidance, we will be able to avert various elemental crises in the future, safeguarding the balance of our world. Shen Luo looked at the stellar resonance flute in his hand, his heart brimming with resolve. From his humble beginnings as a mere zero contractor to now bearing the mantle of Elemental Guardian Ambassador, tasked with protecting Earth, he had faced innumerable challenges and gained invaluable companions and love along the way. He understood that this mission to intercept the asteroid would be yet another significant test in their quest to preserve the world. However, he believed that with Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, the Crimson Flame, and the Ice Crystal Beast by his side, bolstered by the support of beast masters worldwide, success was within their grasp. In the night, the silhouettes of the 3 and their beast were elongated by the starlight, their gazes fixed upon the distant heavens, where not only unknown crises loomed, but a future filled with hope, a new era of elemental balance, guided by the wisdom of the crystalline civilization, safeguarded by their own hands. Chapter 34. The Celestial Interception Battle. The purification and rebirth of the Shadow Asteroid with 7 days remaining until the Shadow Asteroid's arrival at Earth. 30 starships of the Global Element Guardian Alliance assembled in low Earth orbit. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui aboard the Guardian flagship hovered at the forefront of the fleet. The holographic screen within the bridge displayed the trajectory of an asteroid in real time. A celestial body approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, shrouded in dark shadow energy, barreling towards Earth like an uncontrollable projectile. The elemental interception net was primed, constructed by 20 warships forming a 4-element energy barrier, while 5 others were tasked with purifying the shadow energy, and the remaining 5 stood as reserves. Feng Huayang scrutinized the tactical map, his finger tracing a defensive line on the screen. Shen Luo, you and Ling Shui will lead the purification team. Once the interception net is established, pilot the small fighter jets close to the asteroid and utilize the energy from elemental cores and healing crystals to purify the shadow energy in the core region. Shen Luo nodded, gripping the starry resonance flute in his hand, enhanced by the energy of the astrolabe. The flute now emitted a celestial purification melody capable of disrupting the frequencies of shadow energy. Meanwhile, Ling Shui inspected the starry armor of the ice prism beast, whose surface was embedded with crystal fragments capable of absorbing starlight energy, significantly amplifying the dual-element output. Xiao Bai is ready, she announced. Its ice-fire barrier can establish a temporary purification zone on the asteroid's surface, preventing the spread of shadow energy. Before their departure, the president of the International Elemental Academy relayed a caution through the communicator. The asteroid may harbor shadow energy crystals within. Should they shatter, they will release a considerable amount of pollution. Exercise utmost caution. If purification fails, the fleet will initiate the contingency plan, employing elemental cannons to alter the asteroid's trajectory. Though such an action would deplete Earth's elemental energy significantly, only resort to this as a last measure. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the interception point, 100,000 kilometers from Earth in the vast cosmos. It was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of distant stars. With Feng Huayang as command, the 20 warships simultaneously unleashed elemental energies of 4 types: red flames, green vines, blue waters, and ice-blue crystals intertwined in the cosmos, forming a colossal interception net that firmly obstructed the asteroid's path. Purification team set forth. Shen Luo and Ling Shui piloted their small fighter jets towards the asteroid. As they approached their target, the surrounding shadow energy thickened, causing black ice crystals to form on the jet's protective shields. The ice prism beast within Ling Shui's craft released ice fire energy, channeling it through the aircraft's energy conduits to barely fend off the encroaching shadow energy. With 1,000 kilometers remaining to the asteroid, Shen Luo announced, "Prepare to release the celestial purification melody." He raised the starry resonance flute and played a stirring melody. The notes emanated from the jet's loudspeakers, instantly disrupting the surrounding shadow energy, causing the previously pitch-black space to shimmer with faint starlight. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui commanded the ice prism beast to deploy the ice fire barrier, forming a red-blue shield around the fighter jet that entirely isolated the shadow energy. As the fighter jet landed on the surface of the asteroid, the sight before them drew gasps of astonishment. The entire planet was riddled with black fissures, from which shadow energy continually surged. Scattered across the ground were numerous contaminated rocks that emitted crackling sounds upon contact with the aircraft's energy. The core purification area lay at the asteroid's north pole, where the concentration of shadow energy was highest, and also the location of the crystals. Shen Luo glanced at the guidance panel, steering the fighter jet towards the North Pole. Upon reaching the North Pole, the 2 individuals discovered a vast depression, at the center of which lay a black crystal the size of a basketball, the very embodiment of shadow energy. Surrounding the crystal were tendrils of dark energy, incessantly absorbing dark matter from the cosmos to augment its own power. "We must first shatter the crystal to thoroughly purify the asteroid," Ling Shui commanded, instructing the ice prism beast to unleash a pulse of ice and fire that struck the surface of the crystal. The moment the pulse made contact, a shrill sound erupted from the crystal and a fissure appeared on its surface. However, the crack was swiftly mended by the shadow energy, which even released a black shock wave, causing the aircraft to shake violently. The isolated ice and fire energy was insufficient. Shen Luo promptly retrieved the elemental core and embedded it into the aircraft's energy slot, simultaneously playing a melody of cosmic purification. Ling Shui, combine your ice energy with my 4 elemental energies and attack the fissure of the crystal. Ling Shui immediately complied, and the ice prism beast released its most potent ice energy, forming a thick layer of ice at the fissure of the crystal. Shen Luo then launched the 4 elemental energies through the aircraft's main cannon. The 7 colored beams of energy struck the ice layer, shattering it instantly and allowing energy to surge into the crystal's interior through the fissure. With a crack, the shadow energy crystal shattered entirely. Its released shadow energy losing its confinement and dissipating rapidly into the cosmos. The crystal has been destroyed. Commence full-scale purification. Shen Luo took out a healing crystal, merging it with the elemental core, releasing a gentle green healing wave. The wave radiated from the aircraft, spreading across the entire asteroid, transforming the black rocks back to their normal gray, while the shadow energy within the fissures was completely purified. Ling Shui directed the ice prism beast to release cosmic energy, forming a transparent protective membrane over the asteroid's surface to prevent subsequent cosmic radiation contamination. As the last trace of shadow energy was purified, cheers erupted from the fleet. The interception net had successfully captured the asteroid and was guiding it to Earth's satellite orbit, where it would be transformed into a cosmic elemental observation station. Shen Luo and Ling Shui piloted their aircraft back to the fleet, and as they entered the bridge of the Guardian, they were surrounded by Feng Huayang and Qi Yan. "You have succeeded," Feng Huayang exclaimed, gripping Shen Luo's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with excitement. "The director just informed us that the global elemental energies have stabilized due to this purification, and several previously imbalanced regions have even restored their equilibrium." Ling Shui, cradling the ice prism beast, smiled and said, "Lil Bai has also made a significant contribution this time. It absorbed a substantial amount of cosmic energy during the purification and can now unleash cosmic ice and fire bombs, their power magnified several times." Shen Luo gazed out at the slowly drifting asteroid, his heart filled with reflection. From the healing sanctuary in the Alps to the astronomical relics in Atacama, from battling the shadow cult to intercepting shadow asteroids, they had traversed an immense journey and garnered significant growth. He understood that this was not an end, but a new beginning. In the future, they would explore the elemental cores of the universe, spreading the wisdom of the crystal civilization to more distant realms, safeguarding the balance of more lives. The starry warship glided through the cosmos towards Earth, with the stars outside the ship twinkling brightly, seemingly illuminating their path forward. Shen Luo tightly grasped Feng Huayang's hand, glancing at Ling Shui and the ice crystal beast beside him, his heart brimming with hope that their tale would continue to unfold beneath this vast expanse of starlit sky. Chapter 35. The foundation of the Cosmic Observation Station, the interstellar inspiration of the crystal civilization on the day the shadow asteroid was successfully guided into Earth's satellite orbit. The Global Elemental Guardians Alliance convened a ceremony to launch the Cosmic Elemental Project. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stood on the bridge of the Guardian starship, announcing to beast masters around the world through holographic projections that they would establish the first global cosmic elemental observation station on the purified asteroid, aimed at monitoring cosmic celestial phenomena, studying elemental star cores, and exploring the interstellar traces of the crystal civilization. According to the records of the astronomical relic celestial instrument, the crystal civilization, at its zenith, had engaged in elemental exchanges with other planetary civilizations. Shen Luo pointed to the interstellar map in the projection, stating that upon the completion of the observation station, they would utilize the celestial resonance flute to receive elemental signals from the cosmos, endeavoring to establish contact with potential interstellar civilizations to jointly safeguard the elemental balance of the Milky Way. The president of the International Elemental Academy supplemented through the communicator that the Alliance had mobilized global elemental engines and construction resources, anticipating the completion of the main structure of the observation station within 3 months. Simultaneously, they would select 100 outstanding Beast Masters to form an interstellar exploration team, led by Mr. Shen Luo, responsible for future cosmic exploration missions. After the ceremony concluded, the three descended onto the surface of the asteroid in their aircraft. The purified asteroid had shed its black exterior, revealing a grayish-white rocky surface, which shimmered with a faint metallic luster under the sunlight. Shen Luo took out the elemental core and embedded it into the energy slot on the surface. In an instant, 3 radiant pillars of light surged from the ground, forming a colossal energy barrier above the asteroid, serving as the foundational protective shield for the observation station. Next, they needed to construct the celestial observation tower and the elemental receiving station within the barrier. Feng Huayang opened the holographic design blueprint, indicating that the celestial observation tower would employ the technology of the crystal civilization, capable of capturing celestial signals from 1 billion light-years away. The elemental receiving station would be responsible for collecting elemental energy from the cosmos, providing sustainable energy for the observation station. Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, strolled across the asteroid's surface, exclaiming, "The stars here are far clearer than on Earth." Little White was now able to absorb cosmic energy through its celestial armor, and its ice-fire projectiles could now carry starlight effects, tripling the efficiency of purifying shadow energy. The ice crystal beast seemed to respond, emitting a gentle call towards the distant Earth, its body radiating starlight, particularly resplendent amidst the cosmos. In the following month, global construction teams and Beast Masters gradually arrived at the asteroid, empowered by the elemental core and elemental engines. The construction of the observation station progressed rapidly. The main structure of the celestial observation tower was completed first, with the crystal observation mirror at its apex capable of rotating 360 degrees to capture celestial data in real time. The energy conduits of the elemental receiving station extended like silver vines along the asteroid's surface, channeling elemental energy from the cosmos to various facilities. Meanwhile, Shen Luo busied himself with deciphering the interstellar materials left by the crystal civilization. Within the celestial relic of the astrolabe, he uncovered an encrypted message that, upon deciphering through the elemental core, revealed that the crystal civilization had once discovered a life-sustaining planet near the Centauri system. The civilization there had similarly mastered the concept of elemental balance, yet communication was severed due to the onslaught of interstellar shadow storms. Centauri, a mere 437 light-years from Earth. It stands as the closest stellar system to us. Feng Huayang gazed at the interstellar map, his eyes brimming with excitement. Should we locate the civilization of that planet, we could learn from their elemental technology and unite to fend off the threat of the interstellar shadow storms. Ling Shui promptly proposed, once the observation station is completed, we could dispatch a small exploratory vessel to the Centauri system. The cosmic energy from Xiaobai could provide navigation for the exploratory ship, and with the resonance flute of the cosmos, we might just re-establish contact. Just as the trio was crafting their interstellar exploration plan, an alarm suddenly erupted from the astrological observatory, indicating that a potent wave of interstellar elemental fluctuations was moving toward the solar system. It was an energy signal from the elemental star core. Shen Luo hurried to the observatory, scrutinizing the data analysis on the screen. The signal originated from the direction of Sirius, with an energy intensity 50 times that of Earth's water system star core, and intriguingly, no shadow energy was detected. It was remarkably pure. Feng Huayang immediately contacted Earth's headquarters. I recommend initiating the elemental reception protocol, adjusting the frequency of the elemental reception station, to attempt to collect this interstellar elemental energy. If successful, it would not only replenish the observation station's energy supply, but also support ecological restoration on Earth. After 3 days of adjustments, the elemental reception station successfully captured the interstellar elemental energy. As the energy was conveyed through conduits to the surface of an asteroid, a miracle unfolded. The barren rocky surface sprouted tender green moss, capable of thriving in the cosmic environment while absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. This was interstellar symbiotic flora. Shen Luo's panel displayed a notification, recalling that the Crystal Civilization's records mentioned this type of plant as a crucial ecological resource for establishing interstellar bases in extreme environments. With them, we could swiftly construct ecosystems on other planets for future observation stations. A month later, the main construction of the Cosmic Elemental Observation Station was completed. During the groundbreaking ceremony, Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui collectively pressed the activation button. The crystal observation lens of the astrological tower emitted a brilliant beam of light, piercing into the depths of the cosmos. This was humanity's inaugural invitation to interstellar civilization regarding elemental balance. Meanwhile, the Elemental Reception Station continued to gather interstellar elemental energy, providing a ceaseless power supply for both Earth and the observatory. Standing atop the observation station, the trio gazed down upon the blue Earth, then turned their eyes toward the distant starry sky. Shen Luo grasped Feng Huayang's hand tightly and softly remarked, "Do you remember our first encounter at the Academy? I never envisioned we would arrive at this point, from safeguarding Earth's elemental balance to exploring interstellar civilizational exchanges." Feng Huayang replied with a smile, "This is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall carry the wisdom of the crystal civilization, traversing every corner of the Milky Way, spreading the philosophy of elemental balance, ensuring that shadow energy shall never again disrupt the sanctity of any civilization's home." Ling Shui cradled the ice prism beast, leaning against her companions. Xiao Bai expresses an eagerness to witness the starry skies of other planets. On our next interstellar expedition, we must bring it along, allowing it to be the first of its kind to tread upon extraterrestrial soil. The silhouettes of the trio and their beasts stood closely intertwined beneath the celestial expanse, the observatory's lights harmonizing with the distant stars, as if illuminating a beacon of balance within the cosmos. They understood that the interstellar adventures belonging to humanity and their beasts had only just commenced, and this path, rich with uncertainty and hope, would be inscribed by their own hands, becoming yet another chapter of guardianship and legacy in the wake of the Crystal Civilization. Chapter 36. The Prologue to Interstellar Exploration, the Elemental Response of Centaurus in the inaugural month of the Cosmic Element Observation Station's operation. Shen Luo's team detected a faint signal emanating from the third planet of the Centaurus constellation. Through the dual analysis of the astrolabe and the celestial resonance flute, the signal revealed itself to be an elemental energy code, conveying a welcome to the guardians of balance, urging them to unite against the shadow threat. This revelation incited fervor within the Global Elemental Guardians Alliance and hastened the interstellar exploration agenda. The signal originated from a planet boasting a stable atmosphere and liquid water, suitable for life. Feng Huayang, stationed on the bridge of the exploration ship, pointed to the blue orb on the holographic star map. According to the records of the Crystal Civilization, the civilization of this alpha star excels in interstellar elemental conduction technology, capable of connecting and sharing elemental energies across different planets. This is vital for constructing a balanced elemental network within our galaxy. Ling Shui was inspecting the energy circulation system of the Ice Prism B-Star armor when she looked up, smiling. Xiao Bai's armor has been upgraded to an interstellar version. It can withstand cosmic radiation and store interstellar elemental energy, capable of unleashing a celestial ice-fire barrier for the ship's protection in emergencies. We have also prepared an elemental sample box, intending to bring some symbiotic plant seed from Earth as gifts for the Alpha Star civilization. Shen Luo placed core items such as the elemental core, healing crystal, and the heart of melody into a specially crafted civilization heritage box. These are not merely our equipment. They symbolize both the Crystal Civilization and Earth's civilization. The Alpha Star civilization has previously collaborated with the Crystal Civilization. Upon seeing these, they should be more inclined to trust us swiftly. On the day of departure, Global Beast Tamers witnessed the launch of the exploration ship through a holographic broadcast. As the interstellar vessel breached Earth's atmosphere and ventured into the cosmos, Shen Luo stood before the observation window, gazing at the receding blue planet, filled with profound reflections. From being ridiculed as a zero contractor in the academy to now becoming a pioneer of interstellar exploration, this journey had been long, and he had garnered many precious companions along the way. With 4 days of travel remaining to Alpha Star, they activated the elemental hibernation mode to conserve energy. Feng Huayang piloted the ship, instructing, "Qi Yin, you are responsible for monitoring the surrounding elemental energy fluctuations. Report immediately upon detecting any anomalies." Qi Yin circled the cockpit, emitting a clear call in response. The days of interstellar navigation were far from mundane. During the day, the 3 individuals diligently analyzed the signal data from Alpha Star, simulating potential communication scenarios. By night, they would gather before the observation window, gazing at the stars streaking across the sky. Ling Shui would even teach the ice prismatic beast to harness the energy of the celestial expanse to create various patterns on the viewport, occasionally catching glimpses of comets trailing long tails, leaving exquisite trails in the cosmos. On the 3rd day of their voyage, the exploration vessel suddenly detected a strong wave of elemental energy fluctuations, an interstellar elemental flow. Shen Luo's panel displayed a notification indicating high energy purity, abundant in wood and water elemental energies, perfectly suited to replenish the spacecraft's energy reserves. Feng Huayang promptly adjusted the course, steering the vessel closer to the elemental flow. As the ship entered the energy stream's vicinity, a soft green glow emanated from its surface, and the energy reserve levels surged rapidly. "Look, there are luminous creatures in the elemental flow," Ling Shui suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside. They beheld several translucent cosmic jellyfish gliding through the elemental stream. Their bodies absorbed elemental energy, transforming it into vibrant light, akin to lanterns of the universe. The ice prismatic beast excitedly pawed at the viewport, eager to interact with these beings. These are elemental symbionts, mentioned in the records of the crystal civilization, Shen Luo elucidated. They thrive by absorbing interstellar elemental energy and do not pose a threat to other beings. Rather, they purify the surrounding shadow energy. We can collect some of their energy samples to bring back to Earth for research. On the 4th morning, the exploration vessel finally arrived in orbit around Alpha Star. Through the viewport, they beheld the planet's surface adorned with vast expanses of green forests and blue oceans. The sky a gentle lavender, with colorful elemental light bands occasionally flashing through the clouds, creating a scene as enchanting as a dreamlike painting. "We have received a communication request from Alpha Star Civilization," the communications officer announced suddenly. Shen Luo swiftly connected the call, and the screen revealed an extraterrestrial clad in crystalline garments. Their skin was a pale green, adorned with antennae capable of sensing elemental energy, and their eyes resembled 2 transparent gemstones. "Welcome, guardians of balance from Earth," the alien's voice resonated through the translator, gentle yet resolute. "We have long awaited the inheritors of the crystal civilization, and now, our wait is over. A shadow storm is spreading across the galaxy. We must unite all civilizations that harness elemental balance to collectively withstand this threat. We have come for that very purpose," Shen Luo replied, producing the Civilization Heritage Box to reveal its core contents. "The wisdom left by the Crystal Civilization teaches us that only through unity can we combat the darkness. We bring Earth's elemental technology and seeds of symbiotic plants, hoping to collaborate with you to establish a network of elemental balance across the galaxy." The representative of the Alpha Star Civilization, upon witnessing the items within the Heritage Box, displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. These are the core legacies of the Crystal Civilization. With them, our interstellar elemental transmission technology can connect with Earth's elemental network, enabling both parties to share elemental energy and jointly monitor the movements of the shadow storm. That afternoon, the exploration vessel descended onto the elemental square of Alpha Star, which was thronged with Alpha Star inhabitants waving flags woven from elemental energy, warmly welcoming the emissaries from Earth. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui descended from their spacecraft, accompanied by the Ice Crystal Beast and the Crimson Flame, to a rapturous welcome from the children of Alpha Star. They presented gifts crafted from interstellar crystals, inscribed with the words balance and symbiosis. In the following days, the two parties engaged in profound exchanges concerning elemental technology. The Alpha Star civilization showcased their interstellar elemental conduction towers, capable of transmitting a planet's elemental energy to other celestial bodies, while Shen Luo's team shared Earth's ecological restoration techniques and the application of healing crystals. When the ice crystal beast utilized the cosmic ice and fire energy to aid in the restoration of a forest tainted by shadow energy, the inhabitants of Alpha Star erupted in admiration. On the day of their departure from Alpha Star, a representative of the civilization bestowed upon Shen Luo an interstellar elemental badge, stating, "This symbolizes our civilization. Wear it, and when you encounter other friendly civilizations in the galaxy, they will recognize you as guardians of balance." The next target of the Shadow Storm is Sirius. We have dispatched envoys and hope you will join us in aiding the Sirius civilization against this threat. Shen Luo accepted the badge, nodding solemnly, "We are willing to join. Protecting the elemental balance of the galaxy is the duty of all civilizations." The exploration vessel ascended once more, heading towards Sirius. Shen Luo stood by the observation window, gazing at the diminishing Alpha Star and then towards the distant cosmos. Feng Huayang approached, gently grasping his hand. "The road ahead is long, but as long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." Ling Shui, cradling the ice crystal beast, leaned in, saying, "Little White says it can hardly wait to see what Sirius looks like. Perhaps it could even make friends with the beasts there." The interstellar ship glided through the universe, with stars twinkling brightly outside. Shen Luo understood that their interstellar adventure was merely beginning. In the future, they would encounter more civilizations and face greater challenges. Yet as long as they adhered to the principles of balance and symbiosis, united with all friendly allies, they would undoubtedly safeguard the vast galaxy, ensuring that the wisdom of crystal civilization would be eternally passed down through the stars. Chapter 37. The Shadow Crisis of Sirius and the Initial Alliance of the Interstellar Coalition while en route to Sirius. The exploration vessel received an urgent signal from the Alpha Star civilization. The orbit of Sirius was engulfed by the Shadow Storm, and the elemental balance barrier of its third planet was on the verge of collapse. If support was not rendered within 72 hours, the entire planetary ecosystem would be consumed by shadow energy. Shen Luo immediately convened the team to adjust their plans. According to the signal data, the indigenous civilization of Sirius excels in crystalline elemental defense, but their core defensive crystals have been contaminated by shadow energy and cannot function properly. We must first purify the crystals before assisting them in reconstructing the defense barrier. He embedded the elemental core into the energy hub of the interstellar vessel, initiating superluminal cruising to reach Sirius within 40 hours. Feng Huayang marked critical areas on the tactical panel, noting, "The core zone of the Shadow Storm has an extremely high energy concentration. Ordinary aircraft cannot approach. I propose that the Crimson Flame carry the elemental purification bomb and penetrate the storm's weak point to establish a secure passage for the ground forces. Ling Shui and the Ice Prismatic Beast will oversee the terrestrial defense, utilizing the ice and fire barrier to safeguard the evacuation of the residents of Sirius to a secure zone." As Ling Shui replenished the energy of the Ice Prismatic Beast starry armor, she nodded upon hearing the plan. Xiao Bai's starry ice and fire barrier has been upgraded. It can now encompass a radius of 1 kilometer and automatically purify the shadow energy that enters the barrier. We have also prepared crystal repair agents, crafted from the extracts of Earth's symbiotic flora and the elemental crystals of Alpha Star, which should be capable of restoring the contaminated defense crystals. After 40 hours of superluminal travel, the exploration vessel finally arrived in orbit around Sirius. The sight before them elicited sharp intakes of breath. A black shadow storm loomed like a colossal vortex, enveloping the entire planet. The verdant vegetation on the surface had been tainted black, and the once azure oceans churned with murky darkness, with only a few areas flickering with faint defensive light. "We have received a distress signal from the Sirius civilization. Their core defense crystal is at the crystal altar, currently held by the last guardian," reported the communications officer. Shen Luo immediately commanded, Crimson Flame, prepare the elemental purification bomb, targeting the storm's weak point. Ling Shui. You lead the ground team in the landing pod to descend near the altar. Feng Huayang, and I will pilot the aircraft to provide aerial support. Taking the initiative, the Crimson Flame detonated the elemental purification bomb at the storm's weak point, releasing a surge of elemental energy that instantaneously carved a temporary passage through the tempest. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui guided the ground team in the landing pod through the opening, landing near the crystal altar. Upon touchdown, they were met by several shadow, energy-contaminated crystal beasts charging towards the pod. Once guardians of Sirius, they had now become puppets of the shadows. Xiaobai, unleash the ice and fire barrier. Ling Shui shouted. The ice prismatic beast immediately expanded a barrier interwoven with red and blue, preventing the crystal beast from advancing. The purifying energy of the barrier incessantly eroded the shadow energy enveloping the crystal beasts, gradually slowing their movements. Ling Shui took the chance to retrieve the crystal repair agent and sprinted towards the central defense crystal of the altar, a massive purple crystal 10 meters in diameter, its surface marred by black cracks from which shadow energy seeped. Meanwhile, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang provided aerial support from above. Feng Huayang bombarded distant sources of shadow energy with the aircraft's energy cannon, while Shen Luo played the resonance flute of the cosmos, disrupting the frequency of the shadow energy with melody to buy Ling Shui precious time. The contamination of the defense crystal has penetrated to the core. Ordinary repair agents are insufficient. Ling Shui shouted through the communicator. We need to inject energy directly from the elemental core to achieve complete purification. Shen Luo swiftly made a decision. Feng Huayang, continue the aerial support. I will descend with the elemental core to assist Ling Shui. He landed the aircraft near the altar, and as he stepped out, he spotted a massive shadow crystal beast lunging towards Ling Shui, a creature formed from an aggregation of shadow energy, possessing formidable defenses that ordinary attacks could not breach. Shen Luo, be cautious. Ling Shui immediately commanded the ice prismatic beast to release a starry ice and firebomb, striking the head of the shadow crystal beast. The colossal beast emitted a deafening roar before turning to charge at Shen Luo. Gripping the sword of light, he infused it with the elemental core's 4 elemental energies, causing the blade's tip to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors. With a powerful leap, he plunged the sword into the beast's core, unleashing a surge of luminous energy. In an instant, the beast's form was purified, disintegrating into a cascade of crystalline fragments. Once the beast was vanquished, Shen Luo hurried to the front of the defensive crystal, carefully embedding the elemental core into its designated slot. The 4 elemental energies surged into the crystal, gradually enveloping the dark fissures with vibrant light, swiftly purging the shadow energy. As the last trace of corruption was eradicated, the defensive crystal erupted in a brilliant violet glow, projecting a vast protective barrier from the altar, enveloping the entire Sirius system and firmly repelling the shadow storm beyond the planet. The reconstruction of a defensive barrier is complete, exclaimed the guardian of Sirius, gratitude evident in their voice. Thank you, friend from Earth. Without your aid, our planet would have met its doom. At that moment, the interstellar fleet of the Alpha civilization arrived in the orbit of Sirius, bringing with them an abundance of elemental crystals and ecological restoration equipment to assist in the reconstruction of their homeland. The source of the shadow storm lay within the Shadow Nebula at the edge of the Milky Way, a site where shadow energy was continuously generated. The representative of Alpha communicated via hologram, proposing the establishment of a galactic elemental balance alliance, uniting all friendly civilizations to jointly obliterate the Shadow Nebula and eradicate the shadow threat once and for all. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui exchanged solemn glances, nodding in unison. Earth is willing to join the alliance and contribute to the preservation of balance in the Milky Way. In the following days, the 3 civilizations collaboratively devised a plan to annihilate the Shadow Nebula, delegating 10 interstellar ships from each of Earth, Alpha, and Sirius to form an alliance fleet. Armed with elemental cores and purification devices, to embark on a mission to the Shadow Nebula. Simultaneously, an Alliance transit station would be established on Sirius to ensure continued support. On the day of their departure from Sirius, the inhabitants gathered in the square for a grand farewell ceremony. They presented Shen Luo's team with a star crystal, reputed to shine brightly amidst shadow energy, serving as a guiding beacon for interstellar navigation. We look forward to fighting alongside you again on the battlefield of the Shadow Nebula, proclaimed the Guardian of Sirius. The exploration interstellar ship navigated through the cosmos towards Earth, as they needed to return and rally more Beast Tamers to join the Alliance fleet. Standing before the observation window, Shen Luo gazed intently at the star crystal in his hand, determination swelling within him. From Earth to Alpha, and now to Sirius. Their ranks were growing, and their guardianship expanded from a single planet to the entirety of the Milky Way. Feng Huayang approached and gently grasped his hand. Soon, we shall entirely eradicate the shadow threat, allowing all civilizations in the Milky Way to thrive in a balanced elemental environment. Ling Shui, cradling her ice crystal beast, chimed in. Xiaobai is already eager for the battle in the Shadow Nebula. It insists on showing all shadow energy the might of Earth's Beast Tamers. The trio, alongside their beast, stood united beneath the starry sky, the lights of the interstellar ship harmonizing with the distant stars. They understood that the mission to obliterate the Shadow Nebula was destined to be fraught with challenges. Yet, as long as the civilizations of the galaxy united in purpose, no obstacle was insurmountable. Their interstellar legend would continue to inscribe new chapters across the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 38. The Assembly of the Galactic Alliance. The ultimate battle against the Shadow Nebula upon the return of the exploration vessel to Earth. The Global Elemental Guardians Alliance promptly initiated the Galactic Mobilization Plan. Within a mere week, 200 elite Beast Tamers from 5 continents, along with 30 upgraded starships, had gathered. Each vessel was equipped with purification cannons powered by elemental cores and starry shields inherited from crystalline civilizations, capable of withstanding the extreme conditions of the Shadow Nebula. At the Alliance's oath-taking conference, Shen Luo stood before the bridge of the flagship Guardian and addressed all members through a holographic projection, from the Shadow Monarch of Earth to the Shadow Storm of the Stars. We have steadfastly upheld the belief in balanced coexistence. Now, the Shadow Nebula poses a joint threat to all civilizations within the galaxy. Only through unity can we ultimately eradicate this crisis and illuminate the cosmos. The fleets of Alpha Star and Sirius arrived in Earth's orbit as scheduled. Together, the 3 civilizations' warships formed the Galactic Alliance fleet, setting forth towards the Shadow Nebula at the behest of Shen Luo. During their interstellar voyage, members from all 3 factions engaged in collaborative training daily. The Earth Beast Tamers focused on purification tactical drills. The Alpha Star crew calibrated the interstellar elemental conduction network, and the crystalline technicians from Sirius repaired the defensive crystals of the warships, enveloping the fleet in an atmosphere of tense order. Ling Shui and the Ice Prism Beast were diligently optimizing the cosmic ice-fire barrier. After numerous experiments, the Ice Prism Beast had succeeded in merging its energy with the starry shields of the warships, creating a purification barrier with a radius of 5 kilometers. Capable of simultaneously protecting multiple vessels from the corrosive effects of shadow energy. Little White could now maintain the barrier for 3 consecutive hours, enduring intense shadow impacts for up to 10 minutes. Ling Shui reported in the tactical meeting that the barrier could also absorb a small amount of shadow energy, converting it into pure elemental energy to replenish the warship's power. Feng Huayang led the tactical team in formulating a detailed operational plan. The core area of the Shadow Nebula housed the Shadow Source Core, the origin of all shadow energy. The Alliance fleet would be divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, composed of Sirius's crystalline warships, would utilize crystal barriers to counter the external shadow onslaught. The second tier, comprised of Alpha Star's conduction vessels, would establish the interstellar elemental network to provide energy support for the purification cannons. The third tier, consisting of Earth's Guardian warships, would directly breach the core area to destroy the Shadow Source Core. After 10 days of faster-than-light travel, the Alliance fleet finally reached the edge of the Shadow Nebula. The sight before them was more staggering than any member had anticipated. A colossal black nebula resembling a beast that devoured light, with dark purple energy currents surging within. Occasionally, uncontrolled meteors traversed the nebula, instantaneously corroded into dust by shadow energy. Reports from the reconnaissance vessel indicated a considerable number of shadow creatures moving in the direction of the fleet. First tier, activate the crystal barriers. Shen Luo commanded immediately. 20 crystalline warships of Sirius simultaneously unleashed violet crystalline energy, forming a colossal barrier in front of the fleet. As the shadow creatures collided with the barrier, a soft luminescence shimmered across the crystalline surface, swiftly purifying the shadow energy. Seizing the opportunity, the conductive warships of Alpha Star began to establish an elemental network. With azure energy filaments interweaving among the fleet, consolidating the dispersed elemental energies. The energy preparations of the second echelon were complete, ready to empower the purification main cannon at a moment's notice, reported the commander of Alpha Star. Taking a deep breath, Shen Luo issued the command for a full assault. Third echelon, break through to the core zone with me. Target the shadow source core and ensure its complete destruction in one strike. Under the protection of the crystalline barrier, Earth's 30 Guardian warships surged towards the heart of the Shadow Nebula. Along the way, countless shadow creatures frantically attacked the starry shields of the warships. Where the surface of the shields gleamed with a kaleidoscope of colors upon contact with shadow energy, producing dazzling sparks. The blazing flames flew ahead of the Guardian ship, intermittently releasing golden flame chains that ensnared swarms of shadow creatures, which were then purified in a single strike by the warship's main cannon. 5,000 kilometers to the shadow source core. Detecting high-intensity energy fluctuations, the navigator shouted. Shen Luo looked up to see a massive black sphere suspended in the nebula's core, its surface entwined with countless dark violet energy tendrils, the shadow source core. Surrounding the source core were 3 alien warships, eroded by shadow energy. Evidently remnants of civilizations that had previously attempted to destroy the core but had failed. Ling Shui, activate the all-domain purification barrier, commanded Shen Luo. The ice crystal beast immediately unleashed a boundary of interwoven red and blue, enveloping the Earth fleet within its embrace. Simultaneously, the elemental network from Alpha Star continuously transmitted energy, charging the purification main cannon of the Guardian ship, which began to emit a dazzling array of colors from its muzzle. The shadow source core is releasing an energy shockwave. It will reach us in 30 seconds. The early warning system blared. Feng Huayang quickly maneuvered the warship to adjust its angle, concentrating all energy of the starry shield forward. All warships release purification energy in synchrony to offset the shockwave. As the shadow shockwave collided with the purification energy, the entire nebula quaked violently. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo commanded the firing of the purification main cannon. Target the core of the shadow source core. Fire. A tremendous beam of multicolored light shot forth from the muzzle of the Guardian ship, precisely striking the surface of the shadow source core. The core emitted a piercing howl as a massive fissure appeared on its surface, allowing dark violet energy to leak from the crack. Now, all warships, concentrate fire on the fissure, Shen Luo shouted. The 30 Guardian warships simultaneously fired their purification main cannons, unleashing countless beams of colors that struck the fissure, which widened continuously until, with a thunderous roar, the shadow source core exploded, releasing shadow energy that rapidly dissipated within the nebula. As the last remnants of shadow energy were purified, the entire nebula gradually shed its darkness, revealing the resplendent starry sky behind it. The members of the Alliance fleet emerged from their warships, their hearts swelling with excitement as they beheld the scene before them, erupting into cheers. The commander of Alpha Star grasped Shen Luo's hand. We have succeeded. The shadow threat to the Milky Way has finally been eradicated. The Guardian of Sirius presented 3 celestial badges, which he bestowed upon Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui. These badges, universally recognized by all civilizations within the Milky Way, symbolize your extraordinary contributions to the harmony of the cosmos. In the future, we aspire to continue our collaboration with Earth civilization, embarking on a shared journey to explore the vast expanses of the universe. During their return to Earth, the Alliance fleet held a grand celebration. Shen Luo stood by the observation window of the Guardian ship, glancing at Feng Huayang beside him, and then at Ling Shui, who was playfully engaging with an ice crystal beast. A wave of emotion washed over him. From being a mere zero contractor to becoming a guardian of balance within the galaxy. Every step he had taken was underpinned by the support and trust of his companions. As the Guardian ship broke through Earth's atmosphere and the familiar azure planet came into view, Shen Luo realized that although this interstellar battle had concluded, their narrative was far from over. In the future, they would carry the wisdom of the crystal civilization, collaborating with other civilizations in the galaxy to continue unveiling the mysteries of the universe while safeguarding the balance and beauty of every planet. This was their mission, an everlasting promise shared by all beast masters. Chapter 39. The Dawn of the Era of Balance. The eternal promise of civilizational heritage. As the Alliance fleet returned to Earth, the world erupted in unprecedented jubilation. From the Antarctic to the Arctic, from bustling cities to serene villages, people waved flags adorned with the symbols of the four elemental factions, celebrating the hero's return. The Guardian ship, carrying Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui, gently descended onto the plaza of the International Element Academy, where they were immediately enveloped by a cheering crowd. Children presented garlands woven from fresh flowers, while elders offered elemental crystals symbolizing blessings, each face radiating joy and reverence. That afternoon, the Global Element Guardian Alliance and the Galactic Element Balance Alliance jointly orchestrated the inauguration ceremony of the Era of Balance. Holographic projections illuminated the plazas of cities worldwide as Shen Luo stood on the main stage, cradling a crystallized stardust collected from the ruins of the Shadow Nebula. This pure energy entity, formed from the complete purification of shadow energy, symbolized the end of darkness and the rebirth of light. From Earth's elemental imbalance to the shadow crisis in the galaxy, we have safeguarded countless lives and civilizations through our belief in balanced coexistence. Shen Luo's voice resonated through the holographic devices, reaching every corner. Today, we officially commence the Era of Balance. We shall not only maintain Earth's ecological harmony, but also join hands with our partners in the galaxy to disseminate the wisdom of the crystal civilization to every corner of the universe, enabling all civilizations to thrive in a harmonious environment. Representatives from Alpha and Sirius, through holographic projection, delivered speeches announcing the establishment of the Galactic Element Academy. The Academy would be situated on Earth, as well as in Alpha and Sirius, dedicated to nurturing cross-civilizational element guardians and perpetuating the ideals of balance and elemental technology. We shall integrate interstellar elemental transmission technology, crystal defense technology, and Earth's ecological restoration techniques to forge more advanced civilizational achievements, remarked the representative of Alpha, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. After the ceremony concluded, the three returned to the ancient texts research room. Professor Zhang had long awaited their arrival, cradling a pristine tome entitled The Codex of Elemental Equilibrium. This compendium encapsulated all technological knowledge of the crystal civilization, the collaborative achievements between Earth and extraterrestrial cultures, as well as visions for future development. The cover, adorned with crystals of the four elemental realms, brilliantly spelled out the word symbiosis. This is the legacy we bequeath to future generations. Professor Zhang handed the codex to Shen Luo, revealing not merely technical insights, but a profound comprehension of our world and the cosmos. True strength lies not in the conquest of nature, but in its harmonious coexistence. Genuine civilization is not about self-isolation, but rather about collective advancement. In the ensuing months, the trio diligently propelled various collaborative initiatives. In the Amazon rainforest, they guided local inhabitants in establishing interstellar symbiotic farms, employing the elemental conduction technology from Alpha Centauri to foster coexistence among flora from different worlds, significantly augmenting food production. At the medical sanctum of the Alps, they partnered with crystal technicians from Sirius to develop the Crystal Healing Chamber, capable of swiftly repairing damaged cells and rendering previously insurmountable ailments a mere memory. At the Cosmic Elemental Observation Station, they initiated the Stellar Core Exploration Program, dispatching multiple interstellar teams to traverse the galaxy in search of pristine elemental cores, thereby providing sustainable energy for both Earth and alien civilizations. Ling Shui and the Ice Crystal Beast emerged as ambassadors for cross-civilizational beast communication, frequently traversing between Earth, Alpha Centauri, and Sirius to host symbiotic training camps. They instructed beast masters from diverse civilizations on how to forge energetic connections with extraterrestrial creatures. During one such camp, the Ice Crystal Beast, alongside the Light-Wing Beast from Alpha Centauri and the Crystal Beast from Sirius, jointly unleashed a trans-civilizational elemental barrier, flawlessly merging three distinct energy attributes, astonishing all present. This marked the inaugural occurrence of energy resonance among cross-civilizational beasts in the universe, paving the way for unprecedented collaboration. Feng Huayang focused intently on the construction of the interstellar defense system. Leading his team, he integrated Earth's elemental engines, Alpha Centauri's conduction technology, and Sirius's crystal defenses to erect an elemental protective net surrounding the solar system, capable of real-time monitoring of cosmic energy fluctuations and preemptively alerting to potential threats. This protective barrier not only shielded Earth, but also ensured safe passage for interstellar vessels, establishing Earth as a sanctum within the galaxy. During the defense system's inauguration ceremony, Feng Huayang remarked on its significance. Meanwhile, Shen Luo dedicated his energies to the continuity of civilization. He established a Crystal Civilization Research Center at the International Elemental Academy, inviting scholars from various cultures to collaboratively decode the last encrypted message left by the Crystal Civilization. This message lay hidden within the depths of the astronomical relic's astrolabe. And after months of endeavor, it was successfully deciphered. Balance is not the endpoint, but rather the genesis of civilization's continuity. Inheritance is not mere replication, but innovation through understanding. This revelation underscored the necessity for the principle of balance to continually evolve, adapting to the diverse needs of civilizations. At the inaugural academic conference of the Research Center, Shen Luo asserted, "We cannot merely replicate the model of the Crystal Civilization, but must synthesize the realities of Earth and other cultures to forge a more inclusive system of balance." As the year draws to a close, 3 individuals receive New Year-esque greetings from across the galaxy. Alpha Centauri sends seeds of starflowers that purify the air. Sirius delivers crystalline batteries for energy storage, and even distant civilizations signal their desire to join the Galactic Elemental Balance Alliance. Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stand before the observation window of the Cosmic Elemental Observatory, gazing at the resplendent night sky, each holding the New Year gifts they exchanged. Shen Luo presents Feng Huayang with a ring crafted from stardust crystals. Feng Huayang customizes a celestial resonance flute engraved with their names for Shen Luo, while Ling Shui receives an ice-fire crystal formed from the energy of an ice prism beast, symbolizing their unbreakable friendship. "Next year, we shall journey to more distant planets," Ling Shui declares, cradling the ice prism beast, her eyes alight with anticipation. "I've heard that in Orion, there exists a world entirely composed of oceans, where the civilization excels in water element artistry. I wish to learn their techniques to enhance the beauty of Earth's oceans." Feng Huayang gently clasps Shen Luo's hand and whispers, "I have applied for the position of captain of the interstellar exploration team. We shall embark in the spring to seek the elemental origin star mentioned by the Crystal Civilization. It is said to harbor the secrets of cosmic elements, aiding us in comprehending the essence of balance." Shen Luo gazes at the Elemental Balance Codex in his hands, filled with resolve. "No matter where we venture or what challenges we face, we shall remain steadfast in our original beliefs. The era of balance has only just begun, And our story has a long, winding path ahead. The stars outside twinkle with a gentle glow, as if bestowing their blessings upon them. The trio and their beast stand united beneath the celestial expanse, forming a warm silhouette. They understand that their adventures are far from over. They will carry the ideals of balance and the legacy of civilization as they continue forth in the vast universe, penning the eternal legend of the elemental guardians, ensuring that the promise of symbiosis is forever etched in the annals of time and space. Chapter 40. The Eternal Pact Beneath the Stardust. A new coordinate in the river of civilization as spring arrives on Earth. The Cosmic Elemental Observatory hosts a special ceremony. The Galactic Elemental Balance Alliance officially designates this place as a cross-civilization exchange center, gathering representatives from over 20 planets to witness the initiation of the Elemental Star Core sharing program. Standing atop the observation tower, Shen Luo cradles a fragment of the star core brought back from the elemental origin star, its surface reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, illuminating the diverse forms and hues of the civilizations below. 6 months ago, our exploration team discovered this mural at the elemental origin star, Shen Luo announces, utilizing a holographic projection to reveal an ancient rock painting depicting beings from various planets holding hands around a radiant star core, surrounded by inscriptions in different scripts, all conveying a singular message: symbiosis and mutual prosperity. This aligns seamlessly with the ideology of the Crystal Civilization and affirms that balance is a universal aspiration among civilizations. After the ceremony concludes, Feng Huayang takes Shen Luo's hand and leads him to the observation deck of the observatory. In the distance, Earth resembles a sapphire, radiating a gentle glow amidst the cosmos. Nearby, at the asteroid observation base, engineers from Alpha Star meticulously calibrate the elemental conduction devices, while crystal technologists from Sirius cultivate interstellar symbiotic plants, creating a scene of bustling harmony. Do you remember our first encounter on the hillside behind the academy? Feng Huayang suddenly spoke, his voice laced with mirth. You were sitting alone under a tree, lost in thought, unable to summon your beast. And I initially thought you had strayed off course. Shen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have imagined that the once uncontracted would traverse the galaxy alongside you? He cast his gaze upon the stardust crystal ring adorning his ring finger, its 4 elemental runes shimmering under the starlight. In truth, I have always been grateful for not abandoning the path of elements and for having companions like you and Ling Shui by my side. Not far away, Ling Shui frolicked with the ice prism beast, the light-winged beast, and the crystal beast upon the grassy expanse. The ice prism beast emitted a faint icy fire energy, painting colorful halos in the air. The light-winged beast spread its translucent wings, dancing amidst the halos upon the grass, while the crystal beast utilized its crystalline energy to freeze the halos into exquisite patterns. Witnessing this scene, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a knowing smile. This was the symbiosis they had always cherished, the purest beauty between disparate lives. That evening, the trio hosted a small starlit banquet on the rooftop of the observation station. They unveiled delicacies brought back from various planets. The star fruit from Alpha Star, imbued with a delicate floral fragrance. The crystalline candy from Sirius, which melted in the mouth while releasing a subtle healing energy. And champagne and cake from Earth, specially brought by Ling Shui from Paris. Next year, we shall venture to the Andromeda Galaxy, Ling Shui exclaimed excitedly after taking a bite of starfruit. There lies a planet of music, said to resonate with enchanting melodies that harmonize perfectly with the energy of the heart of harmony. I wish to take Xiao by there to learn their musical elemental techniques, allowing the healing melodies to permeate the entire galaxy. Feng Huayang nodded. Producing a star map, Shen Luo and I plan to lead a civilization heritage team next summer to the forgotten planet at the edge of the galaxy. Once a colony of the Crystal Civilization, now lost to the annals of interstellar war. It is likely that the complete technical documentation of the Crystal Civilization still resides there. If we can uncover these records, we can enhance the elemental balance system. Shen Luo, glancing at the codex of elemental balance in his hand, added, I also envision establishing a cross-civilization museum on Earth, showcasing artifacts, technical documents, and plant seeds we have gathered from various planets, to enlighten Earthlings about the vastness of the universe and the allure of diverse civilizations. Only through mutual understanding can we truly achieve symbiosis and prosperity. As the banquet progressed, the skies suddenly erupted into a mesmerizing meteor shower, a natural phenomenon caused by the elemental core fragments from the origin star of elements entering Earth's atmosphere and generating friction with elemental energy. Countless colorful beams streaked across the night sky, as if the cosmos were bestowing blessings upon them. The ice prism beast leaped in excitement, releasing its icy fire energy, intertwining with the brilliance of the meteor shower to create a stunning luminescent veil. Let's make a wish, Ling Shui suggested. The three individuals closed their eyes, silently articulating their wishes. Shen Luo yearned for all civilizations in the universe to be free from war and disaster. Feng Huayang aspired for the principle of elemental balance to be eternally upheld. Ling Shui hoped that the ice crystal beast and all spirit beasts could live joyfully. When they opened their eyes, a brilliant starbeam fell precisely upon the codex of elemental balance that lay before them. The codex opened automatically, and under the shimmering light of stardust, a new line of text emerged. Year 1 of the era of balance. Earth's civilization and the civilizations of the Milky Way jointly establish a covenant for coexistence, perpetuating the path of balance. This was the universe's acknowledgement. Shen Luo exclaimed with excitement. The trio clasped each other's hands tightly, while the ice crystal beast and the crimson flame drew closer, crouching beside them. The stardust rain continued to cascade from the night sky, as if documenting this precious moment, recording the eternal pact belonging to the guardians of elements. Shen Luo understood that this was not the conclusion of their tale, but rather a new beginning. In the future, they would encounter more civilizations and face greater challenges. Yet as long as they remained steadfast in their belief in balance and coexistence, as long as they had each other and the countless allies supporting them, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Their story would leave a brilliant mark upon the cosmos, akin to the stardust rain, becoming an everlasting new coordinate in the river of civilization. The once mocked zero contract holder had finally demonstrated through action that true strength lies not in innate talent, but in the unwavering commitment to one's beliefs. True legend is not the glory of one, but the journey alongside companions. Chapter 41. The Crystal Secret of the Forgotten Planet, the Light of Repairing Civilizational Discontinuities, following the conclusion of the Cross-Civilizational Museum opening ceremony. Shen Luo's team received an urgent communication from the Elemental Academy of the Milky Way. The Sirius crystal detector had captured high-intensity energy signals from the Forgotten Planet at the galaxy's edge, with signal characteristics closely matching those of the core database from the zenith of the Crystal Civilization. The Forgotten Planet once served as the technological research center of the Crystal Civilization, but it vanished from civilization records due to magnetic turmoil caused by interstellar wars. Professor Zhang accessed ancient texts during a holographic meeting, stating that if we could locate the core database, we could bridge the technological gaps of the later stages of the Crystal Civilization, particularly their elemental defense systems in response to interstellar warfare, which are crucial for protecting the civilizations of the Milky Way. Feng Huayang immediately began formulating an exploration plan. The magnetic field of the Forgotten Planet would disrupt the navigation systems of interstellar vessels, necessitating modifications for magnetic field protection on the exploration ship. The planet's surface was covered with a thick layer of energy dust that absorbs elemental energy, requiring Ling Shui and the Ice Crystal Beast's ice fire barrier to be reinforced in advance to ensure resistance against the dust corrosion. As Ling Shui equipped the Ice Crystal Beast's starry armor with a magnetic stabilizer, she nodded upon hearing the plan. Bai's armor has been upgraded to maintain energy stability within chaotic magnetic fields. We have also prepared a dust purifying agent, composed of a blend of elemental crystals from Alpha Star and extracts from Earth's symbiotic plants, which can temporarily disperse energy dust, creating a safe passage for us. Shen Luo ingeniously fused the elemental core with the crystal civilization's positioning crystal, crafting a civilization detector. This remarkable device is capable of sensing the energy signals of the crystal civilization, precisely locating the core database. Furthermore, I extracted the melody that awakens civilizations from the heart of harmony. Should the database be encrypted, this melody ought to unlock it. After a week of meticulous preparation, the interstellar ship, Exploration, set sail towards the Forgotten Planet. During the voyage, Shen Luo's team diligently examined the war records of the Crystal Civilization, revealing that the core database was concealed beneath the Crystal Mountains, surrounded by multiple elemental traps that only those who mastered the core technology of the Crystal Civilization could navigate. The concentration of energy dust proved to be far greater than we had anticipated, with ordinary purifiers only capable of functioning for 10 minutes. Upon the exploration reaching the orbit of the Forgotten Planet, the navigator suddenly reported that the magnetic field disturbance on the planet's surface exceeded expectations. Preventing the interstellar ship from landing directly, it could only deploy the landing capsule from orbit. Shen Luo promptly adjusted the plan. Feng Huayang, you remain aboard the interstellar ship to monitor the fluctuations of the magnetic field and the concentration of energy dust, ready to assist us at any moment. Ling Shui and I will lead the team in the landing capsule to the Crystal Mountains in search of the database. As the landing capsule penetrated the atmosphere, it was violently shaken by the magnetic field. The Ice Spire Beast immediately conjured an icy fire barrier, enveloping the capsule and barely stabilizing its trajectory. Upon landing on the surface of the Forgotten Planet, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The entire planet was cloaked in a brownish-gray energy dust. The sky a somber red, and the Crystal Mountains faintly visible in the distance, their peaks adorned with crystals that shimmered with a faint blue light in the dim ambience. The civilization detector indicated that the core database lay within the main peak of the Crystal Mountains. Shen Luo activated the detector, and the signal pointer on the screen pointed directly to the summit. However, they needed to traverse the elemental canyon to reach it, a canyon riddled with traps set by the Crystal Civilization. The team proceeded along the dust-covered path towards the elemental canyon. As they entered the canyon, countless beams of crystal energy suddenly erupted from the rock walls on either side. Fortunately, Ling Shui adeptly commanded the Ice Spire Beast to deploy a barrier, thwarting the attack. These energy beams contained high-intensity elemental energy, and upon contact with the energy dust would trigger an explosion, observing the crystal launchers embedded in the rock walls. Shen Luo realized they needed to utilize the awakening melody to deactivate these traps. He took out the celestial resonance flute and played a soothing melody. The notes permeated through the energy dust, reaching the crystal launchers within the rock walls, causing their glow to gradually dim until they ceased their attack. Effective, Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. It seems the traps of the Crystal Civilization are controlled by melody. As long as we continue to play the awakening melody, we can safely navigate through the canyon. For the remainder of the journey, Shen Luo continuously played the melody while the Ice Spire Beast released purifying agents to disperse the surrounding energy dust. When the team finally arrived at the base of the main peak of the Crystal Mountains, the signal from the civilization detector suddenly intensified, revealing a concealed stone door in the rock face of the peak, inscribed with the core runes of the Crystal Civilization. This stone door required the energies of the 4 elemental systems to open. Shen Luo embedded the elemental core into the recess of the stone door while instructing the team members to simultaneously unleash fire, wood, water, and ice energies. As the 4 energies were simultaneously injected into the groove, the stone door gradually creaked open, releasing a wave of rich crystal energy that enveloped the air. Beyond the door lay a passage leading underground, its walls adorned with luminous crystals that illuminated the path ahead. At the terminus of the passage stood a vast subterranean chamber, at the center of which loomed a crystal database terminal, upon which floated a cerulean crystal sphere, the very source of energy for the core database. Cautiously, Shen Luo approached the terminal, affixing the civilization detector to the crystal sphere while simultaneously playing the awakening melody. Suddenly, The crystal sphere erupted in a dazzling blue light, and an array of data streams surged forth from the terminal, coalescing into holographic images that filled the chamber. These images chronicled the technological achievements of the later stages of the crystal civilization, including the interstellar elemental defense network, energy dust purification technology, and cross-civilization elemental resonance devices, along with peace mediation agreements for interstellar conflicts, demonstrating that the crystal civilization had steadfastly upheld the ideals of balance and peace. "We found it. This is the technology we need," exclaimed Ling Shui, her voice brimming with excitement. "With the energy dust purification technology, we can completely cleanse the dust of the forgotten planet, restoring life to this realm. The Interstellar Elemental Defense Network will protect all civilizations in the galaxy from external threats." Just as the team prepared to transfer the database data to the interstellar ship, the chamber suddenly shook violently as the magnetic field of the forgotten planet underwent drastic changes, causing energy dust to flood into the chamber. The concentration of energy dust exceeds the purification agent's processing capacity. "We must evacuate at once." Feng Huayang's voice crackled through the communicator. "The interstellar ship is on standby above the main peak. You have only 5 minutes." Without hesitation, Shen Luo ordered the rapid transfer of the database data to portable storage devices and led the team back towards the passage. As they burst through the stone door, the energy dust had already enveloped the entire main peak, and the ice beast barrier began to weaken under the onslaught of the dust. Fortunately, Feng Huayang promptly directed the interstellar ship to deploy magnetic stabilization munitions, temporarily stabilizing the surrounding magnetic field, enabling the team to board a small fighter for extraction. As the exploration vessel departed the orbit of the forgotten planet, Shen Luo gazed at the completed data on the screen, filled with emotion. These technologies will not only repair the fractures in the crystal civilization, but will also assist the civilizations of the galaxy in better facing future challenges. Though the forgotten planet has been forsaken for a millennium, the legacy of its civilization will serve as a crucial pillar for the era of balance. Feng Huayang clasped Shen Luo's hand, smiling as he said, "Next, we can collaborate with Alpha Centauri and Sirius to jointly research these technologies. I believe it won't be long before the forgotten planet regains its vitality, becoming another sanctum of civilization in the galaxy." Ling Shui, cradling the ice beast, leaned in and chimed, "Xiaobai says it can hardly wait to see the purified forgotten planet. We must take it there to resonate with the crystal energy of the crystal mountains and unlock even more new skills." As the exploration vessel navigated through the cosmos towards Earth, the stars outside shimmered with a bright glow. Shen Luo understood that the exploration of the forgotten planet was merely another step in the era of balance. With countless more legacies of civilizations awaiting their discovery and numerous challenges yet to confront, as long as they steadfastly uphold the belief in balanced coexistence and collaborate with their partners across the galaxy, they shall undoubtedly enable the wisdom of the crystal civilization to radiate with even greater brilliance, contributing to the peace and prosperity of the cosmos. Chapter 42. The construction of the Elemental Defense Network, the safety barrier of the galaxy following the retrieval of the core database from the forgotten planet. The Galactic Elemental Balance Alliance convened an urgent meeting. When Shen Luo's team projected the Interstellar Elemental Defense Network technology of the Crystal Civilization onto the holographic screen, representatives from all civilizations expressed their astonishment. This technology could establish an energy barrier enveloping the entire galaxy, utilizing elemental nodes distributed throughout, capable of withstanding interstellar warfare, shadow energy assaults, and even asteroid impacts. It was the ultimate defense mechanism for the crystal civilization's self-preservation. According to the database records, the Elemental Defense Network necessitated 3 core components: the energy hub, elemental nodes, and balance regulators. Shen Luo indicated the technical diagram on the screen, explaining that the energy hub must be constituted of a pure elemental star core, responsible for providing the foundational energy for the operation of the defense network. Elemental nodes were to be strategically positioned in pivotal locations throughout the galaxy, forming a 3-dimensional defense network. The balance regulators would serve to stabilize energy fluctuations across different regions. thereby preventing any vulnerabilities within the defense network. The commander of Alpha Star promptly proposed a suggestion. The purity of our Alpha Star core reaches 98, making it an ideal candidate for the energy hub of the defense network. Moreover, our interstellar elemental conduction technology can rapidly transmit star core energy to various elemental nodes, ensuring a stable energy supply for the defense network. The crystalline technician from Sirius added, "We can utilize crystal technology to fabricate the elemental nodes. The amethyst mines on Sirius can store vast amounts of elemental energy and automatically absorb pure energy from the cosmos, alleviating the burden on the energy hub. Additionally, our crystal regulation technology is perfectly suited for constructing balance regulators, ensuring the energy equilibrium of the defense network." The alliance swiftly reached a consensus and established a defense network construction committee, with Shen Luo appointed as the chief coordinator, orchestrating the collaborative efforts of all parties involved in advancing the project. In the ensuing 3 months, Shen Luo's team frequently traversed between Earth, Alpha Star, and Sirius, coordinating various construction tasks. On Alpha Star, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang assisted local engineers in connecting the Alpha Star core to the energy conduction apparatus of the crystal civilization. When the energy from the star core was successfully integrated into the conduction network, a soft blue glow emanated across the entire sky of Alpha Star, signifying stable energy transmission. The energy from the star core could now be transmitted to any elemental node within the galaxy in a mere 10 minutes. The engineers from Alpha Star reported with excitement that even if a particular node were to be compromised, other nodes could swiftly compensate, ensuring that the defense network would remain intact. Meanwhile, on Sirius, Ling Shui and the Ice Prism Beast were occupied with testing the performance of the elemental nodes. The Ice Prism Beast infused its ice and fire energy into the Amethyst node, which immediately generated a faint purple energy barrier, successfully repelling simulated shadow energy impacts. The ice and fire energy from Xiao activated the emergency purification function of the node. In her testing report, Ling Shui noted that when shadow energy approached, the node would autonomously release purifying energy, converting it into pure elemental energy, thus safeguarding the node while replenishing the energy supply of the defense network. On Earth, Professor Zhang leads a team dedicated to optimizing the balance regulator. They have ingeniously combined the technological advancements of the crystal civilization with Earth's elemental balance algorithms, creating an intelligent balance regulator capable of not only autonomously adjusting the energy fluctuations of the defense network, but also adapting its defensive strength according to the elemental environment of various regions. For instance, in the residual areas of a shadow nebula, the regulator automatically enhances the purification capabilities of the defense network in densely populated interstellar corridors. It increases the sensitivity of the network's early warning systems. Just as the construction of the defense network was nearing completion, an unforeseen incident occurred in the debris field at the edge of the galaxy. A mysterious surge of energy suddenly emerged, causing simultaneous failures of 3 elemental nodes in that area. The detected shockwave contained a significant amount of chaotic elements, which disrupt the normal flow of elemental energy, rendering the nodes inoperative. Reports from the reconnaissance ship indicated the presence of numerous small asteroids, which, having been contaminated by chaotic elements, were hurtling toward the nearby elemental nodes. Without hesitation, Shen Luo led an emergency team to the debris field. Upon the arrival of the exploration vessel at the target area, the sight that met their eyes prompted a collective gasp. The 3 amethyst nodes had been shattered by the asteroids, and a multitude of contaminated asteroids floated in the surrounding cosmic expanse, shrouded in chaotic elements that coiled around them like black mist, incessantly eroding the elemental energy nearby. We must first eliminate the chaotic elements from the asteroids before reconstructing the elemental nodes, Shen Luo commanded. Ling Shui immediately directed the Ice Crystal Beast to deploy a starlit ice fire barrier, encircling the contaminated asteroids. The purifying energy of the barrier gradually eroded the chaotic elements, causing the black mist on the surface of the asteroids to dissipate. Shen Luo then retrieved an elemental core, connecting it to a spare amethyst node, while simultaneously playing a melody of elemental stabilization to guide pure elemental energy into the node and repair the damaged structure. Feng Huayang led a squadron of fighters to intercept the approaching asteroids. Qi Yin flew at the forefront of the formation, periodically unleashing golden flame chains to bind the asteroids together, which were then targeted by the fighters' purification projectiles to eliminate the chaotic elements. After 4 hours of relentless effort, the chaotic elements in the debris field were finally eradicated, and the new elemental nodes were successfully activated, mending the vulnerabilities of the defense network. Subsequent reports from the reconnaissance ship revealed that the chaotic elements originated from an unknown star system, likely the result of weapon tests conducted by civilizations from other galaxies that inadvertently spread into the Milky Way. This realization underscored the fact that the galaxy faces threats not only from within, but also from external, unknown dangers, further emphasizing the urgency of constructing the interstellar elemental defense network. During the subsequent alliance meeting, Shen Luo stressed, "We must not only safeguard the balance of the Milky Way, but also prepare to confront external threats." A month later, the interstellar elemental defense network of the Milky Way was officially activated. As Shen Luo pressed the activation button, the elemental nodes scattered throughout the galaxy simultaneously released their energy, forming a vast, pale blue barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way. The surface of the barrier shimmered with a gentle luminescence, resembling a tender protective membrane, safeguarding every planet and civilization within the galaxy. At the inauguration ceremony, representatives from Alpha Star and Sirius jointly entrusted the control of the defense network to Shen Luo, declaring, "You are the first leader capable of uniting the three great civilizations, and the one who comprehends the essence of balance most profoundly. We entrust the safety of the Milky Way to you with complete confidence." Taking the elemental crystal, a symbol of authority, Shen Luo solemnly responded, "This is not solely my responsibility, but a shared mission of all civilizations within the galaxy. In the future, we shall continue to enhance the functionality of the defense network, ensuring it serves not only as a safeguard, but also as a bridge of friendship connecting diverse civilizations, fostering a balanced environment where all can coexist peacefully and thrive together." Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, and Ling Shui stood before the observation window of the Explorer, gazing at the distant pale blue defense barrier. The ice crystal beast nestled in Ling Shui's arms, emitting a contented chirp, while the crimson flames circled within the cockpit, occasionally brushing its wings against the viewport, as if sensing the energy of the defense network. "Next, we can commence our research on the interstellar communication technology of the crystal civilization," Feng Huayang remarked with a smile. "Before long, we may establish contact with civilizations from other star systems and propagate the ideals of balanced coexistence throughout the vast universe." Shen Luo nodded, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, as long as we stand united, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. The era of balance in the Milky Way has only just begun. The starship glided slowly through the cosmos, illuminated by the pale blue glow of the defense network, lighting their path forward. They understood that the tale of safeguarding the Milky Way was far from over. Numerous adventures and challenges awaited them. Yet, as long as their belief in balance remained steadfast and their companions stayed close, they were confident in their ability to pen a new chapter as the guardians of the elements amid the vast universe. Chapter 43. The Echo of Interstellar Signals. A resonance beneath the stardust after the stable operation of the Galactic Elemental Defense Network for half a month. The deep space signal receiver at the Cosmic Element Observation Station suddenly captured an anomalous wave. The frequency of this wave aligned closely with the interstellar communication bands recorded by the Crystal Civilization and bore energy characteristics not belonging to any known civilization within the Milky Way. This revelation kept Shen Luo and Feng Huayang awake through the night, as they remained vigilant before the observation screen, meticulously decoding the encrypted information within the signal. Their fingertips occasionally brushed against each other, instinctively slowing their movements, as if wary of disturbing the secret that traversed the sea of stars. The signal's origin was tentatively traced to the Andromeda Galaxy, M31, approximately 2.5 million light-years from the Milky Way. Feng Huayang brought up a star map, his fingers gliding over the virtual celestial paths. According to the interstellar communication protocols of the Crystal Civilization, such signals typically represented contact requests from friendly civilizations, yet required the corresponding star language cipher for decryption. Turning to Shen Luo, he found him entranced by the waveform displayed on the screen. Strands of hair falling softly across his forehead, glimmering gently under the screen's blue light. Shen Luo raised his hand to rub his brow, unintentionally brushing against the warm cup of beverage Feng Huayang had offered, the warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart. I have an uncanny feeling that this waveform is familiar, reminiscent of a certain melodic rhythm. He leaned closer to the receiver's external device, and amidst the subtle hum of electric currents, he could faintly discern fluctuations reminiscent of melodic rhythms. Perhaps the cosmic resonance flute was needed to transmute the electromagnetic waves into recognizable melodies. The two promptly made their way to the acoustic laboratory at the observation station. Feng Huayang assisted Shen Luo in adjusting the flute's frequency, his fingers gliding over Shen Luo's cool fingertips as they meticulously calibrated the energy output of each tone hole. Shen Luo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the electric waves as the flute's notes ascended and descended. When a clear melody flowed forth from the instrument, he abruptly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Feng Huayang. Within that melody lay a symbiotic cipher of the Crystal Civilization, a fundamental declaration of goodwill between disparate cultures. "It's decrypted," Feng Huayang exclaimed, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. He grasped Shen Luo's wrist, pressing his hand against the signal analysis panel. The message sought a balanced partnership to confront the looming stellar core crisis, accompanied by coordinates of a planet presumed to be their home, the Azure Star. The imagery of the planet that appeared on the screen revealed Azure Star enveloped in 2 layers of pale green energy rings, its surface adorned with forests denser than those on Earth, while its ocean shimmered with a pristine sapphire blue, resembling a gem suspended in the cosmos. Upon receiving the news, the Elemental Balance Alliance of the Milky Way convened an emergency meeting. The representative of Alpha Star proposed dispatching a reconnaissance vessel to ascertain the identity of the other party, while Sirius suggested bringing elemental cores and healing crystals as diplomatic gifts. In unison, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang proposed to personally lead the expedition, conveying the goodwill of the Milky Way in the most direct manner. "We shall embark together." After the meeting, Feng Huayang leaned against the doorframe of the laboratory, watching Shen Luo prepare their gear, reminiscent of their past adventures. "I do not wish for you to face the unknown alone." He reached out, brushing the stardust from Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingers lingering for a moment at the collarbone, where scars from battles on the Shadow Ice Plains had once marked the skin, now softened by the energy of healing crystals, leaving only faint traces behind. Shen Luo smiled gently, hanging a newly crafted stardust amulet around Feng Huayang's neck. The amulet, fashioned from crystal fragments they had retrieved from the Forgotten Planet, bore the initials of their names inscribed on the inner side, glimmering with a soft dual star pattern under the light. "This time, we'll bring Xian and Xiaobai along, the 4 of us together." He playfully pinched Feng Huayang's earlobe, where remnants of a burn from their last interstellar voyage still lingered. "On the way, I'll teach you how to use the cosmic resonance flute. In future dangers, we can play defensive melodies together." On the eve of their departure, the two sat atop the observation station, gazing at the stars. Feng Huayang rested his head on Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingers tracing the stardust ring on Shen Luo's 4th finger. The ring refracted tiny shards of light onto the starlight, intertwining with the distant blue glow of the defense grid. "Do you remember that night in the Amazon rainforest? You defended me with the sword of light against the shadow cultist's assault, the melodic runes on the blade reflecting in your eyes, brighter than the stars." Shen Luo turned his head, his nose brushing against Feng Huayang's crown, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar. "You called me impulsive back then, yet you turned and handed me your energy gun insisting that I should run first in case of trouble. He grasped the other's hand, his fingertips tracing the calluses on Feng Huayang's palm, remnants of years spent maneuvering fighter jets and energy guns. Each mark chronicled their shared history of battles fought side by side. This time, you need not worry. We shall return safely together. 3 days later, the exploration vessel set forth toward the Andromeda Galaxy M31, carrying 5 core members, Shen Luo, Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, along with 2 spirit beasts. As they traversed at faster-than-light speed, the stardust enveloping the ship formed a luminous trail, and through the viewing window, it seemed as if the entire universe revolved around them. Ling Shui practiced a new ice and fire skill in the training chamber with her ice crystal beast, while the fiery red flame accompanied them in the cockpit, occasionally brushing its wings against Feng Huayang's wrist as if to remind him not to become too engrossed in conversation with Shen Luo and neglect their course. On the 7th day of their voyage, the vessel suddenly encountered a violent stellar core turbulence. Unlike the chaotic elements of the previous asteroid belt, this turbulence stemmed from the unstable energy released during a star's decay, directly interfering with the ship's energy systems. Energy levels of the defense grid plummeting. The navigator's cry barely faded when the vessel began to shake violently. Without hesitation, Feng Huayang shielded Shen Luo, his back crashing against the control console's edge, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. "Are you all right?" Shen Luo quickly steadied Feng Huayang's waist, his fingers brushing against the protective armor on his back, which had warped slightly from the turbulence's impact. He promptly retrieved a healing crystal, channeling energy into Feng Huayang's body, watching as the furrowed brow gradually relaxed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "You must always shield me. We are partners. We should bear the burden together." Feng Huayang clasped his hand, pressing it against his chest, allowing Shen Luo to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "My heartbeat steadies only when you are near, as long as you are safe. I fear nothing." He turned to command the activation of the backup energy, while instructing Ling Shui to direct her ice crystal beast to unleash a starry ice fire barrier, enveloping the interstellar vessel in a tapestry of red and blue energy. "If we can endure for 10 more minutes, we shall break free from the turbulence." Finally, as the exploration vessel emerged from the chaos and reached the orbit of the Azure Planet, a collective sigh of relief filled the air. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang, attuned to the powerful heartbeat beneath him, the faint scent of gunpowder and healing crystals wafting from the other, making him feel that no matter the dangers ahead, as long as this person was by his side, there was nothing to fear. The representatives of the Azure Planet's civilization awaited them at the welcoming plaza. Their appearance bore resemblance to humans, but a faint green energy pattern adorned their foreheads, capable of conveying emotions through its luminescence. As Shen Luo and Feng Huayang descended the gangway side by side, the patterns on the others glowed softly green, a signal of goodwill. "Welcome, guardians of balance from the Milky Way." The leader of the Azure Planet extended a hand, revealing a green crystal resembling the elemental core in his palm. "Our mother planet faces a crisis of stellar core depletion and requires the elemental technologies from different civilizations to restore the dwindling core energy." Meeting each other's gaze, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang simultaneously produced their elemental cores and healing crystals. As the 3 crystals touched under the sunlight, a radiant beam of multicolored light soared into the sky, and the energy ring of the Azure Planet suddenly erupted in brilliant illumination, resonating in distant harmony with the Milky Way's elemental defense network. "We shall assist you," Shen Luo remarked, their fingertips entwined like guardians of the galaxy, affirming their commitment to uphold the equilibrium of the Azure Planet, for the belief in symbiosis transcends mere star systems. Feng Huayang turned to gaze at Shen Luo, the radiance reflected in his eyes outshining any celestial body. He understood that this interstellar adventure was merely commencing, yet as long as they stood together, be it in the face of the core crisis or uncharted cosmic challenges, they would confront them hand in hand, their heartbeats already woven into an inseparable resonance akin to stardust in the cosmos. Chapter 44. Redemption of the Azure Planet's core. The cosmic oath of dual hearts. The temple of the Azure Planet's core was nestled deep within a life gorge near the equator. Its crystalline dome capable of refracting the energy fluctuations of the core in real time. As Shen Luo and Feng Huayang followed the leader of the Azure Planet into the temple, they both sensed a familiar energy, a life force emanating from the core of the earth. Yet at this moment, it was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. In the center of the temple, the core pool exhibited a diminishing pale green energy at a visibly alarming rate. The depletion of the core had persisted for a decade, and despite countless attempts at restoration, the loss of energy could not be halted. The leader of the Azure Planet pointed to the etchings along the edge of the core pool, which chronicled the energy fluctuations. The patterns from the past 10 years had nearly turned white. It was only upon receiving the signal from your galaxy's elemental defense network that we glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The records of the crystalline civilization indicate that only the resonance of dual elemental cores can awaken the ailing core. Shen Luo turned to Feng Huayang, who was likewise looking at him, their eyes brimming with an unspoken understanding. Feng Huayang reached out, grasping his wrist and guiding his hand toward the core pool. As her fingertips made contact with the pale green energy, a warm current surged through them. Shen Luo's elemental core and the protective crystal Feng Huayang carried, crafted from shards of the shadow ice field, glowed simultaneously, creating a ribbon of intertwining red and blue light above the core pool. Indeed, it is the resonance of dual cores. The leader of the Azure Planet exclaimed with excitement. It requires you to continuously channel energy for at least 12 hours to restore the core's vitality. During this period, you must not sever your connection or be subject to any disturbances. Ling Shui immediately stationed the ice prism beast and the crimson flame at the temple's entrance, assuring, "Rest easy. With us here, nothing shall disrupt them." The ice and fire barrier created by Shao Bai will envelop the entire temple, while the crimson flame will monitor the surrounding energy fluctuations in real time. Inside the temple, only Shen Luo and Feng Huayang remained. They sat side by side at the edge of the core pool, palms facing each other, energy flowing through their interlocked fingertips into the core pool. For the initial 2 hours, they concentrated intently on perceiving the core's changes, until Feng Huayang noticed beads of sweat forming on Shen Luo's forehead and gently inquired, "Are you weary? I can bear a greater share of the energy output." Shen Luo shook his head, his fingertips softly caressing the calluses on Feng Huayang's palm. Remnants from years of piloting aircraft and wielding energy guns, each mark inscribed with memories of their battles fought side by side. "Do you recall how, in the shadow ice field, you shielded me from the shadow leader's assault, sustaining burns from the shadow energy on your arm?" He lifted his gaze to Feng Huayang, his eyes brimming with tenderness. At that moment, despite the pain he felt, he smiled and insisted he was fine, fearing it would cause me distress. Feng Huayang's Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out to brush away the beads of sweat from Shen Luo's forehead, his fingertips lingering gently on the brow bone, where a faint scar remained from a crystal shard sustained during an expedition in the ruins of the Amazon rainforest. "You had cradled me in your arms then, meticulously healing my wounds with the healing crystal, your hands trembling yet continuously offering me comfort." His voice fell to a whisper, as if to not disturb the energies within the star core pool. "From that moment forth, I knew I would never want you to worry about me again." As the 6th hour of energy infusion approached, the energy within the star core pool began to show a slight resurgence, the pale green light gradually brightening. Shen Luo's physical strength waned, and he instinctively leaned against Feng Huayang, who promptly adjusted his posture to allow him to rest his head on his shoulder, while his other hand remained firmly clasped around Shen Luo's, ensuring the flow of energy remained uninterrupted. "Do you remember our first encounter at the Academy's stargazing platform?" Feng Huayang gazed down at Shen Luo, who leaned against him, the warmth of his breath brushing against his neck, carrying the faint aroma of the healing crystal. "That day, you sat alone at the observation deck, gazing at the stars while holding a book on crystal civilization. I had thought you were a lost freshman and approached you to strike up a conversation." A faint smile graced Shen Luo's lips. his voice tinged with weariness, yet imbued with unparalleled gentleness. "I knew back then that you were the prodigious beast master from the Feng family, and feared that you would look down upon me. A mere zero contractor, so I pretended not to recognize you. Little did I expect that you would later assist me time and again, accompanying me in the search for crystal ruins and battling the shadow sect together." He lifted his gaze to Feng Huayang's eyes, which reflected the green light of the star core pool, embodying the gentleness of an entire universe. "Feng Huayang, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat as he tightened his embrace, pressing his forehead against Shen Luo's. In that fleeting moment, their noses brushed, and both could feel the rhythm of each other's breath and heartbeat. Shen Luo, his voice quavered ever so slightly, but resonated with unwavering conviction. "Whether on Earth, in the Milky Way, or in even more distant realms of the universe, I will always be by your side. Whenever you need me, I shall forever be your staunchest support." As the 12th hour drew to a close, the star core pool erupted in a dazzling green light. A colossal pillar of energy shooting skyward, piercing through the crystal dome of the temple and illuminating the night sky of the Azure Planet. Outside the temple, the cheers of Ling Shui and the inhabitants of the Azure Planet echoed. Yet Shen Luo and Feng Huayang did not immediately release each other's hands. They maintained their palms facing each other, feeling the pulsing revival of the star core and the synchronous resonance of their heartbeats. "We did it!" Shen Luo exclaimed, excitement shimmering in his eyes, a hint of moisture gathering at their corners. Feng Huayang reached out to wipe away the dampness, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. It was a kiss imbued with the energy of the star core and the warmth of their shared essence, akin to the softest starlight in the cosmos, illuminating the most tender recesses of their hearts. As the two individuals emerged from the temple, the azure sky of the planet was ablaze with the spectacle of stellar fireworks, a natural phenomenon birthed from the resurgence of the stellar core's vitality. Delicate green orbs danced through the night sky like fireflies, harmonizing with the elemental defense network of the Milky Way. Ling Shui approached, cradling the ice crystalline, and joyfully exclaimed, "You have no idea. Just moments ago, when the stellar core erupted with energy, Xiaobai and Shi Yin resonated with that energy, strengthening their bond." The leader of the Azure Star presented Shen Luo and Feng Huayang with 2 star core badges, fashioned from fragments of the Azure Star's core, adorned with the emblem of twin guardianship. "This is the highest honor of our Azure Star, symbolizing that you are our eternal friends. No matter the challenges you face, Azure Star shall extend its utmost support." In the days that followed, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang accompanied the denizens of Azure Star in monitoring fluctuations of the stellar core. During their leisure, they would sit side by side on the verdant grass of the Life Canyon, gazing at the twin stars of Azure Star as they ascended, entwined in a celestial dance, reminiscent of their own protective bond. Feng Huayang would share amusing anecdotes from his childhood, while Shen Luo would unveil his aspirations for the future. Their laughter wafted through the canyon's breeze, intertwining with the energy of the stellar core to compose the most enchanting cosmic melody. On the day of their departure from Azure Star, the inhabitants organized a grand farewell ceremony at the welcoming plaza, as the exploration vessel gently ascended into the cosmos. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood before the observation window, watching as the Azure Planet diminished beneath them, their hands firmly clasped together. "Where shall we go next?" Shen Luo inquired softly. Feng Huayang, looking down at him with a smile in his eyes, replied, "Wherever you wish to go, that shall be our destination. Whether in search of new civilizations or exploring the unknown cosmos, as long as I am with you, every place is a beautiful vista." The interstellar vessel sailed through the universe towards the Milky Way, with stars twinkling brightly outside, as if guiding their path forward. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang's embrace, enveloped in his warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, filled with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and joy. He understood that countless adventures awaited them. But with Feng Huayang, Ling Shui, the ice crystal lion, and Shi Yin by his side, along with the companions of the entire galaxy, he felt empowered to etch an everlasting legend in the vastness of the universe. Chapter 45. The Secret of Stellar Core Resonance. A cosmic promise of mutual hearts as the exploration vessel returned to the Milky Way. It coincided with the Intergalactic Civilization Exchange Week hosted by the Cosmic Element Observation Station. Just as Shen Luo and Feng Huayang descended the gangway, they were surrounded by engineers from Alpha Star. They had discovered that during the monitoring of Azure Star's stellar core energy, its fluctuating frequency resonated in a triadic harmony with Shen Luo's elemental core and Feng Huayang's guardian crystal. This resonance could significantly enhance the stability of the interstellar elemental defense network, even predicting energy shocks from unknown star systems. We must delve deeper into this resonance mechanism. The chief engineer of Alpha Star presented an energy spectrum before the two individuals, where three interwoven beams of light symbolized the energy fluctuations of the trio. These beams perfectly overlapped within a specific frequency range. Should they manage to replicate this resonance, the defense network could extend its reach to the Andromeda Galaxy, potentially establishing a cross-galactic elemental balance network. That evening, the two immersed themselves in research within the laboratory of the observation station. Feng Huayang placed the guardian crystal beside the elemental core, observing the simultaneous shimmer that danced across their surfaces. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Shen Luo's hand. "Do you not feel that our crystals seem to have known each other for ages?" He murmured softly, his fingertips gliding gently across Shen Luo's cool skin. From their first battle together on the Shadow Ice Plains to the redemption at the core of the Azure Star, their resonance intensified with each encounter. Shen Luo turned his head, gazing at Feng Huayang's focused profile illuminated by the light. The soft shadows cast by his eyelashes accentuated the familiar gentleness hidden within the high arc of his nose. "Perhaps it is not the crystals that recognize each other, but rather our energies have long been in harmony," he replied, pushing the elemental core towards Feng Huayang. As he watched the two crystals gradually draw near on the table, finally touching to emit a gentle dual-colored glow, it reminded him of their battles where, without uttering a word, they could anticipate each other's next moves. Feng Huayang clasped Shen Luo's hand, covering both their palms over the two crystals. The instant their skin made contact with the crystals, a warm energy coursed through their palms and spread throughout their bodies, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's heartbeats. Shen Luo's heartbeat was slightly accelerated, driven by curiosity towards the unknown, while Feng Huayang's heartbeat remained steady, embodying his protective instincts towards Shen Luo. Under this energetic connection, their heartbeats gradually synchronized, forming a stable frequency. This is the essence of the triple resonance. Shen Luo suddenly comprehended that not only did the energy of the crystals need to align, but the heartbeats of their bearers must also resonate in unison. When we infused the core energy on the Azure Star, our heartbeats were synchronized, which ignited the strongest resonance. In the week that followed, they endeavored to maintain this heart rate synchronization across various scenarios. By day, they practiced the starry resonance flute together in the training chamber, with Feng Huayang wrapping his arms around Shen Luo's waist from behind, guiding his fingers in a hand-on-hand adjustment, his breath brushing against Shen Luo's neck, imbued with the familiar scent of cedar. By night, they sat before the observation window, gazing at the stars, with Feng Huayang resting his head on Shen Luo's shoulder, listening intently to tales of the twin stars of the Azure Star, his fingers tracing gentle circles in Shen Luo's palm, attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Is this intimacy too much? During one training session, Shen Luo felt his ears warm, attempting to push Feng Huayang's hand away. Yet, Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, drawing him closer, resting his chin atop Shen Luo's head. "We are partners, and more importantly, we are each other's most significant person. What harm is there in being a little closer?" He whispered softly into Shen Luo's ear. "I want everyone to know that you are the person I, Feng Huayang, wish to protect for a lifetime." Just as they were on the verge of mastering the resonance technique, the defense network suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. A powerful energy impact signal from the Andromeda Galaxy was detected, predicting that this surge would reach the Milky Way within 72 hours. with an intensity tenfold that of the previous chaotic elemental disturbances from the shattered star belt. Should it breach the defense network, it would result in a severe imbalance of elements across numerous planets. Before the impact arrives, we must fortify the defense net through triple composite resonance. Shen Luo immediately summoned the members of the Alliance. Feng Huayang and I were tasked with maintaining the crystal resonance, while the engineers from Alpha Star adjusted the frequency of the defense net. The technicians from Sirius reinforced the elemental nodes, and Ling Shui led the beast taming team to establish a temporary purification zone around the defense net. On the day of the operation, the two stood in the energy core chamber of the defense net. Shen Luo held the elemental core, while Feng Huayang grasped the guardian crystal. They stood facing each other, palms aligned, fingers tightly interlocked. "Do not fear, for I am here." Feng Huayang gazed into Shen Luo's eyes, gently caressing the knuckles of his hand with his thumb. Once marred by the elemental traps of the forgotten planet, it had now healed, but remained an eternal concern in his heart. Shen Luo nodded, taking a deep breath, striving to synchronize his heartbeat with Feng Huayang's. As the energy began to infuse the defense net, he felt Feng Huayang's heartbeat resonate through their palms, steady and resolute, like a lighthouse in the dark, instantly calming him. "Do you remember in the Amazon rainforest when you shielded me from the energy cannon of the shadow cult?" He suddenly spoke, his voice trembling yet crystal clear. "At that moment, I vowed never to let you face danger alone again." Feng Huayang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tightened his grip, holding Shen Luo's hand even closer. "I felt the same. From a moment you protected me with the sword of light, I knew my life was irrevocably intertwined with yours. No matter how powerful this impact may be, we shall endure it together." As their heartbeats gradually synchronized, the elemental core and guardian crystal emitted a dazzling dual-colored radiance, intertwining with the blue light of the defense net, forming a colossal shield that enveloped the entire galaxy. When the energy impact from the Andromeda Galaxy reached them, the surface of the shield rippled but bore no cracks. The triple composite resonance had succeeded. After the impact, the entire observation station erupted in cheers. Ling Shui rushed in with the Ice Spike Beast and the Crimson Flame, exclaiming excitedly, "You were magnificent!" The defense net not only blocked the impact, but also absorbed a portion of the energy, now expanding the defense range threefold. Yet, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang did not release each other's hands. They gazed at one another, their eyes filled with relief from surviving the ordeal and deep affection for one another. Feng Huayang lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss upon Shen Luo's lips. This kiss carried the warmth of the stellar core, the brilliance of the crystal, and the temperature of their heartbeats, serving as their most sincere promise under the watchful gaze of the cosmos. That night, they sat atop the observation station, watching the shimmering blue light of the defense net in the night sky. Feng Huayang took out a new ring made from shards of the stellar core of the Azure Star, inscribed on the inside with the words "Hearts in Synchrony," Guardians of the Universe. "I crafted this using interstellar forging techniques on my way back." He slid the ring onto Shen Luo's ring finger, layering it atop the previous Stardust ring. "The former was my heartfelt intention. This ring symbolizes my promise. No matter how far into the universe we may journey, I shall remain by your side, guarding your heartbeat with my own." Shen Luo clasped his hand, gently tapping their rings together, producing a clear, melodious sound. "I too have a gift for you." He withdrew a starry resonance flute from his pocket, its body engraved with their names and the date of their first meeting. From that moment on, during every adventure, we would play this duet together, allowing the cosmos to witness our promise. Feng Huayang took the flute, enveloping Shen Luo in his embrace. In the night sky, the blue light of the defense net, the twinkling stars, and the crystalline glow from their fingertips intertwined, creating the most romantic tableau of the universe. They understood that countless challenges awaited them in the future. Yet as long as their heartbeats resonated in harmony and their hands remained clasped, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Their love had transcended the boundaries of planets, becoming the most steadfast force of equilibrium in the cosmos, safeguarding every civilization, every star, and every chapter of their timeless legend. Chapter 46. the interstellar echo of the duet and the birth of the Intergalactic Elemental Balance Alliance. After the defense net successfully withstood the energy assault from Andromeda, the Galactic Elemental Balance Alliance received an urgent communication from the Azure Star. They detected multiple planets in the Triangulum Galaxy under attack by core raiders, who siphoned the core energy of planets to gain strength, leading to the complete demise of 3 worlds. The core raiders were a nomadic civilization in the universe, surviving by plundering the cores of other civilizations, leaving desolation in their wake. The voice of the Azure Star's leader came through the holographic projection, laced with evident anxiety. Our core has just regained vitality, and our defensive capabilities are insufficient. We can only seek your assistance. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a glance. A silent consensus reached without words. We depart immediately. Shen Luo grasped Feng Huayang's hand tightly, the 2 rings on their fingers clinking together, producing a clear sound. This time, they aim not only to assist the Azure Star, but also to unite all threatened civilizations, establishing the Intergalactic Elemental Balance Alliance to utterly halt the raiders' devastation. Before their departure, the 2 adjusted the starry resonance flute on the deck of the exploration vessel. Feng Huayang wrapped his arms around Shen Luo's waist from behind, resting his chin atop his head, guiding him in adjusting the flute's energy frequency. This time we face core raiders. Their energy defenses are formidable. We must play the duet together to breach their shield. Shen Luo's ears flushed slightly, warmed by Feng Huayang's presence and the familiar scent of cedar. His fingers instinctively followed Feng Huayang's movements. Do you remember the first time we played the flute together? In the starry valley of the Atacama Desert. You remarked on my unsteady breath and teased me for playing out of tune. Feng Huayang chuckled softly, his breath brushing against Shen Luo's neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Your breath is much steadier now, especially when you reach the symbiotic segment. Even the crimson flames can adjust their energy fluctuations to the melody. He gently nibbled on Shen Luo's earlobe. Yet, you still need me to guide you to unleash the full power of our duet. During their interstellar voyage, the 2 often sat by the observation window, practicing the duet together. Feng Huayang's breath was steady and robust, while Shen Luo's was soft and enduring. The intertwining of their breaths created a unique energy wave that spread through the flute, radiating into the cosmos, occasionally attracting glowing cosmic jellyfish that danced gracefully around their ship. Look, even the cosmic creatures are enchanted by our melody. Shen Luo smiled as he set down the flute, leaning against Feng Huayang's shoulder, gazing out at the cosmic jellyfish. Once this mission concludes, we shall journey to the musical planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, where the civilization there might assist us in perfecting the dual heart melody, perhaps transforming it into a harmonious signal across star systems. Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, holding Shen Luo closer, his fingertips gently caressing the collarbone where scars from battles on the shadow ice plains once lingered, now softened by the healing energy of crystals, leaving only faint reminders. Very well, we shall go together, he murmured, his voice slightly husky yet imbued with tenderness. From now on, to every place you wish to visit, I shall accompany you. To every endeavor you wish to pursue, I shall be by your side. After 5 days of faster-than-light travel, the explorer finally arrived in orbit around the Azure Star. At this moment, the fleet of Star Core raiders had encircled the Azure Star, with dozens of black warships launching assaults on its defensive shield, the brilliance of which was steadily dimming, threatening to shatter at any moment. Activate the dual heart melody immediately. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang simultaneously grasped the cosmic resonance flute, standing before the ship's observation deck, exchanging a knowing glance before they began to play. The melodious strains resonated through the ship's energy amplifiers, diffusing into the cosmos and forming a pale blue energy ripple that spread towards the raider fleet. The raider warships suddenly began to tremble violently, ripples appearing on the defensive shield as the energy waves of the dual heart melody interfered with their power systems. Now is the time. Ling Shui commanded the Ice Spike Beasts and the Crimson Flame to unleash their ice and fire energies along with the Alpha and Sirius fleets to launch an offensive against the raiders. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang continued their performance, their breaths synchronizing ever more perfectly, their fingers intertwined with increasing intensity. Feng Huayang could distinctly feel Shen Luo's heartbeat through his palm, tinged with a hint of nervousness yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Shen Luo, in turn, sensed Feng Huayang's heartbeat, steady and powerful, providing him with a sense of tranquility akin to an anchor in a storm. Purification segment. Feng Huayang gently reminded, their breaths merging seamlessly. As the melody transitioned into the purification segment, a soft green energy wave surged from the flute, striking the energy core of the raider ships. The plundered star core energy began to backfire, resulting in violent explosions within the warships. "We surrender." The leader of the raiders finally signaled their capitulation, expressing their willingness to join the Intergalactic Elemental Balance Alliance, pledging never to plunder star core energy again. Following the battle, representatives from the assaulted civilization of Azure Star, the Triangulum Galaxy, and the Galactic Confederation convened in the Interstellar Plaza of Azure Star to jointly announce the formation of the Intergalactic Elemental Balance Alliance. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, as the initiators of the alliance, were elected as co-presidents. During the inauguration ceremony, the two stood side by side on the dais, their cosmic resonance flute once more resonating with the melody of the dual heart. The enchanting strains echoed through the cosmos, captivating luminous beings from surrounding star systems, which danced around the plaza, forming a beautiful ribbon of light, as if bestowing blessings upon the establishment of the alliance. After the ceremony concluded, the two settled upon the grassy expanse of the plaza, watching as the distant twin stars gradually ascended. Feng Huayang rested his head on Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingers gently caressing the two rings on Shen Luo's ring finger. "Do you remember when we were at the academy? I never imagined that I would become the president of the Interstellar Alliance alongside a zero contractor." Shen Luo chuckled softly, turning to plant a kiss on Feng Huayang's cheek. "I never envisioned meeting someone willing to traverse the universe with me, shielding me from all perils." He grasped Feng Huayang's hand, pressing it against his chest. "Feng Huayang, my heartbeat will forever be in sync with yours, and my future will always be intertwined with yours." Feng Huayang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he rolled over, pinning Shen Luo down on the grass, their foreheads touching, their noses brushing. "Shen Luo, so do I. No matter the challenges we face in the future or how far we venture into the cosmos, I will always be by your side, protecting you with my life, and safeguarding the balance of the universe with our dual heart's melody." Under the night sky, the light of the twin stars enveloped them in a gentle glow. Their lips slowly met, infused with the warmth of stellar cores, the resonance of melodies, and the temperature of their heartbeats. This was their promise witnessed by the cosmos, a love that transcended galaxies, and the prologue to an everlasting legend belonging to the Elemental Guardians. Chapter 47. The redemption of the stellar core plunderers and the cosmic warmth of dual hearts after the establishment of the Intergalactic Elemental Balance Alliance. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang's primary task was to guide the surrendering stellar core plunderers into the alliance framework. These plunderers had long relied on stealing stellar cores for survival, being entirely oblivious to the concept of symbiosis, believing instead that the law of the jungle was the sole principle governing the universe. Altering their perception proved to be far more arduous than simply withstanding an energy shock. The plunderers' home planet, Wasteland Star, had lost its vitality a century ago due to the depletion of its stellar core, forcing them to survive through thievery. The leader of Azure Star handed them a document, suggesting that if they could assist in restoring Wasteland Star's stellar core, it might fundamentally transform their way of life. Feng Huayang gazed at the image of Wasteland Star within the document, a planet marred by cracked terrain, its only water source a murky underground river, and the sky perpetually cloaked in gray mist. Instinctively, he grasped Shen Luo's hand. The warmth radiating from his fingertips offered a semblance of reassurance. Restoring Wasteland Star's stellar core will require a substantial amount of pure elemental energy. Even combined with Azure Star's core, we might still fall short. Shen Luo tightened his hold on Feng Huayang's hand, his thumb gently tracing the calluses on Feng Huayang's palm, remnants of years spent maneuvering aircraft and energy weapons. Each mark a testament to their shared battles. We can unite all civilizations within the alliance to collectively channel energy, he proposed, looking up at Feng Huayang, his gaze filled with determination. Just as we did when restoring Azure Star's core. If we work together, we will surely succeed. On the eve of their departure to Wasteland Star, the two strolled on the deck of the exploration vessel. Feng Huayang draped his coat over Shen Luo's shoulders, his arm naturally encircling his waist. The environment on Wasteland Star is harsh and fraught with danger. You must stay close to me and not wander off. Shen Luo leaned into his embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar, and smiled. You used to do the same, always shielding me during our adventures. But now, I can protect myself, and I can protect you too. He lifted his gaze and gently kissed Feng Huayang on the chin, declaring, this time I shall watch over you, ensuring you remain unharmed. Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat as he tightened his embrace around Shen Luo, resting his chin atop the latter's head. Very well. This time you shall protect me. However, I shall never allow you to confront danger alone, he whispered softly into Shen Luo's ear. You are the most important person in my life. I cannot bear to lose you. Upon arriving at the desolate star, the scene before them was even more dire than what the data had suggested. Cracks in the ground extended several meters deep, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Occasionally, one could spot the children of marauders scavenging for food amidst the ruins, their eyes brimming with a desperate yearning for survival. Shen Luo's heart clenched painfully. He grasped Feng Huayang's hand tightly, his voice hoarse. We must help them restore the star core, allowing these children to run freely under the sun, just like those on Earth. Feng Huayang gently patted his back, offering solace. We shall. He then turned to address the marauder leader, stating, now, have your people assist us in constructing an energy transmission array around the star core ruins. The Alliance's energy will arrive in 12 hours. In the ensuing 12 hours, the two busied themselves guiding the marauders in erecting the transmission array. Shen Luo focused on adjusting the energy angles at the array's nexus, while Feng Huayang ensured the stability of the transmission pipes. Occasionally, their paths would cross at the nexus, and in those fleeting moments of fingertip contact, they would share knowing smiles, as if the desolate surroundings had lost their harshness. Look, if we adjust the angle of this nexus by just 1 degree, the energy transmission efficiency will significantly improve. Shen Luo pointed to the crystal of the nexus. Feng Huayang promptly moved closer to make the adjustment, their fingers accidentally brushing against one another, causing both sets of fingertips to emit a faint glow, a resonance between the elemental core and the guardian crystal, a testament to their synchronized heartbeats. You are indeed meticulous, Feng Huayang remarked with a smile, his fingertip lightly tracing Shen Luo's hand. Without you, I might have spent ages trying to find the optimal angle. Shen Luo's ears flushed slightly as he turned his head, feigning an inspection of the transmission pipes. We are partners. It is only natural that we assist one another. Despite his words, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upward. Each moment spent in such close proximity to Feng Huayang filled his heart with warmth, as though he were enveloped by starlight. As the Alliance's energy began to flow, the entire desolate star illuminated with a soft blue glow. Streams of energy converged from the cosmos, coursing through the transmission array into the star core ruins. Standing at the center of the array, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang faced each other, palms touching, as the elemental core and guardian crystal unleashed a radiant brilliance, guiding the energy in a harmonious restoration of the star core. The energy is too intense. The transmission array is nearing its limit. The marauder leader suddenly shouted. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a glance, simultaneously playing a duet of the heart's melody, the harmonious tune creating a gentle barrier that enveloped the raging energy flow, calming and stabilizing it. Hold on. There's just 1 hour left. Sweat beaded on Feng Huayang's forehead as he felt Shen Luo's heartbeat resonate through their palms, steadfast and powerful, instantly filling him with strength. Together, we shall endure. Shen Luo nodded. Though his breath was slightly uneven, his gaze remained resolute. Yes, together. He infused more energy into the melody, achieving a perfect fusion with Feng Huayang's essence, thereby forming a more formidable energy barrier. As the last vestige of energy was poured into the star core, the desolate ground of the barren planet began to tremble, with cracked earth gradually mending itself. Tender green blades of grass sprouted from the soil. The murky underground river transformed into crystal-clear waters, and the gray mist in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing the long-lost starry expanse. We have succeeded. The raiders erupted in jubilant cheers. Children frolicked on the grass, their faces illuminated by long-forgotten smiles. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously exhaling in relief, their hands still firmly clasped together. The warmth of their palms and the rhythm of their heartbeats conveying their mutual sentiments. Thank you. The leader of the raiders approached the pair and bowed deeply. In the past, we believed that only through plunder could we survive. It is you who have enlightened us that symbiosis is the true essence of the universe. Henceforth, we wish to join the Interstellar Elemental Balance Alliance to safeguard the equilibrium of the cosmos with our own strength. On the day they departed from the desolate planet, the raiders gathered before the star core ruins to bid farewell to the two. The children presented them with garlands woven from the newly sprouted grass, adorned with glistening dewdrops that sparkled like stars. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang accepted the garlands and draped them around each other's necks. These were the most precious gifts they had ever received, a testament to their commitment to preserving the balance of the universe. Where shall we go next? Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang's embrace, gazing at the starry sky outside the window, softly inquiring. Feng Huayang lowered his head, planting a gentle kiss on Shen Luo's forehead. His voice as soothing as flowing water. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Whether exploring new civilizations or aiding distant planets, as long as I am with you. Every destination is the most beautiful scenery. He grasped Shen Luo's hand, his fingertips softly caressing the two rings on his ring finger, signifying, "My future is eternally intertwined with yours." Shen Luo looked up at Feng Huayang, his eyes brimming with starlight. "My future is forever with you as well." The exploration vessel glided slowly through the cosmos, the stars outside twinkling with vibrant brilliance, as if guiding their path forward. The two held each other tightly, their heartbeats synchronized, their breaths mingling. Their love had transcended the confines of planets, becoming the warmest force in the universe, safeguarding every civilization, every star, and every chapter of their never-ending legend. Chapter 48. The Symbiotic Poem of Stardust Pastures, a cosmic home of dual hearts upon returning from the barren planet. The Interstellar Elemental Balance Alliance proposed a plan for interstellar ecological co-construction, establishing the first cross-galactic symbiotic pasture in the Stardust Belt between the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies. This initiative aimed to cultivate interstellar symbiotic plants using elemental technologies from different civilizations, providing supplies for passing starships and creating habitats for wandering beings in the cosmos. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang volunteered to be among the first builders of the pasture. On the night before their departure, the two organized supplies in the storage room of the Cosmic Elemental Observation Station. Feng Huayang placed a bag of wheat seeds from Earth into a box. But as he turned, he accidentally bumped into Shen Luo. They both instinctively steadied each other's waists, their noses brushing against one another, as the air filled with the delicate fragrance of healing crystals mingled with the scent of cedar. "Be careful," Shen Luo murmured. Feng Huayang's thumb gently brushed against the soft flesh at Shen Luo's waist, a remnant of the energy abrasion sustained during their battle in the Shadow Nebula, now marked only by faint traces. These seeds are treasures of our Earth. If they were to scatter, Ling Shui would surely be displeased with us. Shen Luo chuckled as he swatted away his hand, yet leaned his head against his shoulder, saying, "Understood, Commander Feng." His fingertips glided over the stardust soil within the box. A special Earth brought back from the Forgotten Planet, capable of accommodating the growth needs of diverse interstellar flora. Once the ranch is established, we shall plant a field of sunflowers reminiscent of my home on Earth, where we can bask in the sun during summer and wrap ourselves in blankets to stargaze in winter. Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat. He tightened his embrace around Shen Luo, resting his chin atop his companion's head. Indeed, we shall also construct a small wooden cabin with a rooftop observatory, where we can admire the swirling arms of the Milky Way at night and share tales of the crystal civilization. He lowered his head to gently nibble on Shen Luo's earlobe, envisioning a sign hanging in front of the cabin, inscribed with the home of Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. Upon the arrival of the exploration vessel at the Stardust Belt, the other civilizations of the Alliance had already erected the foundational framework for the ranch. Engineers from Alpha Star utilized elemental conduction technology to construct an energy greenhouse, while technicians from Sirius crafted irrigation systems from amethyst ore. The denizens of Azure Star contributed seedlings of the starleaf vine, capable of purifying cosmic radiation. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang's mission was to hybridize Earth's crops with interstellar plants, cultivating new varieties suited to the Stardust environment. Every morning, the two would venture to the greenhouse together to inspect the growth of the seedlings. Feng Huayang would brew Shen Luo's favorite peppermint tea in advance, keeping it warm in a thermos. Shen Luo would take notes in a small notebook, meticulously recording the growth data of each seedling. Whenever he looked up, he would invariably find Feng Huayang gazing at him with a smile, the tenderness in his eyes reminiscent of the starlight shimmering within the Stardust Belt, enveloping him in warmth. Look at this stardust wheat. It was only 10 centimeters yesterday, but today it has grown to 15 centimeters. Shen Luo crouched before a seedling, delicately tracing the stardust patterns on its leaves. Feng Huayang immediately knelt beside him, tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Thanks to the nutrient solution you prepared, it surely wouldn't have thrived this quickly otherwise. It's primarily due to your excellent cultivation methods. Feng Huayang's fingers brushed against Shen Luo's hand, their fingers intertwining inadvertently, the warmth of their palms seeping through the thin gloves. When you were studying symbiotic plants in the Amazon rainforest, I thought you were remarkable. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Shen Luo's ears flushed slightly, and he averted his gaze, pretending to observe the seedlings, though his voice held a playful tone. You're quite the charmer. Nevertheless, he did not release Feng Huayang's hand, instead gripping it tighter. In this vast expanse of the Stardust Belt, with Feng Huayang by his side, he felt as if no challenge was insurmountable. In the first month following the ranch's completion, they welcomed their inaugural guests, a flock of starfeather birds that had migrated from the Triangulum Galaxy. With their translucent wings capable of absorbing stardust energy to soar, they landed upon the starleaf vines, refracting a spectrum of rainbow hues. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang sat on the bench in front of the greenhouse, observing the star-feather birds fluttering gracefully across the pasture. Feng Huayang draped his coat over Shen Luo's shoulders, wrapping his arm around him. Do you see? Doesn't it resemble what we once envisioned? Indeed, it surpasses our imagination, Shen Luo replied, reclining in Feng Huayang's embrace. His gaze drifted towards the engineers from Alpha Star and the residents of Azure Star, collaboratively harvesting stardust wheat in the distance, a smile of contentment illuminating his face. This place would become an oasis in the cosmos, a haven where every passing civilization and creature could seek warmth and sustenance. Feng Huayang leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on Shen Luo's forehead, his fingers delicately tracing the two rings on Shen Luo's fourth finger, the stardust ring and the core ring, which shimmered softly in the sunlight. This is also our home, he murmured, his voice a tender whisper, yet filled with unwavering conviction. When we grow weary, we shall return here to cultivate flowers, gaze at the stars, and no longer confront those dangers. Shen Luo lifted his gaze to meet Feng Huayang's eyes, where the beauty of the pasture was mirrored alongside his own reflection. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Feng Huayang's neck, drawing closer for a kiss light, yet imbued with the sweetness of stardust, the fragrance of wheat, and the warmth of their synchronized heartbeats. Like a symbiotic poem inscribed across the universe, gentle yet resolute. That evening, the two affixed a sign in front of the small wooden cabin on the pasture, inscribed in the universal language of the Milky Way, the home of Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. Feng Huayang held Shen Luo tightly as they sat before the observatory on the roof, watching the spiral arms of the galaxy slowly rotate. Shen Luo nestled in his embrace. Listening to his visions for the future, they would establish more pastures across the stardust belts, spreading the ethos of symbiosis throughout the cosmos, embarking together on their long and heartwarming journey through the universe. Feng Huayang, Shen Luo suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet resonant in Feng Huayang's ears. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop Shen Luo's head. And I feel the same, Shen Luo. He whispered into Shen Luo's ear, my heartbeat will forever resonate with yours. My home will always be with you, no matter how far we venture into the universe. I shall accompany you until the very end of time. The glow of the stardust belt bathed them in light. The song of the star featherbirds echoed throughout the pasture, and the sign before the wooden cabin swayed gently in the wind. This was their cosmic home, a warm harbor where two hearts coexisted, and the most tender starting point for their guardianship of universal balance. Chapter 49. The Migration Song of the Star Featherbirds, a cosmic letter of two hearts 3 months after the establishment of the Stardust Symbiosis pasture. A special migration ceremony commenced. The first batch of star featherbirds, having settled in the pasture, was preparing to journey to the breeding grounds of the Triangulum Galaxy. They would carry the seeds of stardust and elemental energy from the pasture, sowing the seeds of symbiosis on new planets. A week in advance, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang began preparing energy pouches for the star featherbirds, crafting energy pendants from core fragments and healing crystals to ensure their safe passage through the lengthy interstellar journey. In the early morning, the pasture glistened with dew formed from condensed stardust, as Shen Luo crouched beneath the star leaf vine, carefully affixing the energy pendants to the bird's ankle rings. Feng Huayang stood behind him, cradling a warm cup of mint tea, watching the morning light cascade upon Shen Luo's hair, as if a delicate layer of starlight had been sprinkled over it. Take your time with the tying. Do not hurt them, he said as he approached, kneeling beside Shen Luo to steady his slightly trembling hands. Shen Luo always exhibited a tender gentleness towards these small creatures, adjusting the pendant repeatedly, concerned it might be too tight or too loose, fearing it might fall away during their journey. Look at this little one. It was nestled in my palm for warmth yesterday, and today it is ready to take flight. Shen Luo gently caressed the star-feathered bird's wings, feeling the coolness of its translucent feathers glide across his palm, pondering whether they would remember the stardust wheat of their homeland upon reaching their new planet. Feng Huayang reached out to tuck Shen Luo's stray hair behind his ear, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against his earlobe, causing a faint blush to rise on that delicate skin. They will remember, he assured. He retrieved a small stardust letter, crafted from compressed stardust soil, capable of storing sound and imagery. We shall record the essence of the ranch and the melody of the dual heart song, allowing them to carry our memories with them, just as we accompany them. The two of them sat on a bench entwined with starleaf vines, their heads leaning together as they recorded the letter's content. Shen Luo softly narrated the daily life of the ranch, the morning dew of stardust, the sunflower sea in the afternoon, and the reflection of the Milky Way at night. Meanwhile, Feng Huayang played the dual heart song, the flute's notes soaring as the star-feathered birds alighted upon their shoulders, their wings refracting light, enveloping the two of them in a gentle, rainbow-hued embrace. This way, when they hear the flute on their journey, they will not be afraid. Once the recording was complete, Feng Huayang tied the letter around the neck of the lead star-feathered bird, their fingers intertwining gently, reminiscent of every adventure they had shared. Where the sound of each other's voices brought solace. On the day of migration, representatives from the League of Civilizations gathered to bid farewell to the star-feathered birds. As the lead bird took flight with its kin, Shen Luo felt his eyes well with tears. Feng Huayang silently grasped his hand, the warmth of his palm flowing through his fingertips, soothing his reluctance. They will return, Feng Huayang whispered, his voice brushing against Shen Luo's ear, imbued with the familiar scent of cedar. By next spring, they will come back with new little star-feathered birds to our ranch. In the days following the departure of the star-feathered birds, Shen Luo found himself habitually visiting beneath the star-leaf vines each morning, as if he could still glimpse those translucent figures flitting among the tendrils. Noticing his melancholy, Feng Huayang took the initiative to construct an observatory near the small wooden cabin on the ranch, adorning the steps with amethyst stones and placing crystal lenses at the summit to magnify the starlight. We shall come here at night to gaze at the stars. Perhaps we will catch sight of the traces left by the star-feathered birds. He wrapped his arms around Shen Luo's waist from behind, resting his chin atop his head. Or we could send them a stardust signal, inquiring about their whereabouts. Shen Luo leaned into his embrace, gazing at the distant spiral arms of the Milky Way, and suddenly smiled. You weren't always this romantic. You used to merely advise against overthinking, suggesting we focus on the defense network instead. He turned, standing on his toes to plant a kiss on Feng Huayang's chin. How had you become so adept at charming me? Feng Huayang's Adam's apple gently bobbed as he tightened his hold, pressing Shen Luo's cheek against his chest, where the rhythm of his heartbeat was unmistakable. Because I wish to see you happy. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss atop Shen Luo's hair, his voice imbued with a husky tenderness. In the past, I always thought of protecting you, yet I forgot that you too experience sorrow. From now on, whether in joy or in sadness, I shall remain by your side. Is that agreeable? That evening, the two sat on the stargazing platform, sending signals towards the Triangulum galaxy with their stardust communicator. When the blue light of the device aligned with the distant starlight, Shen Luo suddenly perceived a faint iridescent glimmer emanating from the depths of the cosmos. The light refracted by the wings of the star-feather bird. They had received the signal. He excitedly grasped Feng Huayang's hand, his fingertips turning pale from the intensity of his grip. Following his gaze, Feng Huayang also felt a smile tug at his lips. He tightened his hold on Shen Luo's hand, stacking their two rings together, allowing starlight to cascade upon them, refracting a dual-colored brilliance. Look, they are responding to us. He turned to meet Shen Luo's gaze, where starlight and iridescent hues danced, more resplendent than any celestial body, symbolizing how, no matter how far apart they wandered, their hearts would always resonate with one another. In the days that followed, the two consistently sent out stardust signals at a designated time each day, occasionally receiving faint replies from the star-feather birds, sometimes a fleeting image of a feather, other times a series of melodious chirps. Shen Luo meticulously recorded these responses on stardust notepaper, adorning the walls of their little cabin, transforming it into a personal wall of cosmic longing. When they return, we shall plant a field of star-feather flowers on the ranch. I've heard these flowers bloom in harmony with the songs of the star-feather birds. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang's embrace, perusing the notes, envisioning a pasture awash in iridescence. Undoubtedly a sight of exquisite beauty. Feng Huayang pressed a kiss to his forehead, his fingers gently caressing the ring on Shen Luo's fourth finger. All right, I shall heed your wishes. He gazed out at the starry expanse, his heart brimming with tranquility. Previously, he had perceived the universe as vast and frigid, but upon encountering Shen Luo, he discovered that it could also be warm and inviting. Having someone to share the starlit nights and await the returning birds was the most precious kind of happiness. A gentle breeze carried the stardust across the ranch, sunflowers swaying lightly, and the cabin's warm yellow light radiated through the night. This was their cosmic time, a tender daily routine shared by two hearts, as well as their most cherished footnote in safeguarding the balance of the universe. Chapter 50. The warm winter of the starfeathers return. A cosmic year built together by two hearts, the winter of stardust arrived earlier than anticipated, with snowflakes crystallized from stardust falling upon the sunflower fields of the symbiotic ranch, enveloping the golden blossoms in a delicate layer of silvery light. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang sat by the window of their cabin, observing the snowy landscape outside, cradling warm Star Glory tea in their hands, a winter beverage specially sent from the Azure Star, capable of dispelling the chill of cosmic space. According to the migration cycle of the star-feather birds, their return was imminent. Shen Luo traced little hearts on the frost-kissed window pane with his fingertips, while Feng Huayang wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. The warmth of his palm seeped through the sweater, making Shen Luo shiver gently. Perhaps tomorrow, upon opening my eyes, I will see them perched upon the star-leaf vines. Feng Huayang's voice, still husky from sleep, brushed against Shen Luo's neck, causing a faint blush to bloom on that delicate skin. Shen Luo turned around and gently pecked his lips, her fingertips grazing the stubble that had sprouted on his chin. You always neglected to shave in winter, claiming it kept you warmer, yet each time I brushed against you, it pricked painfully. He chuckled, reminiscing about their first winter on Earth, shortly after their return from Shadow Ice Plains. At that time, Feng Huayang had a similar stubble, and while embracing him by the fireplace, nearly caused his cheeks to blush from the friction. Feng Huayang took his hand, warming it with his breath. Things are different now. With you by my side, I no longer need my beard for warmth. He gazed at the two rings adorning Shen Luo's ring finger, the Stardust ring and the Star Core ring, glimmering softly under the warm yellow light. This year, let us celebrate the new year at the ranch. We can invite Ling Shui, Xiao Bai, and Qi Yin, as well as friend from Alpha Star and Azure Star, for a lively gathering. Shen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he wriggled free from Feng Huayang's embrace, pulling out the interstellar shopping list. We must prepare Earth's spring couplets, Sirius's crystal lanterns, and have Azure Star bring some star feather flower seeds to plant in front of the cabin come spring. Next year, we will witness the flowers bloom to the melodies of the star featherbirds. As he spoke, he checked items off the list, while Feng Huayang gently held him from behind, admiring his earnest profile, the tenderness in his gaze nearly overflowing. The following morning, Shen Luo was awakened by the chirping of birds outside his window. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the window to behold a group of translucent figures leaping upon the starleaf vines, their wings refracting a rainbow of light that sliced through the snowy mist, casting a warm glow across the ranch. Feng Huayang, the star featherbirds have returned, he exclaimed excitedly, only to collide into a warm embrace. Feng Huayang had quietly appeared behind him, holding a thick scarf and smiling at him. Be careful, don't catch a chill, Feng Huayang said, wrapping the scarf around Shen Luo's neck and securing it with care, his fingers brushing against Shen Luo's reddened earlobes. Look, the lead bird is wearing our stardust letter around its neck. Following Feng Huayang's gaze, Shen Luo indeed spotted the familiar letter hanging from the lead star featherbird's neck, speckled with stardust from the Triangulum Galaxy, a testament to their safe journey. As they walked through the snow to the starleaf vines, the star featherbirds alighted upon their shoulders and heads, some even carrying tiny star feather flower seeds, delicately placing them in their palms. Shen Luo carefully stored the seeds in a small box, while Feng Huayang produced a newly crafted energy pendant, fastening it to the wings of the newly hatched star featherbird. Its wings were not yet fully developed, allowing it only to hop short distances among the vines. Yet it had already begun to nuzzle their fingers with its soft fluff, warming their hearts. Ling Shui is arriving this afternoon and is bringing Earth's dumpling filling, claiming she will teach us how to make interstellar dumplings. Feng Huayang brushed off the stardust snow from Shen Luo's shoulders as they walked side by side back to the cabin, where the familiar lights of the interstellar ship flickered in the distance. As Shen Luo gazed at the approaching spaceship and then at Feng Huayang by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of fullness within him. From their initial status as strangers to now being interstellar guardians, their journey together had transformed them into two hearts intertwined. Each step they took resonating with a warmth and preciousness akin to the snowy landscapes illuminated by stardust. On New Year's Eve, the ranch was unusually lively. Ling Shui hung crystal lanterns in the courtyard with her ice crystal beast, while the fiery red flames flitted between the lanterns, occasionally knocking the snow off. Engineers from Alpha Star taught everyone how to create celestial fireworks using elemental energy, which, once ignited, blossomed into patterns reminiscent of the Milky Way against the night sky. Friends from Blue Star brought star feather-shaped rice cakes, which, when steamed, emitted a delicate floral fragrance. In the kitchen, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang were preparing dumplings. Shen Luo rolled the dough while Feng Huayang filled them. Occasionally, Shen Luo would mischievously dust flour on Feng Huayang's nose, prompting him to seize the moment to steal a kiss on his lips, leading Ling Shui outside to cheer them on. In the past, celebrating the new year on Earth meant cooking frozen dumplings alone, and he never imagined he would be making dumplings in the cosmos, surrounded by so many friends. Watching the dumplings boil in the pot, Shen Luo felt a warmth gather in his eyes, and Feng Huayang clasped his hand, their fingers tightly intertwined. From now on, every year will be like this, just you, me, our friends, the star featherbirds, and our ranch. Feng Huayang's voice was soft yet reassuring, instantly calming Shen Luo. Leaning against Feng Huayang, he admired the fireworks blooming in the night sky, listening to the songs of the star featherbirds and the laughter of friends, suddenly realizing that true happiness was simply having someone to witness the vastness of the universe with you, someone who shares a belief in coexistence, and someone who holds you tightly on every warm day. As the clock struck midnight, Feng Huayang retrieved a new ring from his pocket, crafted from stardust and seeds of the star feather flower. Inscribed on the inner band were the words, "The star feather returns home, hearts ever together." "This is your New Year gift," he said, placing the ring on Shen Luo's ring finger, stacking it alongside two others. "Every year, I shall gift you a ring until our fingers can bear no more." Shen Luo rose on tiptoe and kissed him deeply, a kiss infused with the warmth of dumplings. The brilliance of fireworks, the melody of the star featherbirds, and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Outside, the stardust snow continued to fall, while the light inside radiated warmth akin to spring. A star featherbird perched on the windowsill, gently pecking at the glass, as if bestowing upon them the most sincere blessings. This was their first new year in the universe, marking the beginning of countless warm new years to come. A vast universe awaited their exploration, and more civilizations were ready to connect with them. Yet, as long as their heartbeats resonated in unison and their hands remained clasped, nothing could hinder them. Their love had already melded into the stardust, becoming the most steadfast force of balance in the cosmos, safeguarding every warmth, every homecoming, and every cosmic year built by their intertwined hearts. Chapter 51. The first bloom of the star feather flower as the icy snow of the stardust began to melt. The seeds of the star feather flower that Shen Luo and Feng Huayang had planted in front of the wooden cabin finally sprouted tender green shoots. As the first rays of morning light fell upon the tender buds, they refracted a myriad of iridescent hues, reminiscent of the shimmering wings of the star featherbird. Shen Luo crouched by the flower field, delicately brushing his fingertips against the new shoots, while Feng Huayang stood behind him, cradling a freshly brewed mint tea in his hands. Observing Shen Luo's focused profile, the warmth in his gaze surpassed even that of the starlight. "Look, it seems to sway in harmony with the song of the star featherbird," Shen Luo remarked. When he lifted his gaze, his nose inadvertently brushed against Feng Huayang's cascading locks, causing both to pause, their breaths intertwining in the crisp morning air. With a gentle laugh, Feng Huayang offered the teacup to Shen Luo, his other hand tenderly ruffling his hair. "You are simply too eager for it to bloom. You perceive motion in everything." Despite his teasing words, he knelt beside Shen Luo, both fixated on the budding shoots, their fingertips occasionally brushing against one another, where they could feel the warmth of each other's palms gradually rising. In the days that followed, the two devoted time each day to nurture the star feather flower field. Shen Luo was in charge of concocting a nutrient solution, blending the essence of stardust oil with the juice of azure star vines, facilitating the seedling's rapid growth. Meanwhile, Feng Huayang utilized elemental energy to erect protective barriers around the flower field, safeguarding the delicate leaves from cosmic debris. Occasionally, when Shen Luo would inadvertently soil his hands while preparing the nutrient solution, Feng Huayang would take his hand and lead him to the brook beside the wooden cabin to wash, gently scrubbing between his fingers and ensuring even the smallest blemishes on his wrists were meticulously cleansed. "I had never planted flowers back on Earth," Shen Luo confessed one day while watering the plants, droplets cascading from his fingertips onto the seedlings, creating a delicate splash. "I always felt that if I couldn't care for myself, How could I nurture anything else? Feng Huayang set down the watering can and wrapped his arms around Shen Luo's waist from behind, resting his chin in the crook of his shoulder. His voice, a soft whisper, caressed Shen Luo's ear. Things are different now. I am here with you. His fingertips traced the soft flesh at Shen Luo's side, where faint memories of last winter's scarf had left a blush. In the future, we shall plant even more flowers, transforming the entire pasture into a sea of blooms, providing ample refuge for the star-feather birds upon their return. Nestled in his embrace, Shen Luo turned to plant a soft kiss on Feng Huayang's chin, his lips gliding over the freshly shaven skin, imbued with a hint of minty aftershave. Indeed, we should also build a swing amidst the flower sea, where we can bask in the afternoon sun and listen to the songs of the star-feather birds. Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat, tightening his hold around Shen Luo as if wishing to merge him into his very essence. It became clear that planning the mundane joys of life with one whom he cherished brought a sense of tranquility far surpassing the conquest of any unknown star system. On the day the star-feather flowers bloomed, a throng of visitors arrived at the pasture. Engineers from Alpha Star brought along newly developed flower signal recorders, eager to capture the moment the flowers blossomed in tune with the melodies. Technicians from Sirius arrived with crystalline cameras, intent on immortalizing the scene for inclusion in an interstellar civilizations anthology. Ling Shui, clutching an ice crystal beast, had come early, bearing a freshly baked Starglow fruit cake, proclaiming her intent to host a blooming party for the flower field. As the leading star-feather bird alighted by the flower field and serenaded the familiar migration song, a miracle unfolded. The once tightly closed star-feather buds began to unfurl gracefully in harmony with the melody, their petals layered and shimmering with iridescent hues, swaying gently to the rhythm of the song. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood side by side in the heart of the flower field, the star-feather birds circling above them, petals cascading into their hair and upon their shoulders like a tender, colorful rain. "Look, it truly blooms in response to the song," Shen Luo exclaimed, gripping Feng Huayang's hand, his fingertips turning pale from the intensity. Feng Huayang reciprocated, intertwining their ring fingers, as 3 rings glimmered in a tapestry of iridescence and starlight against the backdrop of petals, a testament to the flowers they had nurtured together, a symbol of their heartfelt intentions. As he lowered his gaze, it met Shen Luo's, their eyes converging amidst the sea of blossoms, conveying their mutual fluttering emotions without the need for words. After the soiree had concluded, the two perched upon a newly crafted swing, watching as the sunset bathed the flower expanse in warm shades of orange. Feng Huayang gently rocked the swing while Shen Luo nestled against him, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar mingled with the fresh fragrance of star-feather flowers, lulling him into a drowsy state. When summer arrives, let us journey to the music planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, Shen Luo murmured, his voice laced with sleepiness, nuzzling against Feng Huayang's chest. "I've heard that the flowers there change colors with the music and bear fruits that sing." Feng Huayang leaned down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead, fingers tenderly combing through Shen Luo's hair. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." He gazed into the distance, watching the star-feather birds weaving through the floral sea, his heart brimming with tranquility. From their unexpected encounter at the academy to their steadfast companionship amidst the stardust belt, they had weathered numerous storms and garnered countless moments of warmth. Though the future may hold unknown challenges, as long as they had each other, this vibrant flower field, and the chirping star-feather birds, it was enough. As night deepened, Feng Huayang carried the slumbering Shen Luo back to their wooden cabin. He gently laid him on the bed, tucking him in, then sat by the bedside, observing his serene, sleeping face, his fingertips softly tracing the 3 rings upon Shen Luo's ring finger, each one a chapter of their story, each a vessel of their sentiments. Outside, the star-feather flowers swayed gently, and the birds' intermittent songs floated in, reminiscent of a tender lullaby, guiding them into sweet dreams. This was the spring of the Stardust Belt, the initial bloom of the star-feather flowers, and the universe they had co-created in harmony. Countless seasons awaited their shared journey, and innumerable flower fields beckoned for their cultivation together. Yet, in this moment, simply being able to quietly guard one another was the most precious happiness in the cosmos. Chapter 52. The harmonious ballad of the music planet, a summer resonance of shared hearts. The summer of the stardust belt arrived with fervor. The star-feather flowers sea unfurling its rainbow petals beneath the sun. The melodious songs of the star-feather birds intertwined with the whispers of the wind through the wheat, creating the most enchanting backdrop for the pastoral scene. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang finally embarked on their journey to the music planet of Andromeda. As the exploration starship traversed the galactic spiral arms, the nebulae outside the viewport resembling an overturned palette, a mesmerizing blend of pink, purple, and gold-orange hues that captivated the heart. Shen Luo leaned against the observation window, his fingers tracing the contours of the nebula on the porthole. Feng Huayang gently embraced him from behind, resting his chin atop Shen Luo's head, his palm covering the back of Shen Luo's hand, as they together sketched the shape of the nebula. Look at that harmonious nebula. It is said that the civilization of the music planet thrives on its energy, crafting melodies that resonate with all of existence. Feng Huayang's voice was laced with mirth, his breath brushing against Shen Luo's neck, causing him to instinctively draw in his neck. His ears tinged with a faint blush. I wonder if the singing fruits, they're sweeter than the star fruits of azure blue. Shen Luo turned to face Feng Huayang, nuzzling against him, his nose brushing against the protective crystal upon Feng Huayang's chest, feeling the familiar wave of energy. Last time, Ling Shui mentioned that biting into such a fruit would release a melodious juice that could change flavor with one's mood. Feng Huayang leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, his fingers playfully pinching Shen Luo's cheek. Once we arrive, I shall gather a basket for you to taste, both sweet and sour, all right? He produced a small sound wave pendant made from the unique resonant crystal of the music planet, capable of recording the surrounding sounds. We will capture the music there. Whenever we wish, we can listen to it, as if carrying the entire music planet with us. Upon their arrival at the music planet, they were welcomed by a symphony of sound waves. The keys of the ground's piano grass emitted varying pitches with the weight of their footsteps, while the musical feather butterflies fluttered their wings, showering them with a luminescent powder imbued with melody. Even the distant drum, rock, mountain trembled rhythmically, as if performing a welcome song exclusively for them. Shen Luo could not resist removing his shoes, reveling in the sensation of the piano grass beneath his bare feet. Crisp notes resonating from the ground. With a joyful laugh, he took Feng Huayang's hand, and together they dashed across the grass, leaving behind a trail of jubilant melodies. Slow down, don't fall. Feng Huayang tightly grasped Shen Luo's hand, his heart swelling with tenderness as he observed Shen Luo's childlike exuberance. Sunlight filtered through the wings of the musical butterflies, casting a mosaic of light upon Shen Luo's face. As he turned, his hair brushed against Feng Huayang's palm, carrying a faint fragrance of star feathers, causing Feng Huayang's heart to skip a beat. The inhabitants of the music planet guided them to the Harmony Forest, where every tree produced distinct tones. On the trunks grew the long-awaited singing fruits, resembling small lanterns, their skins shimmering with a translucent blue glow. And a gentle touch would elicit a delightful hum. Shen Luo tiptoed to reach a high-hanging fruit, prompting Feng Huayang to lift him securely, ensuring he could grasp the fruit while his other hand protectively cradled Shen Luo's waist, wary of any misstep. Try this. Shen Luo bit into the singing fruit, its sweet juice melting in his mouth, accompanied by a gentle lullaby melody. With a smile, he offered the fruit to Feng Huayang's lips, asking, "Isn't it lovely? Just like the lullabies my mother used to sing." Feng Huayang savored the fruit Shen Luo offered, the sweetness spreading across his tongue. Yet what stirred his heart even more was the lingering warmth from Shen Luo's fingertips. He playfully nibbled on Shen Luo's fingertip, gently licking it, watching as Shen Luo's ears blushed a deeper shade of red, and he chuckled softly, sweet, sweeter than any candy. That evening, the residents of the music planet hosted a cross-galactic concert in the Resonance Square. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang took out the celestial resonance flute, and together they played the enchanting duet. The melodious notes of the flute harmonized beautifully with the sounds of the forest, complemented by the gentle hum of the song fruit and the delicate flutter of the wings of the Yunyu butterfly, creating a symphony that pierced the night sky. At the climax of their performance, Feng Huayang suddenly grasped Shen Luo's hand, aligning their flutes to intertwine their melodies into a more profound resonance. The luminous powder scattered across the square ascended with the music, forming a glowing heart in the night sky. This was the harmony of united hearts, the highest blessing of our planet. The elder of the music planet smiled, stating that only those with a shared intent could produce such melodies, and that your bond is witnessed even by the cosmos. After the concert concluded, the two sat on a bench in the square, leaning against each other while gazing at the stars. Feng Huayang rested his head on Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingers gently caressing the 3 rings on Shen Luo's ring finger, as the moonlight bathed them in a soft glow. In the past, he often felt that the universe was vast and solitude was the norm. Feng Huayang's voice was soft yet clear, reaching Shen Luo's ears. It wasn't until I met you that I realized the universe could be so small, limited to just the 2 of us and an endless song. Shen Luo tightened his grip on Feng Huayang's hand, resting his head on his shoulder, his nose brushing against his neck. In the future, we will explore more planets, gather more music, and share our duet with the entire universe. He leaned up and planted a kiss on Feng Huayang's lips, eager to savor the sweet fruits of all the planets together and witness the stars above each one. Feng Huayang wrapped his arms tighter around him, as if wishing to meld him into his very essence. The harmony in the night sky continued to resonate gently, the luminous powder from the Yunyu butterfly settling in their hair, while the hum of the song fruit lingered in their ears. This was their cosmic summer, a tender moment of heart resonance, and the most beautiful chapter in their guardianship of the universe's balance. Chapter 53, The Starry Night Melody of the Harmony Forest, a cosmic oath of intertwined hearts. The song fruit seeds brought back from the music planet sprouted in the summer of stardust pasture. Shen Luo knelt beside the newly cultivated flower field, watching the tender green sprouts break through the stardust soil. Feng Huayang stood behind him, holding a freshly mixed melody nutrient solution, a blend of the harmonious spring water from the music planet and earthly honey, designed to accelerate the growth of the song fruit seedlings and enhance the beauty of their melodies. Be careful pouring it, don't splash it on the leaves. Feng Huayang handed the solution to Shen Luo, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other. Their hands froze in that moment, seemingly glued together by the stardust, reluctant to part. Shen Luo's ears subtly flushed, and he lowered his gaze to avoid Feng Huayang's, yet as he watered the plants, he purposefully splashed a few drops of nutrient solution onto Feng Huayang's pant leg. Who told you to stand so close, blocking my sunlight? Feng Huayang chuckled softly, bending down to pluck a star feather flower from the edge of the flower field, gently tucking it behind Shen Luo's ear. The iridescent petals reflected the mirth in his eyes, warmer than the sun over the pasture. If I don't stand close, how can I keep an eye on my little friend and prevent you from turning into a drenched chicken? He brushed the stardust from Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingertip tenderly tracing the collarbone where a faint scar from the battle in the shadow nebula lingered, now warmed by the sunlight, like a little sun hidden within. As summer settled in, the stardust belt would welcome the melodic fireflies at night. The wings of these fireflies flutter, producing delicate notes, and when they swarm across the pasture, it resembles a flowing concert of a starry night. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang would always move a lounge chair in front of the wooden cabin before bedtime, wrapped in the same thin blanket, watching the fireflies weave through the sea of starry flowers, listening to the song fruit seedlings humming off-key melodies in the evening breeze. Listen, this particular seedling is singing a fragment of the duet, Shen Luo remarked, tilting his head, his voice as soft as the sound of the firefly's wings. Could it be that it secretly recorded our flute playing during the day? Feng Huayang gathered him closer, resting his chin atop Shen Luo's head, the scent of starry flowers enveloping them. It knows, this song belongs to us. He clasped Shen Luo's hand, intertwining their ring fingers. 3 rings shimmering gently in the firefly's dim light, as if all the beauty of the universe bore witness to their bond. One fateful night, a gust of elemental wind suddenly swept through the pasture. This chaotic wind carried erratic energy, scattering the petals of the starry flowers and potentially harming the newly sprouted song fruit seedlings. When Shen Luo was startled awake by the howling wind outside, Feng Huayang had already donned his coat and was bending down to tuck the blankets around him. "Stay here. I will go to the flower field to set up a protective barrier and return swiftly." "I want to accompany you," Shen Luo insisted, clutching his wrist, his fingers turning pale with anxiety. "We are partners. I cannot let you face danger alone." Feng Huayang observed the determination in his eyes, reminiscent of that trembling youth who had shielded him in the Amazon rainforest years ago. He gently ruffled Shen Luo's hair and slipped his protective gloves onto his hands. "All right, we shall go together, but promise me you will stay close and not wander off." The wind carried stardust and petals, stinging their faces as they pressed forward through the tumultuous energy flow. Feng Huayang frequently glanced back at him, each time their gazes met. It felt as though a light was ignited in their hearts. When they finally set up the protective barrier at the edge of the flower field, their hair was tousled by the wind, their faces dusted with stardust, yet upon seeing each other's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Resembling 2 small creatures that had just emerged from a pile of stardust, disheveled yet sweet. "Look at you. Your nose is covered in dust." Shen Luo stood on tiptoe, gently wiping the stardust from Feng Huayang's nose with his sleeve, but accidentally brushed against his lips as he leaned down. Their breaths halted simultaneously, the wind suddenly softened, and even the starry fireflies paused at the barrier, quietly observing them. Feng Huayang wrapped his arms around Shen Luo's waist, pressing him firmly against the barrier, his lips grazing the corner of Shen Luo's mouth. "Now, it is my turn to wipe yours." This kiss arrived like the gentle sound of the starry firefly's wings, soft yet fervent. Petals from the starry flowers fell into their hair, and the song fruit seedlings hummed the climax of the duet in the wind. Even the chaotic elemental gusts seemed to slow their pace, as if providing accompaniment for them. Shen Luo closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of Feng Huayang's palm seeping through the fabric of his clothes, sensing their heartbeats resonating within the barrier, closer than ever before. As the wind subsided, the two sat on the grassy edge of the flower field, gazing at the undamaged star feather flowers and song fruit seedlings within the protective barrier. They suddenly felt that the earlier turmoil had transformed into a precious memory. Feng Huayang rested his head upon Shen Luo's shoulder, his fingers gently entwining in his hair. "No matter what storms we encounter in the future, we shall face them together." Shen Luo nodded, burying his face in the crook of Feng Huayang's neck, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar. "Yes, together, always together." The twinkling fireflies gradually dispersed as the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky with a soft hue. A new day was about to unfold, with the song fruit seedlings continuing to hum their melodies and the star feather flowers blooming under the sun. Hand in hand, they would continue to transform each ordinary day in their stardust pasture into the most romantic verses of the universe. Chapter 54. The sweet summer feast of ripe song fruits. A cosmic flavor shared by 2 hearts when the song fruits of stardust pasture finally ripened. A sweet melody wafted across the entire pasture. The fruits dangled from the branches, resembling translucent blue lanterns that swayed gently in the breeze, humming fragments of a duet. Even the passing star feather birds paused to chirp in harmony around the fruit trees. Shen Luo crouched beneath the tree, tilting his head to count the song fruits, while Feng Huayang stood behind him, easily reaching the highest fruits, teasing him playfully. "Can you not reach them? If you beg, I might help you pick some." Shen Luo turned around, tiptoeing to snatch the basket from Feng Huayang's hands, only to be pulled into his warm embrace. The heat of his breath brushed against Shen Luo's neck, mingling with the fragrance of star feather flowers. "Why are you still as impatient as before?" he teased, gently biting Shen Luo's earlobe, watching as a faint blush crept across his skin. With a smile, he plucked the largest song fruit and held it to Shen Luo's lips. "Try it, and see if it's sweeter than the musical planet." As Shen Luo bit into the song fruit, the sweet juice burst in his mouth, accompanied by a lively waltz melody that made him involuntarily squint with delight. Observing his satisfied expression, Feng Huayang reached out to wipe the juice from the corner of his mouth, his fingertip lightly grazing Shen Luo's lips. "Is it sweet? I wish to taste it too." Before Shen Luo could respond, he leaned down and captured Shen Luo's lips, sharing both the sweetness of the fruit and the melody, their breaths turning delightfully sweet. To celebrate the ripening of the song fruits, Shen Luo proposed hosting a sweet summer feast at the pasture, inviting friends from the alliance to savor the fruits and share the fruits of their joint endeavors over the past 6 months. Ling Shui arrived 3 days in advance with the ice crystal beast, bringing along an ice cream machine from Earth, eager to make song fruit ice cream. The engineers from Alpha Star presented a newly developed melody player capable of composing various tunes from the song fruit melodies, while the technicians from Sirius even brought an entire shipload of amethyst crystals to construct a melody fountain in the center of the pasture. At the feast, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang busily distributed song fruits to their friends. Shen Luo was responsible for handing out the fruits while Feng Huayang stood beside him, shielding him from the bustling crowd. Occasionally, he would slyly slip a peeled star fruit into Shen Luo's hand, knowing he would forget to eat once he became immersed in his tasks. Feng Huayang always made sure to have his favorite snacks prepared. Look at Ling Shui. She smeared ice cream on Xiao Bai's ears. Shen Luo smiled as he pointed something out to Feng Huayang, unaware that his lips were smeared with ice cream. Feng Huayang reached out to wipe it away, gently pinching Shen Luo's lips, teasing, "Don't just focus on others. You become a little spotted cat yourself." When a melodic fountain illuminated the night, the entire ranch was enveloped in the shimmering light of amethyst and the harmonious tunes of the fruit. The droplets of water from the fountain, carrying stardust, fell upon them, refreshing yet not cold at all, for Feng Huayang's hand remained firmly clasped around Shen Luo's, the warmth radiating from his palm melting the heart. "Let's take a moment on the swing over there," Feng Huayang murmured by Shen Luo's ear, his voice as soft as the sound of the fountain. "I have something to tell you." They settled on the swing beside the sea of starry flowers, the distant laughter and music fading into a blur, leaving only their breaths and the melody of the fountain. Feng Huayang produced a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it revealed a new ring crafted from the seeds of the fruit and the powder of starfire firefly wings, inscribed on the inside with the words, "Shared sweet summer, journey together." "This is made from the fruits we planted together," he said, his voice tinged with nervousness, his fingertips trembling slightly as he slid the ring onto Shen Luo's ring finger, joining the 3 other rings. Shen Luo, from Earth to the cosmos, from Zero Contractee to Interstellar Guardian, I have walked countless paths with you. In the future, I wish to accompany you on even more journeys, savor more sweet fruits, and gaze upon more stars. Will you allow me to be by your side for a lifetime? Shen Luo's eyes brimmed with tears. He wrapped his arms around Feng Huayang's neck, burying his face in the crook of his shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. "I will, Feng Huayang. I have long wished for this." He lifted his head and kissed Feng Huayang deeply, a kiss imbued with the sweetness of the fruit, the chill of the ice cream, the fragrance of the starry flowers, and the warmth of their beating hearts, a cosmic feast of sweetness. The melody of the fountain suddenly turned gentle, the starfire fireflies dancing around them, and the petals of the starry flowers fell into their hair, all the beauty of the universe bearing witness to their union. Feng Huayang held Shen Luo tightly, as if wanting to meld him into his very being, whispering, "From now on, every summer, every sweet summer feast, I shall be by your side, never to part." This was the sweet summer of Stardust Ranch, the joy of ripe fruits, the sweetness of shared hearts, and the beginning of their journey together for the rest of their lives. Countless summers awaited them to share, and myriad sweets to savor together. But at this moment, being embraced so tightly was already the most complete happiness in the universe. Chapter 55. The shared night of Kixi under Stardust, a cosmic dream of hearts together. The Kixi Festival of Stardust arrived quietly. And it was not until Ling Shui arrived at the ranch with a large bouquet of starry flowers that Shen Luo belatedly remembered this romantic holiday belonging to Earth. It was said that on the night of Kixi, if one made a wish upon the Milky Way, the deepest desires of the heart would be realized. While arranging the flowers in a crystal vase, Ling Shui mischievously glanced at Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, saying, "You two must prepare well tonight. Do not waste such a wonderful opportunity." After Ling Shui left, Shen Luo knelt before the vase, his fingers gently brushing against the petals of the starry flowers, his ears subtly flushing with warmth. Feng Huayang gently embraced him from behind, resting his chin against his shoulder, inhaling the sun-kissed scent of cedar. "What are you pondering? Are you contemplating what wish to make tonight?" His fingertips lightly traced the side of Shen Luo's waist, where the skin glistened with a hint of perspiration, radiating a subtle warmth in the cool air. "I am reflecting on whether the Milky Way in the universe is the same as that on Earth." Shen Luo turned, nuzzling into Feng Huayang's embrace, his nose brushing against the protective crystal resting on his chest, feeling the familiar energy pulsate. "Back when I was on Earth, I never celebrated the Kixi festival with anyone. I never imagined that my first experience would be in the cosmos." Feng Huayang leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead, his fingertips tenderly pinching his cheek. "From now on, I shall celebrate every Kixi with you, be it on Earth or in the universe. As long as you are by my side, any place will be the best festival." He took Shen Luo's hand and led him to the stargazing instrument in front of the wooden cabin. "Tonight, let us gaze upon the Milky Way together and make our wishes, shall we?" As dusk fell, Feng Huayang spread a soft carpet beside the instrument, laying down plush cushions of stardust and bringing over a small table adorned with sweets made from star fruit and the celestial wine of the azure star. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang, savoring a piece of starfruit cake, taking small bites as the cake's sweetness mingled with the fragrant wine, lulling him into a dreamy stupor. "Look, the arms of the Milky Way are beginning to shine." Feng Huayang's voice gently resonated as he pointed to the screen of the instrument, where the contours of the galaxy were vividly displayed, stars embedded like scattered diamonds on a dark canvas. Shen Luo lifted his gaze, meeting Feng Huayang's eyes. Their glances intertwined beneath the starry sky, conveying their unspoken emotions. Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, holding him closer, his lips brushing softly against the corner of Shen Luo's mouth. "What is your wish? Speak it aloud. Perhaps the universe will aid us in its fulfillment." Shen Luo's cheeks flushed slightly. He buried his face in Feng Huayang's neck, his voice barely above a whisper. "My wish is to be with you forever, free from danger and separation, to gaze at the stars together every day, savoring sweetness just like this." Feng Huayang's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Luo deeply, a kiss imbued with the sweetness of cake, the richness of starfruit wine, the romance of the Milky Way, and the warmth of their heartbeats. "My wish is the same as yours." His voice, slightly husky yet unwaveringly resolute, proclaimed, "Shen Luo, I wish to be with you eternally, to face whatever the future holds together, walking hand in hand through it all." As night deepened, they lay on the plush cushions, sharing a single light blanket, watching the Milky Way slowly revolve. Shen Luo nestled against Feng Huayang's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, which resonated like a gentle lullaby, gradually lulling him into slumber. Feng Huayang tenderly ran his fingers through Shen Luo's hair, gently caressing the 4 rings on his ring finger. Each ring recorded their story, each bearing the essence of their affection. He gazed down at Shen Luo's peaceful sleeping face, the tenderness in his eyes brighter than the stars of the Milky Way, silently wishing, "May the remainder of our lives be spent like this, exploring the wonders of the universe, guarding each other's hearts." In the stillness of the night, Shen Luo stirred from his slumber, only to find himself enveloped in the warm embrace of Feng Huayang, a blanket snugly cocooning them both. As he gently shifted, Feng Huayang awakened instantly, his voice husky from sleep. "What is it? Are you cold?" He tightened his hold around Shen Luo, sharing his body heat to ward off the chill. "No, I merely wish to see you," Shen Luo murmured, a hint of drowsiness in his tone. He lifted his head and planted a soft kiss on Feng Huayang's chin. Do you think the universe hears our wishes? Feng Huayang chuckled softly, ruffling Shen Luo's hair. Of course. Look, the brightest star in the Milky Way is twinkling just for us. It is whispering that our dreams will come true. Shen Luo nodded, nestling back into Feng Huayang's embrace, eyes fluttering shut, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Outside, the Milky Way continued its slow dance. The gentle sound of fireflies' wings filled the air, and the scent of starry blossoms wafted into their room, enveloping them in tranquility and beauty. This was their Stardust Kixi Festival, a tender night shared between two hearts, marking the beginning of countless romantic evenings yet to come. A vast universe awaited their exploration, with many more festivals to celebrate together, but as long as their heartbeats resonated in harmony and their hands remained entwined, nothing could obstruct the love that had already woven them into this stardust, becoming the most steadfast force of balance in the cosmos, safeguarding every warmth, every dream, and every shared cosmic reverie. Chapter 56. The harvest season of Stardust pastures the sweetness brewed together as the autumn breeze, imbued with the fragrance of wheat. Swept across the pastures, Shen Luo crouched beside the Stardust wheat fields. The moment his fingertips grazed the plump wheat ears, a hand reached from behind, gently clasping his. Feng Huayang's palm radiated warmth, freshly sourced from the winemaking workshop, as his fingers caressed the wheat chaff clinging to Shen Luo's knuckles. Amusement lacing his voice. Be careful not to prick yourself. You remember how you got hurt last year, yet stubbornly claimed it didn't hurt. As Shen Luo turned, his nose brushed against Feng Huayang's cascading locks, and the scent of cedar mingling with the aroma of the wheat field urged him to burrow closer into his embrace. That was because I'm not afraid of pain. It's not that I lack strength. Despite his words, his fingers betrayed him, firmly latching onto Feng Huayang's hand as he stood. Feng Huayang gazed down at the faint blush blooming on Shen Luo's ears, his hand sweeping away the stardust from his shoulder, his fingers lingering lightly over a faint scar on his collarbone, a remnant from the shadowy ice plains. Now nearly invisible in the autumn sunlight, yet it had become the softest mark in Shen Luo's heart. The harvest season bathed the pastures in golden hues, the waves of stardust wheat swaying in the breeze, while the blue lanterns of the songfruit trees adorned the branches. And even the star-feathered birds busily gathered wheat stalks to construct new nests. When Ling Shui arrived with the ice crystal beast to lend a hand, they stumbled upon Feng Huayang, tying an apron around Shen Luo, his fingers deftly crafting a beautiful knot around his waist, playfully pinching the soft spot at his side, prompting Shen Luo to giggle and evade. Oh my, this dog food is so abundant that even the star-feathered birds cannot bear to watch. Ling Shui exaggeratedly shielded her eyes, while the ice crystal beast approached, playfully tapping Shen Luo's hand with its paw, as if in agreement. Much of the daylight is spent in the wheat fields, where Shen Luo diligently selects the plumpest grains. As his fingertips sift through the pile of wheat, Feng Huayang occasionally offers him a piece of gummy candy. Watching the satisfaction bloom on Shen Luo's face as he savors the sweet treat, Feng Huayang resumes his harvesting. When Shen Luo feels fatigued, he sits on the ridge of the field, observing Feng Huayang weaving through the waves of wheat. The setting sun casts a long shadow, and though beads of sweat cling to his tousled hair, his smile remains gentle. Feng Huayang, take a break, Shen Luo calls, shaking his water bottle. Instantly, Feng Huayang straightens up and strides toward him with the buoyancy of youth. The two share a pot of starfruit tea while seated on the ridge, with Feng Huayang's arm comfortably draped behind Shen Luo, allowing him to lean back more at ease. This year's wheat will yield 2 jars of stardust wine, Feng Huayang remarks, gently tapping his forehead against Shen Luo's. His voice is barely above a whisper, meant only for their ears. 1 jar will be buried by the star feather flower field, to be opened next Kixi festival. The other, we shall take to the golden grain planet, sipping amidst the ever-changing scenery of the wheat fields. Shen Luo's eyes gleam with excitement as his fingertips trace gentle circles on the back of Feng Huayang's hand. We should record a duet in the wine, so that we can hear the sound of the flute we play together when we drink. The winemaking workshop is nestled beside a wooden cabin, constructed from crystal panels brought back from the Forgotten Planet. Sunlight filters through the panels, casting a mosaic of light upon the floor. Shen Luo crouches in the workshop, washing the crystal wine jars, while Feng Huayang stands beside him, adjusting the flow of water. Occasionally, their hands brush against each other in the water, prompting shared smiles. Look at the patterns on this jar. Don't they resemble the crystal ruins we saw on our first trip to the Amazon rainforest? Shen Luo points to the natural etchings on the jar. Feng Huayang leans in closer, his nose almost brushing against Shen Luo's cheek. Indeed, and even more so the warmth of your fingertips when we first held hands. As the wheat steams, Shen Luo remains attentive by the stove, while Feng Huayang plays the celestial resonance flute nearby. The melodious notes entwine with the warmth, wafting out of the workshop, causing the star featherbirds outside to pause on the branches, swaying gently to the tune. Shen Luo, enchanted by the music, finds himself humming along. Feng Huayang quickly adjusts the melody, ensuring their voices blend harmoniously. I used to think brewing wine was a tedious task, Shen Luo remarks, turning to gaze at Feng Huayang, the glow of the stove reflected in his eyes. But now I realize that doing it with you makes even waiting for the water to boil a delightful experience. When the final scoop of fermented wheat mash is poured in the jar, Feng Huayang takes Shen Luo's hand, together sealing the jar tightly. Their fingertips land simultaneously on the heart-shaped etching on the jar, and suddenly, the crystal vessel emits a soft glow, casting their intertwined shadows on the wall, united in embrace. This jar of wine will await our joint unveiling, Feng Huayang whispers, planting a gentle kiss on Shen Luo's lips. Infused with the sweetness of the mash and the softness of the flute's melody, reflecting their lives together, to be savored slowly. On the day they bury the wine jar, stardust flutters down like a delicate rain. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang dig a small pit beside the star feather flower field, carefully placing the jar inside before covering it with stardust soil. Feng Huayang retrieves a crystal plaque from his pocket, inscribed with the words "Hearts Brewed Together, Companions Through the Years," and gently positions it above the jar. When the flowers bloom next year, we shall return here to uncork the wine. Shen Luo leans against Feng Huayang's embrace, watching the star feather flowers nodding gently in the breeze, his heart brimming with anticipation. Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop his head. Not just next year, but every year henceforth, we shall uncork the wine together, witness the blossoms unfold, and traverse every corner of the universe side by side. Stardust rained down upon them, like a sprinkle of shattered diamonds, while the melodious song of the star feather birds danced in the air, and the harmonious notes of the song fruit vines flowed with the wind. This was their season of bountiful harvest, a cosmic sweetness brewed by their united hearts, and a prologue to countless warm days ahead. Chapter 57. The Anomaly of the Dark Matter Nebula, a new journey for the twin hearts. The autumn at Stardust Pasture always carries a hint of poetry. The petals of the star feather flowers gradually turn golden, and the song fruit vines are laden with ripe fruit. As the wind blows, the entire pasture is filled with a sweet melody. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang busied themselves packing the mature song fruit, preparing to deliver them to various symbiotic stations across the Milky Way, when Ling Shui rushed in, accompanied by the ice crystal beast, her holographic communicator still glowing with the interface of an urgent alliance meeting. An anomaly has been detected at the Interstellar Observation Station. Ling Shui's voice was urgent as she presented the communicator to the two men. The screen displayed a deep purple nebula situated between the Milky Way and the Triangulum Galaxy, currently emitting strange energy fluctuations. The celestial bodies at its edges were visibly losing their light. The observation station reported that the dark matter energy within the nebula had suddenly become extremely unstable, having already devoured 3 passing starships. The Alliance has instructed us to investigate immediately. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a glance, reaching a silent consensus without the need for words. Feng Huayang promptly rose to organize their gear, carefully stowing the elemental core and protective crystals. and retrieved 2 brand new sets of protective armor made from a blend of Sirius purple crystal and Alpha Star's elemental alloy, capable of withstanding the corrosive effects of dark matter energy. "Put this on," he said, handing Shen Luo a dark matter detector. His fingertips accidentally brushed against Shen Luo's hand, the familiar warmth providing a sense of reassurance. "Dark matter interferes with elemental energy. You must stay by my side at all times and refrain from acting independently." Shen Luo accepted the detector, reaching out to adjust Feng Huayang's shoulder armor, which bore scars from their battle on the desolate planet, now covered by the new alloy. Yet still the corner he cherished most. "You two, stop always thinking of shielding me." He rose on his toes and placed a gentle kiss on Feng Huayang's chin. "We are partners. We shall go together and return together." Before their departure, they made a special visit to the star feather flower sea. The lead star feather bird seemed to sense their impending journey, landing on Shen Luo's shoulder with a stardust missive, which bore fresh star feather flower seeds. Shen Luo tenderly stroked the bird's wings, carefully stowing the missive in his pocket. "When we return, I will bring you new stardust soil so you can plant even more flowers." Feng Huayang stood beside him, reaching out to brush a fallen star feather petal from Shen Luo's hair, his gentle gaze tinged with a barely perceptible worry. The danger posed by the dark matter nebula was far greater than before, and he could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if Shen Luo were to encounter peril. As the exploration vessel traversed the arms of the galaxy, the scenery outside the viewport gradually took on an eerie quality. The once resplendent night sky was shrouded by a deep violet nebula, so dense that even the light of the stars could not penetrate it. The readings on the detector soared alarmingly, accompanied by an ear-piercing alarm. The concentration of dark matter energy exceeded expectations, beginning to interfere with the ship's energy systems. The navigator's voice was laced with tension, urging the need to reduce speed. Otherwise, they risked losing control. Feng Huayang immediately proceeded to the cockpit to adjust their course, while Shen Luo remained in the laboratory, connecting the elemental core to the dark matter detector in an attempt to analyze the energy patterns of the nebula. Upon returning to the lab after addressing navigation concerns, Feng Huayang found Shen Luo furrowing his brow, intently focused on the screen, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, glimmering softly in the blue glow of the monitor. "Do not fret, we still have time," Feng Huayang reassured, stepping closer to embrace him gently from behind, resting his chin on Shen Luo's shoulder. Though the dark matter was enigmatic, together they would surely discover a solution. Leaning into his embrace, Shen Luo felt his tense nerves gradually unwind. He turned to meet Feng Huayang's gaze, which reflected both the nebula on the screen and his own image with clarity. "Look here," he said, pointing to an energy node on the screen. At the center of the nebula was a faint light, akin to a celestial body ensconced in dark matter. Perhaps this was the source of the instability. Feng Huayang followed his finger and indeed spotted a barely perceptible point of light. The energy characteristics of that point aligned closely with the dark matter stabilizers documented by the Crystal Civilization. If they could locate that source of light, they might stabilize the nebula's energy and prevent it from further engulfing celestial bodies. Just as they were deliberating their plan, the ship suddenly lurched violently, and alarms blared once more. "We are being struck by a dark matter surge. The left engine is damaged and losing power," came the navigator's urgent shout. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang rushed to the cockpit, where they beheld a deep violet energy stream barreling toward the ship like a ferocious serpent. "Activate the auxiliary engines and deploy the elemental shield," Feng Huayang commanded calmly, grasping Shen Luo's hand and infusing him with energy. "You enhance the shield with the elemental core, and I will maneuver the course. Together we shall break through." Shen Luo nodded, closing his eyes to fully release the energy of the elemental core, merging it with the ship's protective barrier. The light blue shield vibrated violently under the impact of the dark matter surge, but held steadfast, serving as a robust barrier to protect the entire vessel. When the exploration vessel finally broke free from the dark matter stream and approached the luminous point at the nebula's center, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the crew. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang, his chest rising and falling gently, perspiration dotting his forehead. Feng Huayang produced a handkerchief and tenderly wiped the sweat away, his fingers lingering gently on Shen Luo's brow, where he had once been injured during the ruins exploration in the Atacama Desert. Though healed now, it remained the softest corner of his heart. "Are you all right? Is there any discomfort?" Feng Huayang's voice brimmed with concern, gentler than ever before. Shen Luo shook his head and pointed to the luminous point outside the window. "Look, that light is a planet." As the crowd followed his pointed direction, they indeed beheld a planet enveloped in dark matter, its surface emanating a subtle blue glow, resembling a sapphire forgotten in the cosmos. According to the analysis of the detector, this celestial body was rich in dark matter stabilizers, precisely what they required. Shen Luo's voice brimmed with excitement. If they could land on the planet and collect the stabilizers, they could stabilize the energy of the nebula and halt its relentless expansion. Feng Huayang gazed into Shen Luo's eyes, seeing the spark reminiscent of that boy from the academy who, despite being mocked as a zero contractor, never relinquished his pursuit of elemental mastery. He grasped Shen Luo's hand firmly, their fingers entwined, with the four rings glimmering softly under the blue light. "Very well, let us together land on the planet. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, we shall face them united and accomplish this mission together." The exploration vessel gradually approached the orbit of the planet, preparing to deploy the landing module. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood before the observation window, gazing at the dark matter-enshrouded planet, their hearts filled with unwavering resolve. They understood that this adventure was far more perilous than any before, yet as long as they were by each other's side, united in spirit, no challenge was insurmountable. The disturbances of the dark matter nebula presented a new challenge, as well as a new journey. They would carry the belief in symbiosis and the affection for one another, inscribing their own new cosmic legend within this enigmatic nebula. Chapter 58. The Crystal Maze of the Dark Blue Planet. An unknown scenario to be unraveled together as the exploration vessel stabilized in a hover above the dark blue planet. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, accompanied by Ling Shui, the ice primal beast, and 3 engineers from the Alliance, embarked in a landing module towards the planet's surface. As they traversed the thin layers of the dark matter nebula, the porthole of the landing module became suffused with a delicate purplish hue. The ice primal beast suddenly perked up its ears, the ice fire energy subtly pulsating around its body, its keen perception of the unknown environment alerting them even before any detector could. The surface of the planet was cloaked in a thick layer of dark crystal. The detectors indicated that this crystal could absorb dark matter energy, but would interfere with their elemental perception. Feng Huayang fixed his gaze on the fluctuating data on the dashboard, fastening Shen Luo's protective helmet securely, his fingertip brushing gently against the line of his jaw. "Once we land, you will follow me to the left rear. Shuo will pave the way ahead. Inform me immediately of any anomalies." Shen Luo nodded, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the stardust warming pad that Feng Huayang had placed inside the helmet, the faint warmth perceptible even through the protective armor. "I have adjusted the elemental core to resonance mode. Should we encounter interference from the dark crystal, we can maintain contact through the energy fluctuations of our rings." He lifted his gaze to Feng Huayang, their reflections merging on the transparent visor of the helmet, reminiscent of how they always managed to find each other even in times of entrapment. As the landing module smoothly settled on the surface of the dark blue planet, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. The ground was adorned with dark blue crystals of varying shades, extending to the horizon, with occasional wisps of pale, purple dark matter swirling through the crevices, producing a faint crackling sound upon contact. The ice primal beast leapt out of the hatch first, its ice fire barrier unfurling around it. But as it made contact with the dark crystal layer, ripples disturbed the barrier, the energy at its edges being quietly absorbed by the crystals. The dark crystal consumes elemental energy, rendering our defense more laborious than anticipated. Ling Shui promptly adjusted the energy output of the ice spike beast and turned to Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. "Are you certain you wish to venture into the core area? The density of dark crystals, there is thrice that of this place." Feng Huayang connected the emergency energy supply from the landing pod to the protective armor of the group, ensuring a stable energy flow. Subsequently, he naturally took Shen Luo's hand, the warmth from his palm seeping through the armor's glove. Only in the core area can we find a complete dark matter stabilizer. We must go. He gazed at Shen Luo, his eyes a tapestry of resolve and tenderness. And with us together, there is nothing to fear. As they advanced, the terrain of dark crystals transformed from flat to rugged, sharp crystalline edges tearing through the ground, creating bottomless chasms. The crimson flame flew low ahead, golden flames occasionally skimming the dark crystals, leaving brief traces of light upon their surfaces. The patterns formed by these luminous streaks bore a faint resemblance to the maze runes found in the ancient texts of the crystal civilization. Be cautious. There may be a crystal maze here. Shen Luo suddenly halted, pointing at the intersecting clusters of crystals before them. Observe the arrangement of these crystals. It resembles the trap layout in the subterranean chamber of the Forgotten Planet. If triggered, one would be ensnared by dark matter energy. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding purple light erupted from the dark crystal to the right, a surge of dark matter energy rushing towards Feng Huayang. Instinctively, Feng Huayang shielded Shen Luo behind him. The crimson flame immediately unleashed a fiery barrier. It was swiftly penetrated by the dark matter energy. In a critical moment, Shen Luo infused the elemental core's energy into Feng Huayang's protective crystal. Both crystals illuminated with a red and blue glow, forming a double-layered barrier around them. The dark matter energy collided with the barrier, dissipating into myriad specks of light in the air. Are you all right? Shen Luo grasped Feng Huayang's arm, his voice laced with concern. That was too perilous. You mustn't always shield me. Feng Huayang clasped his wrist in return, gently rubbing the edge of the protective armor, where scars from the battle in the shadow ice plains still lingered beneath. I'm merely accustomed to it. He lowered his gaze, the edge of his helmet brushing against Shen Luo's forehead. I have grown used to placing you in the safest position. I wish to shield you from even the slightest risk. The key to unraveling the maze lies within the resonant pillar at the heart of the dark crystal cluster. It is a dark blue crystalline column, several meters in diameter, etched with a multitude of runes, topped with a pale purple dark matter crystal, the very source of energy for the maze. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood shoulder to shoulder before the resonant pillar, needing to simultaneously infuse elemental energy and protective energy to halt the crystal's operation. On the count of 3, we will inject the energy together. Feng Huayang steadied his breath, placing his palm against the resonant pillar, sensing the flow of dark matter energy within the crystal. 1, 2, 3. Both streams of energy surged into the resonant pillar simultaneously, red and blue light spreading along the runes, colliding with the pale purple crystal and unleashing a violent wave of energy. Shen Luo's arm trembled slightly, the backlash of dark matter energy causing a heaviness in his chest. Feng Huayang, noticing his distress, promptly distributed half of his energy to protect Shen Luo's meridians. Hold on. We're almost there. Shen Luo looked up, observing the beads of sweat trickling down Feng Huayang's cheek through his mask, yet he remained resolute. Taking a deep breath, he infused the energy of the heart of melody into the elemental core, transmitting a soothing melody, the fragment of the dual heart song, capable of calming turbulent energies and synchronizing their energy fluctuations. As the final rune illuminated, a pale purple crystal suddenly shattered, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles that merged into the dark crystal layer. The crystalline maze around them gradually lost its radiance, and the once rugged ground became smooth, revealing a pathway leading to the core area before them. Both Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exhaled in relief, their clasped hands remaining unyielding, the warmth of their palms intertwining through their gloves, conveying their sentiments more eloquently than words ever could. To their surprise, the dual heart song could be utilized in such a manner. Ling Shui approached, observing their intertwined hands with a teasing smile. The synchronization of your energies is unmatched. I doubt the entire alliance could find another pair like you. Shen Luo felt a slight flush creep to his ears, attempting to withdraw his hand. only for Feng Huayang to grip it tighter. With a gleam of mirth in his eyes, Feng Huayang remarked, "It is a melody meant for one another, naturally capable of unraveling the most intricate predicaments." He turned his gaze towards the core area, where a faint blue glow was discernible. "Let us proceed. The dark matter stabilizer lies ahead, and new challenges await us." The group continued onward as delicate blue plants began to sprout between the crevices of the dark crystal layer, occasionally accompanied by transparent dark spirit insects flitting by, leaving a faint trail of light in their wake. Leaning against Feng Huayang, Shen Luo found solace in the steadiness of his companion astride, despite the lurking dangers ahead, as long as Feng Huayang was by his side. He possessed the courage to forge ahead. The core area of the dark blue planet drew ever closer, the dark matter energy in the air growing increasingly gentle. On the distant horizon, a temple constructed from dark blue crystals came into view, housing the stabilizer. Exchanging a glance with Feng Huayang, they recognized the determination reflected in each other's eyes. They had successfully navigated the first hurdle of this new adventure. Together, they would unveil the secrets of the dark matter nebula, safeguarding the tranquility of civilizations, and continue to write their own legendary tale within the cosmos. Chapter 59. The Guardian Spirit of the Stabilizer Temple. As they approached the core area of the dark blue planet, the dark matter energy in the air softened, and pale blue star-patterned grass began to sprout on the ground, its leaves shimmering in response to the energy flow, resembling scattered starlight upon the earth. Shen Luo crouched down, his fingertips grazing the grass, which then unexpectedly tilted towards Feng Huayang, as if guiding their path. "This grass is leading us," Feng Huayang remarked, moving closer to naturally assist Shen Luo to his feet. The warmth of his palm seeped through the protective gloves as the energy in the core area grew ever purer. The stabilizer temple must be just ahead. He lifted his gaze toward the distance, where the once vague outlines of crystalline architecture became increasingly defined. It was a temple crafted from dark blue crystals, crowned by a colossal pale blue orb of light, the very source of the dark matter stabilizer's energy. As the group reached the entrance of the temple, two towering crystal guardians, each 10 meters high, suddenly emerged from the walls on either side. The guardian spirit is entirely composed of dark crystal, its eye sockets shimmering with a faint violet glow, and it wields a crystalline spear, its tip aimed menacingly at the intruders. "Warning: unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the temple." The mechanical voice reverberates before the sanctuary, as dark matter energy begins to coalesce around the guardian spirit, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The detectors indicate that the spirit's energy core resides within its chest, shielded by layers of dark crystal, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Ling Shui promptly instructs the Ice Spike Beast to deploy an ice and fire barrier to shield against potential assaults, though their movements are likely to fluctuate with the waves of dark matter energy, making them difficult to predict. Shen Luo fixates on the light emanating from the guardian spirit's eye sockets, suddenly recalling an entry from the ancient texts of the crystal civilization. The guardian spirits of the dark matter temple typically require a resonance with a shared energy source to awaken their intellect. He turns to Feng Huayang, suggesting that their elemental cores and the guardian crystal have previously interacted with dark matter energy. Perhaps they could attempt to use the melody of the dual heart song to evoke resonance. Feng Huayang nods, immediately retrieving the starry resonance flute from his storage pouch. Standing side by side before the temple, their fingertips interlocked, the 4 rings, Stardust Ring, Starcore Ring, Songfruit Ring, and Kixie Ring, simultaneously ignite, their luminescence intertwining with a violet glow from the guardian spirit's eye sockets, creating a subtle correspondence. "Are you ready?" Feng Huayang's voice whispers in Shen Luo's ear. Imbued with the familiar scent of cedar, "Follow my rhythm," just like on the music planet. Taking a deep breath, Shen Luo harmonizes his melody with the notes of Feng Huayang's flute. As the initial notes resonate, the dark matter energy surrounding the guardian spirit begins to ripple, the brilliance of the spear's tip gradually dimming. When the climax of the dual heart song reaches its peak, both guardian spirits abruptly halt their movements, the violet glow within their eye sockets transforming into a soft azure, resonating with the luminous sphere atop the temple. Effective, Ling Shui exclaims excitedly. Their energy fluctuations are synchronizing with the melody. Just as everyone believes the crisis has been averted, the luminous sphere at the temple's apex suddenly flickers violently, and the dark matter energy becomes wildly turbulent. The glow in the guardian spirit's eye sockets shifts back to violet, and the spear lunges towards Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. Instinctively, Feng Huayang shields Shen Luo behind him, as the crimson flame immediately unleashes fiery chains to ensnare the spear, only to be forcefully yanked backward by the guardian spirit's might. It's the luminous sphere interfering with the guardian spirit. We must stabilize its energy first, Shen Luo shouts, simultaneously channeling more energy into the flute's melody. He attempts to adjust the tune, but the interference from the dark matter energy disrupts his breath, causing it to falter. Noticing his distress, Feng Huayang promptly slows his playing, using his own breath to steady Shen Luo's rhythm. Stay calm. I am here. His voice possesses a soothing power, gradually restoring Shen Luo's erratic breath to equilibrium. The two realign their melody, infusing the energies of their elemental cores and the guardian crystal into the flute's sound. A soft azure wave of energy emanates from the flute, extending towards the luminous sphere atop the temple. Upon contact, the tumultuous dark matter energy begins to subside, and the light of the sphere stabilizes once more. The glow in the guardian spirit's eye socket shifts back to a gentle blue, and the spear lowers slowly, as it offers a slight nod to Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, seemingly acknowledging their efforts. They are allowing us entry, Ling Shui exclaimed in surprise as she watched the guardian spirit gradually retreat into the wall, causing the grand doors of the temple to slowly open. Upon entering the temple, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. The floor was adorned with star-patterned grass, and at the center stood a circular altar upon which rested a basketball-sized dark matter stabilizer, encircled by 12 small crystals emitting a gentle, pale blue glow. This was the complete dark matter stabilizer. Shen Luo hurried to the altar, carefully picking up the stabilizer and feeling the pure energy contained within. With this, the energy of the dark matter nebula could be stabilized, preventing it from further devouring celestial bodies. Feng Huayang approached him, gently grasping his hand as he gazed at the crystals on the altar. However, the dark matter energy here is quite dense. If we were to take the stabilizer directly, it could potentially trigger an energy explosion. He pointed to the 12 surrounding crystals, explaining that these should be auxiliary stabilizing devices, and their energy needed to be infused into the stabilizer before it could be safely removed. Shen Luo nodded and immediately began to study the energy flow of the crystals. Feng Huayang stood behind him, shielding him from any potential energy fluctuations while occasionally passing him the tools he required. As Shen Luo infused the last crystal's energy into the stabilizer, the entire temple suddenly illuminated with a pale blue glow, and ancient runes appeared on the leaves of the star-patterned grass, as if documenting the victory of this moment. We succeeded. Shen Luo raised the stabilizer triumphantly, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Feng Huayang stepped forward, gently embracing him from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. We did it, he murmured, leaning down to softly nibble on Shen Luo's earlobe, reminiscent of their past adventures. As long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. As the group exited the temple with the dark matter stabilizer in hand, the sky of the dark blue planet began to shimmer with a pale blue light, gradually dispelling the dark matter currents that had shrouded the planet's surface. The star-patterned grass swayed gently in the wind, as if bidding them farewell. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood side by side before the landing pod, gazing at the rejuvenating planet, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This adventure on the dark blue planet not only uncovered the key to stabilizing the dark matter nebula, but also fortified their bond through their shared struggles. Next, we must venture to the center of the dark matter nebula to stabilize the energy there, Feng Huayang said, gripping Shen Luo's hand tightly, their fingers entwined. A new challenge awaits us. Are you afraid? Shen Luo shook his head with a smile, looking into Feng Huayang's eyes. With you by my side, I fear nothing. He raised the dark matter stabilizer in his hand. And with this and everyone else, we shall surely succeed. The landing pod ascended slowly, heading towards the heart of the dark matter nebula. Outside the window, the outline of the dark blue planet gradually shrank, yet it left an indelible mark on their hearts. They understood that this adventure was merely a part of the dark matter nebula mission, and even greater challenges lay ahead. However, as long as their hearts beat in sync and their hands remained clasped, there was no obstacle they could not overcome. For their love had become the most formidable force in the universe, propelling them to continue writing the legend of the elemental guardians amidst the unknown cosmos. Chapter 60. The Final Battle of the Dark Matter Nebula. The guardian light of twin hearts as the exploration vessel, laden with dark matter stabilizers, ventured towards the core of the nebula. The outside scenery grew increasingly surreal. The deep violet currents of dark matter twisted like a colossal serpent, incessantly battering against the ship's protective shield. The energy readings on the instruments surged to critical levels, and even the control panel flickered with a snowflake pattern. Only 30 kilometers remained until we reached the energy vortex at the nebula's center. The navigator's voice was taut with urgency, but the dark matter flows thickened around us, and our shield could withstand this pressure for no more than another 10 minutes. Feng Huayang promptly rose and made his way to the cockpit, with Shen Luo following closely behind, clutching the pale blue crystal of the dark matter stabilizer tightly in his palm, feeling its warmth resonate with the energy of the nebula's core. I'll take over the navigation. You enhance the protective shield with the elemental core. Feng Huayang's fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, yet his gaze remained fixed on Shen Luo. Remember, no matter what happens, do not let go of the stabilizer, and do not leave my sight. Shen Luo nodded, pressing the elemental core against the energy interface of the console. The pale blue energy spread along the circuits, intertwining with the glow of the protective shield. As the ship passed through the densest current of dark matter, it lurched violently, causing Shen Luo to lose his balance and collide with the control panel. Feng Huayang reacted swiftly, pulling him into his embrace, his arm tightly encircling Shen Luo's waist, the warmth of his palm seeping through the armor, calming Shen Luo's rising panic. Are you all right? Feng Huayang's south voice was close to his ear, breathless and urgent. Stay calm. We will arrive shortly. Leaning against him, Shen Luo shook his head, unconsciously gripping the armor where scars from their previous battle against the dark crystal maze lingered, now serving as his most reassuring anchor. I'm fine. Carry on. He lifted his gaze, glimpsing the sweat beading on Feng Huayang's brow through the visor, and reached out to wipe it away with his gloved hand. Don't be too tense. We will succeed. At last, the exploration vessel reached the energy vortex at the nebula's center. It was a black whirlpool several dozen kilometers in diameter, with surrounding celestial debris being incessantly consumed, even light unable to escape its grasp. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, equipped with the stabilizer, boarded a small landing craft, preparing to enter the energy singularity at the vortex's heart. Only by implanting the stabilizer into the singularity could they fundamentally stabilize the nebula's energy. The landing craft's protection can only hold for 5 minutes. We must complete the implant within that time. Ling Shue's voice crackled through the communicator. The ice crystal beast and the crimson flame will assist you outside in blocking the dark matter currents. Stay safe. As the landing craft surged into the vortex, Shen Luo felt as though an invisible force was pulling at his body. He clutched Feng Huayang's hand tightly, their rings igniting a faint glow in the darkness, becoming each other's sole source of light. 1 more kilometer. Feng Huayang focused on the instrument panel, skillfully maneuvering the craft to avoid drifting debris. Get ready. As soon as we reach the singularity, we implant it immediately. When the landing craft docked beside the energy singularity, Shen Luo instantly opened the hatch and dashed towards the singularity, the dark matter currents slicing through his protective armor like sharp blades, leaving behind a trail of scars. Feng Huayang followed closely behind, as Shen unfurled a fiery barrier above them to shield against the oncoming debris. Yet, he was struck by a powerful surge of dark matter. Emitting a painful cry, Xian, Feng Huayang, turned to see Xian's wings marred, golden feathers drifting down. He yearned to rush over and assist, but was restrained by Shen Luo. First, implant the stabilizer. Xian can endure. Shen Luo's voice was resolute as he pulled Feng Huayang toward the core of the singularity, a small black aperture where energy fluctuations were most intense. Just as Shen Luo prepared to insert the stabilizer into the singularity, a colossal dark matter tendril suddenly emerged from the vortex, lunging at them. Feng Huayang instinctively shielded Shen Luo, unleashing an energy barrier with a protective crystal, only for it to shatter under the tendril's strike. The shockwave sent them both flying, and the stabilizer slipped from Shen Luo's grasp, plunging into the abyss of the vortex. The stabilizer. Shen Luo reached out desperately, but Feng Huayang held him back firmly. "I'll retrieve it." Feng Huayang's voice was resolute, and before Shen Luo could react, he dashed toward the falling stabilizer. The dark matter surged around him, debris striking his armor with a jarring metallic clang. "Feng Huayang, don't go!" Shen Luo's voice trembled with urgency. He attempted to follow, but another dark matter tendril ensnared his ankle, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Xian rushed over, scorching the tendril with flames to free him from its grasp. Feng Huayang finally grasped the stabilizer, but was pushed toward the singularity by a more potent surge of dark matter. He looked at Shen Luo, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet he tightened his grip on the stabilizer and charged towards the singularity's core. "Shen Luo, if I do not return, you must lead everyone away and complete our mission." "No, I won't let you go alone." Shen Luo broke free from Xian's protection, sprinting toward Feng Huayang. The elemental core in his hand glowed with radiant light. "We promised to return together. You cannot break that vow." Just as Feng Huayang was about to plunge into the singularity, Shen Luo finally caught up, grasping his wrist. Their hands clasped tightly, the glow of their rings erupted in the darkness, forming a blinding beam of light. "Together." Shen Luo's voice was steadfast. "We will implant it together." Feng Huayang met his gaze, his eyes glistening, and nodded vigorously. The two surged toward the core of the singularity, forcefully implanting the dark matter stabilizer. A soft blue light erupted from the singularity, spreading along the vortex, gradually covering the black whirlpool as the surrounding dark matter began to dissipate. When the last surge of dark matter vanished, both Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exhaled in relief, collapsing beside the singularity. Feng Huayang pulled Shen Luo into his embrace. Resting his chin atop his head, his voice laced with fear. "Thank goodness you caught up. Otherwise, I would never leave you alone." Shen Luo leaned against him, his voice thick with emotion. "We promised to return to the ranch together, to watch the star feathers bloom, to celebrate every festival together. You cannot abandon me." Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, holding him closer, gently kissing his visor. "I will not, never." As they returned to the exploration vessel aboard the landing craft, the entire ship erupted in jubilation. Ling Shui rushed over with the ice crystal beast and Xian, her eyes reddened as she gazed upon their wounds. "You have finally returned." Shen Luo and Feng Huayang exchanged a knowing smile, raising the fragments of the stabilizer in their hands. Although most of its energy had already been infused into the singularity, the shards still radiated a gentle glow, resembling tiny stars. The mission was complete. Feng Huayang's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with a sense of accomplishment, declared that the dark matter nebula would no longer consume celestial bodies. As the explorer departed from the nebula, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood before the observation window, gazing at the nebula gradually regaining its tranquility, their hearts filled with reflections. Feng Huayang grasped his hand, their fingers entwined, 4 rings shimmering in the sunlight. "This adventure has concluded. Henceforth, we can return to the ranch to see the star feather flower." Shen Luo nodded, resting against his shoulder, looking out at the starry sky. "Indeed, upon our return, we must feed the star feather birds, water the song fruit vines, and share many moments together through winter, watching the snow and engaging in countless activities." Feng Huayang continued, gently kissing his forehead, For every future adventure and each daily occurrence, I shall accompany you. Beneath the starry sky, the explorers soared towards the Stardust Ranch. The hands of Shen Luo and Feng Huayang remained firmly clasped, for they understood that new adventures and challenges lay ahead. Yet as long as they were together, their hearts intertwined, nothing could obstruct them. Their love had already woven itself into every strand of starlight in the universe, becoming an unwavering guardian force, continuing the eternal legend of the elemental guardians. Chapter 61. The warm winter at Stardust Ranch. The shared warmth of hearts as the explorer traversed the spiral arms of the galaxy. The stardust outside the viewport gradually took on a warm orange hue, a distinctive glow of winter, akin to a gentle flame ignited within the cosmos. Shen Luo leaned against the observation window, tracing the outline of the ranch upon the glass with his fingertips. Feng Huayang gently embraced him from behind, resting his chin atop his head, his palm covering the back of his hand, as they both sketched the memories of the wooden cabin, flower fields, and swing. Uncertain if the star featherbirds had fared well through the winter, or whether the song fruit vines had endured the frost, Shen Luo's voice carried an urgent longing to return. The adventure within the dark matter nebula had lasted longer than anticipated, leaving in autumn, yet returning in the depths of winter. Feng Huayang lowered his head to plant a soft kiss near his neck, his breath infused with the familiar scent of cedar. Do not worry. Ling Shui has already arranged for care. Perhaps by the time we return, a snowman will be waiting in front of the cabin. When a spacecraft landed on the ranch's helipad, Shen Luo immediately beheld the scene before the wooden cabin. The star feather flower field lay blanketed in thick stardust snow like a vibrant, iridescent carpet. Sparkling icicles hung from the song fruit vines, and crystalline lanterns crafted by Ling Shui adorned the eaves of the cabin, casting a warm yellow glow that illuminated the entire courtyard with a cozy ambience. Welcome home. Ling Shui rushed over, cradling the ice crystal beast, its paws still dusted with snow. Upon spotting Shen Luo, it immediately leaped into his arms, nuzzling its fluffy head against his cheek. Qi Yin circled nearby, its golden wings sweeping across the snow, sending up delicate flurries. Feng Huayang smiled as he took Shen Luo's luggage, their fingers brushing against each other inadvertently. Their gazes met in the warm yellow light, overflowing with the tenderness of a long-awaited reunion. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Shen Luo was pleasantly surprised to find it transformed into a pristine haven. A warm fire crackled on the hearth, and the table was adorned with freshly baked starfruit pie, the air infused with the sweet aroma of cinnamon and starfruit. I prepared this using a recipe from Earth. Do have a taste? Ling Shui offered, presenting a slice of pie, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Luo took a bite, the sweet and sticky texture melting in his mouth, evoking memories of last winter spent with Feng Huayang, sharing pie by the fireplace. How does it taste? Feng Huayang inquired, approaching and gently wiping the sugar glaze from the corner of Shen Luo's mouth, his fingertip lingering softly on his lips. Shen Luo felt a slight flush in his ears and nodded, replying, "It's even better than last year. You should try it too." He offered a piece of pie to Feng Huayang, who accepted it, the delight in Shen Luo's gaze unmistakable. Ling Shui, standing nearby, feigned a cough, teasingly remarking, "Could you two be a bit more discreet? There are others present." That evening, the four gathered around the fireplace, sipping warm starfruit wine as they recounted their adventures in the dark matter nebula. Shen Luo shared the thrilling experience of deciphering a crystal maze on the deep blue planet, while Feng Huayang filled in the details he had overlooked, occasionally clasping Shen Luo's hand and softly tracing the 4 rings on his ring finger, each bearing the subtle scars of their adventures, yet all the more precious for it. "Oh, I brought gifts for you both," Ling Shui suddenly announced, producing 2 small boxes and handing them to Shen Luo and Feng Huayang. "These bracelets are crafted from the seeds of star-patterned grass from the dark blue planet. Wearing them allows you to sense each other's energy. Even when apart, you'll know if the other is safe." Shen Luo accepted the bracelet, noticing the intricate engraving of a little starboard upon it. He turned to Feng Huayang, who was smiling as he gently fastened the bracelet around Shen Luo's wrist as tenderly as if cherishing a priceless treasure. Before sleep, Shen Luo and Feng Huayang stood side by side at the window, gazing at the snowy landscape outside. The stardust snow continued to drift softly, and the glow of the crystal lantern cast warm, golden patches on the snow, while the distant stardust shimmered with a faint rainbow hue, resembling a gentle scarf encircling the pasture. Feng Huayang embraced him from behind, resting his chin on Shen Luo's shoulder. Now that we're back, we can stay a little longer and spend quality time with the starbirds, tending to the song fruit vines. Shen Luo leaned into his embrace, nodding in agreement, yes. And we can build snowmen together. Read by the fireplace, his words were cut short by a kiss from Feng Huayang. This kiss, imbued with the rich aroma of starfruit wine and the warmth of the hearth, was as gentle as winter sunlight, causing Shen Luo's heart to race. Feng Huayang's fingertips grazed his side, his voice a husky whisper. There are so many more things we can take our time to do. The following morning, Shen Luo was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. He opened his eyes to find Feng Huayang seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. Sunlight filtering through the curtain seams and casting a golden glow upon him. Awake? Feng Huayang looked up and smiled. The snow has stopped. Let us go build a snowman. The two donned thick winter coats and ventured into the yard to construct their snowman, with Shen Luo rolling the snowballs while Feng Huayang fashioned the eyes from songfruit seeds and adorned it with petals of starflower as a scarf. As the snowman was completed, Shen Luo unexpectedly rose on his toes and planted a gentle kiss on Feng Huayang's cheek, the snowflakes softly landing on his lips, icy yet sweet. Feng Huayang momentarily froze, then smiled as he enveloped Shen Luo in his embrace, whispering tenderly in his ear, "This is the finest winter gift I have ever received." Thus, the days flowed by in a mundane yet heartwarming routine. Together, they tended to the star-winged birds and the song-fruit vines, occasionally strolling through the stardust belt surrounding the ranch, watching the stardust snow glimmer under the sun. By night, they would gather by the fireplace, either engrossed in books or playing duets, as the star-winged birds perched on the windowsill, softly humming along to the melodies. That evening, Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang, gazing into the flickering flames of the fireplace, and suddenly spoke. "Feng Huayang, do you think we will always be like this?" Feng Huayang lowered his head to plant a kiss on Shen Luo's forehead, his voice dripping with warmth. "Yes, as long as you wish, we can remain like this forever, guarding this ranch and each other." Shen Luo looked up into his eyes, where the flames glow reflected both its light and his own image. He reached out to wrap his arms around Feng Huayang's neck, bringing his lips close for a kiss that contained the warmth of the fireplace, the sweetness of starfruit wine, the tranquility of a snowy night, and the warmth of their heartbeats, like a love poem inscribed in winter, gentle yet resolute. Outside, the stardust snow continued to fall softly. The light of the crystal lanterns remained warm, and the intermittent song of the star-winged birds filled the air. This was their stardust ranch, a realm they cherished together, a sanctuary of warmth and the beginning of countless cozy days ahead. Perhaps new adventures awaited them in the future, but at this moment, being tightly embraced felt like the most complete happiness in the universe. Chapter 62. The Eternal Oath of Stardust and Hearts. The final chapter of the Cosmic Guardian's poem, The Spring of the Stardust Belt, always arrives unexpectedly. The night before, delicate stardust snow had fallen, and upon opening the wooden cabin door in the morning, Shen Luo beheld the star-winged flower field, which had quietly blossomed with rainbow-hued petals adorned with unmelted snowflakes, refracting tiny lights under the ascending starlight, as if fragments of the Milky Way had been scattered across the ranch. Shen Luo squatted by the flower field, his fingertips barely brushing against the petals when he felt a pair of arms encircle his waist from behind. "Be careful not to catch a chill." Feng Huayang rested his chin on Shen Luo's head, the scent of freshly brewed mint tea wafting from his breath. His palm covered Shen Luo's slightly cold hand. Ling Shui just sent a message, saying that the Interstellar Alliance's symbiotic celebration will be held on Earth next week, asking if we want to go back and have a look. Shen Luo turned around, snuggling closer to Feng Huayang, his nose brushing against the protective crystal on his chest. This crystal had accompanied them through countless adventures from the shadow ice plains to the dark matter nebula. Its surface etched with intricate energy patterns, yet still radiating a warm light. "Yes," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to see spring on Earth. Visit the star observation platform at the Academy, and take you to the little courtyard where I used to live." Feng Huayang chuckled softly, brushing the star-wing petals from Shen Luo's shoulders, gently pinching his earlobe with his fingertip. "All right, I will follow your lead. However, before we depart, we must prepare sufficient energy seeds for the star-wing birds and entrust the song fruit vines to our friends on Azure Star. We cannot leave our little ranch unattended." The following days were filled with a warm bustle around the ranch. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang busily packaged the stardust soil into small bags, distributing them to every civilization within the alliance. Ling Shui adorned the star featherbirds with newly crafted energy pendants, while Qi encircled above the pasture, emitting mournful cries as if reluctant to bid farewell. On the eve of their departure, the two sat together on the swing in front of the wooden cabin, wrapped in the same stardust fleece blanket, watching the star featherbirds flit through the sea of flowers. As the song fruit vines hummed a disjointed melody in the evening breeze, I still recall the first time I arrived at the pasture. It was merely an expanse of bare land. Leaning against Feng Huayang, my voice was as soft as the whisper of falling stardust. Now there are blooming fields, fruit trees, and a multitude of friends, as if in a dream. Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, resting his chin on my shoulder. "This is not a dream. It is the home we have built together." He took my hand, intertwining our ring fingers, where 4 rings glimmered softly under the starlight. The stardust ring captured the thrill of our first encounter. The star core ring bore the weight of the blue planet's redemption. The song fruit ring concealed the joyful melodies of summer, and the Kixi ring imprinted our wishes beneath the Milky Way. No matter where we wander, this place will always be our home. When the exploration vessel arrived on Earth, it coincided with the enchanting month of April. The city housing the Alliance's headquarters was blanketed in cherry blossoms, with streets adorned by flags of interstellar civilizations, Alpha Star's elemental symbols, the crystalline patterns of Sirius, the star core emblem of the blue planet, and the star featherbird insignia of Stardust Pasture, all fluttering gently in the spring breeze. As Ling Shui disembarked from a ship, she was immediately surrounded by welcoming friends, while I held Feng Huayang's hand, leisurely strolling along the cherry blossom avenue, petals falling upon our hair and shoulders like a gentle pink rain. Ahead lay the courtyard of my former residence. I pointed to a quaint villa not far away, where the old locust tree remained lush and verdant. In my childhood, I often read beneath that tree, speaking to it whenever I encountered perplexing questions. Little did I know, I would eventually meet you, who would help me unravel all the mysteries of symbiosis and guardianship. Feng Huayang paused, turning to grasp my shoulder, gazing earnestly into my eyes. It was not I who provided the answers, but rather, we discovered them together. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss on my forehead, the fragrance of cherry blossoms mingling with our breaths, sweetened by the spring sun. I once thought the purpose of the universe lay in conquering the unknown. But upon meeting you, I realized that the true meaning of the cosmos is to safeguard all that is beautiful alongside those we love. On the day of the Symbiosis Festival, the square at the Alliance headquarters overflowed with representatives from various civilizations across the star systems. Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, serving as the co-presidents of the Alliance, stood upon the platform, observing the tree of symbiosis at the center of the square. This tree was nurtured from a blend of soils from all civilizations, its branches adorned with tokens from each planet. At its pinnacle, a crystal orb contained fragments of a stabilizer from the dark matter nebula, shimmering with a soft blue glow in the sunlight. Today, we gather not only to celebrate the achievements of interstellar symbiosis, but also to reaffirm every civilization's commitment to guardianship. Shen Luo's voice resonated throughout the square via the energy amplifier, reaching from Earth to the Milky Way, from Andromeda to Triangulum. Together, we battled the shadow cult, repaired the stellar cores, and stabilized the dark matter nebula, for we understood that the universe is not a battleground of the strong preying upon the weak. but rather a sanctuary where all forms of life coexist. Feng Huayang took the microphone, his gaze tenderly resting on Shen Luo before addressing the crowd. This protective power emanates from each of us, like the harmonious songs of stardust birds in the celestial pasture. The resonant melodies of the music planet, the unwavering trust on the dark blue planet, and the efforts of every individual and every group striving for a brighter future. He raised Shen Luo's hand, lifting their intertwined rings, stating, "For me, this strength lies in this person beside me, in every path we have traversed together, and in every promise we have made." The zenith of the celebration was a symphonic performance transcending galaxies. Engineers from Alpha Star initiated the overture with elemental energy. Technicians from Sirius played melodies on crystal harps, and the inhabitants of the Azure Star sang the lyrics in unison. While Shen Luo and Feng Huayang unveiled the celestial resonance flute, performing the duet of hearts. The melodious flute notes echoed across the square, cherry blossom petals cascading with the rhythm, and suddenly the crystal orb atop the tree of coexistence erupted in a dazzling radiance. Enveloping all tokens of civilization in a soft blue glow, this was the light of the dark matter stabilizer, a beacon of all life in harmony. After the festivities concluded, the two returned to the small courtyard where Shen Luo once resided. Feng Huayang settled into a rocking chair beneath the old locust tree, with Shen Luo nestled in his embrace, holding a weathered book that had once been his childhood favorite, Cosmic Fairy Tales. The pages still bore traces of his youthful annotations. "Look here," Shen Luo pointed to a line. "At the edge of the universe lies the place to gaze at the stars with those we love." Once, he had deemed this a mere fairy tale, but now he felt they had indeed discovered the universe's edge. Feng Huayang leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, his voice dripping with tenderness. "For me, the edge of the universe is not a location, but each moment spent with you, be it the protection you offered against attacks on the Shadow Ice Plains, our synchronized heartbeats on Azure Star, the snowman we built together in the stardust pasture, or the warmth of your presence in my arms at this very moment." He retrieved a small box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a new ring fashioned from the branches of the tree of coexistence blended with seeds from the stardust pasture's star feather flowers. Engraved on the inner band were the words "Stardust, Everlasting, and Hearts in Mutual Guardianship. This is my promise to you and our commitment to the universe." Shen Luo's eyes welled with emotion, and he extended his hand, allowing Feng Huayang to place the ring upon his ring finger. This was the fifth ring, yet the most precious of all, not bearing the weight of a past adventure, but chronicling their everyday life and future together. Feng Huayang, he gazed into his eyes, reflecting the verdant shade of the old locust tree and his own image. "I once believed that a life devoid of contracts was destined for solitude, but upon meeting you, I realized that I could possess such beauty, having you, friends, a pasture, and the blessings of the entire universe." Feng Huayang tightened his embrace, holding him closer as if to meld him into his very essence. "Shen Luo, you have never been alone. From the day we met at the Academy's stargazing platform, your life has been inexorably intertwined with mine. In the future, we shall traverse to more planets, behold countless vistas, and protect the beauty of existence until the universe's edge and the end of time." As night deepened, the two sat side by side on the swing in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky above. Though Earth's heavens lacked the brilliance of the cosmos, they possessed a unique tenderness. The Milky Way stretched like a faint ribbon of light across the deep blue canvas of the firmament. Shen Luo leaned against Feng Huayang's shoulder, listening to him recount their future plans. They would construct a cross-galaxy symbiotic museum in Stardust Pasture, housing tokens from all civilizations. They would journey to the Rainbow Planet in the Triangulum Galaxy to witness its eternal rainbow, and every winter they would return to their little courtyard on Earth, building snowmen beneath the old locust tree and watching the cherry blossoms bloom. "Do you think that many years hence, others from different civilizations will hear our tale?" Shen Luo inquired softly, his voice imbued with a hint of anticipation. Feng Huayang lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on the crown of his hair, his voice resolute yet tender. They will learn that at the distant edge of the Milky Way lies a pasture known as stardust, guarded by two souls named Shen Luo and Feng Huayang, who, through love and conviction, preserved the balance of the universe and safeguarded each other's lives. The night breeze whispered softly, rustling the leaves of the old locust tree as if serenading their story. The distant glow of city lights shimmered warmly and brightly, akin to stars scattered throughout the cosmos. Their hands remained intertwined, the warmth of their palms and the rhythm of their heartbeats weaving the most enchanting melody in the night. This marked the concluding chapter of their tale, yet it also heralded the prologue to their future. The universe remained vast, with countless wonders awaiting their discovery and innumerable guardianships for them to uphold. Yet, as long as their hearts were united and their love everlasting, nothing could thwart them. For their love had already merged with the stardust, intertwined with the Milky Way, and infused into every ray of light in the universe, becoming an eternal vow of symbiosis, radiating an unquenchable warmth through the endless passage of time.